Professor, am I your most favored student? Professor, may I become your sole apprentice? From a cautious approach to an ardent desire for exclusivity, Lucas's ambitions gradually unveil beneath the guise of a devoted hound. As the inexorable gears of fate churn forward, he perceives the brutality of war and the destined plight of his beloved, no longer content to remain a mere spectator. Why must one bow to destiny? Why allow those we cherish to meet their demise? Chapter 75. Oh, Motherbird. Snape has revealed his ability to conjure a Patronus. For someone as astute as Carter White, Snape's mere invocation of this spell divulges a wealth of information. Conversely, the fact that Carter White is unable to cast this spell also speaks volumes. This presents a prime opportunity to interrogate Carter White, yet Snape remains motionless. Both he and Carter White are drenched by the torrential downpour. In contrast to Snape, who conceals his appearance, Carter White bears no disguise. His hair clings to his scalp, his eyelashes dampened, and his blue eyes glisten as they gaze at Snape. He is a remarkably gifted and beguiling wizard. Snape is uncertain of what contingencies Carter White possesses. Until he is assured of his own advantage, he will refrain from a second interrogation. Snape does not rebuff Carter White's approach. In the obscurity of night, the blurred Patronus and the Dementor are locked in a stalemate for a moment. These dark entities cease their futile struggle against the intractable foe and turn to seek easier prey. Lucas breathes a sigh of relief. With the departure of the Dementor, those troubling memories gradually recede into the recesses of his mind. Lucas allows himself but a fleeting moment to recalibrate. The situation in the alley shifts dramatically. The first group of aurors soared on their broomsticks into the tempestuous clouds where thunderbirds congregated, spells weaving a vast net that enveloped the burgeoning storm. Lucas utilized the surrounding puddles to cast a mirror charm, revealing the plight of the second group of aurors beneath the clouds. The aurors were preoccupied with rescuing individuals, quite literally fishing for them. Rather than pursuing law-breaking wizards, this group of aurors appeared to be the ones ensnared. Each of them safeguarded several dazed individuals behind them. These people, barefoot and draped in a white robe, tumbled into the water. Rather than a robe, it resembled a sack with 4 openings cut into it. In stark contrast to these vulnerable aurors, the wizards from the auction house displayed no reservations. Their spells were potent, and each time a spell missed its mark, the struck bricks shattered explosively. Lucas simultaneously conjured several additional mirrors. Wherever there was water, the probing gaze of the mirror charm followed suit. Snape felt a chill as a warm magical aura enveloped him. It was a variant of the spell drying quickly. While surveying the situation, Lucas dried the clothing of 2 individuals. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a figure in a black hood gliding down the alley within one of the mirrors. His movements were swift, yet in the interstices of his actions, tendrils of smoke began to emanate from his sleeves, accompanied by sporadic flashes of crackling electricity. The dark wizard continued to chant his incantations, even as smoke began to rise from his head. His pace remained unimpeded for the time being. Could this be Malfoy? Certainly not. Both Lucas and Snape deduced that Malfoy lacked such a spirit of endurance. Thus, it must be that another had taken the Thunderbird. Another mirror reflected different images. In a shadowy corner of an alley, a wizard dispelled his disillusionment charm. The hooded figure cast a glance towards the direction of the mirror's gaze, revealing the thin outline of his lips. The dark wizard's lips moved slightly, and instantly, the mirror shattered. The scrying of the water mirror ceased at this juncture. Lucas promptly redirected the imagery surrounding that mirror. Snape, on the other hand, paid closer attention to the wizard carrying the Thunderbird. He was moving towards a group of wizards engulfed in the storm. After all, this was a manifestly illogical course of action. It would be wiser to retreat rather than confront the chaos head-on. Lucas also gathered intelligence from both sides. The name inscribed on his wrist began to burn once more. In pursuit of the enigmatic dark wizard, he believed he could uncover clues leading to the Tooth Fairy. In chasing the wizard who had taken the Thunderbird, he could reunite a magical creature with its mother. As the wizard carrying the Thunderbird drew nearer to the eye of the storm, the images of the Auror battling the dark wizard and that of the Thunderbird's captor began to converge. This wizard was also involved in the auction. He intended to lure the Thunderbird's mother into completely dissipating the storm. Which choice will be the correct one? Snape cast a glance at Carter White, confidently asserting the choice Carter White would make, Thunderbird. The two reached a mutual understanding. They vanished from their location. The final image displayed by the water mirror, used for surveillance, was of the two standing in front of the wizard who had taken the Thunderbird. Two bizarrely colored spells erupted from Snape's and Lucas's wands, respectively. Before the dark wizard across from them could react, he had already collapsed. Absent the counter curse from this wizard, a feeble surge of electricity finally took effect. A fledgling stumbled forth from the wizard's sleeve. A thin veil of white film still covered its eyes. Under the watchful gaze of the two adult wizards, the film began to dissipate. Snape approached the fallen dark wizard, while Lucas reacted with swifter reflexes this time. He suddenly pushed Snape forcefully and dispelled the charm that concealed his visage. Snape was unprepared for Carter White's sudden aggression, stumbling forward as a result. Just then, the white film over the fledgling's eyes faded away. It beheld the abruptly appearing wizard, the first individual it had ever seen. The fledgling chirped excitedly. Amid Snape's expressions of vigilance, trepidation, and silence, it unhesitatingly stumbled forward. "This Thunderbird seems to have taken a liking to you," Lucas remarked, amused, only to be interrupted by a spell devoid of light. His earlier cast, Protego, shielded him from harm. What spell was that? Within a single day, Lucas had already witnessed two spells from Snape that he did not know. He found these spells deeply intriguing. Eddie Carter White. Snape had come to realize what had just transpired. They had subdued a nefarious wizard, only to have a fledgling Thunderbird mistake him for its mother. "Ah, it seems quite fond of you," Carter White said with a feigned smile. Amid his sardonic remarks, Snape felt the Thunderbird collide against him. This tiny creature, no larger than a fist, continued to chirp incessantly. Carter White, reveling in the chaos, remarked, "It appears to be quite hungry. Would you like to?" His words were abruptly cut short by a bolt of lightning that fell from the sky. Snape and Lucas simultaneously directed the falling lightning's trajectory, which exploded against the wall mere feet from them. Bricks flew, yet were intercepted by the Protego shield. The fledgling ran obliviously beneath the broad, dark robes of Snape. Its wings bore scant feathers, and the Thunderbird's iconic sun and moon insignia resembled a peculiar bald patch. Snape stood frozen. He felt a damp, fluffy object brushing against his trouser leg, gently tugging at him. If he were to exert any more force, he might inadvertently crush the fragile creature. It was a soft, trusting magical creature that had gently bumped against him. Chapter 76. Reaching a Consensus. Carter White. Lucas heard Snape's voice, tinged with an unmistakable sense of urgency as he called out his name. Although Lucas was accustomed to Snape addressing him formally, this instance bore a distinct tone of disarray. Lucas withdrew his gaze from the tempestuous sky above. The Thunderbird's mother had been struck by a curse from an auror, her wing injured, while the storm in the heavens had somewhat abated. Her mournful cries resonated through the night, echoing with despair. Lowering his head, Lucas observed the potion master, standing rigidly, his demeanor revealing both a threat and a plea. "Let me see what I can do, don't move just yet." Lucas reached out, lifting the hem of Snape's black robe, and discovered a timid chick chirping softly within. Flapping its wings, still featherless, it appeared utterly devoid of majesty. It was difficult to envision such a fledgling ever maturing into the magnificent creature soaring above. Suppressing a chuckle, Lucas rummaged through his pocket for a piece of white bread, enticing the young Thunderbird with soft, coaxing sounds. At that moment, both wizards recognized the merit in Newt's praise. Lucas extended his hand to offer the bread, only to be gently pecked by the tiny beak, causing the morsel to tumble to the ground. The cobblestone streets of Nocturne Alley were now drenched, and the pristine, soft bread immediately soaked up the filthy water, merging with the grimy pavement. The little Thunderbird seemed momentarily perplexed, glancing down at the bread, then back up at the outstretched hand. Feigning pain, Lucas reacted as if the peck had broken his skin. In reality, it was merely a light touch. The chick, blissfully unaware of the concept of deceit, hesitated before clumsily scurrying towards Lucas's hand. Carter White. Snape diverted his focus, scanning the surroundings for potential threats. When he turned to assess Carter White's progress, he spotted an audacious adult bullying the fledgling. "It will be all right soon." Lucas discreetly quelled his mischievous thoughts, using the opportunity to check on the chick's condition, liberating it from Snape's robe. Meanwhile, the Thunderbird's mother had sustained further injuries, her blood mingling with the rain and wind. Simultaneously, the tactics of the dark wizards attacking the two aurors grew more aggressive. Do you not sense it? Lucas cradled the fledgling, observing the escalating conflict between the Aurors and the Dark Wizards. Snape understood precisely what Carter White was implying. The Dark Wizard's magical prowess had surged unexpectedly. The Aurors, initially able to maintain the situation to protect the hostages, now began to suffer casualties under the intensified magical pressure. Fairy dust, Snape concluded. Lucas's gaze swept over the dazed individuals shielded by the Aurors, their attire and demeanor conjuring distant memories. Though the unfolding chaos had not yet encroached upon him and Snape, the climactic moment had arrived. Suddenly, a tremendous explosion shattered the air, its abruptness rendering Lucas momentarily deaf. The only sound a monotonous ringing in his ears. Not far from where he and Snape stood, a dark wizard assaulting an Auror had erupted without warning. Armored protection. Hindrances aplenty. Fortifications stacked upon one another. Lucas reacted swiftly, tucking the fledgling into his pocket. The chick, eager to peek at Snape, was gently nudged down by Lucas's finger, chirping a few times before settling back. Snape, too, acted with haste, layering additional protective charms. A series of staggering explosions ensued. As the Dark Wizards charged at the Aurors in a frenzy, they disregarded the torrential rain, the pitch-black night, and the harsh conditions, sacrificing themselves in a series of sequential blasts. In the midst of this, the Thunderbird's mother, pushed to her limits, emitted a defiant screech. The raging storm spiraled out of control, descending in a cataclysmic display. This marked Lucas's second encounter with the Thunderbird's fury, the first in the Forbidden Forest. Where he had been confident of his ability to escape alone, was now overshadowed by this mutual destruction, instilling a sense of trepidation within him. Blinded by the tempest, Lucas struggled to maintain his grip on his wand. He barely managed to cast a protective charm around himself before glancing at Snape, who appeared on the verge of being swept away by the gale. Unlike Eddie Carter White, with his robust frame as a former Auror, the potion master relied heavily on his commanding presence. In the tempest, Snape's aura was diminished, and without sufficient weight, he struggled to remain upright. The thick strands of Snape's black hair were blown aside, revealing a visage both foreign and amusing. Quickly, Lucas grasped Snape to prevent him from being whisked away by the fierce winds. Snape directed his wand downward, and his binding spell took immediate effect. The final moments approached. Both the Aurors on their brooms and the Dark Wizards, along with the bystanders, were utterly exhausted. Amidst the storm, vibrant protective charms flickered sporadically. Some wizards attempting to disapparate faltered, their stability compromised, resulting in disastrous separations. Dementors were swept away by the chaos. Squinting against the downpour, Lucas looked up, still clutching Snape's hand. He sensed the fledgling in his pocket, blissfully ignorant of its mother's impending demise. Were it Eddie Carter White, the once earnest Gryffindor, he would, despite being wrongfully imprisoned, emerge to rescue a magical creature on the brink of death. Yet Lucas found his own thoughts elusive. The role of a mother had always been absent in his life. Nevertheless, he fervently wished to avert such a tragedy, at least not today. Two names reached an accord. The name of Eddie Carter White still burned brightly. He ought to prioritize investigating the fairy dust. Yet, more pressing matters arose. As the living proved more precious than the departed, Lucas gripped his wand tightly, inching it forward. In this nearly visionless environment, debris occasionally collided with the protective charms surrounding him and Snape. The only reference point was the flickering storm overhead. Raising his wand, the Elder Wand pointed skyward, devoid of a clear incantation in his mind. Only the sounds of wind, water, and a sense of regret for the impending loss of life filled his thoughts. The Elder Wand elevated, directing toward the heavens. Magical energy surged, as another storm began to coalesce in response to Lucas's wand, following the currents of wind and water, intensifying under his will. Amidst the storm, Snape noticed a diminishing wind force surrounding him. However, this was merely an indication that he had been swept into another tempest. As Eddie Carter White grasped his wrist, an astonishing surge of magical power erupted from the enigmatic former Auror. The two stood at the eye of the storm. Once again, the fledgling Thunderbird emerged from Carter White's pocket, and before Snape could intervene, the young creature unleashed a bolt of lightning. A faint electric light infused Lucas's magic. Initially, it was merely the elements of wind and water. Suddenly, a tempest of thunder and lightning erupted. The newly added storm invigorated the Thunderbird mother in the sky, causing her once drooping wings to flap anew as the two forces intertwined. The Aurors besieging the Thunderbird recoiled in shock and retreat. The Thunderbird mother cast her gaze downward and beheld two wizards within the eye of the storm. She noticed a fledgling looking up in innocent wonder. Its gaze fixated upon Snape. A connection transcending time and space formed. The two surges of thunder converged completely. In the next moment, a tremendous energy radiated outward. The uncontrollable storm abruptly neutralized and vanished, leaving the wind and rain still. Edric Carter White pulled Snape aside, and with a faint explosion, they vanished from sight. Chapter 77, Malicious Reputation. The two appeared in Diagon Alley, a mere alleyway apart. No sooner had Lucas found his footing than he was struck by a spell. Armor of protection enveloped him. Lucas reacted swiftly, glancing toward the source of the magical assault, where a Ministry of Magic official stood, Rustvorn of the Department of Law Enforcement. Old memories surged forth. The name Edric Carter White, which had always burned hot, began to cool at the sight of Rustvorn. Rustvorn, too, was a Gryffindor graduate and had been Edric's roommate. Both had aspired to become Aurors, yet their paths diverged when Rust's potion grades fell short, forcing him to regretfully pursue other positions within the Ministry. Their differing scores in a singular subject led them onto entirely different trajectories, even until Edric's untimely demise. He remained oblivious to whether his former dormitory brother had played a part in his betrayal. On the day of the trial at Wisengamot, emotions ran high. The crowd on the platform murmured and vociferously condemned. Once cloaked in robes, the lines between justice and malevolence blurred. The weighty recollections of shackled memories bore heavily upon him. At that time, Carter White had traversed the long corridor in chains, with Rust waiting for him at its end. Upon seeing his former classmate, hope ignited in Carter White's eyes. He stumbled forward, grasping Rust's robes, proclaiming his innocence. Rust's expression was one of complex emotions, standing on the side of light. He delivered the final verdict. Wisengamot would not err. If a mistake were made, one should amend it. But I am innocent. Someone has betrayed me. Do you not believe me? I am willing to take a truth serum. Advocate for me, for the sake of our shared past, Rust. Carter White trembled as the nearby Dementors siphoned away his joyous memories. His wand had long been confiscated, and he relied solely on Rust's squirrel-shaped Patronus to keep him lucid. During his trial, he too was not in the best condition, his words tumbling out incoherently, while the chief of Wisengamot's hammer-like voice threatened to shatter his mind. Carter White, you have undergone Auror training. The truth serum will bear no fruit. Rust gradually pried Carter White's hand from his robes. Their eyes met, and the anguished expression on Rust's face became the final straw for Carter White. Since no one believed him, and since 2 Aurors had indeed perished under his command, and since Wisengamot had pronounced him guilty, Dementors continued to drain his joyful recollections. As Carter White relinquished his grasp, the Dementors descended from above, closing in on him to extract his happiness. Rust and Carter White exchanged glances from a distance of approximately 50 meters, with Rust alone and without reinforcements. Initially, no one had anticipated the scale of this operation. The torrential rain in Nocturne Alley and the treasures spilling from the auction muddied the situation. The Department of Law Enforcement urgently dispatched Aurors for support, deploying manpower and resources to the chaotic epicenter. Rust, too, intended to enter Nocturne Alley to assist from the periphery until Edric Carter White's sudden appearance intervened. Carter White, Rust scowled in disdain. I thought you would have learned your lesson from those months in Azkaban. Yet here you are, even more brazenly consorting with dark wizards. Lucas glanced at the figure clad in black beside him. Indeed, a true dark wizard's garb. He retorted provocatively. Those who fail potions should refrain from instructing others on what to do. How long will you continue this exchange of insults? Snape, observing from a distance, furrowed his brow. He found Gryffindor camaraderie puzzling, especially since this Carter White was no longer the same individual. What was the point of this standoff? Rust, glancing at the impatient dark wizard beside him, realized he stood no chance in a 1-against-2 scenario. After the initial rush of blood, Rust cautiously refrained from attacking. He called out to Carter White, I told you then, if you are innocent, you must provide evidence. And now you appear in Diagon Alley. Just as Nocturne Alley has erupted into chaos, I suspect you are involved. Come with me for an investigation. All at once, a Petrificus Totalis spell was unleashed. Lucas struck first. His spell hit Rust, who was completely unprepared for Carter White's sudden attack. A rigid figure now stood upon the cobblestones of Diagon Alley. Lucas ran a hand through his hair, finding Rust's high-pitched cries somewhat headache-inducing. After all, they were both wizards in their 30s. Was this shouting of innocence and guilt merely a nostalgic reflection of lost youth? Rust could only see Carter White's retreating silhouette as he walked toward the indistinct dark wizard in black robes. They strolled side by side down Diagon Alley, gradually growing more distant. Attacking a ministry official. Are you not afraid of facing judgment once more? It was merely a petrifying curse. I cannot believe someone failed to evade it. Lucas shook his head helplessly, wishing to dry Snape's clothes, but realizing that the potion master was already perfectly dry. He thought to assist him. With a sigh, Lucas set about drying his own garments. Where are you headed? Snape queried, casting a suspicious glance at Carter White as they advanced to the point where Rust was nearly out of sight. Do not look back. Let us walk a little further. Carter White whispered. He is my former roommate, Edric Carter White. We were once good friends. I am merely waiting for the moment we can turn back and show him how gracefully we depart. Snape could not comprehend this Gryffindor camaraderie. However, he took a certain pleasure in witnessing the fracture of such friendship. He inquired, "Does this individual have any connection to the tooth fairy powder? Was he involved in your betrayal?" Still uncertain, Lucas replied absently, "It is far too chaotic now. Everyone appears to be a potential culprit. Were you once a student at Hogwarts?" Snape suddenly asked. "I mean, you who claim to be a master of alchemy?" Carter White paused for a moment. "Care to guess which house I belong to?" Snape instinctively thought of Slytherin, but then considered that Gryffindor was also a possibility, especially given Carter White's formidable magic, which had left a profound impression on Snape when he pointed his wand skyward. Moreover, Carter White did not resemble the typical Slytherin he had encountered. He could also be a Ravenclaw. Unwilling to risk a misguess, Snape urged Lucas to respond with silence. After a moment's wait, as Snape remained silent, Lucas finally spoke up. "I am a Hufflepuff." Snape halted in his tracks. He and Carter White exchanged glances. The concealment charm masked all of Snape's facial expressions. Yet he stood there, as if accusing Lucas. "How can you possibly be a Hufflepuff? This dark wizard speaks not a word of truth." A glimmer of amusement danced in Lucas's eyes as he counted off the virtues of their house on his fingers for Snape. "Our college possesses numerous commendable qualities. Firstly, there is integrity. Even in death, I cannot bear to witness injustice. I would rise from the depths of the grave to proclaim a cry for justice. Loyalty. In the face of peril, I even saved you and our former senior, Scamander. Honesty. I shall answer any inquiry you pose. Resilience. Despite the fact that the first being the little Thunderbird encountered was you, it now persistently pecks at my fingers, yet I remain unflinching." Chapter 78. Each with their thoughts. Snape's wand quivered restlessly in his grasp. "Eddie Carter White," he exclaimed with a tone laced with menace. "My name is not an exclamation mark. You need not address me thus. Ah, look, you've summoned the little bird." Lucas replied, a smile gracing his lips. He feigned seriousness, yet his hand rested outside his pocket, enabling the tiny Thunderbird to clamber out and perch upon his palm. Snape, however, chose to ignore the chattering creature. He swiftly turned, his cloak billowing as he quickened his pace. Alas, Lucas yearned to continue his jest, but the little Thunderbird was anything but subdued. After its incessant chirping failed to draw Snape's attention, it flapped its featherless wings and leaped from Lucas's hand, gliding onto Snape's robes. A small, flesh-toned creature clung precariously to the dark fabric. Snape appeared momentarily paralyzed, and Lucas could not suppress a laugh. Convinced that Snape was utterly at a loss with the fluffy little creature, he hurried to catch up with Snape, saying, "Allow me, your loyal Hufflepuff, to rescue you." "Eddie Carter White," Snape ground out through clenched teeth. "Ah, there you are." A voice interrupted their exchange. Newt Scamander abruptly appeared before them, astride his niffler, looking quite disheveled, his coat dripping and the suitcase emitting a cacophony of sounds. The dawn had yet to break. Newt vaguely discerned the mysterious wizard standing aloof, the one who had introduced himself as Carter White, who had just extracted a featherless little bird from the folds of his robe. Newt's attention instantly shifted. It was the missing Thunderbird chick. He regarded the two wizards warily, particularly the enigmatic figure clad in black, suddenly uncertain of their intentions. "Catch!" Snape suddenly snatched the little Thunderbird from Lucas's hands and tossed it towards Newt. The niffler crouched slightly, its gaze following the airborne chick. Newt instinctively reached out to catch it, but he did not anticipate the chick's newfound ability to glide, and it executed a graceful turn mid-air, smoothly returning to perch upon Snape's arm. Snape stiffened once more. Even clad in black robes, he exuded little menace at that moment. Lucas suppressed a chuckle, realizing that Severus Snape was, after all, still a young wizard in his 20s. He approached and coaxed the chick down from Snape's arm. "This little creature first laid eyes on our mysterious figure in black. I fear a magical bond may have formed between them," Lucas explained to Newt. Newt accepted the little Thunderbird that Lucas offered. The chick eagerly moved toward the shadowy wizard. "My friend is not in a position to rear birds. It is best to return it to its mother," Lucas remarked, retrieving a piece of white bread from his pocket to entice the chick to peck at it. "But how do you know that its mother is with him?" Newt inquired. Lucas placed a finger to his lips in a shushing gesture, explaining, "This Thunderbird has caused significant havoc within the Ministry. They will undoubtedly seek to impose a death sentence upon it. Its association with you is fortuitous." But Newt's words were interrupted by Snape. "Do I look like a bird's mother? Take it away. Otherwise, I shall use it as experimental material by tomorrow." Who would believe such a threat? Lucas was about to interject on Snape's behalf when he turned to find Newt's expression grave, marked by uncertainty. "However, you need not worry about taking away both Thunderbirds." Although the chick had first encountered the mysterious figure in black, Lucas was quite satisfied with that moniker, adding, "Yet as long as the chick follows its mother, this phenomenon of imprinting shall not persist for long." seeing that the two wizards had laid everything out quite clearly. Newt shook his head in resignation. But I cannot take either Thunderbird. His statement halted the two wizards, who had been preparing to apparate. Snape and Carter White's stroll through Diagon Alley had primarily been to lure Newt into the open. Lucas understood that Snape could not possibly take the Thunderbird chick with him. In the aftermath of the storm, Lucas and Snape found themselves momentarily granted clarity, unlike the Aurors and Dark Wizards still fumbling in confusion. They saw Newt's commander, riding his Niffler, attempting to collect the fallen Thunderbird in his suitcase. Finally, Newt interjected, I have been on the Ministry's watch list. All the magical creatures I carry have undergone rigorous scrutiny. Especially after the storm, I cannot conceal this Thunderbird. Have you sought the assistance of the omnipotent Professor Dumbledore? Lucas offered as a suggestion. It was the first time Snape had heard someone refer to Dumbledore as omnipotent, a title devoid of reverence. What Hufflepuff would dare address the old headmaster thus? He felt a twinge of shame for having briefly considered Carter White to be a Hufflepuff. Oblivious. Lucas borrowed from some later evaluations in the Daily Prophet. The recent storm magic had left him feeling an unprecedented sense of exhilaration. Although such extraordinary power, achieved without incantations, was beyond his immediate replication, he had nevertheless glimpsed a higher threshold. Any great wizard must undergo various adventures and trials. Despite his considerable magical exhaustion, Lucas was brimming with excitement. Newt was equally displeased with Carter White's choice of words, shaking his head. The headmaster has already sheltered a Thunderbird before. I doubt he would do so again. Snape and Lucas discerned that Newt was still laying the groundwork. Snape spoke first, refraining from labeling Carter White as a master of alchemy. Instead, he stated, I believe Mr. Carter White would be willing to assist in harboring two magical creatures. Weren't you the one who said you wanted me to witness? Snape's tone was surprisingly jovial, as he had reasons to establish a connection with Carter White. The Thunderbird could serve as a means to gauge the nature of the wizard. He proclaimed himself a master of alchemy, claiming to have returned from the dead. Albus Dumbledore, the greatest wizard of the century, had explicitly informed Snape that one day the Dark Lord would return. The Dark Lord had vanished. He might not possess a corporeal form. In what manner would he return? Would Eddie Carter White, this wayward wizard, become his ally? Could the method of resurrection he employed be equally applicable to the Dark Lord? Snape needed to scrutinize these matters with greater diligence. Lucas also surmised what Snape intended to convey, for if Dumbledore were to shelter the Thunderbird, the chick would immediately expose Snape's identity. The war had only just concluded, and the Savior was still quite young. He speculated that Snape would not report Eddie Carter White's possession to Dumbledore at this juncture. Snape also needed to consolidate his intelligence, ensuring its accuracy before informing Dumbledore. For that was his intrinsic value. This time, however, it was Lucas who was interrupted. Chapter 79. Of little value, your assistance would be immensely appreciated. Rest assured, I shall reach out to the Magical Creature Protection Agency abroad. Once the storm passes, they will facilitate the relocation of the Thunderbird. Newt felt a flicker of hope that he could convince Carter White. He found this straightforward individual far more trustworthy than the enigmatic wizard. As Newt continued to speak, the Thunderbird adhered once more to Snape's robes with a soft thud. Snape turned to Carter White, mentally preparing himself for the possibility that Carter might declare he could not harbor the Thunderbird due to the investigation into the Tooth Fairy powder. Very well, Lucas nodded decisively. I can accommodate him in that house, he informed Snape. Is that truly safe? Snape inquired, his brow furrowing. Carter White nodded affirmatively. After confirming that Carter's residence was not far from their location, Newt exhaled in relief. He was then informed that he could not inspect the Thunderbird's accommodations in person. The residences of wizards are strictly confidential. I trust you understand, Carter White smiled. But how can I ensure the safety of the Thunderbird? I have no way of locating you, Newt protested. This indeed requires a degree of trust, Newt observed as he watched Carter White, whom he had previously deemed accommodating, display an unyielding demeanor. He opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. At that moment, Snape began to perceive Carter White as a true Slytherin. It was evident that Carter had already determined he was the only wizard willing to house the Thunderbird under specific conditions. He first agreed to Newt's request before subsequently refusing a visit to Newt's home. This roundabout conversation was undoubtedly aimed at extracting some advantage from Hufflepuff. After a brief internal struggle, Newt surprisingly concurred. All right, how shall we keep in touch? Lucas and Snape simultaneously fixed their gazes upon Newt, both incredulous at such a trust being placed in Carter. Magical creatures do not approach malevolent wizards, and from our brief interactions, I believe you are trustworthy, Newt said, extending his hand to Carter White with a smile. Lucas felt the name Carter White begin to radiate warmth once more. This time, however, the warmth was slight, akin to the lingering embers of a long-extinguished fire on a winter's day. For a considerable time, no one had deemed Carter White a person worthy of trust. until after his demise. Lucas clasped Newt's hand in return, sensing the name's warmth dissipate entirely. Newt pressed down on the clasp of his suitcase, instructing the two wizards, "This Thunderbird appears to be quite agitated, while its magical energy is nearly depleted. It still belongs to the raptor category, so please exercise caution." They plan to release the Thunderbird and then make an immediate escape. "This Thunderbird seems to have sustained severe injuries," Lucas remarked, holding his wrist. "An injured Thunderbird requires treatment. Do you have any ideas?" Newt always carried potions for healing magical creatures, but he was acutely aware that the Thunderbird's injuries would necessitate ongoing care. "I do not believe the Ministry would mobilize to block potion supplies for a runaway Thunderbird, but it is always prudent to be cautious," Lucas advised gently. Snape raised an eyebrow, remaining silent. "I am acquainted with a master of potions who can resolve this issue." Newt's eyes lit up at the prospect. The first master of potions who came to mind was the head of Slytherin, yet he quickly frowned. "But I cannot guarantee anything. I need to consult with him." Snape noted that Carter White's smile seemed to become more genuine. Finding a master of potions was indeed challenging, and it often incurred a debt of gratitude. "I happen to know of a master of potions who charges reasonable fees, but you will need to provide your own materials." "Would that be too much trouble for your friend?" Newt saw no issue with providing his own materials. Snape found it difficult to tolerate, stating, "As long as it is a master of potions, I fail to see the distinction." The task of brewing potions would be undertaken by the master of potions recommended by Lucas, who assured Newt that he would prepare a list based on the Thunderbird's condition, which would be sent via owl. "Are you certain the Thunderbird will have an appropriate environment for survival? My suitcase is crafted by an alchemist." The spatial expansion charms of ordinary wizarding households cannot accommodate creatures of such potent magic. Newt envisioned a feeble Thunderbird, curled up in a wizard's attic, nursing its wounds. "I know an alchemist. He resides in France, or I could request him to create a spatial item and send it to you along with the potions. The fees of an alchemist are notoriously steep." Lucas considered the current era and the location being France. He could surmise who Newt's friend was. "I coincidentally know an alchemist as well," Lucas responded with a reassuring smile. Newt desperately wanted to trust Lucas, but Snape scoffed softly, articulating Newt's unspoken thoughts. "Why does it seem that, in your words, master holds little value?" "Indeed, that is precisely the sentiment," Newt affirmed, casting an appreciative glance at the enigmatic figure in the black robes. His succinct manner reminded him of the Slytherin head he had encountered not long ago. "Let us expedite the transfer while we are at it." Lucas rolled his eyes at Newt, who remained hesitant. Newt placed his hands on the locking clasp of the suitcase, while the other two wizards raised their wands, prepared to shield themselves against a potential outburst from the Thunderbird within. In the adjacent Nocturne alley, after eliminating the influence of the weather, the Aurors swiftly quelled the situation. The two teams of Aurors awkwardly converged on the ground. Under normal circumstances, Nocturne Alley was merely a collection point for refuse, after a flood, a storm, and a battle. The waterlogged ground had been magically cleared, yet the foul stench lingered, impervious to immediate removal. Even on a frigid winter night, the air reeked of long stale, musty socks. This odor made one feel dizzy, and after the heightened tensions of the conflict, the time had advanced into the most drowsy hours of the early morning. The two captains exchanged glances and stepped aside to share intelligence. The captain of the first team, who had soared into the sky, pressed on aggressively. "We just flew up to intercept the Thunderbird and avert the storm, and suddenly, a dark wizard began casting spells on the ground right beside you. Did you not see it?" The captain of the second team surveyed the chaos around them. "You were unable to subdue the Thunderbird with the assistance of the Dementors. Yet now you expect us to eliminate the dark wizard on the ground. One of my team members was gravely injured while protecting civilians. Had you not rushed in and provoked the Thunderbird, this storm would not have subsided so swiftly." The second captain refrained from mentioning that he found the order to eliminate the Thunderbird issued by Algernon rather peculiar. Strictly speaking, it was an overreach. The havoc wrought by magical creatures should be managed by the Department of Magical Creatures. "What do you mean?" The first captain wiped his face, casting a doubtful glance at the second captain. "Did you see who cast the spell? He was not masked, was he?" The two captains were in the midst of reviewing the situation when a young Auror, seemingly in his 20s, approached. His expression was hesitant as he addressed the first team captain. "I was blown close to the ground by the storm, and I think I saw that wizard." Both captains immediately focused their attention on him. The second captain cautioned Jason, "You must take responsibility for what you say. He is my teammate. If there is any doubt, he is free to speak. I will make my own judgment." The first captain quickly supported him, patting the young Auror on the shoulder as encouragement. After a long moment of hesitation, the Auror finally stammered, "I think he looks like Carter White." Chapter 80. The Second Storm. Which Carter White? Eddie Carter White. The Auror declared defiantly, uttering the full name. This name was considered a taboo within their ranks. Eddie Carter White once served as the vice captain of the team. only to later face judgment for betraying his comrades. Can you confirm that you have seen clearly? The leader of the second team asked solemnly. I only saw a pair of blue eyes. I am uncertain, replied the squad member, who had never witnessed the second team's captain's seriousness before. In times of manpower shortages, when Vice Captain Carter White was still present, the second team would often send assistance. However, it seemed that after that fateful incident, they had resolved to handle emergencies independently. He claimed to have seen Carter White. I fail to comprehend what requires such repeated confirmation. The leader of the first team stepped in front of his teammate, and a palpable tension brewed between the two captains, as if a clash were imminent. The sounds from the other end of Diagon Alley caught the wizard's attention. A thunderous crash echoed. Before the two Auror captains could utter a word, their anxious subordinates surged toward the source of the noise. Despite the growing animosity between the two captains, the bond forged among the team members during life-and-death situations remained intact. Their rivalry was intense. Yet it was not of the violent kind that erupted between captains. Lucas sensed trouble as the lightning struck. The thunderbird that had burst forth was outside the range of their silencing charms, and the ensuing commotion assured that pursuers would soon be upon them. Quickly bind it. Lucas cast a spell that ensnared the thunderbird, while Snape detached the small thunderbird hanging from his robe, levitating it before its mother. The little thunderbird chirped innocently, oblivious to the world's harshness. Yet, the once frenzied, blood-red eyes of its mother began to clear. Simultaneously, it visibly weakened. Just as the crisis seemed to dissipate, the Auror's spells followed suit. Split up. Lucas urgently grabbed Snape. Newt observed that the two adult wizards had not reached a consensus as they tugged at one another. Yet the enigmatic dark-robed wizard could not escape and reluctantly assisted Carter White in levitating the thunderbird. Then, Newt caught sight of Carter White offering him an apologetic smile. And before he could react, he felt himself hurled into a washing machine, tumbling and spinning. Dazed, Newt looked down at his hands. The color of his sleeves had changed, and his fine coat had transformed into a pitch-black wizard's robe, identical to that worn by the mysterious dark-robed wizard. However, there was no sign of the dark-robed wizard before him. His cloak had been transfigured into a white robe, and the white-robed wizard emitted an enraged cry. Carter White, I will come for you. The treacherous Carter White hastily left a parting remark, dragging the masked Snape as they retreated while fending off their attackers. The spells pursued them relentlessly, and moving now posed a risk of separation. Newt braced himself defensively as he diverged from the two wizards at a fork in the path. At this moment, the two groups of Aurors pursuing them faced a choice: to chase the dark wizard or the peculiar duo. The two captains exchanged few words, each making their own judgment about the situation. One group of Aurors charged toward the dark-robed wizard, while the other pursued the fleeing pair. Lucas and Snape found themselves retreating back toward Knockturn Alley. This was not a favorable decision, as the ground had become increasingly treacherous after the storm, with uneven bricks requiring their attention to avoid. Lucas had previously noted that although the Snape from history books had never engaged in direct combat, he was, in fact, quite adept. By combining obscure and common spells, Lucas instinctively assessed the odds of confronting Snape head-on. He believed he could prevail. Snape had likely never taken a life. At least not at that moment. Carter White, Snape hissed, incredulous that this man could become distracted while being pursued by Aurors. They were cornered. This alley had no exit. The prior storm had failed to wash away the bloodstains on the walls, indicating that others had met their end in this very spot. Snape raised his hand, casting two shattering spells that created a fist-sized hole in the protective wall, but fully breaching it would require multiple casts, time they did not have. Armored protection. Lucas was not distracted. He was devising a spell. The injured Thunderbird was being well guarded by them. It was merely weakened, not unconscious. Although the little Thunderbird was somewhat dazed, it could still recognize its kin. The bond of blood is not something that can be severed by a mere fleeting glance. This was no second-rate wizarding adventure tale. It resembled something called The One Who Can Cast Spells, which had been republished during Lucas's tenure as a professor. However, just as the hype had built, it was met with complaints from former Hogwarts students who brought to light Gilderoy Lockhart's deceitful quest for fame. Lockhart himself seemed unconcerned, as he had yet to recover his lost memories. Yet, the publisher's dreams of clearing their stock were shattered. Lucas thought of this wizard because some of the exaggerated scenes in his book suggested that one need not possess extraordinary power. One merely had to convince others. I have a way to escape. Shall we give it a try? Snape felt uneasy at the sight of Carter White's smile. He was known for playing unorthodox cards. Moreover, it seemed they had no other options. Shortly thereafter, both Snape and the arriving Aurors beheld the blue-eyed wizard releasing the binding spell on the adult Thunderbird, feeding it some powder near its beak. The wizard then retrieved a silver metallic short staff. His wand must be concealed within. He articulated clearly, reciting a storm spell as if from a textbook. A fierce wind surged, prompting a young Auror besieging him to exclaim, "Not again." Once soaked, Aurors found their leather garments quite uncomfortable, and the dark wizard appeared to have ingested some fairy powder. How could he wield such potent magic without exploding? Retreat. The leader of the second team cast a lingering glance at Lucas. His blue eye showed no panic, yet the unwavering trust from earlier had dissipated. The pressure caused by the previous storm was evident, and the Aurors retreated in waves, most of their attack spells deflected by Snape. The wind remained relatively manageable. The storm spell had yet to escalate to a prohibited level. What was alarming was the Thunderbird behind the wizard, which soared into the sky once more. The destruction it wrought was unforgettable, and a simple association came to mind. A Thunderbird that had consumed fairy powder would possess immense destructive potential. Chapter 81, Collaborative Construction. The initial stirrings of this storm were quite pronounced. The air currents propelled the Thunderbird upward in a spiral. Snape quickly grasped Carter White's intent. He wove debris into Lucas's storm to obscure the Auror's view. The little Thunderbird had somehow perched on Snape's shoulder again, yet both wizards had no time to acknowledge it. After casting his spell for the first time, Lucas found his magic reserves diminished to around 6. This spell nearly drained him completely. It was a storm spell, with powerful winds blowing, causing the mother Thunderbird to ascend. The Auror's gaze fixated upon it. Lucas lifted the little Thunderbird from Snape's shoulder, and it seemed to share a silent understanding with him, releasing a small burst of lightning from the tip of his wand amidst the swirling storm. Thunder and lightning erupted once more. Following a strong gust, the air cleared, and the alley fell silent. The two wizards, accompanied by 2 Thunderbirds, vanished into the storm. Captain. The members of the second group, unwilling to concede, approached the Auror captain. The rivalry between the two teams was palpable, and they were left wondering about the fate of the dark-robed wizard that the first group had been pursuing. Yet, the typically stern captain displayed no signs of anger. He merely surveyed the area where the enemy had vanished and casually cast a tracking spell. A golden vortex gradually expanded, illuminating the alley with a radiant golden silhouette. The blurred visage of a wizard drew near to the Thunderbird, communicating as he employed an illicit curse to make the Thunderbird soar into the sky, disappearing amidst the chaos. "Have you recorded everything?" The Auror captain nudged his subordinate, who was still frantically searching for traces of the suspect. The latter hurriedly retrieved a revealing sphere, capturing the scene's evidence. "Here, and here, don't forget that spot," the captain directed. Once he confirmed that the evidence was intact, he clapped his hands and cheerfully declared, "Excellent, we're done." The team members, clutching the revealing sphere, were momentarily taken aback, but upon noticing the captain had already moved on, they hastily followed. As dawn broke, under the soft glow of morning light, the golden Thunderbird, outlined by the tracking spell, basked in the sun. The magic could only render its hazy outline, appearing neither wounded nor frightened. It spread its wings, dazzling in the brilliance of the sunrise, before the spell dissipated like a fleeting bubble, leaving behind the last trace of this magical creature that did not belong to England. In the hidden, black magic-infested home of a wizard, Lucas materialized in the living room with Snape and 2 Thunderbirds. Just as they landed, the Thunderbird mother crashed heavily onto the carpet, blood seeping from its wounds. Lucas could only utter, "Welcome back," before he was interrupted by the anguished cries of the young Thunderbird. How could this happen? The 2 wizards knelt beside the magical creature, applying a healing salve to its wounds. Was this truly the duty of a Slytherin, tending to magical beings in a dwelling steeped in dark magic? Carter White was indeed a toxic influence. Proximity to him seemed to drive one to erratic behavior. This was Snape, splattered with the Thunderbird's blood as he treated its wing, which had been slashed by a cursed blade. Perhaps this was the price for befriending the potion's master. Though disheveled, the shared experience of adventure was an excellent means of forging bonds, as Lucas pressed down on the Thunderbird's other wing, attempting a bone-mending spell. The opulence of the mansion was drowned out by the incantations of healing salves and the incessant squawking of the young Thunderbird. After a thorough attempt at rescue, Lucas found himself sitting unceremoniously on the carpet, leaning against the sofa. He glanced at Snape, who had returned his robe to black, and could not resist pointing out, "You still have a patch of white on your back." This reminder caused Lucas to awkwardly tumble to the other side of the sofa. A spell narrowly missed him. He raised his hand to placate Snape. "Etiquette, do mind your manners, sir. You are the only Slytherin I know, and you represent the entirety of Slytherin's image." In response to this, Snape unleashed a second spell. Lucas quickly scuttled a couple of steps behind the sofa. Snape employed rather mischievous spells, prompting Lucas to remain relatively unperturbed. "Mind my furniture, sir? These are antiques." Snape's ire was kindled at this remark. He sneered and ceased his assault, taking a seat on the sofa opposite Carter White. "Antiques, you say?" Snape echoed, the words igniting a realization within him. He had long harbored suspicions regarding this matter, having only seen the living room and bathroom of this house. The dining room on the first floor had been closed off to him at that time. Given that this Carter White merely bore the name of a deceased individual, how could this place be genuine? Lucas, sensing the shift in mood, tempered his smile. He rinsed the blood from his hands with clear water and summoned a cup to pour some for the young Thunderbird. Are you merely pretending to be busy to evade my inquiries? Snape waited in silence, returning to the atmosphere of Carter White's residence, where he could never fully relax, for it was a dwelling capable of murder. Yet that did not deter him from exposing Carter White's deceit. I demand to see the dining room. Snape suddenly rose, his black cloak billowing behind him as he strode toward the dining area. Lucas made no attempt to hinder him, allowing the potion's master to approach the door, which opened with an incantation. This time, the dining room door creaked open slowly, only to slam shut with a resounding thud. Snape, with his back to the brilliantly lit living room, faced a door that had succumbed to the magical turbulence and lay utterly ruined. Once Carter White had dispelled the illusions and protective spells, the house revealed its weakened and decayed interior. Lucas sauntered leisurely to Snape's side, observing the dust that rose and settled from the fallen wooden door. This house has technically been uninhabited for only 2 or 3 years. But such is the nature of a wizard's estate. As long as the wizarding bloodline remains, it can still be sustained. However, once the heir is lost, one need not be told, as Snape immediately comprehended upon viewing the dim and dilapidated room before him. The long dining table was empty of dishes, yet the walls were adorned with frames containing abstract blocks of color. One could infer from the exquisite frames that they once housed vibrant portraits, but the twisted, melting paint before them was exceedingly bizarre. Snape grew wary, recognizing this as yet another of Carter White's fabrications. Lucas had already illuminated the room's candles and voiced his complaint. The electrical system in this house is atrocious. I intended to address some issues while awake, but I only managed to clear out 2 rooms. Snape seized upon the word awake. However, he recognized it as a bait thrown by Carter White and would not take the hook. Carter White, in his 30s, might be an ancient creature beneath his youthful, childish, and malicious facade. How old was the average master of alchemy? 40? 50? 100? Their upper age limits were well known, as demonstrated by the 600-year-old Nicholas Flamel. Carter White had not alluded to his age at the time of death. Snape remained vigilant until he heard Carter White cheerfully suggest, "Now that you've seen the reality here, let us work together to transform it." In Chapter 82, A Casual Theft, Snape turned around to find Carter White standing uncomfortably close. He took a step back, stepping onto the fallen doorframe. This slight elevation brought him to eye level with Carter White, yet the sudden height difference rendered the atmosphere awkward. In such proximity, Snape's thoughts were interrupted as he observed Carter White's pale complexion. However, he quickly gathered his composure, stating, "If you truly possess a state beyond consciousness, please inform me how to exit this place before you fall into a complete stupor." Lucas had grown accustomed to Snape's unpredictable temperament. After all, he had ample reason to be irate while teaching so many students. Furthermore, he had indeed contemplated this matter. "Did I not give you a ring, Severus?" Snape flinched at the name. Lucas took a step back and continued, "That is, in fact, a key." After a moment of reflection, he added, "When you use it, simply wear it on your finger and give it a twist. The destination is right here in the living room. You may wish to give it a try, but there are a few important caveats. It cannot be used directly at Hogwarts. It cannot transport anyone other than Severus Snape, and it cannot be subjected to detection." Carter White said with a smile, "Considering your potential curiosity, I have specifically arranged for the detection magic. The key will cool for 3 days after its first use, 10 days after the second, and will automatically be destroyed after the third." Severus Snape, feeling as though he had fallen into some sort of trap, absently touched the ring in his pocket through the fabric of his robes, yet remained perplexed about Carter White's true intentions. "Aren't you a Hufflepuff?" Snape suddenly inquired. Lucas, momentarily distracted by the change in topic, blinked and nodded affirmatively. "It's already dawn. Isn't your house adept at preparing food? Go fetch something to eat." The potion's master remarked as he returned to the living room through the gap between Carter White and the doorframe. Lucas hesitated, recalling the untidy kitchen. Yet the knight's relentless pursuit had left him quite famished. "Why don't you check on the Thunderbird while I see what I can whip up?" Lucas suggested, his uncertainty evident as he realized it had been a long while since he had ventured into the kitchen. He quickly brainstormed the provisions he had on hand. The bread from Hogwarts was rather unremarkable, but during a previous nocturnal excursion past Hogsmeade, he had purchased some supplies, initially intending to fabricate a semblance of living here. However, since Snape had already uncovered part of the ruse, he might as well put them to use. Snape inspected the Thunderbird in the living room. Its breathing had begun to stabilize. Earlier, they had administered the white root and the animal potion provided by Newt. The bleeding had ceased, yet the magical creature required sustenance. magical energy, and ample space to recuperate. Snape mentally compiled a list of items he needed to retrieve from the school. Lucas, while tidying the kitchen, pondered the same matters. He utilized a cleaning spell to tidy a section of the stove and returned with paper and pen to prepare a list for Snape. What is this? Snape's brow furrowed. The header of the list read in large letters, Joint Initiative for the Thunderbird Habitat. Snape harbored suspicions regarding Carter White's peculiarities in his Hufflepuff role. He glanced at the smaller print, which enumerated various food supplies, medical provisions, and potion reserves. Most items seemed quite ordinary, yet Snape found himself baffled by the last line. Why do I need to procure a mop? Is Mr. Carter White intent on cleaning the remaining rooms? I thought we were supposed to investigate the fairy dust today. After several interruptions, Snape recalled Malfoy's commission. Malfoy himself seemed to have vanished, leaving his request utterly unfulfilled. However, amidst the prior chaos, Snape had managed to uncover a hint of a clue. Lucas raised a finger and shook his head, casting a revealing charm that displayed the classic smile he had worn when causing Newt trouble. It's currently 5:30. If you return to the castle with these items and then come back, it should take about an hour and a half, which means it will be 7 o'clock. After the handoff, the first class is at 9, so I can still manage to have breakfast with you. Snape's eyes widened in disbelief. Carter White, I thought you were aware that I have classes during the day? Lucas fully grasped Snape's ire and attempted to soothe the potion's master. But the Thunderbird cannot wait too long. He patted Snape's shoulder, casually turning the white patch on the back of his robe back to black, continuing to reassure him. I will prepare breakfast for you. The front door of the house creaked open. Snape's expression darkened as he glanced at Carter White. It seems I have no compelling reason to return. Aren't you concerned I might return with an aura to confront you? Carter White, undeterred by Snape's menacing gaze, produced a wedge-shaped object from his robe. Snape watched in astonishment as Carter White tossed the object into the air, which suddenly expanded, revealing a shattered pane of glass from a familiar scene. The elusive potions cabinet was prominently displayed. Snape's eyes widened. Carter White's voice, imbued with mirth, echoed, Hurry back, Severus. Our budget for activities remains quite ample. The object in Carter White's hand turned out to be the storeroom from the auction. When had he acquired it? With a flick of his wand, Carter White made the room's illusion vanish, catching a vial that landed in his hand. It was a bottle brimming with fairy dust. Snape recalled the complex magic Carter White had employed as they escaped that space. There were indeed traces to follow. Now, Snape recognized that he must return. The potion's master snorted softly as the pathway of the house opened for him, and this time he successfully navigated the garden path, stepping into the morning's twisted alley. With a pop, he vanished into the empty lane. Once he had departed, Lucas returned to the room. He transfigured the blood-stained carpet into a thick mat. Using specialized vessels from the basement, Lucas collected the scattered blood of the Thunderbird. Although tainted, the blood of rare creatures held considerable utility once purified. The two Thunderbirds had nestled together, emitting tiny sparks of electricity as they breathed. Lucas, feeling uneasy, cast several fire protection charms around them. His magical energy was nearly depleted, yet many tasks remained unfinished. Returning to the cleaned area of the kitchen, Lucas contemplated the ingredients for quite some time, concluding that he could only make a few sandwiches with what was available. Though unsure whether Snape would truly feel comfortable consuming his creations, he nonetheless ignited the stove and placed a frying pan to toast the white bread. Chapter 83, A Visit to the Attic. Snape returned to the couch in the living room. Utilizing a revealing charm, he noted that an hour and a half had indeed elapsed. Carter White's estimated timing seemed rather too precise, perhaps owing to his previous escapades of sneaking out at night during his time as a student. Contemplating this, Snape resolved to intensify his inspections during the nocturnal rounds. Yet another possibility lingered. Carter White may have recently infiltrated the school. There were numerous reasons for Snape's displeasure, and the matching travel time was merely one of them. The list included potions that were standard supplies at the school. Snape himself oversaw the orders for the hospital wing, making the gathering of potions a trivial matter. As for the food, it referred to the Thunderbird's diet, with Carter White thoughtfully noting options such as mice, fish, snakes, and wild rabbits. Snape found himself turning back towards Diagon Alley's pet shop to procure some meat suitable for feeding raptors. As the first customer of the morning, the shopkeeper eagerly recommended options to Snape, who was disguised in an altered appearance. Rabbit meat was available in both gray and white varieties, while snake segments came in both dried and fresh forms. Beef options included Angus and Shorthorn cattle. The shopkeeper repeatedly requested the customer to specify which animal they were raising for precise recommendations. Just something like an eagle, Snape snapped, growing increasingly irritated. Yet the shopkeeper eagerly pressed on, inquiring about the specific breed. If you're uncertain, you could bring it in for me to see. In haste to conclude the transaction, Snape ultimately replied, a golden eagle. With Carter White, the instigator, absent from the living room, and the Thunderbird nowhere in sight. Snape placed the items he had purchased on the now-clean carpet and retrieved his wand, exploring room by room. Passing the dining area, he began to hear faint sounds. The kitchen was adjacent. Snape suspected he caught a whiff of food, cautiously approaching the kitchen door, where he found Carter White, his back turned, frying ham. Upon hearing the noise, he casually waved a hand, asking, "How do you like your eggs, sunny side up, or over easy?" "Scrambled," Snape replied, having endured enough torment at the pet shop that morning to not wish to choose between options. Carter White turned around in astonishment to confirm Snape's presence, only to find him as morose as ever. With one hand, he cracked 3 eggs, transforming the shells into a whisk and a bowl with a transfiguration spell. Once he had dealt with the eggs, he poured their contents into a frying pan. Snape leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, observing Carter White's culinary endeavors. The golden yellow egg mixture quickly solidified, complemented by slices of bread that had been pre-baked and kept warm by a preservation charm. Carter White then transfigured the frying pan into a knife, swiftly slicing tomatoes. He procured some salad dressing from the side and, after assembling the components, transfigured the frying pan into a plate to serve the meal. Snape discerned that Carter White possessed quite a commendable culinary skill, perhaps the only talent that allowed him to blend in among the Hufflepuffs without detection. However, his kitchenware was pathetically rudimentary, relying solely on a single frying pan for transformations. "Care to try?" Lucas inquired, having prepared 2 substantial ham and egg sandwiches. Snape regarded the plate that Carter White was holding with skepticism, his expression grave as though he were analyzing some profound conundrum. After a prolonged silence, he finally asked, "You made 2 sandwiches in an hour and a half? How is that even possible?" Initially, Lucas had been preoccupied with toasting the bread, but then he found himself grappling with the culinary conundrum of how to cook the eggs. With little time left in the morning, Lucas decided to relocate the Thunderbird in the living room, having already formulated a plan in his mind. The attic was undoubtedly the most suitable place for keeping a Thunderbird in this house. He spent over an hour arranging the details, calculating that Snape would return soon. Before resuming his task with the ham, Snape observed Carter White's animated yet feeble reaction as he withdrew a vial of potion from his robe. "What is this?" Lucas inquired, glancing at the vial. As he lightened the plate in one hand, Snape seized a sandwich. "A magical replenishment potion," Snape replied, scrutinizing Carter White's response. Carter White hesitated before unscrewing the lid of the potion. "Do you think I might have poisoned it?" Snape flashed a wicked grin, in a gesture reminiscent of a toast. Carter White replied, "Aren't you going to eat my sandwich as well? The worst outcome is that we both get poisoned and perish in this house. Cheers, Severus." He downed the vial of the potion, which emitted a repugnant odor. Snape took a bite of the sandwich and found it quite palatable, raising an eyebrow as he queried, "You enjoy scrambled eggs as well?" "Of course, I am delighted that our tastes align so harmoniously." In truth, Lucas had no particular food preferences. He simply arranged the 2 dishes together for convenience's sake. "Shall we head up to the attic to see the Thunderbird?" It took quite an effort to set up. Although transforming the attic required minimal magical energy, primarily adjusting the runes, Lucas still felt a touch of magical fatigue by the time he returned to cooking. After consuming the potion, Lucas felt significantly revitalized. Snape glanced at the time, realizing they had enough to spare, and he was somewhat curious about the other areas of the house. The 2 returned to the living room to gather the food for feeding the Thunderbird, shrinking it down before transporting it to the attic. Lucas paused before a small door, welcoming Snape to the marvelous attic. As the door creaked open, warm sunlight and a refreshing breeze caressed their faces. Snape cautiously stepped inside, and upon crossing the threshold, the space appeared suddenly more expansive. They stood on a grassy plain, the waves of grass rolling into the distance until they merged with the azure sky. Snape looked up to see a small cloud of mist swirling above. Upon closer inspection, he discovered it was a young Thunderbird, resting momentarily before attempting to gather the clouds with renewed vigor. The miniature cloud and the clumsily flapping Thunderbird disrupted the serene beauty of the sky, particularly as the bird, upon spotting Snape, quickly veered downwards. Its flight path visibly deviated from its intended course. The potion's master was nearly disinclined to intervene, but seeing it plunge headfirst towards the ground, Carter White merely watched in amusement. Reluctantly, Snape waved his wand, levitating the little bird back into the air. In the next moment, a cacophony of chirps filled the vast meadow. "Silence!" Snape exclaimed, grasping the bird in an attempt to hold its beak shut. The noise temporarily ceased, and as he cautiously released his grip, the cacophony resumed. "Not too shabby, is it?" Carter White deftly redirected Snape's attention, awaiting a critique of his creation. Snape had never witnessed such a scene. The spatial expansion charm had created a bright and authentic atmosphere. This was grafted from the room used during the auction, and their props were notably sturdy, showcasing the spatial expansion spell to a degree that bordered on ostentation. As Carter White spoke of others' works, a hint of critical discernment flickered across his features. The presence of magical creatures invigorating the attic also contributed to awakening the house itself. Magical architecture is influenced by its inhabitants. Flowing magical energy can swiftly obliterate the lingering traces of past residents. Like a cuckoo seizing another's territory? That hardly sounds like the ethical practice of alchemy, Snape remarked, unable to tolerate Carter White's evident delight. Allow me to show you something impressive. Carter White assumed it was merely a matter of insufficient demonstration. While organizing the items from the auction, I stumbled upon something remarkable. Snape's attention was piqued by this description. Chapter 84, The Sky and the Sea. Lucas again grasped Snape's arm, and they took a step forward, the surrounding light dimming as they entered an underground cavern. It would be a waste to use the attic solely for the Thunderbird's recuperation. While sorting through my collection, I discovered this. Lucas relinquished his position, revealing a crude magical circle upon which rested an oviparous entity. Upon closer inspection, it resembled an infant. Unable to resist, Snape cast a Lumos spell to brighten the surroundings. Noticing a magical thread connecting the oviparous entity to the magical circle. Is this a house elf? Indeed, I am truly saved, Lucas exclaimed. Having no desire to handle the complexities of domestic chores, he genuinely lacked the time for such matters. His original plan had been to visit Nocturne Alley to seek out smuggled house elves, and this was an unexpected boon. I thought such creatures reproduced normally? Snape was unfamiliar with this aspect of knowledge. He had a vague understanding that house elves were a race once subjugated by wizards during ancient wars, enslaved through magic and conditioned for generations, resulting in their somewhat neurotic behavior. Typically, they reproduce normally, but during the transfer of ownership, certain magical houses become more secretive, and the owner may seek unborn house elves to ensure their loyalty. Lucas retrieved a curious Thunderbird that had approached him. Is this dark magic? Can you ensure it won't be so noisy in the future? Snape directed his gaze towards the little Thunderbird in Carter White's hands. Lucas was uncertain whether Snape referred to the house elf or the Thunderbird. This is dark magic. Carter White answered both questions in succession. He continued to elaborate. Extracting an embryo from a host is dark magic, as is altering a house elf to strip them of certain traits. Moreover, it falls within the realm of life alchemy. Isn't that precisely your area of expertise, Mr. Resurrection? Snape derisively retorted. This requires a plethora of test subjects, and it often results in numerous deformities. Lucas was well versed in the theories of dark magic. He had witnessed many harrowing experimental scenes under the guidance of his first mentor. He perceived Snape's flicker of interest, although Lucas knew Snape was merely attempting to coax more information from him to gauge his stance. He replied, "Such knowledge is readily available in any magical tome." He provided an example. In the alchemical metaphor, there exists a recipe known as the soul powder, which many alchemical masters believe to be the foundational material for the philosopher's stone. In truth, soul powder is simply high-purity soul essence. To extract a portion of a human soul through ritualistic means, it is imperative to utilize a specific apparatus, typically towering 3 stories high. This endeavor, however, is strictly forbidden, and there is no need to enumerate the various decrees of the Ministry of Magic that it contravenes. Consequently, wizards engaged in such research are often adept in spatial magic. Lucas observed Severus Snape's rapt attention. Although the subject matter was rather grim, at least he was speaking to someone who comprehended it. Lucas harbored certain psychological scars from his teaching tenure at Hogwarts, and thus chose to tread lightly on the topic. The dimly lit cavern was ill-suited for prolonged stays. Lucas inquired where Snape had placed the mop from the list. Accepting the shrunken mop from Snape's hand, Lucas placed it within the magical array. The mop swiftly diminished into a symbol, completing a segment of the magical diagram. Wizarding families bind house elves to domestic tools prior to their birth, an integral aspect of taming magic, referred to in spellbooks as the master's expectation. Absent this step, the house elves cannot be born. With a hand resting on Snape's shoulder, Lucas navigated once more, returning them to solid ground, only to be greeted by a sudden cascade of azure. Soft, cotton-like clouds enveloped them, and Snape cast a wary glance downward, the absence of protection at such heights rendering him tense. Lucas conjured a bubble with a spell, assuring him, "We are merely entwined in an illusion and an extension charm. There is no need for concern about falling." Noticing the continued rigidity in Snape's shoulder, he adjusted the bubble's transparency until the clouds became nearly indistinguishable. "I have situated the adult Thunderbird within the virtual cloud layers. This environment is conducive to its recuperation," Lucas remarked, gesturing towards the largest cloud, which from a distance resembled a colossal white bagel, crackling with intermittent lightning, its appearance solid and formidable. With another flicker, he transported Snape back to solid ground. In truth, this space required numerous adjustments. Chief among them was the absence of a complete ecological structure. Previously, Mid-level alchemists from the Alchemical Society specialized in creating and selling material kits tailored for this domain. Wizards could conveniently plant them in gardens or incorporate them into hidden spaces. But acquiring such items necessitated certification from the Alchemical Society. Lucas's decision to pursue studies at Hogwarts was influenced by this consideration. A wizard raised in a home with an unclear educational background, regardless of innate talent, would seldom be embraced by the alchemical community. Upon returning to the ground, the door to the attic swung open, revealing a wooden walkway that rendered the surrounding fields exquisite as if dreamt. Carter White moved through his domain with a freedom reminiscent of a creator, leaving a profound impression on Snape. They descended the staircase, passing the second floor. Lucas casually mentioned that there were bedrooms and a study here. He led Snape to the study's entrance, where towering bookshelves stood, some books bound with iron chains, others ensconced in individual boxes. When someone passed by, the books made quite a ruckus. Lucas closed the study door behind him, explaining, "There are some in here, and more in the basement. Perhaps on your next visit, you could assist me in organizing the shelves. I wish to reorder them according to the patterns of magical fluctuations, so they won't disturb one's sleep at night." Suddenly, Snape inquired, "Is there a book here that discusses the matter of soul powder?" Carter White sighed. "You have already witnessed Nocturnally firsthand. The individuals rescued by the Aurors are examples. However, I doubt the text here would delve into such topics. The precious tomes reside in the Master's private study. Consequently, many choose to embark on scholarly travels post-graduation, as certain mentors prefer to select students from reputable magical academies who lack practical experience as apprentices, imparting true knowledge to them. Of course, wilderness adventures represent another avenue. The prospect of overnight wealth from exploring ruins is enticing. If the opportunity arises, one should indeed wander widely." Lucas had not been fortunate in his travels, yet he never regretted his time spent living in Europe. He had traversed many landscapes, wilderness, grasslands, rainforests, and oceans. Nevertheless, he refrained from inviting Snape. Everyone has their own destiny. Snape's fate lay within the tower, in the castle, in the shrieking shack. His future lacked the expanse of sky and sea. Lucas suppressed these thoughts. "Watch your step," Carter White remarked in his usual tone. Yet Snape could not perceive Carter White trailing behind him. Everything remained unrealized. Yet he wore an expression of regret. Chapter 85, Third Visit to the Hospital Wing. At 8:50 a.m., Lucas's roommate startled awake, bolting upright in bed. He abruptly pulled back the bed curtains and employed a revealing charm against the frigid air, then incredulously glanced at the adjacent bed, where his roommate remained soundly asleep. "Graham, it's 8:50. Why didn't you wake me? I'm going to be late for herbology class." He dashed barefoot to the bathroom, then recalled he hadn't grabbed a change of clothes, hurriedly returning. The young Slytherin racked his brain for excuses to present upon entering class. Professor Sprout was notoriously lenient with students, but had he not been caught last night wandering, he wouldn't have been in such a predicament. "Graham, where's my notebook?" Once his roommate had organized himself, he noticed that Lucas's bed curtains remained drawn. Doubts began to surface. Perhaps Graham had abandoned him for class. It was widely known that Graham rose early each week to curry favor with Professor Sprout. As his roommate, Lucas would often rouse him after charming Professor Sprout, returning to the dormitory to change. On those mornings when he didn't serve, Lucas typically rose early as well. His roommate had even heard the sound of pages turning from Lucas's bed. Initially, when Graham began this routine, fellow students mocked him, yet after persisting for half a semester, more began to reassess Graham's character. The ability to maintain such diligence for half a semester suggested he could endure for a full term, a year, 2 years. By the time Graham graduated in his 7th year, he would undoubtedly be among Professor Sprout's favorite students. Presently, there was scarcely a professor who didn't hold him in high regard. Since the beginning of the semester, the number of students in Slytherin who targeted Lucas had diminished significantly. They still ostracized the half-blood, yet when it came time to confront him, they invariably considered how adept Graham was at appeasing professors. Realizing he was already late, and receiving no response from Graham, Lucas, weighed down by suspicion, forcefully yanked back Graham's curtains. A head emerged from beneath the dark green covers, cocooned tightly, brow furrowed in a frown. Lucas instinctively lowered his own bed curtains. On the bright side, Graham appeared to still be alive. On the downside, he seemed on the verge of death, yet it remained uncertain whether he was truly alive. After a moment of calm, Lucas once again drew back the bed curtains and cautiously leaned toward Lucas's head, extending a hand to check for signs of breathing. His fingers detected a faint flow of air. He exhaled deeply in relief, giving Graham a gentle nudge, but the latter barely stirred. Alarmed, Lucas poked Lucas's skin. It felt icy to the touch. He stood frozen for a moment, then leapt onto the bed, shaking Lucas. "Graham, wake up already. Can you still move?" Lucas awoke, bathed in a warm, gentle light, feeling a peculiar tickle in his ears. As he reached up to scratch, his fingers were met with a cloud of steam. Groggily, he rose to his feet and surveyed his surroundings, confirming that he was indeed in the familiar confines of the infirmary. He summoned the protective magic beside him, and Madame Pomfrey soon entered through the door. "You're awake? You should lie down," she said, gently pressing him back against the bed as he attempted to rise. "A severe cold and lack of sleep. What on earth is going on, Mr. Graham?" Madame Pomfrey's tone was stern as she addressed her patient. "I might have been a bit underdressed," Lucas replied obediently. Glancing at the clock on the wall, he hesitantly inquired, "Have I been asleep for a long time?" "No, Mr. Graham. You've merely had a few extra hours of rest. You should thank your roommate and your head of house. They brought you here promptly. Your condition is not serious. A dose of potion will remedy it," Madame Pomfrey reassured him, taking his temperature, which had begun to decrease. "What happened? Is someone bullying you?" she probed, noticing his less-than-ideal state. Lucas recounted the events of the previous night. His roommate's nocturnal escapades had resulted in his own loss of points, leaving him overwhelmed with guilt and unable to sleep. "The professor only deducted points. He didn't punish me. I just desperately want his approval." Graham spoke with urgency. Madame Pomfrey's expression shifted to one of understanding. "Is something the matter, madam?" Lucas asked, gripping the bedclothes. She shook her head with a smile. "No, dear. If you feel weary, you may rest a while longer. I will awaken you in an hour for your potion." Her tone softened. The infirmary had always been a refuge for students isolated by the school or bullied across houses. Aside from providing timely treatment, Madame Pomfrey could merely report injuries to the headmaster. Over the years, the wounds had never truly vanished. Despite informing several heads of houses when perpetrators were punished or assigned community service, the harm continued to circulate among students. The infirmary was perpetually occupied by the injured. When Snape brought Lucas to the infirmary, Madame Pomfrey felt a flicker of anger. Severus had been a familiar face in the infirmary during his own time as a student at Hogwarts. Years had passed, and they had traversed the most arduous days, becoming colleagues. Madame Pomfrey had once believed that Snape would empathize with the students who found themselves in similar predicaments. Yet, just half a semester in, Lucas Graham, a first-year Slytherin, had returned to the infirmary for the third time, with 2 of those instances resulting in unconsciousness. "Severus, you are now the head of Slytherin. I expect you to safeguard your students," Madame Pomfrey had demanded in a fit of anger, a cold, and exhaustion. "You truly must address the issues within your house." "My house has no issues," Snape had retorted defensively. However, aware of the infirmary's disadvantageous position, he added, "I assure you he has not been bullied by his peers." Now, Madame Pomfrey found validation for his assertion in Lucas's words. The boy was simply placing too much pressure upon himself. But why was Severus so certain that the child had not been bullied? Because he had been keeping a watchful eye on Lucas. Madame Pomfrey smiled, recalling the flustered head of Slytherin from that morning. In those years past, Severus Snape had also had students he would defend, and those students would defend him in turn. Satisfied, she nodded and drew the curtains around the bed. In retrospect, Snape had appeared quite agitated that morning. Initially, she had interpreted this emotion as impatience. Now, however, she realized he must have been troubled by the frequent admissions of his student. Chapter 86. A chance encounter in the corridor. Time rewound to when Lucas's roommate discovered him unconscious in bed, having never encountered a comatose peer before. The young wizard's face turned pale as he frantically stumbled out of the dormitory seeking help. Under normal circumstances, Snape would have already been en route to his classroom. However, perhaps by Merlin's design or due to Lucas's fortunate timing, Professor Snape was just returning from outside. The roommate dashed down the corridor, colliding with the returning figure of the robed professor. "I'm on my way to class," Snape stated, but upon seeing his student, who was panting heavily and clutching his knees, he paused. "You'd best have a valid reason for this commotion," Snape warned, his cold demeanor casting a shadow over the first-year student. "You're making quite a scene, Mr. Knott." "It's Graham," the roommate exclaimed in a panic. "Lucas Graham. My roommate. He seems to be dying." The gravity of his claim halted the scattered students in the corridor, who had been rushing past and greeting the professor. Snape's expression remained unchanged as he repeated the last words spoken by the young wizard, "Dying?" Despite the tumultuous events of the previous night, Snape vividly recalled personally escorting Lucas to bed, nearly sitting at his bedside to sing a lullaby. How could he possibly be dying? Perhaps Lucas had snuck out of bed again? Given his bold nature, it was entirely plausible he had attempted a midnight escapade while Snape had checked on Slytherin. "Calm yourself. Not. I heard dying, not dead. Where is Mr. Graham now?" Snape's tone softened, aiming to prevent Marcus not from fainting from anxiety. "In the dormitory, Professor," Not replied. But before he could await a response, he caught sight of a dark shadow gliding past him, and the headmaster had already departed at a brisk pace. Not, realizing the urgency, followed hastily. It was the first time he comprehended that his peer might be on the brink of death. It was also the first time he noticed how swiftly his head of house moved. At least he need not worry about being late for class. Having a reasonable excuse for Lucas's illness was not entirely without merit, he mused as he jogged along. Snape pushed open the door to the dormitory. He bore direct responsibility for his students' injuries, yet he could not prevent them from their own reckless actions. Upon seeing Lucas lifelessly sprawled on the bed, Snape's heart skipped a beat. However, after checking Lucas's feverish forehead and confirming he was still breathing, anger flared within him once more. What kind of reckless young wizard would venture out in the winter night, underdressed, in Slytherin's corridors? It was no wonder he fell ill. During that day, students who were meandering about the corridors during class time found themselves assigned to Filch's labor services. But they were fortunate enough to witness Professor Snape transporting a large object. Lucas was levitated by Snape's spell, a green sheet draped over him, the frail outline beneath starkly visible. From the perspective of the onlooking students, it appeared as though Professor Snape was transporting the body of a deceased student. Rumors would surely spread that a Slytherin student had been poisoned by Snape and subsequently disposed of to erase all evidence. Only then did Lucas finally feel at ease enough to drift back into slumber. Upon his first admission to the infirmary, he had learned that his physical condition could impact the stability of his magical abilities. Reversing the thought process, if his magical power remains stable, it could suppress the physical discomfort he experiences. Following this line of reasoning, should Lucas continuously cultivate his magical abilities, both his physical stamina and lifespan would undoubtedly be enhanced. During this nocturnal excursion, Lucas applied this theory, and as long as his magic did not wane, he successfully managed to mitigate his bodily ailments, until he ultimately opted to allow his mild fever to manifest. One can indeed endure sleepless nights, but it cannot be sustained indefinitely. He needed to rest in the infirmary, surrendering himself to a profound slumber. Consequently, Lucas missed an unexpected encounter in the corridor. Professor Snape? A similarly clad dark-robed wizard greeted Snape. The latter was taken aback, having not anticipated a meeting with Professor Walter, an instructor of numerical divination, who, like Snape, had joined the faculty this year. The veracity of Walter's name remains elusive, as he has never introduced himself in full at any public gathering, maintaining an air of secrecy even when inquired by students. His signature attire consists of a black robe, complemented by a perpetual top hat, the brim adorned with a lengthy black veil that shields him from sunlight. This ethereal veil enhances his striking features while softening his pallid complexion. Hence, despite the existence of a dark arts defense course at the school, both male and female students are irresistibly drawn to Walter. Professor Walter, Snape acknowledged curtly, attempting to sidestep Walter, only to be halted by his call. Wait a moment. Is a student unwell? Walter expressed keen interest in the student concealed beneath the sheets, taking a step forward, only to be met with the point of Snape's wand. Since you've deduced that a student is ill, you ought to allow me passage so that he may receive prompt treatment. Sparks erupted from Snape's wand, for he was already late for class and had now encountered Walter. Snape has never comprehended why Dumbledore permitted someone like Walter to enter the school, even publicly announcing to the entire staff and student body that Professor Walter is a vampire who will teach the numerical divination course for the year. If vampires are allowed to teach divination this year, who knows, perhaps werewolves will be instructing dark arts defense in the future. Walter, unfazed by Snape's resistance, gracefully yielded the corridor, avoiding the wand while remarking, "This student has a delightful scent." His tone was subtle, and a glint of crimson seemed to flicker in his eyes beneath the veil, while the portraits around them remained still. Snape's wand followed Walter's movements, ever vigilant. "Do not be alarmed. I merely find it intriguing to see you safeguarding students for the first time," Walter chuckled, dispelling the previous aura of darkness. As the snores of slumbering wizards echoed from the frames along the corridor, Snape hastily maneuvered past him, levitating Lucas further away from Walter. As he traversed the corridor, he overheard Walter's parting words. "I have a premonition that he can resolve the issues that afflict me." Chapter 87, The Amulet. Under the influence of the potions, Lucas's fever subsided swiftly. However, Madame Pomfrey insisted on keeping him under observation for one night. The infirmary was bustling with students suffering from food poisoning, having misused intelligence-enhancing potions, or wagered on consuming mysterious foods. During Lucas's previous tenure as an instructor, he only managed the upper year courses, leaving the basic potion supplies for the infirmary to others. In the afternoon, a few students who had sustained injuries during Quidditch practice entered, adding to the chorus of pained wizards. By 5 or 6 o'clock in the evening, the infirmary began to discharge a batch of students who had recovered. Subsequently, around 6 or 7, another group of young witches and wizards, dazed and inquiring about cold remedies, made their entrance. Lucas was taken aback. During his first week in the infirmary, he had not been awake for long, and at that time, it was still the first semester. with fewer reckless individuals or those overwhelmed by exam stress. Now, as he steadied himself to assess the number of patients and their required potion supplies, an unsettling suspicion crept into his mind. The visitors who came to see Lucas did not afford him much time for solitary contemplation. Alice peered cautiously through the infirmary door, accompanied by a senior Hufflepuff student. The two were intercepted by Madame Pomfrey, who interrogated them about their purpose. "We have a friend who is unwell. We came to check on him." Alice took on the responsibility of communication. The sincerity in her demeanor earned them a half-hour's visitation privilege from Madame Pomfrey, who particularly emphasized avoiding any remarks that might agitate Lucas's emotions. Alice nodded, albeit somewhat uncertainly, and she and her senior Hufflepuff companion approached Lucas's hospital bed. The two young witches stood on either side of Lucas's bed. Lucas glanced from one to the other. "Do you know each other?" The senior Hufflepuff had previously passed him food at the Christmas banquet and had later gifted him homemade cookies on Christmas Day. Lucas had reciprocated with an amulet. Their interactions had been limited to this. Typically, upper-year students do not socialize with those in lower years. However, before Alice could respond, another figure stealthily entered the infirmary. Clad in Slytherin robes, it was 7th-year Bingley. Bingley approached Lucas's bed, and upon noticing the presence of others, he briefly contemplated requesting them to make way for him. To avoid drawing Madame Pomfrey's attention, he opted to stand beside Alice instead. "I brought you honeyduck sweets." Bingley placed a heavy gift box at the head of Lucas's bed. "And I brought today's class notes," Alice added, producing a thick notebook. Both furtively glanced at the Hufflepuff senior, who had arrived empty-handed. Lucas found it curious that he had chosen to visit. "I didn't bring anything," the senior exclaimed, his face flushing with embarrassment as he explained. "I wanted to thank you. After class today, I encountered Peeves in the corridor. He launched a dung bomb at me, and I was unable to dodge it while holding Professor Sprout's pot. Yet, at the crucial moment, that dung bomb veered off course." Peeves was incredulous that his throwing skills could falter, shouting, "Impossible. You must be cheating," and subsequently hurled 7 or 8 more dung bombs in a frenzy. The senior was nearly paralyzed with fear. Remarkably, all those dung bombs altered their trajectories, with the most outrageous one bouncing off the castle wall without breaking and exploding near Peeves instead. It was an odorous tale, yet the young witches and wizards listened, utterly enthralled. Ultimately, the senior successfully escorted the items Professor Sprout required through the dung bomb-laden corridor, leaving behind a devastated Peeves and an irate Filch, who vowed to take vengeance upon him. But what did this have to do with Lucas? Alice pondered with a hint of confusion. The Hufflepuff senior produced a coin-sized leather amulet from his pocket, upon which a previously smooth and unmarked surface now bore a glowing rune. "Afterward, I returned the pot to Professor Sprout, and she said it was due to this amulet that Peeves failed to succeed." Alice glanced at the amulet in the senior's hand, her eyes lighting up as she exclaimed, "Lucas gave me one just like that." Bingley scoffed, "I have one too." Now he realized he should carry this amulet with him in the future. The three of them exchanged glances, each contemplating Lucas. Lucas looked on helplessly as he explained, "Only the senior has a rebounding prank. Alice's talisman is for facilitating focused study, while Gringraz's is intended to enhance balance." Gringra was momentarily perplexed by the concept of increasing balance. He had received an abundance of gifts for Christmas, and he had instructed his house elf to keep the items Lucas had given him safe, but perhaps he had not examined the accompanying letter with sufficient scrutiny. In truth, Lucas had provided no instructions. He had merely extended his wishes for a Merry Christmas. The talisman designed to enhance balance is commonly utilized in Quidditch training, ensuring the stability of the broom for mastering more extreme maneuvers. Lucas did not expect Gringra to use the talisman to join a professional Quidditch team. He merely hoped this unfortunate soul would refrain from soaring into the air unbidden and wandering into the forbidden forest. Gringra managed to console himself. He eagerly settled at the foot of Lucas's bed, ready to recount how the headmaster had arrived late to class that morning, all for the purpose of escorting Lucas to the hospital wing. Alice and Hufflepuff had initially brought alternative versions of the story, but upon hearing the authoritative Slytherin perspective, they regrettably retracted the popular rumors involving Professor Snape draining students' blood to mummify them for burial and sending students for potion experiments, hastily dispatching them to St. Mungo's for treatment. The shadow of Snape conveniently fell over Gringraz's metaphorical depiction of the headmaster deducting points from any student obstructing his path, as they delayed the time taken to receive treatment. The astonishing speed with which rumors spread was remarkable. A smooth, low voice resonated above Gringraz's head. Snape had approached the bedside of Lucas without him realizing. He moved without a sound. The small eagle and badger who had spotted Professor Snape first were too intimidated to speak. They exchanged glances with Gringra, but their attempts were futile, and they promptly withdrew to listen intently, wishing they had never heard a Slytherin tale. Chapter 88, Shattering the Cup. Under Snape's threatening gaze, The three young wizards hastily vacated the area. What an inherent charm you possess, Lucas Graham. Students from all three houses are gathered at your sickbed to play cards. Snape remarked with a tone that was far from friendly. Lucas immediately interjected. They said it was you who brought me here, and that you delayed half a potions class for it. Snape let out a cold laugh, his greasy hair hanging at his cheeks. Feeling utterly exhausted after a night of teaching the troll class, he had come from the staff lounge, where several heads of houses and some elective teachers had gathered, including the rarely seen vampire professor, Walter. Since becoming a professor, Snape seldom lingered in the staff lounge. The faculty would engage in idle chatter, discussing personal matters or humorous student mishaps, topics that held no interest for him. He had not intended to stay. But Walter abruptly changed the subject. I heard there's a first-year Slytherin named Lucas Graham. He shows great promise. Professor Flitwick immediately nodded in agreement. He is a remarkably talented young wizard. He learns spells with remarkable speed. Professor Sprout had even more to contribute. Noting that Lucas had dedicated substantial effort to cultivating magical cordyceps, and his suggestions had proven quite beneficial. Moreover, it was rare for a young wizard to persist for an entire semester while consistently offering assistance. It was evident that Lucas possessed a formidable magical talent. Walter's remark about seeing Severus escorting Lucas to the hospital wing halted Snape, who had been attempting to take a shortcut through the staff lounge. He was stopped by a few colleagues. I still have to deliver potions to the hospital wing. Is there something you need? Snape replied curtly. He did not comprehend his colleagues, who seemed to coexist harmoniously with vampires, as if this camaraderie rendered vampires less threatening than those listed among the Ministry of Magic's most aggressive magical creatures. Dumbledore had vouched for Walter, and all who heard this assurance immediately relinquished their doubts. Dumbledore had also vouched for Severus Snape, yet Snape was acutely aware of his own nature. He did not believe that anyone endorsed by Dumbledore was inherently innocent. Dumbledore might be a great wizard, but he was not a ticket to absolution. Some actions, once committed, could not be undone. Walter, oblivious to the nuanced dynamics, inquired, "What do you think of Graham?" Professor Flitwick had already consumed his third glass of whiskey and, with a loud burp, exclaimed, "Lucas is Severus's favorite student." The staff briefly exchanged the various versions of the rumors surrounding Snape's alleged violent deeds, and they all penalized the students responsible for the slander. Yet, rumors perpetually morphed, and typically, it took several days for such tales to dissipate entirely. Professor Sprout suddenly interjected. Today, a student of mine mentioned that Lucas's talisman helped him evade Peeves' attacks. If Phileas taught him that, it must have been Severus who tutored him privately. Snape could not suppress a sardonic retort. Do you truly believe Lucas Graham ended up in the hospital wing for any reason other than his frail health? A magically gifted young wizard, if not properly guided, is likely to meet a premature demise. In my time, wizards claimed that Merlin called gifted children back to his side. Walter lazily countered, "You must have been engaging in a battle of wits with the church for too long. Merlin does not summon people capriciously, unless someone is intent on self-destruction. Wandering the corridors dressed only in a single garment is certainly not indicative of poor health. Goodness, why would he do such a thing? To report his roommates' nocturnal escapades. Perhaps he was merely concerned for his roommate's safety. You are too harsh on him, Severus. If he were my student, I would certainly impart all my knowledge." Walter fanned the flames. Professor Sprout, uninterested in her colleagues' banter, was perplexed by the current trend among wizards, as the males at the school seemed to favor donning dark attire. Her primary concern was, "You haven't punished him, have you, Severus?" Naturally, Snape had not sent Lucas to serve detention. He discerned that his colleagues held an unusual fondness for Lucas, and he vaguely sensed that this was not a positive development. Thus, he refrained from sending Lucas to assist any professor, opting only to deduct points. I just remembered that since Lucas helped Hufflepuff avoid Peeves' torment, he indirectly protected my flower pot. I should award Slytherin 5 points, Professor Sprout said with a smile directed at Snape, her tone suggesting she was bestowing points upon him. How many points did Severus deduct from Lucas? Walter inquired curiously. They had not yet reached the level of addressing each other by their titles. Under the teasing of his colleagues, Snape reluctantly replied, 5 points. Only 5 points. This score seemed to further reinforce Snape's favoritism towards Lucas. As Snape exited the lounge, he encountered the headmaster, who was preparing to enter. Professor Dumbledore gestured for silence and pointed down the corridor, prompting the two wizards to proceed together. The portraits lining the hallway moved as usual, yet not a single one acknowledged the presence of Snape and Dumbledore as they walked by. "I have been quite busy since the start of the term and have not had the chance to speak with you," began Dumbledore. Snape was uncertain how long the headmaster had been waiting by the lounge door, but he knew that Dumbledore did not need to eavesdrop. The paintings in the school served as his eyes. Last night, the Thestrals in the Forbidden Forest became agitated, creating quite a disturbance in the Forbidden Forest. "Did you hear any news? Lucius Malfoy left me a note," Perhaps he has tidings to share. Severus Snape spoke in a calm tone. Have you been growing closer lately? He wishes for me to tutor young Malfoy. Snape curled his lips into a sardonic smile. Even the Slytherins in his own house were scheming similarly, all eager to befriend a master of potions. And what of Lucas Graham's hospitalization? Dumbledore inquired once more. Snape tensed slightly, recounting to Dumbledore the reckless behavior Lucas had exhibited late at night. With a hint of annoyance, he remarked, "Are young wizards of this age always so troublesome with their self-importance?" Dumbledore, however, did not find it bothersome. He pondered aloud. Do you not sense that he feels insecure? A young wizard like Lucas would be quite sensitive. If he seeks your company, it indicates he holds you in high regard. Have you commenced teaching him potion-making? Snape remained silent. He was well aware that Lucas's flattery was primarily to learn potions, yet, being Slytherins, they would present this eagerness in a more appealing manner. His silence had already conveyed to Dumbledore that he had yet to begin tutoring Lucas in advanced potion-making. I believe your burdens are too great. If Lucas is a commendable young wizard, you might cultivate him to assist you. Hogwarts is filled with students, but those from the first year are invariably distinct. I can still vividly recall how those students appeared in my classroom. The headmaster offered Snape a piece of advice. One year, I received a glass cup as a gift. The giver claimed it was enchanted to never shatter. I found it peculiar. How could there be a glass that never breaks? To prove my old friend was deceived, I began to test the cup. Severus, we both know how that cup ended up, do we not? The greatest wizard of the century could, of course, effortlessly obliterate a cup protected by a charm with a powerful spell. Snape's tone dripped with sarcasm. He had deciphered Dumbledore's words. He was cautioning against relentlessly testing Lucas's character out of concern. No one could withstand constant scrutiny. But how can you ascertain that it is a cup meant for drinking, rather than one tainted with poison? They had reached the end of the corridor, and the old headmaster paused. The winter sun set early, casting a hazy moonlight across the corridor, softening the edges of his white beard. We may never truly know, but the path we choose and the friends we encounter stem from our own decisions. Chapter 89, Sweet Dreams. Snape's visage appeared as a pale wax figure under the moonlight. He contemplated the headmaster's words for a long moment before responding. I shall commence tutoring Graham in potion-making. In the hospital wing, Snape stood at the foot of Lucas's bed, utilizing earplugs to prevent their conversation from becoming the next day's gossip. Lucas sensed something amiss and inquired, "Is the school buzzing about your bringing me to the hospital wing?" Though it was a question, Snape's inscrutable expression revealed nothing, yet Lucas, familiar with the workings of the school, had formed his own conclusions. His smile faded. Do not spread explanations everywhere, Snape warned in a stern tone. Lucas promptly acquiesced. I understand, Professor. I will let this matter pass normally. I shall not utter a word. From any angle, Lucas was undeniably a perceptively clever wizard. Snape scrutinized him for a moment before asking, have you reflected on yesterday's misstep? Pray, let your unfortunate professor hear your future course of action. It was unequivocally unacceptable to allow a roommate to wander at night. Reporting oneself to the professor for a nocturnal escapade was equally out of the question. Yet, recalling the troubles caused by Marcus Knott's midnight jaunts, Lucas hesitated, finally managing to articulate, rest assured, he absolutely will not go out at night again. I shall place a monitoring charm on Knott tonight. Snape did not delve deeper into this issue. In extreme circumstances, what if Knott were already loitering outside before curfew? Since Lucas had made a promise, he was expected to uphold it. Now, I must inform you that upon your discharge from the hospital wing tomorrow, your community service will continue. However, you will begin to take on some of the junior tasks from the hospital wing. Snape observed Lucas's condition, his perspective allowing him to see the boy's face regaining color under the nurturing effects of potions. Lucas displayed no expression. He resembled another facet of Snape himself. And still, he remained astonishingly perceptive. Why the sudden change of heart, Professor? Snape considered stating that this was a gradual process. Yet they both understood that was not the case. It was, in fact, because the headmaster had made a request. Snape felt unable to trust Lucas, believing the headmaster was not truly expressing trust either. Dumbledore was merely asking him to grant Lucas a chance, and so he complied. Do you think anyone can sway my judgment? Snape's tone was perilous, rebuffing Lucas's speculation. I shall not disappoint you, Lucas replied, recognizing the moment to retreat. As Snape turned to leave, he added, please take care to rest well, Professor. This had been Snape's original intention for the night. He could not afford to leave the school 2 nights in a row. Moving forward, he would strive to maintain a frequency of departures roughly once a week. Snape felt a disturbance from the ring he had placed in a drawer of his office, which bore a protective enchantment. He cursed the troublesome Carter White under his breath, but proceeded as planned to deliver potions to Madame Pomfrey. Once Snape departed, Lucas spent several hours completing his daytime assignments. The hospital wing lights extinguished early, and soon the soft sounds of little wizards snoring wafted through the curtains. Lucas lay in bed, closing his eyes. His vision connected with Argus, swiftly transporting him into a sunlit realm. The little Thunderbird's flying maneuvers had improved significantly since before. Although it still tended to crash to the ground after a brief flight, considering its age, it was indeed a small step forward. Lucas had left Argus in the property at Nocturne Alley, intending from the outset for Argus to care for the Thunderbird. Ever since Lucas's raven, Argus, had vanquished the Acromantula Aragog and consumed all of its eyes, it had lapsed into a brief state of unconsciousness, manifesting as a swirling black mist that randomly reassembled. Under the influence of Lucas's magical energy, Argus had reverted to its raven form. However, emboldened by its successful revenge, it had regained the basic consciousness of a raven leader and could now comprehend Lucas's conveyed messages more clearly due to their connection. At that moment, the little Thunderbird was engaged in a game of chase with Argus. In the attic space, a swirling mass of black mist separated and rejoined. Each time the Thunderbird dove, it formed a ring, only to reassemble into a black mass when it realized the hunt was in vain. The air was filled with the high-pitched calls of the little Thunderbird. Lucas had previously allowed Argus to autonomously oversee the little Thunderbird. But watching the Raven Leader's methods of care, Lucas paused in silence. He inquired through their connection, "Are you not considering teaching it to fly?" Argus expressed its opinion through their link. "Its flying is not too shabby. At least the last time you flew my body, it was a true reckless charge." Lucas felt as if he had been struck directly. He had never faced such blunt criticism from Snape. The little Thunderbird once again mounted an assault towards Argus, its dark mist plunging downwards, merging into grass waves as high as half a person. It transformed into a cacophonous, eight-eyed giant spider. The little Thunderbird abruptly halted midair, feigning busyness as it circled around. Lucas was taken aback by Argo's unconventional parenting style. While he struggled to comprehend the social dynamics of avian creatures, the ritualistic connection unequivocally indicated a master-servant relationship between him and Argos. Lucas resolved to overlook these intricacies of parenting. He assigned Argos several exploratory tasks, specifically seeking a suitable lodging in Nocturne Alley, those small houses adorned with various wares. Argos demonstrated no difficulty in understanding. As the little Thunderbird prepared to seek its mother, it morphed back into a dark mist, capturing the young bird's attention. The food intended for the Thunderbird was ready. Feedback confirming comprehension flowed through the link. Lucas pondered that sometimes the barrier of language served as a protective strategy for a wizard. He concluded his communication with Argos, his consciousness returning to the hospital wing's infirmary. Moonlight filtered through the gaps between his fingers, illuminating a small space. After severing the connection with the raven, Lucas mused that perhaps Argos viewed the little Thunderbird as a continuation of its lineage. But what of Snape? Where lay the legacy of the Master Potioneer? Could he truly pass on everything to him before Snape's destiny unfolded? The lesson had yet to commence, and Lucas swiftly evaded this troubling question. Regardless of what the distant future held, at least that night, through Carter White's name, he had conveyed a message regarding Snape's ring. At that moment, the ring, hidden away in the cellar, silently projected a brief message. Once Snape completed the orders for the hospital wing and returned to his office, he opened the drawer to find a line of floating text upon the ring. "Dear Severus, the Thunderbird mother is stable, and the little Thunderbird has begun to master flight. Please rest well tonight. I will bring new leads regarding the tooth fairy powder on Sunday." The signature read, "Your loyal Eddie." Snape clenched his teeth at the projected words. He knew that, given Carter White's cunning nature, the ring he had provided could not possibly maintain a transmission function at all times. Yet even so, he was bringing new leads. Snape scoffed, swiftly erasing the emerging text, cursing the ring for lacking a reply function. The so-called mastery of alchemy was mediocre at best. Failing to consider his need for feedback, Eddie Carter White was not the only one to find clues amidst the auction incident. Snape forcefully shoved the open drawer back in place, aware of whom to investigate next. Chapter 90, Remedial Potions. The following day during the lunch break, the Hogwarts Board of Governors once again visited the office of the Slytherin head. Lucius Malfoy arrived this time with unabashed confidence. The Auror's surprise inspection the previous day had failed to cast a shadow over him. Lucius had a splendid excuse to persuade Snape, the youngest master potioneer of the century, to tutor his son. Even Dumbledore could hardly reproach a concerned father prioritizing his child's early education. Once the office door closed, however, Lucius's anxiety shifted to other matters. He cautiously employed eavesdropping prevention charms, and upon receiving a nod of confirmation from Snape that no one was listening, Lucius quickly approached Snape's desk and took a seat in one of the two chairs in the office. "What on earth transpired the other day, Severus? You made quite the scene." Lucius suppressed his anger, tapping his fingers on the desk, but his impending accusations were interrupted by a vial of tooth fairy powder, weighing over 100 grams. Lucius inhaled sharply. "Merlin's socks. Did you rob the auction's vault?" Snape remained unperturbed. Lucius's eagerness to delve into the matter made him realize his own faux pas. He rapped the desk again and continued. Now the Aurors are also in disarray. And the rumors circulating suggest that 2 wizards escaped from Nocturne Alley, one clad in black and the other in white, possibly in league with the Thunderbird. Lucius paused before continuing. Some Aurors believe the dark-cloaked wizard is none other than the recently dismissed former Auror, Eddie Carter White, while another faction maintains that the apparition charm failed to capture Carter White's precise visage, and, Lucius added with a smirk, they doubt that Eddie Carter White could wield such a powerful curse. Lucius had set the stage for his gloating. The Ministry of Magic has yet to issue a warrant. They are still bickering over how to describe those 2 wizards. Issuing a warrant for 2 cloaked figures has become a farce. Yet, placing the blame on the unsupported Carter White faces resistance from within the department. Curiosity piqued, Lucius inquired of Snape, "How do you know Carter White? Was that truly him the other day? He was just released from Azkaban, all his assets seized. How could he appear so composed?" To Lucius Malfoy's myriad of questions, Snape simply replied, "Like you, I encountered Carter White by chance in Nocturne Alley. I remain skeptical of his identity." Snape then shifted the conversation. "However, I possess a traceable lead. I saw an old friend of ours that day." Lucius's expression grew grave. His social circle scarcely overlapped with Snape's, primarily comprising those beneath that one particular master. "Do you intend to pursue this lead?" Lucius entertained thoughts of retreat. "I thought you were more eager to uncover the Tooth Fairy's whereabouts?" Snape remarked with a hint of sarcasm. "But I am no longer as urgent," Lucius replied. Upon realizing the Ministry's discord, he found himself less attached to the origins of the powder and the forces behind it. Initially, he had sought to divert the Ministry's attention by engaging in the Tooth Fairy business. Now, understanding the Ministry was not a monolithic entity, he felt his enterprise did not necessitate the Tooth Fairy powder to thrive. He could simply invest directly in the 2 factions within the Ministry and incite them to conflict. Snape perceived the calculating glint in Lucius's eyes. He had no desire to recount the numerous successful and failed machinations of the Malfoys. He again pressed Lucius. "How did you return that day?" Snape didn't even need to ask why Lucius had not heeded Carter White's request to wait at the alley's end when the situation escalated. Being Slytherins, when the Aurors sealed the scene, Snape would wager that Malfoy had disapparated the moment he left the auction. Lucius tacitly skirted the issue. Responding to the parts Snape wished to know, the auction was fraught with peril. "I was merely participating in the normal proceedings when the lights malfunctioned. And then the light orb on my shoulder illuminated. I had mere seconds to cast a protective charm before I was thrust into chaos. The door keys randomly scattered us across the various corners of Nocturne Alley." Lucius clenched his fists, realizing that such scattering was anything but random, and that the shadowy orchestrator had shown no inclination to facilitate their exit from Nocturne Alley. Thankfully, the inclement weather that day had created significant loopholes in the Aurors blockade due to the Thunderbird and the wizards in black and white. With this thought, Lucius decided to share 2 pieces of news. In fact, the Aurors suspect that Newt Scamander was also present that day. It is well known that he is an expert in magical creatures, so it is not surprising that he followed the Thunderbird. What is remarkable, however, is that he left no visual record behind. All information regarding his existence consists solely of hearsay. Snape paid little mind to this. It was quite ordinary, after all. Scamander was a man who had survived the clutches of Grindelwald and had concealed numerous magical creatures. What was peculiar about his presence at the scene? Lucius cast a penetrating glance at Snape, discerning from the potion's master's words that Newt was indeed present. Some matters need not be explicitly stated, lest one day, should their memories be scrutinized, there be no direct evidence to implicate one another. This was a war that had only recently concluded, teaching all Slytherins the art of self-preservation. Lucius delivered one final tidbit. That day, a group of Aurors had been on site, rescuing many adults who appeared dazed. This revelation would surely astonish you. Following examination at St. Mungo's, it was discovered that their souls had been compromised, and most importantly, these individuals were Muggles. A fruitful exchange of intelligence. Lucius rose from his chair, somewhat bemused, and inquired, "Wasn't there no such chair in your office last time?" Yet, this comment was merely a grumble rather than a question. Lucius harbored no genuine interest in the layout of Snape's office. He had no desire to linger in the chilly dungeon, instead remarking that the weather outside was splendid. And it was Saturday. Wouldn't Snape care to bask in the sunlight outside the castle? Snape gestured towards the towering stacks of student assignments on the shelf nearby. Perhaps if there weren't so many assignments, I might consider it. The precarious piles of assignments nearly stifled Lucius's desire to voice his final request. He found himself pausing to commend Snape as an excellent headmaster. But the public purpose of his visit needed to be fulfilled. "Severus, my dear junior, this matter has been pondered by both Cicely and me for some time, and we believe you are the most suitable person to introduce Draco to the art of potions." He will undoubtedly enter Slytherin at the age of 11. And you would be the finest mentor. Snape remained noncommittal. He observed as Lucius retrieved a folded document, a magical contract, a formal format often utilized in Diagon Alley business dealings. Also employed by esteemed families seeking tutors for their children. It was merely to appease the Ministry of Magic's insufferable inspections. We are entirely innocent. Yet they persist in suspecting us of being a gathering of dark wizards. Lucius provided a respectable justification for this magical contract. Snape perused the document, noting the generous remuneration and reasonable duration. Draco Malfoy was still quite young. He need not engage in substantial teaching at this stage. However, with this contract in place, he could refuse requests for tutoring from other domineering parents within the academy. After reviewing the contract, Snape offered a wry smile. I have never turned down your requests, Lucius. He inscribed his name upon the document. Chapter 91, Training Details. Generally speaking, even if young wizards reside at school, they are not required to perform labor on weekends. Yet Snape had instructed Lucas in the infirmary, commence labor duties again starting tomorrow. On Saturday evening, Lucas reported to the potions office. The Medusa statue at the door granted him entry, where a large cauldron had been set up in the corner, typically occupied by Snape's experimental pots, accompanied by a small table laden with various categorized potion ingredients. Snape emerged from his laboratory, glancing at Lucas with a hint of disdain. What are you standing there for? Have you seen the list on the table? Proceed according to the prescribed steps. Lucas picked up the list, which included a recipe for a cold remedy transcribed solely by Snape. This was not first-year potions content. If you cannot brew the potion appropriate for your year, you may leave my office now. Snape perused the potions weekly. Summoning students for labor on weekends has its pros and cons. The advantage is that Lucas can assist him in handling a greater volume of potion ingredients. The downside is that it encroaches upon the rare opportunity to rest on the weekend. After Lucas finished reading, he set the list aside, selecting the necessary materials before igniting the fire for the brewing process. The demand for potions supplied to the infirmary was substantial. The efficiency of the small cauldrons used during regular classes was woefully inadequate for large-scale potion production, making the use of the large cauldron essential for meeting high-volume potion requirements. Lucas sliced the ingredients, skinned the toad, and upon completing the preparatory work, Snape had just finished reading an article from the journal. He approached Lucas, scrutinizing his actions closely. Lucas ignited the fire, allowing ample time for the cauldron to heat evenly. He added the necessary ingredients to the cauldron in accordance with the list. The steam from the potion began to rise rapidly as Lucas stirred the mixture with a rod, ensuring thorough amalgamation. Stop! Just as Lucas stirred 3.5 times, Snape suddenly interrupted him. Lucas halted. The liquid in the cauldron exhibited an eerie, earthy hue. Snape held the list before Lucas, reciting the instructions from the third line. Stir 3.5 times, until the potion is fully integrated into a light blue gelatinous form. Are you colorblind, Lucas Graham? What color is your potion? Lucas remained unfazed by Snape's words. The operation of the cauldron was somewhat complex, even when ingredients were weighed and added in precise proportions. The number of stirring motions and magical input required adjustment. The crafting of potions demands precision, with the brewer needing to continuously monitor the potion's state within the cauldron. Rather than withdrawing the stirring rod, Lucas maintained a steady infusion of magic, completing 4.5 turns. The earthy liquid began to thicken, transitioning to green, and ultimately stabilizing into a light blue. His remediation was a resounding success. Snape did not call for a halt again. Lucas continued with the process. Under Snape's unwavering gaze, a wizard of lesser composure would likely have faltered. However, Lucas operated steadily, making no errors in the subsequent steps. Extinguish the flame, Lucas instructed, as he bottled the potion. It is complete, Professor Snape. Lucas respectfully stepped back, clearing the workspace for Snape to inspect. Snape merely cast a cursory glance at the finished potion, which met the established standards. However, some issues only surfaced during one-on-one instruction. Noticing Snape's silence, Lucas took the initiative to reflect on the potion-making process. Initially, I used the magical potency of a standard cauldron to handle the potion in the large cauldron, which caused inadequate integration after stirring 3.5 times, necessitating an increase in the number of turns. Lucas submitted what should have been a commendable response. Some instructors enjoy administering pressure tests to gauge their apprentices' reactions. Thus, Lucas maintained his composure when reprimanded. Snape set down the potion bottle, observing Lucas's relaxed demeanor. Although the young wizard did not anticipate praise, he likely felt satisfied with his corrective measures. Yet, Snape suddenly posed a question. How does the variation in the number of stirring motions impact the final quality of this potion? Lucas was momentarily caught off guard. He gazed at the potion bottle, extracting a single drop for closer examination. It was undoubtedly a satisfactory potion. He looked back at Snape, puzzled. The potion's master produced a bottle containing an identical potion, placing it beside Lucas's creation. This potion was expected to be a pale pink. Previously, the 8 bottles Lucas had prepared exhibited uniform color, pleasing to the eye at first glance. However, after Snape had isolated one bottle for comparison, the subtle differences in color and properties between the two versions became glaringly apparent. Lucas took a drop from Snape's vial for comparison. The quality of Snape's potion was superior. Potion making is a meticulous discipline. If one merely thinks of remedying mistakes as they arise, the course holds no value. Snape's tone was stern. Do you still believe your potion is without issue? Lucas pondered, casting his gaze around the unused materials on the workstation, proposing a new solution. Could it be that the ingredients in the cauldron were heated for too long after I stirred them for 4.5 turns? Perhaps adding wormwood to stimulate the fusion of magical energies might prove beneficial? Are you willing to waste an additional potion ingredient on that? Snape interjected, believing Lucas still had potential for instruction. He swiftly corrected him. Wormwood juice is not the optimal solution. Ginger paste is. Extracting juice from ginger is far more effortless. Lucas considered this, but thought that the potion's taste would deteriorate. However, since it was intended for the infirmary, a less palatable flavor was not a detriment. Snape nodded and returned to his desk. His voice echoed from afar. Today, the infirmary requires 24 vials of this potion within the week. Calculate the order timeline yourself. Retrieve the materials from the storeroom, and once completed, deliver them to Madame Pomfrey for her signature. Lucas nodded in acknowledgement. Yet Snape's instructions were not yet concluded. He continued. In the first cabinet to your left, you will find a mail order handbook. You have nearly processed all the potion ingredients for 1st to 3rd years. From here on, you will liaise directly with the suppliers for procurement. When Snape awaited a response but received none, he noticed Lucas tilting his head, observing him. The potion's master, incensed, queried. Is there a problem, Lucas Graham? I am merely a first-year student, Lucas cautiously replied. When you stirred for 4.5 turns, did you not feel like a student? Snape scoffed. The first-year potions course was far too elementary, and Lucas's casual efforts yielded excellent results. The brewing process, however, revealed his true operational habits. Snape had initially assumed Lucas would carry over his tendency to read people's expressions into the potions class. In reality, Lucas was resolute in every step he took. Even when Snape halted him, he did not remove the stirring rod from the cauldron. Snape's decision to hand over the mail order handbook was entirely spontaneous, yet he had gleaned further insights into Lucas Graham, his learning aptitude, reaction speed, and the assertiveness hidden beneath his cautious demeanor. Chapter 92, The Tooth Fairy Clue. After the additional labor service concluded on Saturday, Lucas Graham drifted into slumber, while Eddie Cartwright ventured into the nightlife of Nocturne Alley. Yet another time-pressured, sleepless night awaited. Cartwright informed Snape that on Sunday, there would be leads regarding tooth fairy powder, leaving him only a few hours to investigate that very night. Cartwright's black cloak was adorned with dark red embellishments, due to recent stringent Auror searches, particularly scrutinizing pure black and white attire. The wizards of Nocturne Alley humorously adorned their black garments with splashes of color, mocking the Aurors who were unable to apprehend any suspects. Lucas melded into the eerie ambience of Nocturne Alley, while Argus briefly liberated himself from childcare duties. Now perched on a wall near his target, the pure black raven blended seamlessly into the night. The wizard Argus was fixated upon donned a gray suit, standing at nearly 6 feet 3 inches, drawing attention as he passed by other wizards. Beneath his hood, a short, curled goatee was visible, a distinctive feature. On that tumultuous night in Nocturne Alley, Lucas noticed this wizard among the numerous reflections in water mirrors. He had been the cover subject of several newspapers this year. Igor Karkaroff. Once a Death Eater, he had been imprisoned in Azkaban, earning his freedom by betraying his comrades. Since enrolling, Lucas had perused the newspaper archives in the library. During the trial, the city was abuzz with gossip. The Daily Prophet required no effort to concoct troublesome scandals, merely following the trial's progress. Karkaroff had named numerous individuals, including Severus Snape. Dumbledore's intercession had spared Snape from imprisonment. Lucas found himself deeply impressed by this wizard, knowing he would one day become the headmaster of Durmstrang Institute. Among the 3 most renowned magical schools in Europe, Lucas held the least favorable impression of the German institution, as his first mentor had close ties with its board of directors. And a student who worked under Lucas's mentor concurrently had emerged as the chief of a subsequent year at Durmstrang. As Lucas navigated the alley, he was almost like a shadow clinging to the walls, until his pale, slender fingers rested upon Karkaroff's shoulder. The startled wizard was about to utter a sound when Lucas swiftly covered his mouth with a gloved hand. Lucas quickly subdued him and activated the door key. The cellar of the Nocturne Alley residence contained a room specifically designed for confinement and interrogation. This room could block tracking spells, With no windows and walls adorned with rows of torture devices, the lighting was exceedingly primitive, relying solely on flickering candles. The trembling candlelight elongated the shadow of the interrogator. Karkaroff awoke in such an environment, his heart sinking. Indeed, returning to Britain had been a grave error. He surveyed his surroundings, realizing he was bound to a wooden chair, encircled by sturdy stone walls, resembling a manor or ancient building's basement. Karkaroff felt the unusual sensation beneath his feet and glanced down to find a beautiful long pile carpet beneath the stool. Ultimately, Karkaroff's gaze avoided the other occupant of the room. He had noted from the outset that he was not alone, but a fleeting glance at the individual who would likely interrogate him, and who did not bother to conceal his appearance, made him wish to see as little as possible. Igor Karkaroff, Cartwright stated, skipping the pleasantries. He promptly posed a few questions, with the verbal inquiry serving merely as a supplement. In Karkaroff's cooperative state of utter honesty, Cartwright raised his wand, Legilimens. The sharp spell pierced Karkaroff's memories, allowing Lucas to browse the segments he sought. He even glimpsed a younger Snape within Karkaroff's recollections. As they passed each other in a manner, Snape appeared even more gaunt and brooding than he did now, and he exuded a surprising ambition that astonished Lucas. In Karkaroff's memories, Snape was not among the frontline Death Eaters. He did not engage in combat, yet each time the Dark Lord spoke, Snape's gaze followed him, his obsidian eyes seemingly aflame with fervor. This memory depicted Snape as a mere supporting character, but through it, Lucas also glimpsed the Dark Lord at the height of his power, his appearance less disfigured than the history books suggested, which claimed he had been greatly marred. The young heir of Slytherin promised glory from a dais, flanked by the unattainable wizard rulers endorsing him. Lucas began to comprehend why the youthful Snape chose to align himself with the Death Eaters. He traversed this memory to an even earlier moment, the instant Karkaroff received the Dark Mark, a moment vividly etched in his recollection. Lucas witnessed Karkaroff roll up his sleeve, kneeling before the young Dark Lord, raising his arm. A stream of black ink flowed from the Dark Lord's wand, penetrating the skin upon contact. Karkaroff knelt on the ground. Paralyzed by fear, his countenance a tumult of agitation and anguish, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. The Dark Lord completed his incantation swiftly, and the ordeal came to a swift conclusion. A dark, writhing mark materialized upon Karkaroff's wrist, serpents and skulls undulating beneath his skin, the edges raw and inflamed. Karkaroff let out a faint sob, uttering his gratitude to the Dark Lord. Lucas rewound this memory, watching it once more. He sought clarity on the specifics of the Dark Lord's spell, but as this was Karkaroff's recollection and possibly subject to the Dark Lord's peculiar alterations, the incantation remained shrouded in ambiguity. Lucas yearned to scrutinize it further. However, Karkaroff, ensnared by the spell of memory extraction, began to succumb to the intensity of the repeated probing, his body convulsing violently in the chair. With regret, Lucas retracted his wand and cast a stunning spell upon him. He unfastened Karkaroff's left cuff, revealing only a mass of black ink, grotesquely clinging to the skin as if it were an abnormal growth, yet its presence was palpable. Lucas maximized the barrier charm in the basement, then cautiously wielded a small knife to incision the area marked by the dark mark. Karkaroff jolted awake from the excruciating pain, prompting Lucas to stun him once more, this time directing his wand toward a spot on the carpet, causing the corresponding rune to illuminate, rendering the struggling Karkaroff motionless once again. Blood flowed from the gash made by the knife. An ominous black mist writhed forth. The mark did not form the legendary pattern, nor did it exude black blood. Lucas dismissed his previous conjecture. He had presumed the Dark Lord infused some special tattoo ink into the Death Eater's body, yet it now appeared to be purely composed of magical energy. He collected the leaked blood in a vial and applied a healing charm to the wound. However, the mass of black ink swiftly consumed the magic of Lucas's healing spell, and the wound continued to bleed. A rune on the wall glowed, as if the dark mark, having absorbed magical energy, emitted a signal, yet the rune thwarted the transmission of information. Lucas dripped several drops of white essence onto the wound, and this time, the injury healed almost instantaneously. After a moment of contemplation, Lucas concluded that Karkaroff should have perished after the Triwizard Tournament, and thus his life should not yet be forfeit. He restored Karkaroff's disheveled clothing to its original state. Obliviate. Lucas erased Karkaroff's memories of the night. Chapter 93, Second Interrogation. At midnight on Saturday, Snape apparat from Hogsmeade. He appeared in Nocturne Alley, adapting to Lucius's so-called new fashion of the alley by donning a deep blue wizarding robe. In the dim light, this hue was scarcely distinguishable from pure black. As Snape passed by Borgin and Burke's, traversing a narrow alley barely wide enough for a single person, he halted outside a subterranean ballroom. He waited patiently for 30 minutes, until a drunken wizard clad in a spotted black and white coat stumbled out of the ballroom, his front open. He stepped into a puddle at the entrance, cursing under his breath as he shook his foot, fumbling for his wand in his back pocket. After an initial failed attempt, he retrieved it from his sleeve. Scourgify, he muttered, but mispronounced the spell. Scourgify, he repeated, only to be met with a derisive glance from an old acquaintance who emerged behind him, helping to brush off the dirt from his trousers. However, this rare act of kindness earned him nothing but a stream of slurred insults from the drunken fool. The disheveled wizard, resembling a spotted dog, staggered towards the wall. Utterly inebriated, Snape prepared to approach, having concocted a potion capable of instantaneously inducing unconsciousness, waiting for the wizard to draw nearer. Yet, a minor hitch in Snape's plan arose. The drunken wizard veered erratically, and just as he neared, he veered into an adjacent alley. Snape's potion plan failed, and he ultimately resorted to a spell to ensnare the cunning wizard who feigned inebriation and attempted to disapparate. Jimmy Macmillan, a schemer active among wizarding families. Lucius had once heard him at an auction, and Snape later caught sight of him in a vision from the Mirror of Arist during the night of the Thunderbird. Legilimency. Snape maintained his grip on the suspended wizard, extracting his memories. He unearthed the name Igor Karkaroff. This name conjured unpleasant recollections. Yet Snape's search through Macmillan's memories revealed only their meeting place with Karkaroff, offering no insight into the forces behind the auction. All he found was a skeletal hand adorned with a sapphire ring. In the early hours of the morning, Snape located Karkaroff at a hidden residence. When Snape infiltrated, Karkaroff appeared dazed, his body temperature alarmingly low. Initially, Snape feared this cunning old dog was once again playing a deceptive game, but after administering 3 drops of Veritaserum, Karkaroff divulged everything without restraint. Karkaroff's state was peculiar. He seemed to have already undergone interrogation. When questioned about his secrets, he surrendered all knowledge related to the auction without resistance. Karkaroff knew little, having taken the risk to return because the connection from Germany was orchestrated by the board of Durmstrang. They had requested his guidance on British business practices, promising his appointment as headmaster of Durmstrang upon completion, thereby granting him international protection from being easily judged by the Wisingamot. As Karkaroff spoke these words, he gradually regained lucidity, his dilated pupils beginning to focus, yet he could only perceive a vague figure. Karkaroff began to tremble. Has anyone interrogated you? Snape seized the opportunity to press further. I don't know. I feel as though I've lost a segment of my memory. I was discarded in a corner of Nocturne Alley. It's clearly a side effect of legilimency. Even that Dark Lord's legilimency does not cause such severe after effects. He must have questioned me for an extensive period. And he certainly knows everything. Karkaroff's struggles intensified. Snape pressed down on his convulsing hand, lowering his voice to inquire. Who do you believe is behind the auction? Is it connected to the figure atop the German tower? No, I don't think so. Karkaroff's trembling subsided slightly. I know their leader is a master alchemist, and they have remnants of saints among them. The banners they wield are a facade, betraying their lack of conviction. Snape narrowed his eyes, sensing he was on the brink of uncovering the truth. The strategy of masked interrogation had proven effective. Karkaroff perceived him as a vengeful Death Eater. The effects of the Veritaserum began to wane. Karkaroff realized for the second time that he had disclosed secrets. He glanced at the blurred figure before him, understanding that the desire to conceal his appearance did not guarantee his survival. No, I can tell you everything. Just don't harm me. Those who have long betrayed others often remain wary of retribution. Snape remained motionless, adjusting Karkaroff's position to face the wall. This maneuver terrified Karkaroff, prompting frantic struggles as he speculated on numerous Death Eater names, including Severus Snape, all those he had either implicated or whose admissions had been subsequently dismissed. Yet in the depths of that night, none of the names called out in anguish held any power. As Snape exited the room, he heard Karkaroff's desperate shout, "Don't blame me. Look at those esteemed wizards. They are thriving, while we are merely doing the same things. If blame is to be assigned, it should be directed at those wizards who failed to exert themselves against the Dark Lord." Snape turned and departed. At times, he found himself pondering the naivety of his younger self, who once believed that standing alongside individuals like Karkaroff and pledging allegiance to the heir of Slytherin was the epitome of honor. On a Sunday morning, Lucas awoke groggily, sensing that the protective enchantment he had placed beneath his bed curtains had been triggered. He did not act immediately. Instead, he slowly turned over, reaching for his wand hidden beneath his pillow. Suddenly, Lucas opened his eyes, his wand aimed at the figure approaching him. His roommate, Marcus Knott, was startled by Lucas's abrupt awakening and stumbled backwards, landing on the floor. Seizing the moment of chaos, Lucas sat up, maintaining a semblance of vigilance as he feigned searching for his wand, carefully observing Marcus's demeanor. Not noticing anything amiss, Lucas finally drew his wand and performed a revealing charm. It was only 7 in the morning, and on a Sunday morning at that. Squinting at his roommate, who was now climbing to his feet, Lucas asked, somewhat puzzled. Is there something you need? Marcus not had just been peering closely at Lucas's sleeping form beneath the bed curtains. What kind of person would scrutinize a slumbering roommate so intently at such an early hour? After a brief pause, Marcus rubbed his sore backside and shakily replied, I was just checking to see if you were still breathing. Lucas was not convinced by his words. Chapter 94, Time Management. Perhaps Marcus was unnerved by Lucas's recent fever. But now that Lucas had been discharged from the hospital, their relationship had not yet reached a point where Marcus felt the need to monitor his every breath. Lucas contemplated whether Marcus had discovered the tracking or sleep-enhancing spells he had cast on him. But that was unlikely. Marcus, being of such a young age, was not adept at concealing his thoughts. Seeing that Lucas remained silent, it appeared he had already accepted his explanation. With a hint of urgency, Marcus inquired, Do you have anything planned for today? I have a task to assign to you. This opening sounded remarkably familiar. Once fully awake, Lucas was no longer inclined to linger in bed. He had not pulled an all-nighter. He had returned to school immediately after gleaning clues from Karkaroff. Initially, he had hoped to sleep until 7:30 on this Sunday, but being roused at 7 was still tolerable. Lucas climbed out of bed, disregarding Marcus's hesitance, and hurried to the bathroom to tend to his personal hygiene. As Lucas brushed his teeth and washed his face in front of the mirror, he noted that Hogwarts food had provided ample nutrition. His hair no longer appeared dull and lifeless, and the new growth had taken on a light golden hue. One of his teeth had begun to loosen. Losing baby teeth was a common occurrence for young wizards. Lucas absent-mindedly licked the wobbly spot. Wizarding teeth contained magical properties, which could be utilized for crafting intriguing little items. Marcus followed Lucas, standing outside the bathroom door and nervously complaining, Aren't you going to ask what the task is? I have to serve Professor Snape 7 days a week now. Starting next week, I need to help in Sprout's greenhouse every Tuesday and Wednesday at 6 in the morning. On Thursday afternoons, when I have no classes, I must go to Hagrid's. On Friday, I need to deliver potions to Madame Pomfrey. What exactly is this task you're talking about? Marcus opened his mouth to speak, swallowing hard. After a semester, the term task used in reference to Lucas Graham seemed to have lost its intimidating power. Lucas's busy schedule gave him the confidence to decline. Marcus was supposed to muster the courage to find words to belittle this audacious half-blood before him, but reflecting on the legends surrounding Lucas, he reconsidered. After curfew, Lucas had only been docked 5 points for leaving the dormitory, and he still had Greengrass's backing. The dynamics of power often meant that one side grew stronger while the other diminished. After a moment of awkwardness, Marcus found an escape. I called it a task just to emphasize its importance. He looked anxiously at Lucas, fearing he would not be afforded some leniency. Yet Lucas regarded him with the same understanding demeanor as before. The busy schedule he had initially outlined now felt merely like a recounting of obligations. It's about the protective charms you crafted for Greengrass. He has been flaunting them during Quidditch practice over the weekend. Some upperclassmen are interested in commissioning similar items from you. Lucas's balance amulet had proven effective. Greengrass, who previously struggled with his flying posture, had worn it and suddenly found his alignment corrected, as though an invisible hand had steadied his shoulders. As a chaser, Greengrass had excelled during practice, successfully executing moves he had previously failed to achieve. Thus, the familiar pattern emerged. Older Slytherins sought protective charms. However, this time Greengrass played a pivotal role, suggesting that they could approach first-year Lucas Graham for custom orders. Though he refrained from mentioning his own life being saved by a first year, it was understood that he wanted a first year to serve as an aide. The peculiarities of Greengrass's behavior were often overlooked. Yet older students generally hesitated to engage with a lower-year half-blood, thus shifting the task onto Lucas's roommate, Marcus Not. But this time, Not refrained from labeling it a task. They want to negotiate a price with me, and you need me to act as an intermediary, don't you? Marcus described the situation, attempting to inflate his role as much as possible. Lucas listened quietly, refraining from inquiring about the price the upperclassman had proposed. Instead, he rephrased, Slytherin should stand out. He paused to allow Marcus to digest his words. If everyone wears the same thing, it loses its charm. I think it would be beneficial to have your assistance in coordinating. You could ask those upperclassmen what colors, materials, and shapes they prefer. Uniqueness is what makes it interesting. We can offer bespoke designs. Marcus was drawn into the vast scenario Lucas painted. He breathed a bit heavier and hesitated before asking, How should we charge for our services? 50 galleons for labor, 20 galleons for materials. I'll share 5 galleons of the partnership fee with you. Lucas was assailed by Marcus's incredulous outburst. That's exorbitant. Do you realize my allowance for a month is only? Marcus abruptly halted, not wanting Lucas to know. His monthly allowance was also only 10 galleons. Lucas lazily supplemented in his mind. His roommate could not possibly keep secrets from him. Marcus gathered his composure, striving to adopt a business-like demeanor. That's far too expensive. We are only first years, and those upperclassmen would never purchase items from us. Protective charms were inherently costly, especially since they were customized runes. Lucas felt the pricing was quite reasonable. He gently encouraged his roommate. They're nearing graduation and will have more discretionary income. You should consider that if we set our prices too low, it would undermine Greengrass's reputation. 50 galleons was a price that would cause a pureblood some discomfort, but would not lead to outright rejection. Lucas, having once been a pureblood himself, understood the dynamics of his upperclassmen well. Lucas approached Marcus, subtly reshaping his perceptions with a demonic whisper. Listen, you must first believe that our creations are worth this price, and only then can you persuade them to believe. But I only have a share of 5 gold galleons. Marcus, clearly having processed this notion, was eager to negotiate a larger share from Lucas. Then we must confirm our arrangements in advance. I shall provide you with a list of the rune content I can produce, and you will be my sole agent. You will liaise with the upperclassmen to finalize all the details, ensuring they accept the production timeline and payment, correct? Marcus pondered for a moment and nodded vigorously. Lucas smiled and declared, thus, for each completed order, you shall receive 10 gold galleons. Our talismans are bound to sell exceptionally well. Happiness arrived unexpectedly. Marcus recalled the upperclassmen in the lounge who had expressed interest in talismans. Some of them were willing to spend. Once the first batch of customers made their purchases, scaling up the business would be merely a matter of time. But how shall we procure the materials? How many talismans can we produce in a month? At this juncture, Marcus was wholly aligned with Lucas. Lucas smiled. I believe producing 7 each month is a commendable choice. He preemptively countered Marcus's objection regarding 7 being insufficient, methodically implying, a commendable Slytherin ought to believe that the highest bidders prevail. Marcus contemplated this thoughtfully. Chapter 95, Procurement Handover. Sunday Labor Service. Lucas spotted a stack of paper documents in a designated corner. At the top were 3 pages outlining potion brewing procedures, including the recipes for cold remedy, scabies potion, and cavity solution. In the middle were various mail-order catalogs, retaining only the essential text, listing the names and addresses of shop owners, bundled together with a rubber band. At the bottom lay a dozen hardbound notebooks, each marked with the year, all serving as ledgers. He took the most recently dated volume and began to browse through it. The specific price list for potion ingredients was updated every 3 months, with prices remaining relatively stable, though some large quantities of potion materials were imported and fluctuated based on international averages. Snape provided a brief introduction as Lucas perused the ledger. Once he finished, Lucas continued to examine the accounts. Snape allowed Lucas some time to digest the information, but Lucas remained engrossed for an extended period. Is there any word you do not understand? Snape attempted to regain Lucas's attention. Lucas snapped back to reality. I'm merely astonished at how costly the materials for student classes are. Lucas was truly taken aback by the sheer minutiae of the matter. According to Snape's list, all material prices required comparative confirmation. You need not advance any galleons. The school has a dedicated Gringotts account for settlements. Snape paused momentarily, questioning whether he had set his expectations too high by entrusting Lucas Graham with procurement duties. After all, Lucas was merely a first-year student. Lucas felt no pressure regarding the entire affair. Most alchemical labs settled accounts at the end of the month, with Gringotts managing the deductions. He had placed numerous orders for his mentor. However, using owls to send letters for price quotes proved too slow. Even before fully grasping the task, Lucas already envisioned numerous modifications. Is it acceptable to address the letters to your office? Snape nodded. Shall I have you review my orders before I finalize them? Snape nodded again, merely aiming to alleviate potential complications rather than testing Lucas in such matters. Feel free to inquire about any uncertainties. Snape recalled the tumultuous period when he first took over the disarray left by Slughorn. There had been no warning when Slughorn departed, and in his final semester, he had been too preoccupied with evading Voldemort to manage the potion procurement records and inventory properly, resulting in chaos. Snape had dedicated considerable effort to reconciling these disorganized accounts after his appointment. Do not feel overly burdened by these matters. It is perfectly acceptable to make mistakes. Snape reluctantly offered Lucas a modicum of encouragement. Lucas heard Snape's words, yet part of his focus remained on the ledger, which exhibited 2 distinct handwriting styles. The earlier entries were in an elaborate cursive, while from last year onwards, Snape's handwriting appeared, consistently recording each material's procurement date, name, quantity, and price, all in a very primitive script. Lucas ran his fingers along the spine of the notebook, devoid of any traces of magic. Initially, it must have been Slughorn's records, with numerous arithmetic errors evident in the recorded amounts. Snape's entries were far superior, though some purchases were redundant. Last semester, he had procured a substantial quantity of salamander eyes, seemingly not at the historical lowest price, in addition to some potion materials Lucas had dealt with last term, which remained in use this semester. At the time, Lucas thought the potions professor must have his reasons for purchasing in such a manner. Now he understood why. Professor Snape likely shared the same sentiment. Professor Slughorn must have had his rationale, as his purchasing frequency essentially mirrored Slughorn's practices. Lucas should have recognized the reality when Snape shared the potion inventory ledger. Back then, the hedgehog quills had remained untouched throughout the semester, blinded by Snape's potion expertise. The owl delivery costs would be covered by this pouch. Snape retrieved a small bag from his drawer, the sound of clinking coins resonating within. Lucas's financial situation was modest. Requiring him to front the owl fees could lead him swiftly to bankruptcy. Regaining his focus, Lucas took the pouch, opened it, and found it contained silver sickles and bronze nuts, more than sufficient for immediate payment to the delivering owl. Snape, notably considerate, refrained from suggesting Lucas purchase an owl, as owl feed also constituted a significant expense. Sensing the atmosphere grow silent, Lucas promptly re-engaged, politely encouraging Professor Snape. "Thank you, Professor. I understood everything you said." Snape set aside his original intentions, growing increasingly concerned. "Are you certain you know what to do?" Snape leaned back in his chair, granting Lucas one last opportunity to reconsider. If someone had asked him, as a first year, to manage hundreds of galleons in funding and correspond with multiple suppliers for detail confirmations, it would have consumed a great deal of his energy. Perhaps this was not the best idea. Otherwise, Madame Pomfrey would surely accuse him of mistreating students. Lucas had flipped to the final pages of the ledger, which were blank, and awaited his input. As Lucas's thoughts drifted from the ledger, he immediately sensed Snape's skepticism and swiftly bolstered his potions professor's confidence. "I will first write to the Ollery suppliers, requesting them to reserve 3 owls for long-term rental. The pouch you provided contains approximately 10 galleons in change, which will be more than sufficient until the end of the semester. 3 owls will be adequate to handle all the quoting tasks." Snape was hearing for the first time that owls could be rented long-term, and he listened impassively as Lucas continued. "Subsequently, I will ask the suppliers to provide their price lists along with samples, using last month's order prices as a reference. If there are significant variations in pricing, I will present those to you separately." Observing Snape's non-committal response, Lucas continued, "Moreover, while requesting their quotes, I will also inquire about their delivery timelines, allowing us to stagger the arrival of bulk potion materials, thereby alleviating the pressure of potion processing and storage." Later, Lucas was tasked with procuring supplies for the advanced potions class. In the aftermath of the war, only 2 or 3 shops in Diagon Alley remained operational, and the quantity of goods needed by the upper years was not substantial. He had yet to realize how rudimentary the procurement methods were for the younger students. Snape had begun to place a modicum of trust in Lucas. It was acceptable. He gave a brief nod, hoping that Lucas's organizational talents would prove to be half as commendable as his prowess in potion making. "There's one more matter I wish to discuss with you, Professor," Lucas said, seizing the moment as he observed Snape in a rather good mood. "During Christmas, I crafted some protective charms to gift to my classmates. They were well received and have since expressed interest in commissioning more. These are merely protective items that won't consume much of my time, and they are quite safe." Lucas placed a sample before Snape, a charm designed to enhance a wizard's sense of balance, which the older students had found beneficial for their Quidditch training. The only Slytherin upperclassman Lucas could converse with was Greengrass, wasn't it? Snape listened with a disinterested air, suddenly reminding Lucas, "Greengrass is graduating this year. He cannot oversee you indefinitely." Snape had a fair inkling as to why Lucas had suddenly broached the topic of a small business at school. It was prudent to inform a professor about such endeavors, just in case. For instance, Snape occasionally confiscated items that students had unlawfully brought into the school, some of which were added to the list at his suggestion. As of now, protective charms were not included on that list. Lucas was merely attempting to preemptively mitigate risks. "Exercise discretion. I do not wish for anyone to bring complaints to me regarding such matters," Snape cautioned. "Understood, Professor," Lucas replied obediently. Thus, both parties concluded their Sunday labor service to mutual satisfaction. Chapter 96, The Gem Ring. At 10 o'clock on Sunday, Marcus Nate was still seeking Lucas to verify the process for selling the charms. He exerted an extraordinary amount of effort to comprehend the principles behind Lucas's creations, applying more diligence than he had ever shown in his own headmaster's potions class. However, during the discussion of rune structures, Nate's mind wandered for the 3rd time. He sighed, temporarily relinquishing the idea of independently crafting the charms. By sidelining theoretical discussions, the pace of their collaboration noticeably quickened. Lucas had already acquired dragon hide through Owlpost and had created a color palette using dye he ordered, meticulously documenting the types of runes available for customization with a quill. "What if they attempt to negotiate with us?" After lights out, Nate anxiously clutched a pillow, for on Monday he would need to respond to the inquiries of several upperclassmen who had sought him out. What if they rejected the price? What if they mocked him? What if? But isn't Greengrass around? Just approach him when he's present. The others he associates with have no better lineage than he does, Lucas casually reassured him. Like soothing a child. His roommate, after all, was also an only child from a pure-blood family. His anxiety was simply getting the better of him. Slytherin had its own operational protocols. No one acted impulsively. At 10:30, Nate slipped into a restless slumber. Lucas departed the dormitory, satisfied. Next came the time for Educator White. Lucas swiftly navigated through the secret passageway, this time selecting some unmarked furniture from Hogwarts's room of requirement to take with him. Argos could roughly replicate creatures of similar size. For species with lesser magical abilities, merely knowing their names sufficed for direct duplication. Nearby, an elderly wizard who ran a shop had a cat owl named Mau Mau. Argos had overheard the owl's name while scouting locations for Lucas. Under Lucas's encouragement, it attempted to transform into an owl. I am not an owl. This was a disgruntled raven, filled with resentment, morphing itself into an owl to retrieve items from Diagon Alley on Lucas's behalf. The furniture ordered in Educator White's name also arrived without issue. Due to the postal arrangements, Argos had grown quite disinclined to converse with Lucas. Nonetheless, he maintained a stern demeanor while overseeing 2 Thunderbirds. As Lucas entered the house, Argos descended the stairs in evident displeasure, landing on Lucas's shoulder. Following closely was a small Thunderbird, diving towards Lucas's other shoulder, perhaps believing that perching on a human's shoulder was quite impressive. The small Thunderbird had markedly improved its flying accuracy since their last encounter. Its down had grown in, appearing less scruffy, and the patterns of sun and moon under its wings were beginning to crackle with electricity. Lucas deftly cast an insulation charm upon himself. With one small Thunderbird securely on his shoulder, Lucas felt a peculiar sensation of magical contact, narrowly avoiding being struck by a bolt of lightning. He gently cradled the small Thunderbird in his palm, ruffling its feathers under the insulation charm's effect. A massive golden bird had peeked down from the stairwell. The Thunderbird mother, predominantly resting in the clouds, had come down to check on her offspring, taking advantage of the open attic door. Her demeanor was remarkably composed. It was at this moment that Snape entered using the door key. He stood between the 2 Thunderbirds, observing Educator White affectionately stroking an electrified little bird, while the larger Thunderbird cast a predatory gaze. Educator White. Snape was about to admonish that White could not allow both magical creatures to roam freely. However, upon seeing Snape, the little Thunderbird took flight from Lucas's hand, aiming directly for Snape's shoulder. This time, its trajectory was flawless as it launched an electric assault upon him. Snape, wishing to petrify the hyperactive little bird, could only cast an armor charm upon himself. White. Snape's tone was surprisingly mild, hinting at a plea for assistance to Lucas's ears. Though he himself did not perceive it that way, White promptly cast an insulation charm on him, and in the next moment, the little Thunderbird alighted upon Snape's shoulder. It did not veer off course and happily released a small burst of electricity. Snape exhaled, stiffening his shoulders, casting a glare at White. He distinctly recalled seeing a raven perched on White's other shoulder when he first arrived, but in the blink of an eye, it had vanished. After relishing the spectacle long enough, Lucas began to coax the 2 Thunderbirds back to the attic. Having not seen each other for several days, the 2 wizards settled down. White headed to the kitchen to brew tea, and upon his return, Snape inquired, "When will that house elf hatch?" The magical array could indeed adjust the date of birth. White's expression grew peculiar. A newly hatched house elf could not undertake household chores. "So, you will need to teach it bit by bit?" Snape remarked, finding the notion rather foolish. White simply shook his head, always shrouded in mystery, and as soon as that expression crossed his face, Snape knew he had already chosen his victim. "There will be someone to assist me in teaching it. It will be fine." Snape chose not to dwell on this matter. He added sugar and milk to his black tea, took a sip, and resolved not to be lured into any more adventures by White this time. He directly asked, "What about the leads on the tooth fairy powder?" White, without sugar or milk, leisurely sipped his tea and countered, "In truth, for Malfoy. The intelligence regarding tooth fairy powder has lost its value. Why are you still investigating it for him?" Lucas had surmised this. He was well acquainted with those pure bloods. "I am a master of potions. This is a rather novel material." Severus Snape concocted a plausible excuse. In truth, his primary concern lay with the enigmatic Carter White, whose secrets and purported resurrection were of utmost importance to him. Lucas, cradling his cup, chose not to expose Snape's ruse, opting instead to accept his rationale. "I can supply you with powder for your research. The mastermind behind the auction is Karkaroff from Germany." Snape scoffed derisively. "Is there a problem?" Lucas furrowed his brow slightly and added, "Of course, there are also high-ranking insiders here in Britain. Should you be curious about that?" Snape's expression turned icy as he suggested a few keywords to jog Lucas's memory before you indulge in fanciful fabrications. Consider the remnants of the saints left by the alchemist from Durmstrang. Does that not evoke a recollection? Lucas maintained his composure. Snape pressed on. What of the man adorned with the blue gemstone ring? Chapter 97. Old Clues. Lucas sighed. He had already erased Karkaroff's memories regarding the German alchemy masters. Where had Snape obtained his information? Swiftly, Lucas reviewed the informants within Karkaroff's memories. He had overlooked one individual, Jimmy Macmillan. He should have erased Macmillan's memories as well. Snape's provocative smile indicated that Carter White's suspicions were indeed correct. Snape awaited an explanation. Carter White, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender, remarked, with such analytical prowess, "You could succeed in anything." He sighed. "However, I will not divulge this matter simply to deter your further inquiries. Did you not request me as a witness? You may witness this portion concerning the Ministry of Magic," Carter White replied hastily. Snape narrowed his eyes, interrogating him. "Is there some taboo surrounding the wizard from Germany? Is that not evident? He is quite perilous." Carter White's assessment only deepened Snape's curiosity about the mysterious alchemist. "So you are well acquainted with him. Is he renowned in the field of alchemy? What is his purpose for infiltrating Britain?" Carter White held his cup in silence for a considerable time before sequentially addressing Snape's inquiries. "He was once my mentor. Yes, he is quite famous in this domain. People recognize him as a master of rituals, though most lack sufficient understanding of him and fail to perceive the darkness that lies beneath his accolades. He is in Britain seeking the legacy of the Dark Lord." Lucas had learned during his investigation of Karkaroff that his mentor had once pursued Voldemort's legacy in Britain. His mentor believed that the Dark Lord had inherited Slytherin's chamber, rumored to contain numerous research notes from the era of Salazar Slytherin. Furthermore, he coveted the army of inferi employed by the Dark Lord during the war, a legion that had once bolstered the Dark Force's reputation but had vanished without a trace following Voldemort's demise. Most importantly, he sought to uncover the records of Voldemort's experiments with immortality. Lucas contemplated this matter. What truly was the secret behind Voldemort's immortality? In his quest for the Dark Lord's secrets, Lucas had ventured further than most of his contemporaries. At that time, he was teaching at Hogwarts, with a pristine record and a commendable reputation among students. On one occasion, he intervened to assist a Hufflepuff student, coincidentally encountering the Savior, Harry Potter, during a home visit. If Lucas wished, he could forge friendships with anyone. The Savior soon made Lucas's office a must-visit location at Hogwarts. Harry relished listening to Lucas recount tales of the castle's restoration progress or his adventures in hidden realms. In return, Harry began sharing his own stories. One day, their conversation turned to the Chamber of Secrets, wherein lay a basilisk. The Savior had once utilized the serpent's venomous fang to slay Tom Riddle. I hope everyone can utter his name, Tom Riddle, rather than Voldemort or the Dark Lord. In adulthood, the Savior possessed striking green eyes. Lucas sat in his armchair, listening to the evidently abridged tales, and cooperatively remarked, "Tom Riddle, uttering that name does not seem particularly arduous. Perhaps the majority of fear stems from the unknown." Lucas genuinely enjoyed those days of tea with the Savior. The stories of Gryffindor were noticeably truncated and concealed. Sometimes, when the narrative reached a thrilling point, Harry would find himself unable to disclose certain details, forcibly interpreting critical elements as dark magic. Even so, listening to the Savior's tales evoked a sense of uncovering the recent history of wizards. The name Harry Potter was destined to be legendary. During the Savior's first year, Voldemort had infiltrated the school by possessing the defense against the dark arts professor, and in his second year, he had ensnared a Gryffindor student, ultimately leading the unfortunate girl into the chamber. Through Harry's fragmented stories, he had repeatedly escaped the clutches of the Dark Lord. At that time, Lucas pondered a singular question. How had Harry slain Riddle? Only in the chamber had Harry employed the term kill. Lucas noted this detail in his mind. Yet, at that moment, he inquired, "The first-year student you saved was Ginny Weasley, who later became your wife." Harry blushed slightly at the sense of destiny conjured by Lucas, as though he had come to the school to discuss the origins of his love with a master. Returning to the question at hand, how had the Dark Lord transcended death? What was the secret the Savior was reluctant to divulge? Lucas's known clues centered around the Savior's assertion of having killed Riddle. Although Harry Potter had tactfully declined Lucas's request to explore Slytherin's chamber, as long as Lucas was aware of the chamber's existence within the school, he could locate it. Time passed, and the deceased basilisk had become mere bones. The serpent-shaped fountain within the chamber ceased to flow. Lucas explored every dark passage within the chamber, uncovering some ancient runes and defenses. Yet those inscriptions had been permanently sealed with the extinction of Slytherin's bloodline. While Slytherin may have left treasures behind, it was likely that his heirs had never discovered them. During his exploration of the chamber, Lucas naturally employed the reversal charm, a spell commonly used by wizards to examine traces of the past. The magic revealed that Ron Weasley and Hermione Granger had once visited this place to obtain the basilisk's fangs. Any further traces had been entirely eradicated. The tale of Harry Potter's battle against Tom Riddle ultimately remained just that, a tale. This led Lucas to the final revelation. The disfiguring and volatile dark magic that staved off the ravages of youth had been partially vanquished yet remained enduring. The secret to the Dark Lord's immortality lay in Horcruxes. Delving deeper into the reasoning became even more intriguing. Why was Voldemort unable to kill Harry Potter? The widely known explanation was that the Savior's mother had employed an ancient protective magic. The Savior had lived with his Muggle relatives until he turned 18. At that time, Harry merely sought to illustrate that his childhood was not as glamorous as most presumed. Yet, it sufficed to indicate that Lily Potter had bestowed a bloodline magic. This bloodline magic caused Voldemort's corporeal form to disintegrate on the day he attempted to murder Harry Potter. But what was the force that allowed Harry to survive under the Avada Kedavra curse? In truth, Lucas possessed a thread, should he choose to pursue it. He could discern the essence of events yet to unfold with greater clarity than many others. However, this conjecture is exceedingly perilous. To pry into the very essence of a Dark Lord's existence is a venture that could easily lead to one's demise. Chapter 98, A Return to Conversation. Snape observed that Carter White, after expounding on the Dark Lord's legacy, had once again slipped into a contemplative state. If Snape were to employ the Cruciatus Curse upon Carter White now, he would have to suppress the urge, as he remained within Carter White's abode. He reminded himself to exercise caution. Yet, this did not serve as justification for allowing Carter White to drift into distraction. Carter White's recent utterances had unveiled two significant clues. He had been a student of that master alchemist, implying that his age must be less than that of the alchemist, narrowing the range from 0 to 600 years down to 0 to 60. The second clue pertained to the Dark Lord, a revelation Snape had not anticipated in connection with the matter of Tooth Fairy powder. Snap! Snape clapped his hands near Carter White's ear, a gesture that roused Carter White from his reverie. What exactly is the Dark Lord's legacy? Snape pressed, posing the crucial question. You must call me Eddie. What? Snape thought he had misheard. Call me Eddie, and I shall tell you. Carter White patiently reiterated. He and the potion's master found themselves at an impasse. Lucas perceived that Snape's demeanor resembled that of a student informed that achieving Inuan the potion's final would earn him pocket money. The pocket money was highly coveted. Yet the exam was not something one wished to undertake. He exchanged glances with Snape for a moment before the latter averted his gaze. Do not push your luck. Snape struggled. The Dark Lord's legacy, do you not wish to know? Carter White exclaimed dramatically. Snape inhaled deeply, his expression darkening, endeavoring not to succumb to the frivolous atmosphere. Eddie Carter White, your humble potions master, now casts doubt upon the credibility of your words. A mere name in exchange for the secrets of the Dark Lord? You ought to consider yourself fortunate to have resurrected after the Dark Lord's disappearance. Yet I believe this exchange is quite worthwhile. Carter White rested his chin upon his hand, unfazed by Snape's solemnity, and irritatingly added, I believe it is of great significance that you address me by my given name. You mock me, Snape asserted firmly. His wand pressed against Carter White's throat. Carter White was compelled to tilt his head back, sensing Snape's tautness. He subtly adjusted the carpet beneath his feet, preparing for a possible hasty retreat should Snape's wand discharge. Yet he felt there was still a chance to salvage the situation. Calm yourself, Severus. Why not give it a try? If you inquire, I shall divulge. Carter White slowly placed his hand upon Snape's wrist, striving to appear as respectful and sincere as possible. Snape's grip on his wand loosened slightly. Seizing the opportunity, Carter White gently guided Snape's hand back, pushing it away from his own. Snape's hand felt cold. Lucas waved his hand to encourage the fire in the hearth to blaze even brighter. He looked at Snape with utmost sincerity, saying, This pertains to the Dark Lord, theoretically. I should not disclose it, but if you ask the right question today, I may reveal some details. You could attempt to call me Eddie. What had initially been a jest now bore a hint of seriousness from Lucas. What is the Dark Lord's legacy? Snape continued, reluctantly appending the word, Eddie. The power to transcend death, the ability to command dark creatures, his very birth. Carter White sought to enliven the atmosphere. Some believe the Dark Lord is dead. Others think he is not. Thus, until his sudden reappearance, we shall remain ignorant of his true state. Snape furrowed his brow deeply. His reverence for the Dark Lord caused him to overlook Lucas's teasing insinuation. Lucas had already overstepped. He reiterated, Do not approach that alchemist. Do not investigate him. Do not mention him, understand? So you do not fear the Dark Lord, but rather your former mentor? Snape scoffed. It is because you have encountered your mentor. Yet your shallow existence prevents you from comprehending the Dark Lord's terror. Carter White regarded him, and for an instant, his blue eyes were hollow and devoid of emotion. Moments later, Snape discerned it as a look reminiscent of a child frustratingly observing Sprout's Gryffindors. Snape felt deeply offended. Carter White remarked, "There is no need to compare two murderers." He countered Snape with a light-hearted tone. "You have never killed. You cannot fathom the horrors of those experiments." Horrific enough to warrant the use of the brain-locking charm? Snape probed. That was somewhat offensive. Lucas rose from the sofa. "Come with me, to the study." He strode up the stairs, intending to discuss matters regarding the Auror's internal strife. Yet the Ministry's dog-eat-dog scenario would persist for a while longer. There was no urgency in addressing it now. Lucas led Snape to the study's entrance on the second floor. He disengaged the study's security. "Please, enter." Carter White stepped over the threshold first. The study was predominantly quiet, save for the occasional shriek of a couple of books within a box. Snape recognized a vampire-repelling enchantment glimmering briefly amid a plethora of more complex anti-theft glyphs. He surmised it was part of Carter White's experimental endeavors, entering with heightened vigilance. "Take this." Carter White thrust the most vociferous book into Snape's hands. Snape did not accept it, but levitated the box with his wand. "Do you think I would come into contact with unknown dark artifacts?" Carter White was left to demonstrate. He placed his hand upon the screaming box, silencing it. Removing his hand, the box resumed its frantic wailing. "Remove it, replace it, remove it, replace it." Snape observed with an impassive expression, feeling as though he were witnessing a farcical performance. Carter White elucidated, "This is a protective bookcase that isolates dark magic. You may inspect it freely. This box is a very secure protective measure. But if you place your hand upon it, what do you suppose will happen? A Slytherin would not act so recklessly." Snape scoffed, but before he could finish speaking, Carter White seized his hand and placed it upon the box. The piercing shriek seemed poised to shatter the glass. Snape felt a chilling malevolence coiling beneath his hand. A shiver coursed down his spine, and he almost immediately drew his wand to obliterate the dreadful object beneath his hand. Carter White's warm hand enveloped his own. It seemed to possess some protective magic, quelling the sinister force lurking beneath Snape's touch. Snape swiftly withdrew his hand, casting a fierce glare at Carter White. "This is the distinction," Lucas mused wistfully. "How long has it been since you last encountered dark magic? Have you ever taken a life? Do you comprehend the nature of those forbidden spells? The alchemist you perceive as mundane may very well have taken more lives than you have ever seen." Lucas sought to instill in Snape a sense of the peril he faced. If the potions master could not glean clues regarding the individual adorned with the sapphire ring from him, Snape would embark on his own investigation. If Lucas could not keep Snape in check, he at least needed Snape to understand the monstrosity he was confronting. Chapter 99, A Radical Display. "Do I strike you as someone who would impulsively investigate?" Snape queried, glancing at Carter White. "Your mentor conducted research on soul powder. What else?" As Snape mentioned death, Carter White's box suddenly jolted, its contents thrashing against the confines, prompting Carter White to rap his knuckles against the lid, restoring silence to the box. The Master of Potions observed this small gesture and revealed a wicked smile. "What is this screaming box? Does it react when death is mentioned? Is it alive or dead? Is it a creation of dark magic?" Snape noted that Carter White had uttered several death-related words in a single sentence, watching with satisfaction as the box in Carter White's hands quivered each time he spoke the word death. Carter White knocked several times on the box's lid, and it ceased its movement. "Is it dead?" Snape feigned surprise as he inquired. The box remained silent. Carter White regarded Snape with a newfound expression. "What is it?" Snape suppressed his amusement, stating, "You have yet to answer my question." Carter White pursed his lips in silence and, somewhat helplessly, replied, "I nearly forgot what you asked. However, since the subject of ancient alchemy has been broached, it would not hurt to elaborate. Every alchemist studies the philosopher's stone, that goes without saying. This German master excels in dark rituals that command the dead and summon spirits." Summoning the dead? Snape noted that the box in Carter White's grasp had ceased to move in response to their conversation. He reluctantly averted his gaze. Conducting experiments requires substantial funding. This alchemist possesses a unique ritual that can summon the deceased back to the mortal realm. Would you be willing to spend all your galleons to converse once more with departed friends and loved ones? Unresolved quarrels, unspoken secrets, unexpressed love. Like a medium, perhaps? Snape felt a twinge of disappointment. In truth, it resembles the legendary resurrection stone, which purportedly allows the dead to return to the living world, Carter White corrected. Snape was unconvinced. "I see no distinction." Yet Carter White was earnest. "A medium may simply find a portrait to deceive you, but the spirits summoned by the ritual can continue to traverse the paths they walked in life." Snape grew serious. "And what distinguishes this from resurrection?" "As far as I know, numerous dark magics can shape physical forms. Yet those who have died once are different. In fairy tales, those who become obsessed with the resurrection stone ultimately face the Reaper." Carter White posed a thought-provoking question. "If there were no side effects, would you wish to resurrect someone?" Snape regarded him and quickly replied, "I would not." Carter White smiled slightly. then suddenly shook the object in his hand. Pondering aloud, "Do you know why I can touch this box without issue, yet it screams when you do?" He answered his own query with utmost seriousness. "Because it is a lie detector box. I speak the truth, while you do not." Carter White. Snape gritted his teeth. "Do you believe I cannot distinguish between a lie detector and a dark magical artifact? You must possess a specific method to control this box." Snape deliberately avoided discussing resurrection further. To continue down that path might lead to inquiries about what Carter White, if resurrected, might lose. Would he ultimately lead those close to him toward death? "I am different," Carter White suddenly declared. "If I were to leave, I would inform you." He abruptly made this statement, lowering his head to unlock the clasp on the box. Carter White unveiled the answer. There are only books in the study. This particular tome is the most perilous one found there. It contains records of some medieval alchemical and potion recipes. A thick cloud of black mist surged forth from the box, swirling and settling onto the carpet, forming 7 or 8 ethereal shadows, shackled as they conducted various experiments. Snape stepped back, covering his nose. He once again felt that intense malevolence. Carter White appeared unaffected as he retrieved the hefty, well-preserved, leather-bound book, a tome embossed with gold on an unknown hide, its edges silver inlaid, and intricate skeletal designs etched into the rounded spine. Snape ensured that his gaze did not linger on any part of the book for too long. "Hush!" Carter White deftly caressed the spine of the book, then held it in one hand, using the other to demonstrate to Snape, "It is all an illusion. This book cannot directly kill." He swiftly added, "Those deranged wizards who create such tomes do so in hopes that one day there will be someone to inherit their knowledge. Most books will not kill outright." Standing in the midst of the study, Carter White was entwined in black mist. His demeanor, while discussing knowledge reminiscent of an extreme dark wizard absorbed in research. Snape remained cautiously still. He suspected that Carter White had already been compromised. He attempted to use the key to exit the house. Carter White paused, a peculiar expression crossing his face. He closed the book, and the black mist retreated within. "I am not under control. There is no need for you to leave in haste," as Carter White, the architect of the key, could sense Snape triggering it. Yet he was merely displaying a scenario. Lucas observed Snape's wary demeanor, realizing he may have been too radical in his demonstration. "Did you not promise to assist me in organizing the study last time? That is why I introduced this book to you. Once you gain its approval, you need not fear these books attacking you." This statement hardly suggested he was free from the book's influence. Carter White noted that Snape had already reached the door. He could only continue. "I truly am not under control. There is a technique to reading dark magic tomes." Snape watched Carter White warily. The creation of books is also a complex craft. For instance, this book's cover is made from dragon hide, its pages from human skin, and the spine is reinforced with human bones, while the silver embossing balances the dark magic. "I merely wish to introduce you to a method of reading. You have visited the Malfoy family's library, have you not? Typically, the books in a proper pureblood family library are filtered and tamed, chained, and inscribed with runes, or consist of rare, handwritten manuscripts." Snape began to listen intently to Carter White's explanation. If Carter White truly was a master alchemist with a legacy, the knowledge he shared would undoubtedly be difficult to encounter elsewhere. "What I possess, for now, shall be called the original book. You may consider it the dark magic version of the Sorting Hat. Firstly, its crafting process is exceptionally intricate. Secondly, it will select its reader. You must demonstrate your ability to master it in order to access its contents." Carter White again extended the book towards Snape, and when he spoke earnestly, he always seemed remarkably credible. "How should I proceed?" Snape hesitated, glancing at the book, the ribs on its spine still shifting and rotating, presenting only illusions. So he could only focus on the hand holding the book. Chapter 100, Dark Memories. The known quickest method to read dark magic tomes is murder. Most dark magic books reveal their text to murderers, yet the dark wizards who commonly perish from knowledge of dark magic are precisely those individuals. The brain closure charm is a conservative approach. You might attempt to fabricate a dark experiment. As long as it feels sufficiently authentic, it shall unlock for you. Furthermore, the brain closure charm can help you maintain consciousness. Carter White maintained the gesture of offering the book. He assured Snape, "I will watch over you. Nothing will go awry." Snape felt a stir of temptation. The contents of this book were invaluable, and Carter White was willing to demonstrate his reading method. "What price must I pay?" "You must assist me in organizing this study." Carter White waved the book in his hand. It contained records of a 16th century weapon crafting process, wherein the smelting required a specific magical potion. "Very well." Snape felt a twinge of reluctance, for it seemed Carter White always managed to present him with something he could not refuse at critical moments. Compared to the pursuit of the auction war against the Aurors, organizing the bookshelf and brewing potions are more tolerable tasks. "The potions must be brewed within this house, and I shall oversee the process," Cartwright added nonchalantly. Snape glared at him. I have a job during the day. Cartwright replied lightly. We could set aside 3 hours on Saturday evenings for brewing. Didn't the Potions Weekly publish an article about a workstation that can manipulate the flow of time? I could procure one for you. Lucas was referring to last year's issue, wherein an advertisement showcased a potion cooking station that occupied an entire page, promising to shorten the brewing time of the Felix Felicis. Lucas had just joined the labor service then, and while Snape was inspecting potions, he happened to notice the magazine's inner pages, lingering on that particular page a bit too long. After Cartwright's suggestion, he noticed Snape seemed lost in thought. He waved a hand in front of Snape's eyes. What is it? Do you have a feature in mind that you particularly fancy? Snape took a deep breath. Is the workstation considered trivial in your field? The temporal magic likely diverges from your mentor's area of study, does it not? Not particularly challenging. I learn everything on my own, Cartwright replied dismissively. Since you are not a master of alchemy, the discretion of difficulty lies with me. Are you capable of controlling the temperature of the flames for preserving potion materials and adjusting the flow of time? Snape tentatively proposed his requirements. He suspected that he had fallen under the illusion of Cartwright's potion book. Otherwise, how could he encounter an alchemist master who invited him to make requests for a customized laboratory? All is possible, Cartwright responded eagerly. How soon may I utilize such a laboratory? Snape's speech quickened. Cartwright pondered for a moment. I am pleased by your eagerness to commence experimentation. However, you must first assist me in organizing the bookshelf before we can progress to the experimental phase. Lucas discerned Snape's misunderstanding. The potions master perceived that they were to separately conduct research on potions and alchemy. Yet, in this house, Cartwright held the ultimate authority. To Cartwright, Snape's agreement implied a willingness to collaboratively undertake the potion aspect of the experiment. What is your fixation on organizing this space? Snape questioned, perplexed. Cartwright shook his head in resignation. The study is a place of profound magical fluctuations within this house. Altering its configuration can expedite the house's renewal, rendering it more comfortable. To reorganize this study, you must first gain the approval of this book. And the owner of this book is? The master of this house. He deciphered and improved upon medieval forging techniques from fragmentary texts. This fortuitously aligns with my area of research. Snape comprehended. Cartwright's research direction seemed to encompass a little bit of everything. Cautiously, he retrieved his wand. Do not use your wand. It will amplify the book's power. Cartwright indicated the 2 single sofas he had brought. With a flick of his short silver wand, the 2 sofas merged into a long couch. Sitting and attempting will yield better results. When Cartwright was serious, matters typically held considerable weight. Snape resolved to heed his advice. He approached the sofa and sat down, quickly noticing that the adjacent seat sank slightly as Cartwright took a place beside him. You may fabricate some dark magic experiments or something sinister. It would be preferable if you could exhibit a semblance of academic spirit. Cartwright imparted his wisdom. Rest your hand upon the spine of the book. Do not be overly tense. Snape nearly recoiled at the thought of barehandedly engaging with a dark magic book in such a perilous house. What if this were a secret of Cartwright's resurrection, intending to occupy the body of an Auror before claiming his? Do not allow the book to sway your mind. Cartwright cautioned Snape. Steeling himself, Snape extended his hand to touch the spine. A deafening scream and fragments of experiments assailed his mind, akin to receiving an irate, soul-sucking memory. The Dark Lord's probing of his thoughts in moments of rage felt somewhat similar. Yet, this magic book's probing was more peculiar. It was not the thought of a living being, but crashed into Snape's mind in an indescribable state. Snape found himself immersed in a recollection of researching potions under the Dark Lord's command, tasked with developing a potion to induce werewolf frenzy, ultimately aiming to enable the imbibing werewolves to disregard excruciating pain and continue their assault. Snape's memory focused on a meeting. Let me see which of my servants is willing to help me test the effects of this potion. The Dark Lord paced along the long table occupied by Death Eaters, where 7 or 8 robust werewolves stood. My lord, why not allow the inventor of the potion to personally test it? Suggested Fenrir Greyback, the werewolf leader. With a hint of reluctance, the Dark Lord cast a cold glance at him, instructing, let them know why, Severus. This potion is designed specifically for werewolves. Ordinary wizards cannot demonstrate its effects, and it is merely a half-finished product. Snape responded respectfully, having already asked Dumbledore to safeguard Lily. He could not genuinely allow such a frenzy potion to be unveiled. Indeed, I am aware this is only a half-finished product, Severus. Let us first observe the frenzied aspect. The Dark Lord understood that this potion would only incite werewolves to fight madly, but after the battle, there would be naught but death. He dispatched numerous Death Eaters to seek out the child foretold by prophecy, and the inevitable unrest among the inner circle was palpable. Death had long been a crucial method of control for the Dark Lord. Severus, you shall select a subject for the experiment. The Dark Lord entrusted this task to Snape. Chapter 101, Altering Memories. The Dark Lord conferred upon Snape the power to kill. Snape rose from his seat, bowing his head submissively as he walked among a row of anxious, fearful werewolves. It was not a full moon night. These werewolves appeared more like ordinary individuals, with the leader bringing along the weak and the elderly from their clan. A line of werewolves stood there, gazing at Snape with pleading expressions, all hoping he would not choose them. They were women, the elderly, and children. It seemed Severus was at a loss as to how to decide. The Dark Lord's voice echoed behind Snape, resembling a devil's whisper. Snape hurriedly scanned the group of werewolves, only to discover an additional figure in his memory. Eddie Cartwright stood at the end of the row of werewolves, clad in a black robe, his face brimming with eagerness amid the cowering werewolves. Snape understood Cartwright's implication. This was merely a fabricated memory, not intended to deceive the living, but merely to obscure the dark artifact's narrative without necessitating a coherent storyline. Nevertheless, Cartwright's intrusion into his thoughts alongside the book set Snape on edge. The young potions professor narrowed his eyes, pointing to the last individual in the line. I believe he is suitable. Because it resided within Snape's memory, everyone, including the Dark Lord, deemed his choice acceptable. The scene shifted to Snape holding a long-necked potion vial, the liquid inside having cooled significantly but still bubbling away. Snape handed the potion to Cartwright, who accepted it and observed it curiously for a moment. Administer it to him. The Dark Lord's voice resonated from the authentic memory. During the last genuine testing incident, the chosen elderly werewolf had struggled and evaded, unwilling to comply. His companions, who arrived with him, became the shackles binding him. A middle-aged female werewolf and an elderly male werewolf grasped the chosen werewolf selected by Snape, one on each side, firmly restraining him to ensure that Snape could pour the potion into the werewolf's mouth without losing a single drop. Perhaps these werewolves believed that sacrificing their weakest companion would appease the Dark Lord's temper, a notion that seemed quite pragmatic. Yet, this was not the rationale that Snape employed to soothe his own conscience. He mechanically administered the potion to the werewolf, even surmising that the Dark Lord was delighting in the spectacle behind him. It was unclear when it had begun, but that master seemed to derive great pleasure from observing the struggles of humanity. They were merely actors invited by the Dark Lord, existing solely to satisfy his whims. Snape watched as Catterwait gulped down the potion. Catterwait must have invoked a form of magic that Snape did not comprehend, cooperating with him to alter the very fabric of this memory. Grayish-white fur sprouted from Catterwait's body, his fingers thickened at the joints, and his form began to approximate that of a werewolf. Upon drinking the potion, Catterwait doubled over in agony, clutching his abdomen, kneeling on the ground. Initially, he managed to utter words pleading for the Dark Lord's mercy, but soon enough, the potion took effect. His eyes began to redden, the boundary between pupil and sclera growing indistinct. Moments later, the werewolf version of Catterwait slowly rose, stimulated into a state reminiscent of the full moon, his hands slightly forward, nostrils flaring as he sought his first target for attack. This scene bore a resemblance to Snape's genuine memory, yet it diverged in significant ways. Catterwait's presence altered many aspects of the unfolding events. The weight of the memory was mitigated by the grotesque transformation of Catterwait into a werewolf. Snape stood within his recollection, observing a younger version of himself amidst the scene. If the memory was fabricated, might he not bestow upon Catterwait some additional narrative? Severus? Snape suddenly realized he was not alone. He turned to regard the speaking Catterwait, then glanced back at the memory being demonstrated, where Catterwait lunged at the nearby werewolf. The Dark Lord's gathering was tinged with crimson, as the frenzied potion coursed through Catterwait, prompting him to tear through the werewolf that had previously restrained him. Snape's expression remained impassive as he regarded the Catterwait beside him. The layer of memory they inhabited was perilously close to Snape's true recollections. It was not that Catterwait had the ability to read his thoughts, but the proximity was unsettling. Catterwait was increasingly engrossed in every detail of the memory. Following his voice, the werewolf Catterwait was struck by several eager Death Eater spells. Red light pierced the werewolf's fur, inciting further rage. His gaze settled upon the attacking wizard, crouching and leaping. Despite having been a feeble werewolf moments ago, he exhibited a terrifying aerial prowess that he had never possessed even in his youth. A green bolt of light accurately pierced the descending werewolf. He crashed heavily to the ground, startling a wizard who had nearly fallen victim to his attack, causing him to tumble in panic. Young Snape remained expressionless. He observed the aging werewolf sprawled on the ground, the wild fur gradually receding to reveal Catterwait's form. The once red eyes reverted to an aged murkiness, hollow and shrouded in a veil of deathly pallor. This was sufficient. Witnessing his own demise felt peculiar. As Catterwait spoke beside him, they beheld the memory enveloped by a swirling black mist for analysis. Moments later, Snape opened his eyes on the sofa in the study. His hand rested upon the book, fingers splayed along its spine. Catterwait's hand pressed atop his, radiating a heat so intense it was nearly scalding. Snape glanced again at the spine, where the ever-changing bone patterns had stilled. His gaze fixated on Catterwait, who dutifully raised his hand in a gesture of surrender. Now, only Snape's hand remained upon the book, which had taken on a different aura, still imbued with a cold and lurking malice, yet no longer directed at him. It displayed a demeanor that was not submissive but rather compliant, and that was sufficient. Snape opened to the first page of the book. He could clearly discern the text inscribed upon it. Congratulations, Severus. This book acknowledges you. If only Catterwait were absent from this room. Snape's reading was interrupted. Having merely skimmed the preface, he already recognized the book's immense value. I have yet to investigate your intrusion into my mind. Snape's tone was frosty. Catterwait waved his hand dismissively, casually resting it on the back of the sofa, encroaching upon Snape's personal space. I did not employ a soul-siphoning charm. I utilized a healing spell, one commonly used by St. Mungos to treat patients. Snape inclined his ear, indicating his burgeoning interest. The healer would establish a magical link to enter the patient's psyche, to uncover the underlying issues that bound them. Snape discerned a flaw in Catterwait's reasoning. What are the successful cases of such healing? Catterwait's innocent smile indicated, I believe this is merely an experimental charm that has not successfully cured anyone. He refrained from mentioning that this incantation had nearly sent a St. Mungo's healer into the hospital ward. However, magic is boundless in its possibilities. Perhaps what appears to be a useless charm in the present might open vast horizons in a different context. Chapter 102, A Difficult Journey. Snape did not perceive the magical link that Catterwait purportedly wielded. He sat on the sofa, surveying the room. The study had been tidied with simple household spells, leaving it nearly dust-free. One wall was draped in heavy gray velvet. Catterwait offered an explanation. There hangs a portrait that has been subjected to a permanent sticking charm. That of the founder of this family. The oil paint has dissolved, yet the sticking charm cannot be undone just yet. Snape waved his wand to draw back the velvet curtain, revealing a modeled portrait. I have long wondered why all the portraits in this house appear in such a melted state. Snape scrutinized the image devoid of magical traces, although the paint had liquefied. The figure's likeness remained discernible, presenting an uncomfortable sight. The portraits are part of the house's protective magic. Their power derives from the foundation of the house. I have severed their source of energy within the foundation, hence their current state. Snape indicated his attentiveness. He remained seated on the sofa, and the communication with the spell book drained considerable magical energy. Snape was gradually recovering his strength, now understanding why Catterwait had encouraged him to sit. If we do not take these precautions, the portraits would alert others, and certain special portraits could activate the house's protective magic. Catterwait pointed toward the bookshelf. The books here are organized by language and level of danger. The top 3 rows are in Latin, including ancient Greek and some lesser-known languages. I will handle those. While the others are in English and Old English, which I believe you can manage effortlessly. What criteria will you employ to arrange these books? Snape observed the bookshelf in alignment with Catterwait's indications. In truth, organizing the shelves was not a burdensome task for him. Yet the prospect of doing so under Catterwait's direction felt fraught with potential pitfalls. By intuition, not all of these are tomes of dark magic. We will rearrange them in a sequence of 3 ordinary books, followed by 1 dark magic tome. This way, the magical energy on the shelf can maintain balance, and the books will cease their incessant wailing. It is also a method of sealing, testing a wizard's perception of the texts. In order to ascertain the most suitable arrangement of these tomes, one must sometimes consider sequences unrelated to the contents of the books. Severus Snape inquired, "What do you do when searching for a book?" Cartwright retrieved a card from the drawer of his study and handed it to Snape. Upon receiving the card, Snape observed that it was entirely blank. He uttered a spell, and traces began to emerge, yet no words appeared. In conjunction with this, Cartwright produced ink and a quill from the drawer. The ink emitted a peculiar scent, and Snape dipped the quill into it. A droplet fell onto the card, only to be swiftly absorbed, leaving the surface still blank. "This is a bibliographic management system I devised," Cartwright explained. He extracted another sheet of paper and inscribed the keywords "Dark Magic Life Ritual," followed by a detailed description. With each completion of his writing, a complete paragraph materialized above the card, accompanied by a timestamp. Once Cartwright finished, he tapped the card with his wand, leaving behind a simple eye-shaped pattern. Readers could jot down notes and categorize their insights on the card while reading, which would bind the card to the respective book. He placed the card within the recently tamed tome of dark magic and levitated the book back onto the shelf. Subsequently, Cartwright retrieved a rather unassuming large notebook, reminiscent of the ones often given as gifts when purchasing books at Leaky Cauldron. He opened the notebook to reveal a title, beneath which lay the notes Cartwright had just penned. All books are meant to be read. Any book that has been perused can be categorized using this method. Snape questioned, but how do you document their relative positions? No need for documentation, Cartwright replied, tapping his toe on the carpet. He had included a roll of exquisite, plush carpeting in the furniture procurement for Argus, which felt delightful and was meticulously crafted. I have inscribed a summoning-type magic circle beneath the carpet. If you require a book within the realm of dark magic, you may simply declare, dark magic. As he spoke, the categorized tome on dark magic emerged from the shelf. You may also utter keywords, and it will similarly retrieve relevant texts. Confirming Snape's understanding, he produced a stack of white cards, each the thickness of a brick. Dear Severus, the principle is thus: each book must contain a white card, enabling you to categorize while reading. However, if I were in your position, I would categorize first, and then leisurely peruse the books. Snape sensed a strong implication in this statement, a narrow but not perilous suggestion. He had never encountered such a sophisticated bibliographic management system anywhere. One could easily surmise that under this method, both note retrieval and book searching would be remarkably simplified. I see no issues, Snape cautiously remarked. Cartwright subtly hinted that he could continue his reading here. Then let us commence. Cartwright drew his wand, and a gentle white light emanated from it, causing the books on the shelves to soar and hover throughout the room. Merely extracting these volumes revealed their inherent inclinations. Books of similar language or nature congregated together, undoubtedly facilitating the categorization process. Snape had yet to consider the phrase effortlessly when an upheaval occurred. Books from the Latin language family launched an assault on those of the Old English genre. Two hefty tomes, aged and nearly falling apart, clashed as they exchanged territories, causing minor friction. After a brief pause, both tomes charged toward one another with unerring precision. The Latin tome struck heavily against the Old English book, which retaliated with force by fanning its pages back. The conflict between these ancient texts swiftly escalated between the two linguistic families. The previously serene grouping scene transformed rapidly into a battlefield. The dark magic tome emerged as a valiant warrior, as the intensifying conflict birthed intertwining red and blue lights from within the pages. Dark mist swirled as a banshee's wail echoed, revealing a struggling visage upon the pages of one book, only for another to charge forth and strike at that face. Snape was taken aback. He had once thought that placing Slytherin and Gryffindor in the same potions class was the epitome of chaos. But the sight before him felt akin to pitting first-year students from all four houses against one another in a fierce melee. Cartwright, the architect of this chaos, had evidently anticipated such circumstances. He had astutely positioned the instigating Latin and Old English texts at opposite ends of the shelf, inserting white cards to ensure they would never have the opportunity to engage in conflict. The ancient bookshelf radiated a dim white glow after the books were cleared. The chains that had restrained the tomes rattled in anticipation of Cartwright locking new prisoners into its embrace. Severus? Cartwright's voice was filled with mirth. Snape, with a scowl, realized that the primary combatants in this room were the English texts, all of which he had agreed to oversee on Cartwright's behalf. Eddie Cartwright. He had surmised that nothing in this world was ever easy, particularly when tasked by Cartwright. The potions master, scowling, wielded his wand to control the two books that were about to collide with his face, placing them at opposite ends of the shelf and inserting the small white cards. This was far from merely organizing a bookshelf. It felt akin to mediating a preschool quarrel. Chapter 103, Exemplary Tomes. Snape quickly immersed himself in the intense categorization effort, deftly dodging the assaults of the books. These volumes had coexisted on a single shelf for far too long. Upon sensing external interference, they swiftly turned their collective focus outward. Cartwright, manage your books, Snape demanded furiously as he was attacked by a German book. Lucas glanced over from the fray, recognizing the cover of the hefty tome, and summoned it to his view with a spell. Snape had every reason to be irate. Lucas flipped through a couple of pages amidst the turmoil. The book was about water magic. Although he could not ascertain why it was so irritable, the incessant spraying of water was certainly inappropriate. Cartwright gently stroked the spine of the book, placing it centrally on the shelf. Snape observed Cartwright with discontent, exclaiming, "Lock this book away." Water droplets still clung to his hair, and his dark eyes blazed with indignation. Cartwright feigned agreement, busily taking more books into his hands. While those books caused some mischief near him, they behaved relatively well. The potions master gritted his teeth as a book snagged his hair, and in a moment of exasperation, he cast the spell to rend it asunder. The study seemed to freeze in time. The books halted for an instant, and a foul odor wafted through the air. The tome struck by Snape's wand broke free from its levitation spell, crashing heavily to the ground, its cover bearing the title of a metallurgical process. Moments later, some of the more composed books autonomously returned to the shelf. Others, however, defiant and unruly, surged toward Snape. The potion's master sneered. He waved his wand, levitating the fallen book, and before all the books, he intoned a spell, restore to original state. The book healed, charging forth once more like a warrior. Rend asunder. Restore to original state. Rend asunder. Restore to original state. These two spells seemed to form a wondrous combination, precisely targeting the same book, guiding the errant tomes to discover their purpose in life. They hastily scurry towards the bookshelf, no longer pestering the wizard, and after a brief quarrel, they successfully find their designated places. A few mischievous volumes even embrace the chains, as if the jingling links provide them with a sense of security. Severus Snape picked up the book he had repeatedly repaired and placed it in the vacant spot on the shelf. The books on either side obediently shifted slightly, creating a space that would not encroach upon Snape's fingers. Snape cast a provocative glance at Carter White. Some matters require a certain finesse. The expression on Snape's face appeared to lament that his spells could not befall Carter White. Leaning against the bookshelf, Carter White complimented Snape, affirming that he had indeed made the right judgment. These books sometimes resembled children, and he had a remarkable talent for nurturing them. The remark was somewhat crude, yet Snape was already exhausted from the antics of these books. Throughout the recent ordeal, he had memorized several book titles, intending to prioritize reading them later. Their contents had better be worth the effort he had expended. Snape's gaze swept over the row of books, and each tome he beheld fell silent. But something seemed amiss. He settled onto the sofa, and Carter White handed him a glass of lemonade. Snape observed as Carter White re-enchanted the bookshelf. With the erratic movements of Carter White's wand, an unusual energy enveloped the shelf, and the reorganized arrangement seemed considerably more stable. The house itself appeared somewhat transformed. A loud crash resonated through the air. Instinctively, Snape drew his wand, aiming toward the source of the sound. He quickly discovered the noise emanated from the picture frame that had been subjected to a permanent sticking charm. Its unbreakable bond with the wall now severed. Carter White, seated beside Snape, sipped his lemonade. Was the failure of that spell related to the reorganization of the bookshelf? Snape yearned to inquire why Carter White had previously offered tea and now only provided lemonade. Yet he was more intrigued by the issue of the picture frame. I have mentioned that the study is a vital component of this house. Can you imagine the founder of this family gathering books from all corners of the world and placing them upon the shelves? He hung his portrait in the study, cohabiting with it over time to enhance its wisdom, thereby aligning it more closely with his own thoughts. These factors contributed to the inviolability of the sticking charm. Thus, the secret to breaking the sticking charm must reside within these books. What Carter White was endeavoring to do was effectively erase a wizard's trace from the mortal realm. Is there nothing here for adults to drink? Lemonade? Will you provide milk next time? Snape glanced down, critically assessing the beverage Carter White had offered. Lucas glanced at the cups in their hands. After a moment's thought, he remarked, there are still a few bottles of whiskey or tequila in the cellar. Whiskey. Snape noticed Carter White snapping his fingers. The house's house elf had yet to hatch, and with Carter White's gesture, a small wooden table appeared before the sofa, adorned with 2 crystal goblets and a sealed bottle of whiskey. The 1926 sherry cask, aged for over 50 years, was one of only 30 bottles released by the Irish Dwarf Distillery in 1977. Carter White, exhibiting the professionalism of a sommelier, lifted the bottle to showcase the magically illustrated label, depicting a dragon lounging beside the cask, seemingly intoxicated while guarding its treasure. The hand-painted label narrated the tale of a dragon safeguarding exquisite wine. The bottle, crafted by an alchemical master, was reputed to encapsulate time, preserving the wine's original flavor. Carter White enchanted the crystal whiskey goblets with 2 ice spheres, opening the whiskey and pouring it before Snape. Another alchemical master? Is it customary for your profession to create bottles for liquor? Snape snorted derisively, taking a goblet and taking a sip. Alas, Lucas did not manage to stop Snape. He had assumed the potion's master would at least adhere to Slytherin's etiquette for drinking, allowing him a moment to explain. Cough, cough, cough. Snape erupted into a fit of urgent coughing. Carter White hastily set down the bottle and offered Snape a clean handkerchief. Patting his back, Snape eventually recovered, exhaling frosty breath, his pale face flushed with coughing and fury, and he angrily pushed Carter White away. Chapter 104, Frosty Whiskey. This is frosty whiskey. You should first inhale its aroma, then like this. Carter White tapped the rim of the goblet with his wand, infusing it with a touch of magic, causing the ice spheres to whirl, while a cascade of shimmering snowflakes fell above the crystal goblet. After the snowflakes settled, a frosty little tiger scampered around the rim of the goblet before leaping into the liquid, splashing a small spray of water. Carter White explained, one must wait for the liquor and magic to interact fully. This ensures each drink showcases its unique flavor. He pushed his goblet towards Snape. Snape declined. He withdrew his wand and, following Carter White's instructions, tapped the rim of his goblet. A doe gracefully leapt from the liquid, pausing at the rim, cautiously surveying its surroundings before jumping back into the drink. It is said that such magical interactions represent the attributes of a wizard's animagus form. Lucas noted the outline of the creature that appeared in Snape's goblet with keen interest. He elaborated, many spells of wizards relate to creatures in nature, such as the Patronus charm or animagus transformation. Frosty whiskey became immensely popular in its time, as it could reveal a wizard's subconscious affinity with their animal form. One school of thought posits that understanding one's animagus form aids in the study of magic. Previously, Snape had deliberately concealed his Patronus from the Dementors, but this concealment had now been exposed. A herbivore? Carter White stroked his chin, his analytical gesture too conspicuous, prompting Snape to purse his lips in displeasure. This whiskey has another delightful aspect. Suddenly, Carter White clinked his cup against Snape's, and as their goblets collided, the little creatures within both cups leaped forth once more. The little tiger, lacking any sense of boundaries, bounded to the rim of Snape's goblet. With a single leap, it swiftly crossed the rim and landed beside the bowing doe. The little tiger nuzzled against the doe, which retreated a step in alarm along the edge of the goblet. Enough. Snape maintained a stern expression and flicked the little tiger away. As his finger brushed against the creature, he felt a faint chill. The clingy carnivore transformed into a shimmering wisp and vanished from the rim. Ah, isn't that rather adorable? Carter White smiled, having consumed half of his originally 50 milliliters of whiskey. If your animagus theory holds true, it truly shares your ignorance of boundaries. Snape, displeased, leaned back against the sofa and took another sip of the whiskey. A refreshing coolness flowed through his mouth and into his very being, reminiscent of a lawn after an autumn rain, imbued with a unique essence. The entry was smooth, and soon the warmth from the potent whiskey enveloped him. After grappling with a multitude of insipid books, indulging in such a drink was precisely what an adult ought to do. Where did you procure this? It is rather enjoyable. Snape was not one to frequently indulge in alcohol. He had ventured into several taverns with some of the older Slytherins, including those in Knockturn Alley. Yet he held little interest in their customary entertainments. Nevertheless, Snape was quite certain that Carter White's liquor was absent from any beverage list. If you wish, I can reserve this bottle for you. You may continue to indulge in it upon your next visit. Carter White drained his glass of whiskey and poured another round for both himself and Snape. This time, he transformed the ice cube into a flower blooming within the glass. What I inquired was, where did you purchase this? Snape took another sip, his displeasure evident as he declined Carter White's insinuation of a future meeting. If every encounter with Carter White was to be such a tumultuous affair, it would be better not to meet at all. Moreover, as it was already late into the night, he truly had work to attend to and could not afford to engage in idle conversation with an unemployed wizard. That is rather expensive, Carter White remarked delicately. Snape, slightly dulled by the alcohol, simply reiterated, where did you acquire it? I happened to bring it home from the auction the other day. Carter White replied with a hint of resignation, having noted Snape's increased insistence on the answer after a few drinks. Lucas himself had entertained plans of feigning madness under the influence of alcohol, but he had just realized he had missed the prime opportunity. Now, his performance would likely lack the naturalness of Snape's. If it was auctioned off, it would probably be around 10,000 galleons, Carter White said lightly. Raising his glass with a mischievous toast to the generosity of the auction, Snape scrutinized the glass in his hand anew. Thus, Carter White thoughtfully added, the glass is also from the auction. It comes as a set, worth about 100 galleons. I believe the Malfoy family should possess a set, if they do not. Consider my words unspoken. Snape finished his whiskey and raised his empty glass towards Carter White, signaling for another. Without hesitation, Carter White filled it once more. Continuing to elaborate on his plans, an Auror left me a message requesting a private meeting. This captain had not previously been on the same team as Carter White. Yet prior to the incident, he had been eager to recruit Carter White into his squad. He had left a note on the wall along Lucas's path when he released Karkaroff. Unfortunately, the other party was unaware that Lucas had liberated Karkaroff, thinking instead it was merely an ordinary dark wizard from Knockturn Alley. Thus, aside from expressing in his message, Eddie Carter White, you have fallen so low, his demeanor remained relatively stable. I plan to let them stew a bit longer. You might advise your senior Lucius to keep a low profile for now. The Ministry of Magic will soon determine the outcome. Carter White languidly remarked. Moreover, since the Thunderbird incident, Knockturn Alley seems to hold the upper hand. Aurors are powerless against wizards. However, while appearing relaxed, there are reports of retired Aurors emerging to conduct investigations. Are you attempting to utilize others to do your bidding? Not quite. At present, I merely wish to open a shop and earn some money. Carter White was not yet prepared to conclude the conversation. When it came to his former mentor, caution was warranted. Open a shop? Selling your rather ineffective alchemical products? Snape inquired. I have always wondered, Since you claim to be deceased and are unable to use your original name, does your alchemical master certification still exist? Have they received news of your death, and perhaps your murderer has already delivered a eulogy at your funeral? Carter White hesitated, deciding to address only one question. Which of my alchemical products is ineffective? His blue eyes regarded Snape with a hint of accusation, and feeling discomfort from resting against the sofa, Carter White removed his hair tie. Snape, having broached the subject, retorted with conviction, "The ring you provided me only allows for one-way communication. Is that not a design flaw?" Lucas had not anticipated that Snape would question him on this matter. He let out a short laugh and extended his hand to the potion's master. "Allow me to grant you the necessary permissions." Snape seized the upper hand, raising an eyebrow. "You still do not acknowledge that this is a flaw in your magical settings?" No, dear Severus." Carter White poured wine for Snape once more, now for the fourth time, as the two wizards, feigning relaxation under the influence of alcohol, indeed felt a measure of ease. Carter White triumphantly shook a finger at Snape, declaring with mock seriousness, "I did not give you the opportunity to refuse." He had no desire to confront the potion's master's verbal onslaught. Snape gritted his teeth, nearly losing his facade of drunkenness. The words he had refrained from voicing last time were now on the tip of his tongue. However, he had grossly underestimated Carter White's decisiveness. The blue-eyed wizard was already gleefully pointing at Snape's left pocket, exclaiming, "I can sense that you have hidden the door key there." He leaned closer to Snape, intending to retrieve it personally. Snape felt as though he might explode. He believed that Carter White was a veritable poison, and drinking with him would yield no fruitful inquiries. A sharp crack echoed in the air as the potion's master departed through the door key. Chapter 105, Prosperity. On an ordinary Monday afternoon, Lucas wandered the corridors of Hogwarts alone after class. A familiar voice called his name from behind, drawing the attention of surrounding students toward him. Recognizing the voice as that of his roommate, Marcus Knott, he quickened his pace, veering around a crowded corridor. Uninformed students assumed it was yet another episode of Slytherins troubling their own. However, Knott, upon finally catching up to Lucas, leaned against his knees, panting as he struggled to contain his excitement, ultimately exclaiming, "Guess how many orders I received this morning?" Lucas pondered for a moment. "4. How did you know?" Knott exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment. 200 galleons for labor, 80 galleons for materials. Just for my share, I stand to earn 40 galleons. Lucas had been keeping a close watch on the small circle surrounding Gringotts. The movements of the older Slytherins were always worth noting. Although Lucas had playfully told Knott, 7 is a magical number, his goal of selling 7 protective charms per month was actually based on the potential number of buyers in the first month, combined with the maximum quantity one first-year student could handle. I was merely guessing. Lucas continued towards the cellar, intent on reaching the Ollery. Knott followed closely behind and handed Lucas a piece of parchment, saying, "I've recorded the requirements for the orders. You should take a look. I find their requests rather complex." His tone betrayed a hint of uncertainty. Lucas examined the parchment. Knott's handwriting was commendable, with the first line detailing the requested leather color. But it soon became intricate with their demands for designs, including the phoenix, the Slytherin house emblem, and even a self-portrait. Lucas glanced at Knott, who appeared somewhat anxious under his scrutiny. He explained, "I already informed the older student that the surface area for the charm is limited, and the portrait is too intricate. Yet she insisted we give it a try. It shouldn't pose any issues." The "shouldn't pose any issues" referred to Knott. If Lucas failed to meet their demands, it would not bode well for him. Nevertheless, while Knott was preparing the color palette, he had already deemed Lucas a brilliant alchemist, bringing these complex requests to him in hopes that he could indeed work miracles. "Have them bring satisfactory magical photographs, and I will handle the rest," Lucas said, returning the parchment to his roommate. Noticing their direction towards the Ollery, Nort was somewhat taken aback and inquired, "Are we sending out the orders now? Our dormitory also has an owl post. If needed, I can have one sent from home." "I have matters to attend to," Lucas succinctly replied, halting by the passage leading to the shed, which essentially conveyed his intention to decline company. Nort mumbled, watching Lucas's slender figure ascend the steps, uncertain of Lucas's intentions. He sensed a departure from Lucas's usual amiable demeanor. Today, he appeared somewhat irritable. The Ollery is perched atop the highest tower of the castle. During winter, students seldom venture out to send letters, and the heavy stone steps were glazed with a thin layer of ice. Lucas cast a non-slip charm upon himself, layering it with a warming spell before continuing his ascent. Since receiving Professor Snape's assignment regarding the orders for the lower years potions, Lucas was aware that the first batch of procurement was due by this Sunday, leaving him a mere 7 days. Thus, he prioritized organizing the inquiry letters, dispatching them via individual owls to various shops in Diagon Alley. Lucas meticulously adjusted both the orders and the procurement frequency for each potion. He explicitly stated in his letters that he was Severus Snape's designated buyer, detailing the items and timelines required. This morning, he received a succession of responses from owls bearing prices and samples. While the quality of the potion ingredients posed no issues, the quotations and responses varied greatly. Lucas had posed nearly identical questions in each inquiry, but only a third of the suppliers provided thorough answers. One reply even included a prank spell. An hour after receiving the prank letter, Lucas was met with a hastily penned apology from the shop owner, explaining that the impolite letter had been sent by his child, who had yet to enroll, and imploring that the future senior not hold a child accountable. This shop controlled 40% of the lower years orders. Lucas diligently reviewed the pricing from this shop over the past 3 years, noting a steady increase. During his History of Magic class, he drafted his second inquiry plan. He sent a separate letter to the child who had included the prank item, patiently correcting the spelling of evil Slytherin and I will defeat you. Lucas employed a prank spell on the 2 jumbled lines of text, ensuring they would be imprinted on the recipient's face, aligning one line to the left and the other to the right. As a first-year wizard with limited magical prowess, he ensured the spell would only last for 7 days. If the shop owner deemed a 10-year-old worthy of forgiveness, surely he would not reprimand a 12-year-old. Moreover, Lucas was to become the elder of his child in the future. In light of the responses received, Lucas eliminated several illogical suppliers from consideration. He categorized the motley assortment of vendors passed down from Professor Slughorn into different tiers. During the first round of letter deliveries, Lucas had already composed a request for a long-term rental owl, explicitly detailing the owl's temperament and the duration of the lease. The shop responded succinctly this morning, confirming that an employee would await his arrival at the Owlery. In a corner of the shed, Lucas located the 3 owls that were to be long-term rented to him and fed them generous chunks of jerky. The delighted owls tilted their heads in appreciation. Lucas reciprocated the gesture, greeting the small creatures. Subsequently, he enlarged the shrunken letters from his backpack to their original size. Approaching the first owl, he patiently explained, I have outlined a schedule for you, organized by the shop's location. You need not return for each flight. Simply deliver the letters and bring back those that require responses, as indicated on the covers. He affixed a letter, secured with a one-time adhesive spell, to the leg of the eager owl. The once jovial owl, perched contentedly, nearly lost its balance under the added weight, still clutching a piece of jerky and momentarily unable to peck at Lucas. Upon regaining its equilibrium, the small creature swayed its head between the weighty task and the abundance of letters, ultimately emitting a series of confused hoots. Lucas repeated the procedure with the remaining 2 owls. He affixed fewer letters to the third owl, and while under the watchful gaze of the little owl, he gently patted its head, saying, You need not carry too many letters. However, this one is a long-distance delivery to my home, so please ensure it remains unseen by muggles. Since his enrollment, Lucas had only written home once before Christmas and found little interest in such performative correspondence. Yet, he could not wait until the holidays approached to contemplate how to arrange his first summer. Once his tasks were completed, Lucas fed the owls another round of jerky, informing them to return to his dormitory each evening after dinner to collect letters before he felt at ease leaving. Chapter 106, Practical Application. That night, in the school hall, as Lucas dined intently, a shadow loomed over him. Snape approached menacingly from behind. Mr. Graham, come with me, he commanded. The Slytherins present had never witnessed Snape cast such a terrifying glare at Graham. Typically, the Slytherin head was somewhat more lenient towards Lucas. What could he have possibly done to warrant such attention? Would Graham cease to be the headmaster's favorite student? Lucas set down his cutlery, following Snape down to the dungeons. Snape's pace was brisk, necessitating Lucas to jog to keep up. He remained obediently silent until Snape pressed him against the wall in an area devoid of portraits. I entrusted you with the procurement task for the lower years, and within a week, you've cursed a supplier's child into a state of embarrassment. During dinner, Snape was genuinely astonished to see Dumbledore in the dungeons. He noticed a middle-aged man accompanying Dumbledore, a supplier of potions for the school, followed by a very young child. The man, inattentive, exchanged pleasantries with the headmaster before mentioning the stable procurement relationship with Slytherin's head. The Gryffindor-style pleasantries concluded swiftly, and the supplier produced Lucas Graham's response letter. My son has recently received a prank letter. We have tried numerous methods to remove the curse from his face. The potion supplier coaxed his son to turn around, revealing the lion mask he wore. Confronted by one of the most esteemed white wizards of the century, the child burst into tears, removing the mask to unveil unevenly distributed letters on either side of his face. The left cheek read, Evil Slytherin. The right cheek, I will defeat you. Snape immediately surmised that this curse must have originated from one of his students. He feigned surprise, asking, Who did this? Snape mentally reviewed the older students who might have slipped out of the school, pondering how to defend the foolish perpetrator. It could be argued that the child suffered no substantial harm. After all, Slytherin could have inflicted far worse upon this young boy. Yet all they did was inscribe a few words upon his face. However, this was unlikely to pass muster with Dumbledore, as the child's parents were clearly determined not to let the matter rest. Consequently, Snape was taken aback by an unexpected name, Lucas Graham. This upperclassman had brazenly employed such magic against a child who had yet to enroll. I deem such a student to be exceedingly dangerous within the school, and he should face the appropriate consequences. The supplier spoke earnestly. Snape scrutinized the marks on the child's face once more. He concluded that these were not permanent. Rather, they were merely long-lasting dragon blood ink, which should fade away in about a week. The child, held by the chin by Snape, dared not breathe. In all his imaginings of the malevolent Slytherins, this imposing figure before him was the most terrifying of all. He had not anticipated encountering this wizard in person today. The child's eyes quickly filled with tears. Severus, summoned by the headmaster, Snape reluctantly withdrew his menacing hand from the child's chin. He heard the headmaster's polite request. Could you please summon Lucas as well? I believe he is currently in the Great Hall. We can take a moment to untangle this little misunderstanding. Upon seeing the marks on the child's face, Dumbledore arrived at the same diagnosis. To soothe the nearly tearful little one, Dumbledore retrieved a plate of sweets from his drawer. I suspect that a young wizard of your age may not be particularly interested in cockroach clusters, so how about a lemon sherbet instead? The little wizard appeared unimpressed by the confection. Dumbledore patiently recommended several other options, ultimately leading the child to select a licorice wand with evident satisfaction. Lucas was entirely unprepared when he collided with the wall, yet half a corridor was sufficient for him to surmise the reason for Snape's ire. It was he who had sent the prank letters first, Lucas stated earnestly. He was but a preschool child, without even a wand. Did you not consider how to resolve this before engaging in such antics? Lucas blinked, exhibiting no signs of anxiety. It was merely a prank, after all. Snape's expression darkened. Do you believe that you remain a first-year wizard, and thus immune to expulsion? You are rather audacious, are you not, Lucas Graham? Lucas nodded firmly under Snape's gaze. Have you considered how you will defend yourself before the headmaster? Snape inquired, agitated. Lucas blinked again, somewhat surprised by the efficiency of the other party's parents. But not particularly astonished. They called the headmaster, did they? He had anticipated that they might summon the headmaster. Lucas had sensed the headmaster's watchful eye upon him since his reckless venture into the Forbidden Forest. Lucas had adequately prepared his arguments. To his astonishment, Snape's reaction was unexpected. Were not Snape and Dumbledore on the same side? A little Slytherin prank reported by parents could easily be clarified. Even in the aftermath of the war, perhaps especially due to it, Dumbledore, as headmaster, would likely handle the situation with caution. Yet Snape's response suggested he believed the headmaster would not manage this matter properly. A flicker of doubt crossed Lucas's mind. Snape interpreted his brief silence as defiance and obstinacy. He felt that the expectations he had previously harbored for Lucas had been in vain. This young wizard had already displayed his most perilous arrogance, and how dare he curse an unenrolled wizard after having entrusted him with procurement duties? The stone door to Snape's office swung open once more, and Lucas found himself thrust inside. The office contained only 2 chairs. Snape's remained unoccupied while Dumbledore and an unfamiliar middle-aged man stood conversing. A child occupied Lucas's designated seat, his shoes perched atop the chair. Lucas cast a quick glance and greeted the adults present. Come here, Lucas. Headmaster Dumbledore beckoned him, and Lucas approached the child nearby. The latter sprang up from his seat in surprise. Lucas recognized his face instantly. This was the child who had written the letters. However, the adults in the office remained silent. Standing together, the 2 boys were nearly of the same height, with the other appearing even more energetic than Lucas. Is he Lucas Graham? The shopkeeper incredulously pointed at Lucas. He had received the letters clearly laid out, and the spell upon his son's face had yet to fade. Yes, sir. I am in 1st grade, Lucas replied flatly. Could you enlighten us as to what transpired? Lucas, we observed that you included some pranks in the letters sent to out-of-school students, Dumbledore inquired. I merely added dragon blood ink, which Professor Flitwick rewarded me for my active participation in his class demonstrations. Professor Flitwick stated that he had treated the dragon blood ink so that it would be waterproof and would not fade away. Lucas had merely employed a transfiguration spell, one learned in Charms class, originally intended to transfer entire segments of text from one piece of parchment to another. He was simply applying the standard first-year magic in a practical manner. Chapter 107, The Golden Mediation. The headmaster patiently awaited further explanation from Lucas. Under the scrutiny of several adults, Lucas remarked, the content he sent out is written on his face. Headmaster Dumbledore, do you see this? The potion supplier was incensed by this statement. I did not grow up in the wizarding world. I have little regard for the malevolent Slytherin. But have you not seen what your child has sent out? Lucas extracted a crumpled piece of paper from his bag. which appeared to be a copy of the Daily Prophet. The paper was dated from the previous year, crumpled into a ball, and then unfolded. "Would you like to take a look?" Lucas inquired of Headmaster Dumbledore. The newspaper floated gently into Dumbledore's hands, and the headmaster unfolded it to examine it, displaying no apparent change in expression. However, Snape noticed that the child, who had previously felt a sense of support, began to exhibit signs of insecurity and fear. A burst of flames suddenly ignited, illuminating the dimly lit cellar office. The newspaper in Dumbledore's hands quickly disintegrated into charred fragments, drifting down with embers, burning to ash before touching the floor. The headmaster surveyed those present and declared, "Well, it was merely a prank. There is no need for such tension." This conclusion left everyone dissatisfied. The visiting parents felt the headmaster was shielding the student. Snape suspected that Dumbledore had destroyed some crucial evidence. In retrospect, the incident prompting Lucas's retaliation against the child could not have been something terribly severe. Lucas himself maintained an appearance of seeming obedience, masking his defiance. He and Dumbledore had reached an unspoken accord. However, the two children appeared nearly the same age. The old headmaster chuckled amiably to ease the situation. They were still at a lively, active age, and it was inevitable that they would not exercise enough caution in their actions. Although they were 2 years apart, the supplier's child appeared sturdier. Lucas had yet to catch up to his peers in height, slender and small, seeming as though he might be toppled at any moment. Yet this was merely an illusion. Wizards do not rely on physical strength alone. Once magic is factored in, the outcome becomes apparent. However, the visiting parents were unaware of Lucas's magical abilities. He was momentarily at a loss for words, his attention swiftly returning to the newspaper. "What publication did you burn? Is this child truly Lucas Graham? Are you certain there isn't another wizard by that name at the school? What if someone is impersonating him?" It is utterly astonishing that one would cast doubt upon the integrity of this century's most illustrious headmaster Dumbledore, accusing him of shielding a student, and that the one casting such aspersions is a Gryffindor. Snape crossed his arms and smirked coldly. The parent opened their mouth, glancing towards the inciting Snape, and found another point to address. How could you allow a first-year student to handle procurement duties? Just as Snape was about to speak, Lucas interjected, "I come from the Muggle world. My family's circumstances are rather dire. Professor Snape recognized my aptitude in calculations and offered me a position. Coming from the Muggle world, doesn't that inherently imply you are ill-suited for potion procurement?" The shopkeeper sneered, "And I recall that the school does provide scholarships. Are others able to thrive while you cannot?" "I have allocated half of my scholarship to support my Muggle father," Lucas promptly replied. "I am more than capable of managing this responsibility, as my potion grades are exemplary." Dumbledore interrupted the shopkeeper's probing, urging, "Let us refrain from delving into the painful pasts of others. Lucas Graham is an outstanding student, a fact well recognized by the entire school community." The headmaster turned his gaze to the child who had remained silent, his lips still stained with remnants of licorice. He crouched down, patiently guiding the child. "I believe you understand the gravity of your actions, do you not? Are you willing to apologize to Lucas?" The child looked back at their adult, confusion clouding their expression as they pondered what the right course of action might be. The headmaster then glanced at Lucas, who remained silent. Lucas had witnessed the headmaster dispelling storm clouds in the Forbidden Forest. Such a powerful wizard, yet here he was, mediating the mischief of preschool children at dinner time. Hogwarts is indeed a marvelous place. I believe the newspaper we just disposed of was rather excessive. One's dignity is a significant aspect of a person, is it not? Dumbledore implied, extending his hand in a sweeping motion before the child, as the ink that clung to their face coalesced into 2 droplets, hovering above the headmaster's palm before vanishing. Lucas had likely exerted a magic level of 6 while casting the disarming spell, assuming Professor Flitwick had applied a magic level of 7 to the ink. The combination of these 2 spells was intended to enhance the ink's coloring effect. However, the headmaster neutralized their magic without the use of a wand. Lucas, undeterred, continued addressing the child. "Should I encounter such a situation again, I would consider sending you a dung bomb in its entirety. But you realize you were in the wrong, do you not? If you believed your words to be virtuous, you would not have donned a mask to report someone." Snape frowned, directly posing the question that piqued the curiosity of the other parent. What exactly was on that newspaper? That very newspaper had prompted Lucas to relentlessly confront the other child. The headmaster had spoken, and yet the child did not retreat. Furthermore, after reviewing the newspaper, Headmaster Dumbledore tacitly approved of Lucas's actions. Lucas prepared to respond. The child opposite him anxiously attempted to cover their mouth. "I'm sorry." They finally uttered an apology. "Scribbling is an innate trait of childhood. I too enjoyed using the sky as my canvas when I was young, transforming clouds into my desired shapes. Perhaps the next time you wish to draw, you might consider employing such a gentle approach," Dumbledore said, gently restraining one of the children. Lucas had not moved. He observed the child across from him, who appeared mute yet malicious in writing, behaving well in the presence of adults. However, the headmaster's magic made it no easy feat to transfer any magic to the heavens. The dark mark is said to operate on a similar principle, is it not? No. That's incorrect. Flickering fluorescence can achieve this as well. Ultimately, it is the strength of the magic that determines the desired outcome. To ease the tension, Dumbledore retrieved a bowl of candies from his drawer once more. Snape's brow twitched. That is my property. The headmaster was far too casual in taking the sweets. And Snape had just remembered that it was a gift from a certain Slytherin parent. Lucas's attention was captured. He listened to a string of candy names. Caught in a moment of internal struggle, after a brief pause, he seemed to resolve to ask, what does cockroach cluster taste like? Why not give it a try? You might find you enjoy it, the headmaster responded brightly, actively promoting the confection. Snape swatted away Lucas's outstretched hand, snatching the candy bowl and returning it to the drawer. Chapter 108. Unit Conversion. Since when did children who misbehave receive candy? I thought we abandoned dinner time here to resolve issues. Or is it your method of problem solving to distribute candy to everyone and then offer insincere apologies? Lucas once again sensed that Snape's words carried deeper meaning. And why would a parent present candies to the headmaster? Shortly thereafter, Snape proposed his disciplinary measures. Since the other party is a preschool child, I shall only impose sanctions on our own student. I will rescind all appointments offered to Lucas Graham, and I will personally oversee the procurement arrangements. Lucas was taken aback. There must be some underlying issue. Shouldn't he, Professor Snape, be working in tandem with him to drive the other parent away? Why was he so angered? Did this relate to Headmaster Dumbledore? Snape had once been a student at the school, and his life as a half-blood in the Slytherin house had not been easy. Why had he not considered this before? The Savior's mother was a Muggle-born Gryffindor, while Snape was a half-blood Slytherin. How had they managed to become friends? Had the mundane pranks at school impacted Snape's educational experience as well? Lucas only viewed Snape through the lens of his titles, a young Death Eater, Potions Master, and Head of Slytherin. These labels obscured Snape's student life. From Snape's reaction, it seemed he had been treated unjustly in the past. What sort of events had transpired? Not so fast, Severus. I believe providing Lucas with an opportunity for growth is quite beneficial. Do not hastily withdraw your trust, Dumbledore timely intervened, preventing Snape from uttering harsher words. The headmaster offered Lucas a way out. If I can persuade your head of house to retain your procurement rights, would you still choose this gentleman as your supplier? Lucas crisply responded, I would not. This answer took everyone by surprise once more. Yet Lucas had sound reasoning. Prior to inquiring about the prices, I carefully reviewed this gentleman's quotations from the past 5 years. Lucas produced his ledger, flipping to a page where he used the example of African acacia thorns, noting that our ledger employs pounds as the weight unit, while the supply shop generally adheres to the units customary to their origin, which is kilograms. The quote he provided in 1979 was 3 galleons, 6 sickles, and 5 nuts per kilogram. Converting to imperial units, 1 pound should equate to 1 galleon, 8 sickles, and 27 nuts. For this batch of 50 pounds, the corresponding order amounts to 76 galleons, 4 sickles, and 16 nuts. Yet the price he quoted was 84 galleons, 7 sickles, and 15 nuts. I attempted to recalculate, and he had failed to convert the weight to pounds, instead settling on a calculation based solely on gene. The resulting discrepancy amounts to 7 galleons, 13 sickles, and 19 nuts. Perhaps it was a calculation error due to his unfamiliarity with the conversion that led to the incorrect pricing. However, similar pricing errors frequently manifest in his quotations for imported materials. While I can deduce the reasons behind some discrepancies, others elude my understanding. Yet, it is evident that the school has overpaid in most instances. Lucas concluded that, from this perspective, should I continue to be entrusted with these responsibilities, I would advocate for a reduction in his share of materials. Of course, the prices he offers for local supplies are remarkably fair, and this aspect is certainly worth retaining. Lucas cast a glance at several adults, anticipating that one of them would step forward to recalibrate the figures. He possessed an acute sensitivity to numbers, having already calculated some obvious discrepancies when Snape handed him the accounts. Slughorn had a history of accepting kickbacks, compounded by the disarray within the account books, rendering them little more than a collection of headings. Snape's calculations were impeccable, and there was no indication of him accepting bribes. However, on occasions when prices remained unchanged, Snape would merely replicate Slughorn's data. Surely, if the teachers themselves were too lethargic to perform calculations, their chosen suppliers would at least be competent with arithmetic. The adults in the room remained obstinately silent. The headmaster, renowned as the greatest white wizard of the century, ultimately took the account book from Lucas's grasp. The venerable headmaster pinpointed the entries Lucas had cited, extracting his wand to verify the amounts in the void. Lucas stealthily approached Snape, tugging at his robes. as Snape remained engrossed in Dumbledore's numerical divination of the school's finances. Initially, Snape was disinclined to acknowledge Lucas, yet Lucas persistently tugged at his robes. Snape, visibly irritated, cast a stern glance at Lucas. The little elf bore heavy dark circles under his eyes. He was uncertain whether it was due to consecutive sleepless nights that he had finally comprehended the intricacies of these accounts. "Are you not going to divulge what that newspaper stated?" Snape sneered. "You have a little secret with Headmaster Dumbledore, do you? You cannot let your humble potions master know. But do you think I cannot fathom it? A newspaper contains not only words, but also moving magical photographs. Having grown up in the Muggle world, what kind of images could incite such anger in him? Moreover, with Lucas's repertoire of mischievous spells, it was particularly telling that he chose to cast them upon others. Thus, the answer is exceedingly straightforward. Snape had once graced the front page of the Daily Prophet when Dumbledore had guaranteed his immunity. The Ministry of Magic had been lurking near Hogsmeade, and in a disheveled state, he had hurried past those bothersome wizards. Yet the flash of the camera had captured his moment of despondency. It seemed he had landed on the front page of the newspaper. It appeared that during that time, he had received a barrage of Howler letters. Even now, he continues to receive Howlers from wizards monthly. So, was it that little wizard who had defaced his magical photograph that prompted Lucas to seek an audience with the headmaster? No. It could also be that Lucas wished to rid himself of this numerically challenged supplier. Observing the child, it was apparent that his household had never spoken favorably of Slytherin. Yet, Lucas was not a wizard imbued with a sense of house pride. So, was it for his own sake? The potions master observed Lucas's ingratiating demeanor and his attempts to feign innocence before Dumbledore. And what of Dumbledore's theory of breaking the cup? Perhaps he should believe that Lucas instigated all this to protect him? Snape redirected his gaze to the headmaster, who was intently calculating the accounts with a magical precision that set him apart. Dumbledore conjured a star chart, and under his spell, the figures from the ledger floated into the chart, rapidly rolling until they yielded a result. Indeed, there was a discrepancy of over 7 galleons. Chapter 109, The Sorting Ceremony. I must have overlooked this conversion formula previously. The shopkeeper began to sweat. The mischief letters from children were not the most pressing concern now, as he risked losing a substantial order from Hogwarts. Lucas obediently stood beside Snape, acutely aware that Snape's mood was softening. Professor Dumbledore could only reassure him that he had faith in his character, and that previous employees had also encountered issues with receipts. Fortunately, the amount was not substantial. The primary duty of the staff was to teach, and they too faced considerable pressure. Nevertheless, this foul debt undeniably existed. Severus, I believe Lucas possesses a notable gift in this area. Until the headmaster resolved to begin anew with the orders, attempting procurement based on Lucas's calculations. Dumbledore turned to Lucas, sensing a shift in the atmosphere between teacher and student. Lucas had managed to appease Severus. The ancient wizard pondered for a moment before saying, "Professor Walter will surely be quite fond of you. Unfortunately, he only teaches here for a year, but if you are interested in this field, you may seek his counsel in advance." Snape snorted derisively. Dumbledore surveyed the 2 wizards, one tall and one small, and said, "Very well. I believe these matters are merely misunderstandings. Your dinner with your head of house has been interrupted. The school's house elves are more than willing to provide you with some food. Although there were issues with my order, my child was indeed attacked by a prank curse. The supplier is dissatisfied. Well, my friend, Graham is merely advocating for his professor. Both parties bear some responsibility in this matter." Dumbledore patted the shopkeeper's back, his tone placid, yet this signaled the conclusion of their conversation. The potions office soon emptied. Snape flipped through the potions ledger that Dumbledore had placed on the table. He randomly selected 2 sets of numbers for Lucas to calculate. The child displayed an impressive sensitivity to numbers. Snape felt a measure of relief and gestured for Lucas to take a seat. Lucas approached, casting a couple of cleaning spells at the chair. He hesitated before speaking. "About that newspaper, the headmaster has already deemed it a prank, so there's no need to delve deeper, is there?" Snape was already aware that the newspaper had depicted unfavorable images. He did not need to hear every detail. This is what it means to be a Slytherin. If you do not feel it now, you will gradually come to understand it in time. Lucas had always been acutely aware of this. After a moment of hesitation, he said, "That child will be enrolling next year. Do you not think he possesses certain Slytherin traits?" Lucas had 2 teaching experiences, having worked at 2 magical schools, and he had developed his own standards for evaluating young wizards. The newspaper that had been sent included a hasty photograph of Snape. Lucas was accustomed to seeing Snape in his cloak traversing the school, but the Snape captured in the newspaper wore a simple, fitted wizardess robe, walking despondently down a path littered with disparaging remarks. Lucas noted that the Snape in the newspaper consistently turned his back to him, attempting to escape the image. However, the nature of the Daily Prophet dictated that they employed specific looping magic for their images, preventing characters from escaping the frame as with ordinary magical photographs. Lucas poked at the Snape within the photograph, hoping to make him turn around. The figure stubbornly remained turned away, and Lucas persisted until Snape, in a fit of impatience, angrily spun around. The position of the character's eyes had been obscured, and a large cross was drawn across his face. This was the work of a child yet to enroll, who, without grasping the full context, had carelessly criticized and defaced a person's visage, sending it out as a provocation, an archetypal display of reckless bravado. How could you entertain such a foolish notion? Snape scoffed. Children raised in the Gryffindor household seldom find themselves sorted into Slytherin. It is simply an innate feeling. Lucas offered a somewhat bashful smile. However, a child's character is not immutable, and Lucas anticipated the reaction of the young wizard upon being assigned to Slytherin. Unbeknownst to him, Snape was oblivious to Lucas's musings, which bore no relevance to his age or status. With a snap of his fingers, a house elf materialized, bowing deeply before the two wizards. Just as the elf began an enthusiastic string of remarks, Snape astutely interrupted, instructing, "Prepare our dinner, a medium-rare steak, roasted vegetables, and a cup of black tea." He turned his gaze towards Lucas, who hesitated momentarily before responding. "I would like a serving of pasta and a salad, please. I've already had a little to eat before coming here," Snape added, "and a chocolate cake as well." The order was placed. The house elf, seemingly accustomed to Snape's communication style, watched the two with curious, teary eyes but uttered not a single superfluous word before vanishing with a sharp pop. "Faculty may give direct orders to house elves, but do refrain from letting me witness such occurrences," Snape remarked as he noticed Lucas lost in thought. Many Hufflepuffs were aware of the elf's kitchen location, often sneaking out of bed at night for a midnight snack. The more they indulged, the more they tended to be overnourished. Snape hoped Lucas would grasp the subtle implications like a true Slytherin, understanding that hunger did not necessitate a solitary journey to the hospital wing. To his dismay, he realized he must also play a role in educating the boy. "I am aware. I have heard Nott and the others mention it," Lucas replied, withdrawing his gaze. His relationship with Nott had thawed somewhat, yet it did not prevent him from diminishing the reputations of other Slytherins in Snape's presence. Why did they bring up house elves? Because most of them assisted those unable to care for themselves. Their conversation was brief, yet the dishes Snape ordered soon arrived. The chocolate cake appeared abruptly in the center of the desk, and Lucas knew he could not finish it. He hesitantly took a bite of the pasta, pondering how to utilize this moment for conversation. Snape, meanwhile, began to regret allowing a student to dine in his office. Dumbledore's advice on friendship had proven utterly ineffective. "Professor, have you read the newspaper?" Lucas inquired. "It seems that the Thunderbird from Hogwarts has caused quite a stir in Knockturn Alley. Surely, England cannot have two Thunderbirds simultaneously. This is not their native habitat." Lucas sensed that Snape was not adept at engaging in aimless banter and proactively sought a topic. "Aside from procuring supplies for the lower years, is Mr. Graham also interested in Thunderbirds?" Snape intended to curtail Lucas's fanciful musings, but, considering Lucas's penchant for distorting his directives, opted for a simplified version. "Do not discuss Thunderbirds with others." "I understand. I merely researched some records related to Thunderbirds. It is said that after these magical creatures unleash a storm upon a land, fresh magical plants sprout from the earth, supposedly seeds carried by the winds. In 1765, a wizard attempted to uncover the origins of these seeds, but could not withstand the Thunderbird storm." Lucas casually recounted a segment from a book before segueing into the main topic. "I believe I observed new plants emerging under the Thunderbird storm in the Forbidden Forest that day." Snape paused momentarily while slicing the steak. Chapter 110, Draft of the Paper. He listened attentively as Lucas continued. "When I assisted Hagrid, he mentioned that magical creatures in the Forbidden Forest are more active this winter than in previous years. There's also Aragog, Hagrid's acromantula friend. The books say acromantulas typically live in colonies. Perhaps there is a colony of them in the Forbidden Forest?" Snape was genuinely attentive. Dining with students was often a dreary affair, as most were devoid of substance regardless of their age, but Lucas was an exception. He belonged to another category altogether. His thoughts too vibrant, evoking a sense of unease. Although Lucas had only ventured into the Forbidden Forest once, he possessed a greater knowledge of its creatures than most. "The paths in the Forbidden Forest shift," Lucas added. "I read in a travelogue that the magical forests in the wizarding world sometimes feature moving trees. They often change positions stealthily after travelers pass, leading them astray in the woods. There are also werewolves in the Forbidden Forest." Snape, maintaining an impassive demeanor, sought to instill a sense of dread in Lucas, adding fuel to his terrifying fantasies. Lucas pondered whether to believe the clues Snape provided. Just then, he received a light tap on the head. "Focus on your meal. You're not even as tall as an unadmitted child," Snape observed with satisfaction as Lucas clutched his head, feeling both indignant and unable to retaliate. The young wizard's silence lasted only a moment before he resumed. So the Forbidden Forest is quite perilous. If you decide to explore it, you must inform others in advance to avoid getting trapped. Snape's expression turned peculiar. Do you truly believe that your potions professor would become ensnared in the Forbidden Forest? He scoffed. Have you not heard? I have long aspired to become your defense against the dark arts instructor. Lucas considered this for a moment. If you were to teach defense, I am certain you would excel at it. He did not fully comprehend Snape's excessive obsession with the subject, especially since it had been cursed by the Dark Lord. Lucas offered a casual compliment, noticing a faint smile tugging at Snape's lips, not one of mockery or forced politeness, but rather a genuine expression of pleasure. On this rare evening, having just bid farewell to the headmaster, Snape found joy in the thought that someone believed he could teach defense against the dark arts well. Lucas silently finished the last bite of his pasta and set down his fork. Snape pushed the cake toward him, but Lucas quietly pushed it back. He had no penchant for overly sweet confections, and as it was Snape's order, the responsibility for its consumption lay with him. Careful to maintain a safe distance, Lucas ensured he would not provoke Snape to strike him lightly. Snape narrowed his eyes in displeasure, warning, "Picky eating is not a commendable habit, Lucas Graham." "But I cannot consume that much," Lucas protested, shaking his head. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Why don't we share it? Fearing Snape might catch on, he hastily took his unused knife and swiftly divided the chocolate cake into a larger and a smaller piece, claiming the smaller portion for himself. The larger half was pushed towards Snape. "Where did you develop this bad habit?" Snape nearly laughed at the natural tone of Lucas's voice. Did he not realize he was discussing sharing a small cake with the most feared potions professor at Hogwarts? There was no famine at Hogwarts. Sharing was unnecessary if one could not finish their meal. Snape glared at the cake while watching Lucas indulge in the dessert. After a moment, he reluctantly picked up his fork and took a hesitant bite. Lucas returned to the dormitory at the designated time. After washing up and preparing to draw the bed curtains, his roommate, Marcus Nod, leaned over the bed with a curious expression, propping his chin in his hand. When Professor Snape summoned you to his office, he seemed rather angry. Lucas paused. Sensing the danger in Nod's gaze, he felt compelled to reassure him. "I mean, everything is all right? "Of course," Lucas responded matter-of-factly. "Professor Snape wanted to discuss some matters related to labor services. He even invited me to dinner, which was delivered by a house elf. We were allowed to place our orders." Lucas nonchalantly concluded his statement, leaving a drawn-up bed curtain for Nod. The ring on Lucas's finger illuminated at 10:30 in the evening. Sensing the activation of the ring, he retrieved it from beneath the mattress, ready to cast a concealment charm. Confirming that his roommate was in a deep slumber, Lucas activated the messaging feature of the ring. The space within the bed curtain was suddenly aglow. Lines of text streamed forth from the ring, projecting neatly onto the fabric's surface. Lucas hastily adjusted the word count displayed at a time, ensuring that his breathing space remained unencumbered by a deluge of text. This took him back to the night Severus Snape had abruptly disapparated from his quarters. Lucas utilized the ring to inform Snape that the communication permissions could be accessed remotely. He had anticipated that Snape would respond with an eloquent reprimand that very night. However, the potion's master defied expectations, and that evening passed without incident. Until now, the first line bore the formal address, Mr. Edric Carter White. Lucas harbored suspicions that Snape, in an attempt to avoid addressing him as Ed, had opted for his full name instead. In regard to the contents of that magical tome, I wish to commence experimentation at the earliest opportunity. Concerning the bespoke workbench previously mentioned, I have outlined some of my usage preferences below. Lucas read through the lines. The potion's master had specified requirements for the cauldron set, detailing 3 materials and sizes. The weighing tools necessitated varying degrees of precision. The stirring rod was to be pure silver, with references to parameters from a particular potion journal. Lucas continued to scroll through the messages, and as he reached the latest text, he noted that the potion's master was still elaborating on details. "Good evening, Severus." Lucas initiated a greeting, attempting to rouse the customary decorum of the slumbering Slytherin head. There was a brief pause on the other end, as if Snape were attempting to disregard the salutation and persist in his writing, but upon noticing that Carter White did not further interrupt, he halted to acknowledge the greeting. Good evening. With no patrol duties to attend to, Snape had merely recalled that there was an idle Carter White awaiting his attention. Regardless of Carter White's intentions, Snape was unwilling to squander his value. He was keen to observe how the grandly promised bespoke workbench would materialize in practice. Following a brief exchange of pleasantries, Lucas's ring began to emit a warm glow. Snape, intending to inspect whether this alchemical artifact had developed any quality issues, was suddenly inundated with a torrent of text that filled a significant portion of his bedroom. I too wish to commence research on the design parameters of the workbench Lucas conceived for you. The requirements you have proposed adhere to international standard dimensions. I have already taken these into account. Lucas had prepared a document comprising approximately 12 rolls of parchment, containing meticulous sketches of cauldrons, annotated with specific parameters and heating methods. Noticing that the text he'd sent might not offer an optimal reading experience, Lucas began arranging the order for easier page turning. The textual deluge, having erupted suddenly, began to establish order. Snape soon found himself presented with a draft of a paper rich in detail. Chapter 111, Temporal Magic. This draft was elaborate, devoid of superfluous material, and clearly labeled the properties of different materials. However, in stark contrast to the intricate designs of experimental vessels, the core temporal adjustment functionality of the workbench was merely summarized with the final results, a 1:10 ratio for time flow control, pausing time for a maximum of 3 days and reversing it for half an hour. The description regarding this aspect was overly succinct, prompting Snape to underline the statement with his wand, marking it with a question as if grading a student-s assignment. What about the operational details regarding time adjustments? Carter White promptly replied. Commercial secret. Snape gritted his teeth, but soon received a supplementary explanation. Temporal magic is a profound alchemical art, second only to the Philosopher's Stone. The finest custom workbench available on the market can only achieve a 1:7 time flow ratio. Do you understand why? Snape recognized that it was best not to engage Carter White with further inquiries at this juncture. Yet, if he remained silent, this cunning alchemist would undoubtedly evade the question entirely. The two held a stalemate for a moment. Reluctantly, Snape posed another question. Carter White's response sprang forth from the ring with alacrity. Because those alchemical masters are not as formidable as I am. Snape waited for a moment, but a serious explanation did not materialize. He noted this matter and resolved to visit the Hogwarts library the following day to peruse records pertaining to temporal magic. The operational details that Carter White was reluctant to disclose must possess some threshold of complexity. Those alchemical masters were notoriously protective of their secrets. Yet Snape was not inclined to grant him an easy escape. Can you create the Philosopher's Stone? The potion's master sneered, intending to remind the omnipotent Mr. Carter White that he had not transcended the accomplishments of Nicholas Flamel. In the interlude of their discourse, Lucas juxtaposed Snape's inquiries with his own draft, incorporating elements that had been previously overlooked. Upon seeing the potion's master's query, Lucas pondered for a moment. Snape waited for half a minute. Just as he believed this rebuttal might strike a nerve with Carter White, the alchemist opted to remain aloof. Finally, a passage of text drifted forth from the ring. You will observe that achievements in the realm of alchemy resemble a pyramid. Nicholas Flamel is forever at its apex. The first tale I encountered concerning alchemy was that of transmuting stone to gold and achieving immortality. I confess I have long yearned for the Philosopher's Stone. But not in recent years. Even if a wizard were to concoct the stone again, it would merely be the second instance of its creation. I aspire to accomplish feats that only I can achieve, to leave my name imprinted upon history. Snape was not entirely convinced. For instance, returning from the Valley of Death? Not that, Severus. Lucas glanced at the time. It was already quite late. I will be at the usual place on Thursday. I plan to open a shop in Nocturne Alley, and I'd like to show you then. Additionally, regarding the design of the workbench, perhaps a face-to-face discussion would be more beneficial. The text flickered before gradually dissipating, leaving Snape with even deeper questions. The following noon, Snape visited the restricted section to borrow several tomes on temporal magic. Madame Pants completed the registration without comment, as she never remarked on her colleagues' reading lists. However, while Snape was perusing the books in the staff lounge, Professor Flitwick offered his perspective on the content. Have you developed an interest in temporal magic? I recall that the school has provisions for exceptional students. The headmaster can apply to the ministry for a time turner, allowing students to attend all elective courses as mandated. However, such students are exceedingly rare. Reflecting on the past, Professor Flitwick pondered another possibility. Is your potion's research necessitating the use of time-related spells? I am merely examining the theories within, Snape replied, closing the book. The texts in the restricted section were rife with complex academic terminology, and certain passages were laden with metaphor and cryptic language. Words like daisy sun juice and crimson pomegranate appeared in sections introducing special minerals. Understanding them would be a time-consuming endeavor. Therefore, Snape sought to test his luck among his colleagues in the break room. I encountered an alchemical workbench capable of regulating time. I am currently merely researching related materials. Snape provided a plausible justification. Professor Flitwick regarded Snape with a hint of apprehension. Severus, do not attempt any temporal magic. It is a perilous domain. In the Ministry of Mysterious Affairs, there exists a small division known as the Time Management Office. One of my students, upon graduation, secured employment there, engaged in the creation of time-related artifacts. Tragically, while calibrating a device, an accident occurred, and he passed away before reaching the age of 40. Severus Snape noted this down, displaying a demeanor of indifference. Professor Flitwick appeared somewhat anxious, wishing to persuade Severus, but was interrupted by the sudden entrance of a colleague. "Good afternoon, Walter." Walter entered, draped in his signature black veil, resembling a newly bereaved widower. Snape, keen to conclude the conversation, concealed the book cover he had deliberately displayed earlier. Yet, Walter, ever quick to interject, asked, "Are you discussing time magic? The potions workstation?" The hearing of vampires is 5 times that of ordinary wizards, and Snape suspected that this vampire's sense of boundaries was a mere fifth of that of a regular wizard. "I thought the topic had concluded," Snape remarked curtly. "Do not be so hasty. If you require a workstation, I can lend you mine. It's an absolute masterpiece, crafted by an alchemist who returned to Merlin's embrace years ago. He was quite adept at time magic. With a workstation capable of controlling a time flow of 1 to 6, what would take 6 months to brew could be accomplished in just 1. Should you wish to utilize it, we can discuss the price in detail. As far as I know, the market offers workstations that can achieve a 1 to 7 time flow," retorted Snape, drawing comparisons from information he received from Carter White. "But those are unstable. Trust me, Severus. A 1 to 6 flow has been thoroughly validated. You wouldn't want to find yourself transported back to the time of King Arthur while brewing potions, would you?" Walter added, "Moreover, the latest workstations you mentioned are likely exceedingly costly." Flitwick observed the tension between the two and wisely chose to remain silent. Snape quickly grasped the complexities involved in the manufacture of workstations, promptly dismissing Walter's ostentation before exiting the lounge. Chapter 112, A Black Market. On a rainy night, in a dark alley, a wizard fled for his life. The illumination of spells, obscured by the rain, appeared less tangible. Yet the spells that missed their mark still caused splashes and shattered cobblestones, demonstrating their lethal potency. The fugitive desperately evaded curses from behind, his dragonhide boots heedlessly splashing into puddles. He misjudged the depth of a puddle and stumbled, leaning forward just in time to dodge a green light. With the emergence of the first Avada Kedavra curse, the intensity of the pursuit escalated once more. The fugitive meticulously chose his escape route, acutely aware that a wrong turn could spell his demise. Suddenly, a curse grazed his left arm, causing him to nearly drop his wand. If only there were a place to hide, something to turn the tide of this dire situation. He lamented his previous missteps that had led him to this perilous juncture. The chase continued, yet he unwittingly stepped into a fog. Initially, he attributed the diminished visibility to the rain, for the alley was poorly illuminated. After a few more steps in flight, he realized the downpour had ceased, and the ground beneath him had become level, but the surrounding light had completely vanished, plunging him into a darkness where he could not see his own hand. Moments later, the darkness dissipated, revealing a shop adorned with a sign that read grocery store. The shop radiated a warm glow, and through its clean windows, he glimpsed an array of exquisite jewelry and trinkets. The fugitive swallowed hard, the exertion of his frantic escape leaving him breathless, yet he had never heard of such a shop in Nocturne Alley. Apart from the store, the surrounding area remained engulfed in pure darkness. As he glanced around, he realized it was not the rain that had stopped, but rather a protective charm surrounding the shop. Temporarily safe, the fugitive exhaled in relief. He certainly would not enter a shop that appeared dubious. The wisest course was to linger at the entrance until his pursuers had departed before devising an exit strategy. It seemed to mock his greed when the light around him brightened slightly, revealing his pursuers less than 2 meters away, yet separated by a vanishing barrier. In a state of panic, he turned, discovering that the shop itself appeared on the verge of disappearing. He had to choose between entering the shop or abandoning his sanctuary. With a resolute decision, he pushed the door open and stepped inside. The bell above the door chimed melodiously, and a delightful aroma of spices filled the air, while water dripped from his clothes. A warm, drying charm enveloped him, instantly drying his garments. "Good evening, sir," greeted the shopkeeper, who seemed engrossed in calculations behind the counter, meticulously jotting down figures in their respective places. "Welcome. You are our 3rd customer today." The shopkeeper, clad in a deep purple wizard's robe, had cast a spell on his face, rendering his features forgettable despite close examination. "I was unaware that a shop like this had opened in Nocturne Alley." The fugitive composed himself, surveying the store's decor. If such an establishment were situated in Diagon Alley, it would surely attract a plethora of discerning clientele. The clean glass display cases showcased an array of exquisite jewelry, with commendable craftsmanship in both the gemstone cuts and design styles. Unique garments were neatly hung against the walls, while pottery and porcelain pieces were displayed in various cabinets. The fugitive endeavored to exhibit keen interest in the wares. However, his attention was drawn to a crystal ball, within which the faces of his pursuers materialized. This is a crystal ball scryer, capable of revealing the whereabouts of those who harbor ill intentions towards you, particularly those who seek to cause you harm. It can assist you in evading danger ahead of time. Are you interested in this item? The shopkeeper had approached him unnoticed. "How much does it cost?" 900 galleons, along with a piece of valuable information, and you may take the crystal ball home, the shopkeeper replied amiably. Indeed, shops in Nocturne Alley are notorious for their dubious practices. Even a crystal-clear scrying mirror would typically cost no more than 300 galleons. Yet the current circumstances left him no option to refuse the shopkeeper. "I truly adore this item. What sort of information do you require?" The fugitive understood that the price he paid would be for his own life, and he asked the question with keen awareness. The shopkeeper requested information regarding a smuggling route for liquor, a detail that teetered on the edge of what the fugitive could bear. That route could yield him thousands of galleons annually, yet it paled in comparison to the value of his life. Moreover, the mere mention of liquor smuggling indicated that tonight's rescue was far from coincidental. "Would you not like to leave a name? You have saved my life, and my family will surely repay you." After a brief respite, the fugitive regained composure. "Then let us promote this shop more prominently," he suggested. Despite the magical barrier obscuring his features, the shopkeeper could still be seen smiling politely. The crystal ball was placed into a suitably sized box, tied with a beautiful bow, and then placed into a discreet carry bag. "Thank you for your patronage." The heavy bag was handed to the fugitive. He managed to ask one final question. "If I wish to purchase more items, how might I find this shop?" "This shop will manifest whenever a guest is in need." The fugitive heard those enigmatic words. And once again, everything before him was shrouded in mist. Then came the familiar darkness of Nocturne Alley. The torrential rain of the late night intensified, soaking the clothes he had just dried. However, he found himself in a different alley, having eluded his pursuers. A substantial transaction in galleons was settled at Gringotts, with the channels of information secured by a lock of his own hair as collateral. When did such a peculiar establishment emerge in Nocturne Alley? As the bewildered patrons were ushered away, an additional lounge area with sofas expanded beside the counter. Previously, this section had been cloaked in a concealment charm, allowing those seated to witness the entire process of the guests being dispatched, completely oblivious to their fate. Carter White tapped his face with his wand, dispelling the hazy anti-scrying enchantment. After a brief period of operation, the shop was once again shuttered. He glanced at Severus Snape, who sat upon the sofa, and with a long stride, he crossed to sit opposite the potion's master. "What do you think of my new establishment?" Upon taking his seat, the once spacious lounge seemed to constrict. The potion's master shifted uncomfortably aside. He observed the corner of the lounge where two unconscious wizards lay. They had received 3 guests that evening, 2 of whom were now slumped against the wall. Snape had been invited to witness what Carter White dubbed his shop, and upon entering the residence, he was immediately transported to this establishment. Just as he landed, Snape caught sight of Carter White using a levitation charm to drag an unconscious wizard to the corner. He was invited to take a seat on the sofa. After a moment of observation, Snape confirmed that the wizard, face down and unconscious, was the very first patron of Carter White's illicit establishment. Not long after Snape settled in, the second patron entered the shop. Carter White's sycophantic sales pitch mirrored that of Borgin and Burke's, clearly indicating he had conducted thorough research on his clientele, tailoring his offers to the very limits of their tolerance. Yet, despite his efforts, the second deal fell through. Nocturne Alley was a place where the unscrupulous preyed upon one another, and there would always be those willing to take a chance on the depths of a new establishment. Snape watched as Carter White's business transaction soured, culminating in a sudden assault from the patron. Carter White rendered the assailant unconscious, adding a second figure to the pile in the corner. The fugitive from earlier was the third guest, and notably, the only one who had left the establishment on his own 2 feet. Chapter 113, 2 Hamsters. Business was proving to be a challenge. Snape pointed to the 2 unconscious dark wizards, remarking that many patrons who failed to settle their debts had supposedly been buried in the courtyard of Borgin and Burke's. Under the esteemed Mr. Carter White, it seemed that those unwilling to make a purchase were doomed to a grim fate. Carter White, unfazed, procured a vial to collect the hair he had cut from his third patron, labeling it with a description of the guest's appearance. This was a common method of collateral in Nocturne Alley. For instance, Lucas requested the contact information of a patron involved in smuggling. Should they backtrack? He could use the lock of hair for a tracking curse, or even consume a polyjuice potion to assume the patron's form and ensure their incarceration. As long as the individual was not a completely disgraced dark wizard, the mere act of taking a lock of hair was sufficient to serve as a deterrent. Every beginning is fraught with difficulty. Carter White waved his wand, preparing to close the shop. The 3 patrons had been pre-screened by Argus. The Raven leader had utilized his spare time to ascertain the general activities of dark wizards in this era of Nocturne Alley. Regardless of how well concealed the wizards were beneath their robes, their auras remained distinct. Argus could differentiate them based on the intensity of the deathly aura they exuded. In his shadowy form, Argus was a master eavesdropper, having identified several suitable patrons for the shop. Unfortunately, Many remained unwilling to pay the price. Lucas levitated the two wizards, and after casting a search charm, he placed some personal items on the coffee table before the sofa. A ring worn by one of the wizards was deposited directly into the jewelry section. Lucas cast a forgetfulness charm on the patrons, and finally, Snape spoke up. "I thought you would kill them. Instead, you merely threw them out?" Carter White turned back, surprise evident in his eyes, which unnerved Snape somewhat. Before that troublesome individual continued, "I assumed you wouldn't want me to kill them? I do not recall ever expressing such a sentiment." Snape retorted, genuinely not wishing to witness a dark wizard with a casual disregard for life. Thus far, although Carter White's behavior had been outlandish, it had not exceeded Snape's threshold of tolerance. "I did not open this establishment to slay such scum." With that, Carter White dropped the two heavyweights to the ground, transfiguring them into two hamsters and transforming a shoe drop during their scuffle into a hamster cage. "Giving them to my aura friend seems like a splendid idea. The last time I encountered a wizard intent on using a ministry knife for murder, it nearly ended in disaster." "Do not underestimate everyone, Carter White," Snape cautioned. "There are formidable individuals among the Aurors, and they conduct regular inspections of the shops in Nocturne Alley. You are not suggesting that wizard happens to be Lucius Malfoy, are you?" Lucas astutely interjected. "Certainly not. My objectives with Malfoy differ greatly. You and the former Auror, Mr. Carter White, merely share a common nemesis in the auction house owner. Your contract is to vindicate Carter White, yet I have seen no proactive efforts on your part. I am striving in that direction. Are you planning to set this shop as a trap, enticing Aurors and German alchemists to engage in conflict?" Snape felt as though he was witnessing a second Malfoy poised to falter. Lucas lifted the hamster cage, waved his wand to draw the shop's curtains, and the lights in the room began to extinguish one by one. "I am not one for covert assassinations. When faced with insurmountable challenges, I prefer to confront them personally." Carter White approached the shop's entrance. "Shall we venture outside, Severus?" The potion's master rose with dissatisfaction, feeling that his visit had been a mistake. Having only witnessed Carter White's commercial debut, the two stepped outside, and Carter White waved his wand, making the charming shop soften like dough, as if an invisible ruler was reshaping it. With each fold, the shop shrank, ultimately condensing to the size of a brick. Snape found them standing before an ordinary wall, as Carter White used his wand to extract a glowing brick from it, revealing a glimpse of the shop's layout. Then, that brick was folded again in Carter White's hand, finally reducing to the size of a die. The ultimate application of the space-folding spell. Although Carter White could be whimsical at times, some of his creations always reminded Snape of his prowess as a master alchemist. Is the design principle of this shop akin to that of the auction house? Snape immediately discerned the issue. Indeed. Thus, the Aurors have been unable to locate the auction venue. For once chaos ensues, that vast hall will shrink to the size of a crystal ball. Carter White's description was precise down to the dimensions. He pocketed the folded shop. The pair returned to the property in Nocturne Alley. Carter White guided Snape to the second floor, where there was a master bedroom, a guest room, and a family activity room. Lucas pushed open the door to the family activity room, where some unmoving wizard chess pieces lay scattered across the wrinkled carpet. Several sofas had been hollowed out by insects, and cobwebs clung to the corners. A drawer trembled unnaturally, emitting a sound. "What kind of room is this? Make it your laboratory." Carter White yielded his position at the doorway to allow Snape a better view. Within the drawer was confined a boggart. Carter White stepped behind Snape. Snape let out a cold huff, waving his wand, causing the drawer to spring open, a billow of black mist rushing forth. The boggart hesitated before the potion's master, its shape-shifting mist struggling to assume a definite form. After a few moments, it abruptly transformed into a Dementor draped in tattered robes. Snape cleared the area before the boggart, employing a typical combination of the memory charm and confundus charm to compel the boggart into a designated illusion. The focus shifted back to Carter White, who stood resolutely before the Dementor. Amusing, amusing. The wizard remained remarkably composed as he unleashed an excessive amount of magic, the boggart bursting apart before the two, leaving nothing but a cloud of dust in its wake. An impressive display of dark arts defense. Snape feigned admiration. Carter White sighed, playing the fool, remarking that the Patronus charm requires joyful memories or a steadfast will to protect. "You truly are a formidable wizard." Snape gritted his teeth, recalling that he should not have used the Patronus charm during the Thunderbird night. Now, Carter White was assured he was not a dark wizard. This had occurred several times, with Carter White subtly insinuating that he had never taken a life. "I merely possess an additional skill in casting the Patronus charm." Snape displayed his most intimidating expression. Carter White simply smiled thoughtfully, entirely unperturbed. Yet, the alchemy master understood the wisdom of knowing when to withdraw. He swiftly bypassed the Patronus discussion, gesturing towards a wall. "We shall place the workstation here. This wall is a load-bearing structure, connected to the house's foundation, making it suitable for the ruins. Chapter 114, The Potions Laboratory. As for our first step, we must tidy the room. Carter White revealed his signature beguiling smile. Snape remained on high alert. The last time, under a barrage of Carter White's persuasive rhetoric, he had assisted in cleaning the study and organizing the bookshelf. Although Carter White's rationale this time remained reasonable. I did not come here to help you construct this house. Snape raised a question. Why must the potions workstation be established in this house? Given your proficiency in spatial magic, it should be a simple task to make it portable. Carter White regarded Snape with astonishment, as if he had posed an utterly preposterous question. Severus, time magic is an intricate art. To ensure the flow of time, I must find a location entirely devoid of external magical interference, one sufficiently stable to craft your workstation. Carter White lamented. If I were to set the workstation in your home, I fear I would need to reside there for some time. Snape was faced with the choice of sacrificing his personal space or accommodating the laboratory within someone else's residence. Yet, this was not truly a dilemma. Even if Snape divulged the address of Spinner's End, after a site visit, Carter White could easily assert that it did not meet the conditions for the workstation's placement. Snape cast a suspicious glance at Carter White, inquiring about a question he had previously overlooked. You will not be observing me during my potion experiments, will you? Carter White shook his head. Of course not. He paused before adding, my potion-making skills are quite commendable. I would make an excellent assistant, Severus. Eddie Carter White. Snape attempted to use Carter White's name to mask a string of expletives that threatened to escape his lips. Momentarily at a loss for a point of derision due to Carter White's unabashed confidence. How could someone be so brazen? I am entirely sincere, Severus. I assure you that I will cooperate fully while you conduct your experiments. Come with me and see. Carter White innocently blinked, leading the irate potions master downstairs. It was then that Snape discovered the house concealed a hidden cellar. They paused outside a designated storage room. Carter White pushed open the wooden door and explained. These are the materials prepared for the workstation. The experimental tools are nearly ready. I summoned you here to measure some of your parameters. Snape was captivated by the neatly arranged magical implements within the small room. Various cauldrons, from small to large, were meticulously lined up, the smallest for melting potions, the medium for brewing, and the largest for simmering multiple ingredients at once. The cauldrons were primarily made of evenly conductive purple copper. And considering that you may brew some reactive materials, I have also prepared a set of silver alloy cauldrons. Previously, Mr. Scamander's living expenses for the Thunderbird have been received. And inside is a batch of Niffler eggshells. Let me see. It should be stored here. Carter White extracted a box for wands from the shelf. Upon opening it, he revealed a silver stirring rod. The sapphire at the top neutralizes magical energy, and the eggshells are melted within to better conduct magic. This stirring rod boasts exceptional stability. Carter White extended the box. Lucas had long observed that Snape utilized only ordinary equipment for potion studies at school. It struck one as somewhat incredulous that a potions master would lack a set of bespoke tools. Snape remained engrossed in examining the experimental apparatus. Meanwhile, Carter White had already moved to another cabinet. These are the measuring tools, scales, glass vessels. Various containers filled the cabinet, some collected from the house. Others acquired during his nocturnal excursions. Snape spotted a familiar flask among the glassware. He had seen this particular vessel at Borgin and Burke's, but the price of several hundred galleons seemed lacking in value. Given Carter White's penchant for snatching items at auctions, combined with his extortion of newt from magical creature materials, and his dubious dealings, procuring such a collection was hardly a challenge. Snape had not experienced such a surge of emotion in quite some time. Standing in this room, he could already envision how effortlessly he would brew potions using these tools. Yet, everything comes at a cost. Alchemists are a breed that values equivalent exchange. Carter White had begun discussing the choice of wood. Unless one has a particular preference, oak, ebony, or beech are all excellent choices for solid wood. He could incorporate some magical runes into the solid inner layer to extend the shelf life of potions. Lucas rambled on for a while, only to realize that Snape remained silent. He glanced over at Snape, only to discover that the latter had employed the memory charm. Carter White prudently fell silent, granting the potion's master a moment to collect himself. However, Snape did not seem to regain his composure. He set down the exquisite stirring rod, a piece of craftsmanship worth more than several years of his salary at Hogwarts. Carter White, feigning ignorance, waved a hand before him. Are you overwhelmed with surprise? What is it that you wish to obtain from me? Snape rubbed his forehead, weary of the probing, and asked directly. Your knowledge of potions? Carter White replied cautiously. You could exchange the items here for the teachings of any potions master. There is no necessity for it to be me. Snape understood that he was not an ideal teacher. Slughorn possessed far more patience for instructing students. The old sea lion would likely be eager to declare Carter White his long-lost protege upon seeing this room, full of treasures. Thus, this justification fell flat. Lucas settled quietly under the name of Cartwright. Memories of the moment Snape was to brew a nutritional potion for him flooded his mind, casting a shadow of anxiety over the potential harm his speculations could cause. In the end, Snape reassured him that it was merely potion brewing. In truth, it was the same endeavor. Lucas was simply providing a potion laboratory, a facility every potions master ought to possess. Like him, Snape had missed out on certain honors that rightfully belonged to him. Lucas had only received academic recognition at the age of 32. He recalled standing at the lectern, delivering a speech he had penned at 25, while the venerable masters in the audience bestowed upon him smiles of admiration. Only he understood the solitary journey he had undertaken for so long. As for Snape, he would not live to witness his own glory. This wizard would die without ever knowing if Harry Potter could vanquish Voldemort. He was merely providing a laboratory. Cartwright spoke in a relaxed tone. These matters are negotiable. Some of my alchemical research also necessitates the support of potions. I have been striving to enhance my proficiency in potion making. He carefully selected words that Snape would find acceptable. The laboratory resides within my residence. You merely possess the right to use it. Please, do not be overly agitated, sir. Lucas regarded the slender young wizard before him. If he had previously only speculated, he now confirmed that Severus Snape bore more similarities to him than he had imagined. His childhood was undoubtedly incomplete, and throughout his academic journey, he had not received the acknowledgement of others. Chapter 115, Measurement Data. Are you suggesting that you require some additional instruction? Snape emerged from his reverie, reassessing Eddie Cartwright with the discerning eye of a teacher. He cautiously inquired, "What was your final score on the wizarding level examination?" "Potions. Oh." Cartwright replied with a confident smile. "Is there a particular potion you wish to brew?" Snape pressed, maintaining a restrained demeanor. "The Felix Felicis, a soul-stabilizing potion. A powerful awakening draft, and the Wolfsbane potion. Additionally, you previously promised to assist me with the potions included in that alchemical text. I have 2 or 3 similar books." Cartwright began earnestly listing. The earlier potions were manageable, but upon hearing the latter, Snape could not suppress a derisive snicker. "Are you implying, esteemed Mr. Cartwright, that you expect me to tackle every existing conundrum in the wizarding world? Achieving any of the aforementioned would necessitate a suitable experimental environment." Lucas exhaled in relief. "I will provide a detailed breakdown of the potion output distribution later. A portion of it I can distribute in Nocturne Alley, which could yield a substantial profit in galleons." Academic research is financially draining, and Lucas excelled at amassing wealth. Snape appeared indifferent to the profit-sharing arrangements. That evening, Lucas showcased the store's revenue, revealing a smuggling operation with an annual income exceeding 10,000. Yet what truly excited Snape were the materials. "Something seems amiss." Cartwright ventured cautiously. "Regarding the authorship of the output papers, undoubtedly, my research will bear my name." Snape interjected sharply, scrutinizing Cartwright to ensure he did not have a habit of appropriating others' work. "Excellent. A sense of ownership over your research." Lucas sighed in relief. He discussed further the sales of potions and the distribution of galleons until they returned to the second floor, where Lucas ultimately discerned the crux of the issue. Snape genuinely lacked interest in galleons. With a summoning charm, Lucas procured a measuring tape, mimicking Madame Malkin's style. "As I mentioned, the workstation requires certain parameters to be measured, thus I need some of your physical data, Severus." Cartwright possessed an innate talent for performance. As he raised his hand with a delicate flourish and bent slightly, he exuded an aura reminiscent of Madame Malkin, yet juxtaposed with Cartwright's tall stature. It created a striking contrast. Snape contorted his expression between amusement and wariness. He took a step back, initially declining Cartwright's request for measurement. "I fail to see the necessity for such measurements." Indeed, Cartwright had a myriad of reasons awaiting him. The workstation must be tailored to the user's height and arm span. Cartwright stepped closer to Snape with the measuring tape. The potion's master retreated. "If your potion workstation cannot even adjust its height, how can it claim to be a high-end custom design?" The measuring tape in Cartwright's hand twitched. It was one he received when purchasing furniture. And this batch of tapes seemed overly enthusiastic, sensing the need for measurement, almost jumping from his grasp. Lucas drew his wand and dispelled some of the tape's exuberance. "The workstation is, of course, adjustable. However, the initial data is equally vital. You've seen my draft. I will employ some memory magic to ensure the items remember your preferences, much like this measuring tape." Snape's alarm bells rang. He warned Cartwright, "I will not accept objects imbued with Madame Malkin's properties." Lucas stifled a laugh, concealing his amusement, and replied in the most natural tone. "Alchemical products invariably carry some essence of their creator. For instance, the Sorting Hat tends to exhibit traits of Gryffindor. The 4 founders have all left behind precious artifacts." Lucas paused here, pressing this detail aside, for it was not his concern. Snape, however, found himself in deeper turmoil. if Cartwright's workstation mirrored his own character. He was uncertain if he would still require the functionality of manipulation. Then he caught sight of Cartwright's poorly concealed smile. Eddie Cartwright. Snape's voice rose an octave as he angrily approached Cartwright, delivering a fierce warning. Refrain from your trivial alchemical jests. Of course, Lucas conceded. Shaking the measuring tape in his hand, let me clarify. The workstation will undoubtedly lack these extraneous attributes. I assure you it will be of a stable and subdued nature. I have already adjusted the measuring tape. Come now, Severus, I am quite professional. Cartwright showcased the now compliant measuring tape to Snape, summoning paper and quill to ensure he could record Snape's data. The two stood in close proximity. Snape felt an urge to chide Cartwright to step back. Yet the measuring tape required closeness for accurate readings, and he did not wish to appear overly tense. Snape had little fondness for tailor shops. Thus he seldom purchased new garments. Cartwright commenced measuring from head to toe, aligning the tape at the two apexes of Snape's shoulders, announcing a number as the hovering quill recorded it with a soft scratching sound. The tape descended from the shoulder blades to the potions professor's wrist, and Cartwright bent closer to inspect, reporting another value. When the tape measured around Snape's bicep, he barely managed to hold his composure. Yet, moments later, his voice emerged dangerously. I failed to comprehend the relevance of the workstation to my waist circumference. Suddenly, the measuring tape ignited. Cartwright nimbly stepped back, narrowly avoiding the spell that brushed past him. As the tape's reading was accidentally disturbed by a button, Lucas inadvertently adjusted the tape's position, inadvertently brushing against Snape's waist. Reverse spell. Armor protection. Lucas glanced at the spell's intensity, alertly casting an enhancement spell. The potion's professor refrained from further aggression. Lucas sighed in relief, his curiosity piqued. You can perform that spell? During his tenure as a teacher, Lucas encountered students employing a particular spell, which, according to the staff lounge gossip, tends to resurface every few years. The exact duration since its last popularity remains uncertain, yet the allure of such enchantments is often justified by their etymological roots and suitable length. At that time, a colleague of his performed an impromptu demonstration. Lucas succeeded in his attempts on 2 occasions. The counter spell, known as Golden Bell Falls, effectively nullified the powerful incantation. This is my invention, Snape scoffed, intending to mock Cartwright for his overly defensive prank spell. However, upon uttering those words, he noticed the astonishment on Cartwright's face. Uncomfortably, he added, I created it when I was in 5th grade. It is understandable that the spell is rather simplistic. Lucas composed his expression. So, the shadowless spell you used in Nocturne Alley was also your creation? That incantation borders on dark magic. Lucas recalled the lingering damage inflicted by that curse and suspected that without a corresponding counter curse, it would be exceedingly challenging to reverse its effects. You invented that spell while you were a student? Snape nodded, not wishing to elaborate further. Why are you measuring my waist? Lucas feigned surprise. Do you remember the life-size portrait in my study? I wish to commission a new portrait to hang there. And, you don't have a portrait yet, Severus? Why not consider leaving a likeness of your youthful self? Cartwright proposed without a hint of flaw. This suggestion was immediately met with a stern refusal from the potion's master. He was not the type to flaunt himself like a peacock, and given his unpopularity, the treatment of any portrait he left behind was uncertain at best. I am not the sort of wizard who wishes to leave a mark, he warned decisively. Do not even think about it. But no buts. Snape interrupted Lucas, wary of his persuasive abilities, knowing he always had myriad reasons to convince him. Chapter 116, The Ice Cream Parlor. However, a disciplined portrait could supervise the operations room. And I personally require your portrait to provide me with life advice concerning cherishing life. Cartwright appeared utterly innocent. Does creating a portrait necessitate my physical parameters? Snape scrutinized Cartwright. Can you truly draw portraits? I possess some skill, Cartwright replied. Lucas tucked away the half-noted parchment, knowing that portrait creation required the subject's cooperation to accurately capture their likeness, ensuring that the portrait's lighting and shadows closely mirrored the individual for superior results in later training. Portrait magic is a manifestation of intent, and perceptions of portraits vary across the magical world. Some regard portraits as tools for commemoration, with the stillness of a portrait on the wall indistinguishable from its animated counterpart. Others cherish portraits as vital companions, even commissioning specific scene paintings for their portraits to inhabit. Lucas did not insist that the potion's master alter his perspective. However, Snape surprised him with unexpected news. I borrowed a book from Malfoy's library. From the description of the finished product, it closely resembles the teeth of the deceased processed with tooth fairy dust, combined with a special ritual. I suspect the dust is a byproduct of corpse necromancy. Do you have any insights? They were all aware that Aurors had discovered a group of despondent muggles on Thunderbird Night, and investigating their origins could yield further clues. Snape produced a vial of potion, Wizards contaminated with this dust exhibit uncontrollable surges of magical power. I have developed a stabilizing potion. Carter White accepted the potion, its crystalline liquid reflecting the blue of the sky. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "Thank you, Severus. I believe this potion will prove invaluable." In Diagon Alley, at Florinfesco's ice cream parlor, business was slow on that weekend morning. Eddie Carter White chose a seat by the window. During winter, the ice cream shop offered a selection of desserts and hot beverages. At 10 o'clock, this patron ordered a cup of hot cocoa and a banana souffle. The shopkeeper noticed the blue-eyed customer with a hamster cage on the table, where two hamsters were anxiously bumping against the bars, standing on their hind legs in an odd manner. Carter White observed the shopkeeper's anxious demeanor, politely thanked him, and settled the bill. 10 minutes past 10. The ice cream parlor door swung open. A man clad in Auror leather strode directly to sit opposite Carter White. The shopkeeper breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the Auror enter. "Good morning, Grant," Carter White greeted. The incoming Auror was Eric Grant, the captain of the Auror's second team. He had rescued numerous muggles subjected to illegal experiments on Thunderbird Night, prompting the Ministry of Magic to intensify searches for the auction. Unfortunately, since that day, the Aurors had found no trace during their relentless pursuit. Grant had a potential lead. He had seen Eddie Carter White's face that night, yet for various reasons, he refrained from reporting this uncertain evidence. "You've changed a great deal," Grant remarked, glancing at the hamster cage on the table, somewhat regretting Carter White's transformation. Once, Carter White had been an exceedingly upright wizard, having staked out for an entire month to apprehend a smuggler. Grant held a deep admiration for Carter White and had once considered recruiting him for his team. Alas, the incident involving Tooth Fairy dust had marred Carter White's reputation. "Do you believe I was once innocent?" Carter White posed a crucial question. "I am merely willing to hear your version," Grant replied conservatively. Carter White continued, "You have witnessed the plight of those muggles. That German has lived for over a century. Can you fathom how many lives he has extinguished? He deserves punishment. Was he the one who framed you?" Carter White chuckled lightly. "Would that bring you comfort? All framing is the result of external forces. Is the Ministry of Magic immaculate?" Grant frowned. "Warning, mind your tone, Mr. Carter White. I owe you nothing." Their gazes locked. Carter White's icy blue eyes seemed to silently accuse him. "Do you truly owe me nothing?" He had indeed sensed dissenting voices within the ministry. While publicly denouncing the damage inflicted by Tooth Fairy dust on wizards and sternly combating such crimes, one could recall the Undersecretary Hunter's remarks on Thunderbird Night, where he preferred to impose the death penalty on the Thunderbird rather than authorize the Aurors to eliminate the puppet masters behind the auction. This could easily be interpreted as the ministry's intention to interrogate the perpetrator. Yet, what if other interpretations existed? By that time, considering Carter White's abrupt downfall leading to his incarceration in Azkaban, his former team leader had only sought personal glory, disregarding the needs of the victimized muggles. Grant indeed sensed an unusual atmosphere, which prompted this meeting with Carter White. He pushed the hamster cage towards Grant. "This is a gift for our meeting. I have now infiltrated the inner workings of Nocturne Alley. Perhaps I can bring about some change." Grant had been observing the two hamsters for quite some time. He furrowed his brow and inquired, "Is this transfiguration?" "I stumbled upon these two in Nocturne Alley. They could yield a wealth of information," Carter White said, glancing outside as a shadow flitted by. Since he had sat down, the sensation of being watched had lingered. "Transfiguration is illegal," Grant disapproved. "So is imprisoning an innocent Auror in Azkaban for 3 months. However, the time that has slipped away cannot be reclaimed, and I can no longer don your attire or stand alongside you in solidarity." Lucas's wrist burned with an astonishing heat, yet he betrayed no signs of discomfort. In the voice of Carter White, he uttered the words he yearned to express before his demise. "I am innocent of the accusations." He rummaged through his pocket to produce an Auror badge, one of the few remnants left in this world by Eddie Carter White. "But you have no evidence," Grant stated after a prolonged silence. "We have no evidence. That will soon change," Carter White replied, outlining a collaborative strategy, cautioning that the entire affair must remain under the radar of the Ministry of Magic to avoid alerting any moles. "With the assistance of that esteemed Auror outside, our chances may be significantly bolstered." "I do not comprehend your words," Grant cautiously refrained from admitting. "You have engaged Mad-Eye Moody. He is formidable." The two wizards trapped in the hamster cage had been driven to Moody's shop. This principal force of the Order of the Phoenix had discreetly infiltrated the investigation, ensuring that neither the ministry's officials were roused nor were the usual establishments alerted. Moody pursued whispers from well-informed wizards, extracting clues from their minds. He was on the verge of uncovering the entrance tickets for the auction. Regrettably, he had been thwarted by Lucas while pressing two individuals for information on Thursday night. Grant was taken aback that Lucas could utter Moody's name. The Carter White before him seemed far more mature than before, leaving him somewhat unable to decipher Carter White's intentions. Chapter 117, The Auror Joins. However, their primary objective was to capture the German alchemist, and inquiring about how Moody's cover had been compromised at this juncture was utterly pointless. After concluding their critical discussion, Grant rose to depart. Carter White, basking in the sunlight by the window, savored his dessert and drink before excusing himself to the restroom. That cunning fellow. Outside, Mad-Eye Moody covered his magical eye, his iris frantically darting within its socket. Yet through the haze of misty air, he still lost track of Carter White's movements. Grant solemnly exchanged the information he had gathered from Carter White with Moody. The veteran Auror pried his magical eye from its socket, submerging it in ice water for a brief moment before retrieving it, shaking it dry and returning it to its rightful place. His previously disordered vision returned to normal. He wiped away the tears that had flowed during its wear and posed a pivotal question. Do you believe he is Carter White? From the time he waited by the window until I departed, it exceeded the maximum duration for Polyjuice Potion's effectiveness. He only consumed the hot cocoa brought by the shopkeeper. I can confirm that beverage posed no issue. I am inquiring about your intuition. A wizard may impersonate another not solely through Polyjuice Potion. Do you perceive him as the individual you once knew? Grant pondered the discourse carefully. The sentiments of disdain for the world were unclear and elusive, yet he cautiously replied. I believe he has merely undergone a profound transformation. It should indeed be him. Then let us discuss his plans, Moody said with a hint of dissatisfaction, as he and Grant continued their deliberations. This weekend marked the deadline for Lucas's protective charms. Upon returning to Hogwarts from Diagon Alley, he sought an empty classroom to complete the charm's creation. His roommate, Marcus Knott, had gathered several photographs required by clients over the past week. Lucas meticulously arranged the photographs on the desk, his cleaning spells now executed with remarkable proficiency. If you too possessed a house in need of tidying, your understanding of this charm would swiftly ascend to new heights. Moreover, that day, Snape had yet again neglected to lend a hand in cleaning the room. With a sigh, Lucas settled onto a relatively intact chair. Beside the photographs lay a notebook and a few rudimentary tools. He scrutinized the moving images repeatedly, ultimately selecting the best moment to freeze in time. Employing duplication magic intertwined with a sealing charm, he replicated the photograph's image, enlarging it in the air and making simple alterations to certain details. Dust on the dragon scales, freckles on the girl's face, and the fangs of the serpent. After a moment of contemplation, Lucas adjusted the texture details of the scales, eliminated extraneous lines, refined the features of the upperclassmen, increased her hair volume, modified her mouth shape, and accentuated the jawline to give the Slytherin emblematic serpent a more robust appearance, shaping it into a more impactful S-curve. Upon completing the modifications, Lucas cross-referenced the colors and shapes specified in each order, overlaying the floating designs onto the corresponding dragon hide. The leather heated up, releasing a peculiar burnt odor. Lucas employed a cleaning charm to eradicate the air pollution. Lastly, he reinforced the edges of the leather charm to finalize the creation, which took only half an hour in total. The decision to utilize the empty classroom stemmed from the fact that such a workload did not necessitate a visit to the room of requirement. More importantly, he publicly claimed that each handcrafted charm occupied 4 to 5 days of his spare time, justifying Lucas's increasingly mysterious whereabouts. 3 hired owls delivered a plethora of letters. The procurement of potion ingredients had gradually fallen into a steady rhythm. After 2 rounds of price inquiries, the supplier's quotations had become standardized, and the collection of material samples was thorough, establishing a benchmark for quality procurement. Lucas completed the final pages of data entry. The first batch of potion materials had already been deposited into the classroom cabinets across the various grades, and Snape's lack of overt criticism indicated his satisfaction. Lucas compared the potion names from Snape's personal supply room, conducting separate inquiries regarding this segment of potions in anticipation of Snape's future restocking needs. The rebates from unified procurement could offset the discounts on additional materials. Numbers are a delicate art. When managed adeptly, all information becomes seamlessly interconnected. At that moment, the classroom door swung open. Lucas, sensing the disturbance, turned to see a shadowy figure standing at the threshold. Uncertain, he inquired, Professor Walter? Lucas sprang to his feet, scanning the classroom's surroundings, feigning ignorance, and said, I apologize. I was unaware that this classroom was occupied. Walter, remaining at the door, did not advance further. He lazily surveyed Lucas's desk and remarked with a tolerant tone, I merely heard some commotion and was curious to discover which industrious young wizard was scribbling away. Typically, such empty classrooms are the domain of mischievous students concocting prank potions, along with your upperclassmen, who delight in making use of this space. Yet here you are, just a first year. Walter's meandering conversation came to an abrupt halt. Renowned for his amiable humor within the school, Lucas ought to have sought to cultivate a rapport with this professor. However, he refrained, not out of aversion to his vampiric nature, but rather due to the brevity of their acquaintance. Having only taught at Hogwarts for a year, the potential benefits were limited. Elise possessed a wealth of personal anecdotes regarding this professor. The personal tidbits Walter mentioned in each class had been diligently compiled by students after lessons, with conflicting details scrutinized so thoroughly that they could almost compose a thematic dissertation. Gringotts had mentioned that an independent research group on Professor Walter existed within Slytherin. Whether in the Inter-House Exchange Forum or the Slytherin internal publication, this professor was depicted as an ancient being, having lived for 5 or 6 centuries at the very least. While halfway through, I realized I could add another paragraph to my paper. I will find a spot to finish it before returning, Lucas casually responded, beginning to gather his notebooks and writing materials into his pocket. No need to rush away, Walter replied. Professor Dumbledore remarked upon your exceptional computational abilities. Would you be interested in learning a modest divination spell? The professor, shrouded in black veils, emanated an aura of danger, and being alone with a vampire hardly constituted a safe circumstance. Yet, he obstructed the doorway. Lucas nodded in agreement. He observed Professor Walter entering the classroom. Drawing back the white cloth covering the blackboard, the sudden motion stirred up a substantial cloud of dust, but as he channeled his magic, the dust swiftly coalesced and floated out of the newly opened window. The professor's domestic magic was astonishingly adept. Lucas noted that he had already cleared the blackboard, upon which he sketched a star chart. This was a special tutorial designed for gifted young wizards. With a buoyant tone, Professor Walter elucidated the rules for filling in the numbers, and the content he had inscribed on the blackboard was indeed introductory. After listening to his explanation, Lucas took the chalk he offered. He had yet to reach the professor's waist, leaving no vital areas exposed in front of this formidable figure. However, for an underage wizard, mere proximity to a vampire was inherently perilous. In close quarters, Lucas became acutely aware of the professor's inhuman nature. From the peculiar flow of his magical essence to the absence of breath in his corporeal form, evoking a grotesque sense of horror. Oblivious to his own trepidation, Lucas looked up at the professor. What shall I seek to divine? Perhaps we could test my name, as names are a simple form of magic. Professor Walter extended the chalk. The Walter surname was not renowned within wizarding circles, nor was it particularly distinguished among vampires. Numerical divination does not demand a high spiritual caliber. Rather, it is a discipline requiring meticulous calculation. The notion of divining a name seemed innocuous, yet names are imbued with the essence of a wizard's magic. This professor had consistently referred to himself as Walter and had never disclosed his true name, which piqued Lucas's suspicions. Chapter 118, Numerical Divination. The young wizard took the chalk. A poltergeist flitted past the open classroom door, chasing a paper bag blown by the wind all the way here. The bag had fallen from a window in the corridor. The poltergeist initially intended to follow it, but, upon noticing the presence of someone in the empty classroom, began to shout, "Ah, I see a professor and a student. How remarkable that a professor is providing special attention to a student." It twirled excitedly in the air. What would the other students think? A vampire professor and a little one. An unholy combination. I must let others see this. Lucas faltered in his task of filling in the numbers, exchanging glances with Professor Walter. Moments later, commotion arose in the corridor, accompanied by a cat's meow and the precise sound of a bell at the classroom door, followed by the scolding voice of the caretaker, Filch, chastising the poltergeist. Lucas hesitantly looked towards Professor Walter, who seemed uncertain. "Professor, what are you doing here?" Filch exclaimed in an agitated tone, akin to catching a student in wrongdoing. Students occupying empty classrooms are rarely engaged in virtuous activities. Only then did he notice the vampire professor and Lucas Graham. Mrs. Loris happily nuzzled against Lucas's leg. He had set down the chalk and was rummaging through his bag in a fluster, searching for fish treats for her. "Oh, I heard the poltergeist calling and thought there were students hiding in here." Filch cast an envious glance at the magical diagrams on the blackboard. "Graham is an excellent student. You have no issue using an empty classroom." Lucas sensed Professor Walter relax slightly. He stole a glance at the professor. Mrs. Loris, clutching a bag of fish treats, departed contentedly. Only 2 wizards remained in the classroom, one large and one small. "I heard professors discussing in the staff lounge that the collar on that cat was made by you." Professor Walter engaged in casual conversation while eagerly extending the chalk for Lucas to continue his calculations. "Excuse me for interrupting again." Filch popped his head back into the classroom. "Did you see which direction the poltergeist ran?" "It seemed to go left." Lucas accurately pointed Filch in the right direction. "It appears not to be on this floor. I heard it nearly knock over some armor around the corner." Filch grumbled irritably about checking if the armor had been harmed by the poltergeist, his footsteps gradually fading away. Lucas took the chalk. He stepped back to examine the intricate star chart, feeling guilty as he asked, "Could you describe the sequence of numbers for this position again? I didn't remember some of them." Professor Walter stared at Graham for a moment and then readily picked up the chalk. Let me illustrate it for you. I believe you'll grasp it. Professor McGonagall said you are an exceptional student, and Professor Flitwick also mentioned that you grasp concepts with ease. The vampire professor diligently wrote out the derivation process, quickly filling in the diagram. Regarding the target of the divination, the vampire professor stated, "Let us calculate your name." As Professor Walter infused his magic into the blackboard, Lucas suddenly felt a pair of eyes gazing at him. This sensation lingered only for a brief moment. Overshadowed by the sound of the professor reciting the incantation, the vampire professor received a string of runes, which he translated into modern English. Lucas Graham. Your father is John Graham, and your mother is Anna Graham. The vampire professor inscribed the three names in a family tree format on the blackboard. Names are imbued with magic. When we divine a person, we uncover the connections of bloodlines. He dropped the chalk, but seemed to have lost interest. Professor, should I continue? Lucas inquired hesitantly. Of course, you've noted these calculations, haven't you? Then you should give it a try. Professor Walter erased the calculations from the blackboard, writing the correct spelling of his name in the blank space to facilitate Lucas's substitution. Lucas took the chalk, positioning a stool in front of the blackboard to calculate meticulously, each line of white numbers arranging itself under his hand. Finally, he substituted the name to be divined. Nothing happened. Lucas awkwardly held up the chalk. Seeing no additional reaction from the professor, he turned back to scrutinize the numbers on the blackboard for any errors. Your derivation is sound. Walter's voice came from above, sounding somewhat disappointed yet affirming Lucas's calculations. You remembered everything after I mentioned it twice, indicating your talent in this discipline. But I didn't arrive at any results. That is because my name is enchanted. Walter patted Lucas on the head, now certain that Lucas was not the individual he sought. As the vampire professor pretended to depart triumphantly, he left in a state of disarray, and Lucas scrutinized the derivation process left on the blackboard. He had concealed a small detail from Walter during the calculations. At the moment he substituted Walter's name, he noticed a particular number illuminating. According to the standard rules of numerical divination, Lucas should have pursued this hint downward. However, he sensed a fervent desire for magical energy emanating from that line of numbers. He deliberately avoided that potentially activating divination content. What could be concealed within Walter's name? Lucas heard a knock at the classroom door. He felt a headache coming on as he saw his own headmaster appear in this inappropriate location during class time. Professor Snape carrying 2 books from the restricted section of the library, evidently just having emerged from there. Professor Snape, Lucas greeted obediently. The potions professor entered the classroom, scrutinizing the numerological divination scribbled upon the blackboard. In the corridor, he encountered Filch, who was attempting to intercept the mischievous Peeves. From the ghost's shrill outcry, he discerned that Lucas was in the company of the vampire. Sharing a space with a vampire could certainly provide ample fodder for boasting among his peers. Snape cast a menacing glance, ensuring that Lucas felt the weight of his scrutiny. The young wizard earnestly explained that the vampire professor had sought him out, and given the circumstances, provoking the professor would have been an unwise course of action. Was Filch no longer considered human in the eyes of the illustrious Lucas Graham? Snape accepted Lucas's explanation but continued to nitpick. Was Filch truly a mute? Lucas tentatively remarked, quickly adding, I have seen him writing letters to some training camps, outwardly. We claim that Mr. Filch is simply not fond of using magic. The potion's master withdrew his threatening gaze. Redirecting his attention to the blackboard, he reminded Lucas. What did he ask you to divine? Considering you have yet to study this subject, I must caution you that if it is merely the weather for tomorrow, a wizard of your caliber may find himself feeling quite lightheaded. Should you delve into more significant matters, be wary for your own safety. Lucas gleefully expressed his gratitude for the professor's concern. He asked me to divine my name. Snape had nearly finished the introductory patterns on the blackboard, and he, too, found no fault therein. I believe he is searching for a specific individual. Initially, he was quite enthusiastic when he sought my assistance. But once I failed to yield any results, he disregarded me entirely. Lucas reminded Snape, Professor, is it true that Professor Walter has lived for centuries? Snape withdrew his attention from the blackboard, having caught Lucas's insinuation. This house elf was more observant than most within the school. That is not your concern. Now, since your tutor has vacated the classroom, what reason do you have for lingering here? Yes, Professor, I shall accompany you. Lucas gathered his final notebook. Would you like me to carry your books? My satchel can accommodate them. The two, one tall and one short, followed the potion's master down to the Great Hall. Chapter 119, Red Alert. By the end of January, Nocturne Alley was once again blanketed in snow, the heavy flakes slowly concealing the filthy streets, while the plummeting temperatures caused frost to form in the crevices of the cobblestones. 2 wizards huddled beneath an eave, smoking. Their slender magical cigarettes morphed into grotesque faces as they exhaled. One wizard flicked the ash from his cigarette, the wrapper emblazoned with the name Skull Tobacco. The smoking wizard stamped his foot, grumbling, "This tobacco is utterly bland. It's a pity old Hank, the tooth powder vendor, has been locked up by the Aurors. Finding quality goods is no easy feat now." The wizard borrowing a light revealed his blackened, yellowed teeth and smiled enigmatically. "Did you know a new shop has opened in Nocturne Alley? They sell the most authentic Felix Felicis, and at a price even cheaper than that vagabond store. Aurors won't care? You aren't trying to trick me into delivering favors to the Aurors, are you?" The smoking wizard asked suspiciously, for in the past fortnight, the number of Aurors dispatched for patrol had significantly increased. Those fellows were always on the lookout, catching anyone who strayed into their path. No one wished to become collateral damage. "I would tell you the address if I could, but the shop has none. It only appears when you truly need it. There. You can procure anything you desire, second-hand wands, dark magical artifacts. It is said that the owner pilfered the auction house's inventory." The smoking wizard inhaled sharply, startled by the audacity of someone daring to steal from an auction. How could they? Yet, it was hardly surprising, considering the chaos during the Thunderbird rampage that night, when werewolves and dark wizards unleashed unforgivable curses and self-detonations. He noted this information carefully, tightening his moth-eaten coat, which bore numerous stains and resembled a mangy dog from a distance. Jimmy McMillan had discovered weeks prior that he had lost a segment of his memory. Shortly thereafter, he found himself unable to contact Igor Karkaroff. In a matter of a night, the auction house severed all ties with him unilaterally, leaving Jimmy McMillan frightened and in hiding for an extended period. Although he continued his illicit trade, the aftermath of the Thunderbird incident had rendered the prominent wizarding families wary. Even the once prestigious McMillan name had lost its weight. This lead concerning the mysterious shop was a glimmer of hope. McMillan offered the last cigarette from his pack to the wizard who had borrowed his lighter, eager to leverage this tidbit of information to his advantage. It dawned upon Jimmy McMillan that such coincidences were implausible. His memory lapse coincided perfectly with Karkaroff's disappearance, while others and events remained unaffected. Was it not evident that Karkaroff had erased his memory to prevent him from bypassing him and directly engaging with the auction house? Clutching a notebook hidden within his garments, he had taken precautions. He noted another route to locate the auction house. They would undoubtedly be keenly interested in the wizard who had stolen the goods. As the disgruntled wizard vanished down the alley, the previously inconspicuous figure transformed, contorting grotesquely until Eric Grant's visage replaced his former ugly countenance. The Auror captain disdainfully discarded the cigarette, still glowing with the image of a skull. The ember's faint glow slowly extinguished in the snow. The message had been transmitted. The subsequent matters were entrusted to Cartwright. Cartwright's general store now maintained a steady business, processing 7 or 8 transactions weekly. Outside, the Aurors frantically drove away those in desperate straits, some bringing illicit businesses to the mysterious shop in search of survival tools. Some exchanged second-hand wands to assume new identities. Others traded dark artifacts to confront old foes, while others acquired trendy, harmless jewelry to charm their lovers. The reputation of the mysterious shop grew increasingly resounding among select circles. Instances of black market dealings had diminished significantly. With the steady influx of funds from the auction house, Argus and the Grant outside began to monitor those carrying items closely. One wizard who had taken a cursed earring from the auction house found himself ambushed. When Grant arrived, he was met only with the gruesome remnants of a werewolf's handiwork. Bones scattered across the ground, the walls stained with blood, bearing a warning that thieves must pay the price. Grant and Cartwright met 2 more times thereafter. When Cartwright heard him describe the scene, he merely brushed it off, remarking, "He has begun to worry." This reaction seemed overly indifferent. Grant pointed to the photographs he provided, about to voice his thoughts when Cartwright, reading his expression, retorted disdainfully, "Don't tell me this is some kind of blame directed at me for his demise. You clearly gave your consent." Grant sought to argue, asserting that the issue was not the sacrifice of a dark wizard, but rather how Cartwright had become so callous. Yet, Cartwright saw through his accusation, turning the tables. "Do you know why Moody has achieved greater results than you? Because he does not dwell on what has already transpired." When Grant and Cartwright exchanged information, there was hardly any pleasantry. He longed for the days when they would chat about the weather, analyze the motivations of criminals, and discuss how to optimize their pursuit strategies in the future. But as Cartwright had observed, Moody exhibited no sentiment when viewing those photographs. The ancient sorcerer meticulously confirmed with him whether Carter White had indeed touched the photographs. Subsequently, he nervously held the photos, inspecting them closely, his magical eye fluctuating as if still searching for evidence that Carter White was not who he claimed to be. Observing Grant's hesitance, the old Auror jovially clapped the young man's shoulder with such force that it nearly sent him sprawling to the ground. "Maintain your skepticism. Even if the Carter White you encountered initially is genuine, he could easily be substituted later." Yet, with the blood-stained warning looming, They all understood that the moment to ensnare their quarry was rapidly approaching. Chapter 120, Justice Delayed. The bitter chill of the outside world could not penetrate the elegantly furnished abode. The plush carpets muffled footsteps as Jimmy McMillan stepped into the brightly lit house. Focusing intently on the intricate patterns beneath his feet, determined to make a favorable impression on the auction's host during their first encounter. Two wizards clad in white robes escorted him to the parlor. Suddenly, McMillan felt several heavy gazes settle upon him. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a gaunt hand adorned with a sapphire ring. Finally, he had found the right person. A wave of relief washed over McMillan as he instinctively looked up, flashing a sycophantic smile. Soul extraction. A spell struck him. From that moment on, McMillan's memories ceased abruptly. On a snowy Sunday, prior to stepping outside, the pendulum in Lucas's room swayed beyond 15 degrees, indicating a significant risk of impending death. Lucas silenced the wildly swinging pendulum, donned a violet wizard's robe, and paused before a wall in a back alley, prying loose a brick to conceal a pre-prepared item within. A shroud of dark mist enveloped the area, and everything returned to normalcy. Half an hour later, a wizard was pursued by two werewolves to the very spot of the brick wall. As the wizard faced an impending dead end, a fierce battle ensued between him and the two werewolves. The wizard's spell-casting prowess far exceeded the common capabilities found in the back alley, but as the werewolves closed in, his incantations began to falter. A swirling mist gradually engulfed the battleground, and the panicked male wizard revealed a triumphant grin. He closed his eyes, gasping heavily, while sensing the source of the misty magic. 3 o'clock. With a vague voice guiding him, the male wizard decisively waved his wand. Reveal. Shatter. Eviscerate. 3 incantations struck a singular focal point. All 3 beams accurately hit a transparent protective barrier, which shattered under the weight of formidable magic, unveiling the hidden mysterious shop within the back alley. The wizard in the violet robe landed clumsily, confronted by an eerie assemblage. 2 werewolves, 1 wizard, and a ghost floating above the snow, its ethereal form penetrating the ground beneath it. What are you doing? Lucas evaded 2 binding spells directed at him. The old man was reluctant to allow his subordinates to employ lethal curses immediately, as he was intensely curious about who could pilfer beneath his very nose. The scene before Lucas unfolded precisely as he had anticipated. Argos, utilizing the cover of the snowstorm, transformed into a swirling black mist high above. He did not require a clear view. It sufficed to sense the presence of the dark wizards who had once roamed the back alley, converging upon Lucas's location. Simultaneously, purer magical energies began to gravitate towards the same spot. Within Argos's perspective, beneath the ground and within the walls, some runes lay buried, forming a vast structure to prevent the passage of any keys. Seize him, commanded the leading young wizard urgently. Not only were there werewolves, but suddenly a multitude of ragged wizards appeared, trembling as they clutched their wands, their expressions vacant and hollow, their teeth nearly all gone, resembling ghastly dementors from a distance. Potent spells erupted from their nearly desiccated bodies, sealing off the young shopkeeper's escape route. They clashed. An ambush outside the 2 alleys. Eric Grant received a report from his team member. One of his companions had enlarged his ear to capture distant sounds, and now, with a nervous expression, he relayed the message. It's a fierce battle, just Carter White alone. According to their earlier agreement, Carter White had folded the shop into bricks and concealed it within the wall to create a trap. He and the Aurors had coordinated to lie in wait, arranging spells to prevent transfiguration within the shop's confines. Once the adversaries entered the area, they would be able to capture a significant number of living forces from the auction. They had lost a considerable amount of auction items and were eager to recover them. Otherwise, they could not afford to delay their shareholders for long. Securing the mastermind, not necessarily the alchemist himself, would present them with an opportunity to cleanse their ranks. Carter White's strategy was remarkably sound. He willingly risked becoming bait while the Mad-Eye, leveraging his connections from before retirement, circumvented legal protocols to directly link with the director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Securing special authorization for the Auror team and the Silencers Task Force, Grant cast a glance at the seemingly ordinary male wizard in the corner. This individual had been specifically highlighted by Eddie Carter White, who reasoned that the suspect was a master alchemist and required a professional presence to deter him from employing lethal alchemical methods. Grant had previously reported the potential dangers posed by the master alchemist, yet they had only dispatched such a young wizard. Should we wait a bit longer? Perhaps Carter White has an ace up his sleeve. The wizards who had come this time deliberately avoided the squad that Carter White had once led. Yet similar sentiments echoed within the group. They could all hear the intense fighting just outside the 2 alleys. I see no reason to delay further. Haven't you kept him waiting long enough? The sound of wood striking the ground echoed as Moody, with his prosthetic leg, strode into the midst of the Aurors. his magical eye coldly surveying those Aurors who still wished to observe from the sidelines. The arrival of this old Auror finally spurred the entire group to advance. The wizards at the center of the battlefield had been locked in stalemate for over a minute. Carter White's magical protections for his refuge were exceedingly robust. Although they appeared to be mere meters from Carter White, each step closer necessitated vigilance against collapsing voids beneath their feet, sudden eruptions of venomous serpents, and flames that were difficult to extinguish once ignited. The once simple encirclement became more tumultuous. Suddenly, the ghost beside the male wizard passed through a wall, returning with disheartening news. "Hurry, there are spells for reverse keys nearby, and Aurors are approaching." Lucas was overseeing the entire defensive perimeter of the shop. According to their agreed-upon schedule, the Aurors should have reached the battlefield by now and begun wrapping things up. However, Lucas was all too familiar with the inefficiency of this lot, prompting him to dismantle some of the additional protective spells around the residences in the back alley, reallocating them for today's battle. Indeed, the Aurors had arrived belatedly. Yet, under the command of the Mad Eye, their arrival was swifter than Lucas had anticipated. The encircling Aurors began to undermine the Black Wizard's resolve to fight. Once they realized that transfiguration and key spells were ineffective, many of the weaker-willed individuals trembled in fear. Chapter 121, Forward March. Amidst the chaotic battlefield of spells, the leading wizard coordinating the efforts, along with the two werewolves, converged together. The ghost looked upon them with a melancholic gaze. "Damn it, quickly search for an escape route," the young wizard urged anxiously. The ghost darted about, unable to approach the barrier shielding Lucas. Ordinary individuals rarely incorporate spells designed to banish specters within their defensive enchantments. The ghost, ensnared in confusion, found itself face-to-face with Cartwright, who bore an expression of chilling resolve. Yet, upon beholding the specter, he nodded with a mix of regret and sincerity. During his previous studies with his mentor, a ghost had already lingered within the tower. The prevailing narrative suggested that this upperclassman had devoted himself to the pursuit of knowledge under the guidance of his mentor. Aspiring to uncover the secrets of the Philosopher's Stone, he immersed himself in relentless study until, one fateful day, he perished in the laboratory. For scholars, this tale scarcely qualifies as a horror story. The young Lucas, captivated by this narrative during his probationary period, would greet the ghostly upperclassman with polite acknowledgement each time their paths crossed. However, as Lucas awaited his admission results after his assessment, he encountered the specter once more. This time, the ghost, who had previously exchanged mere nods, struggled to summon the strength to call out to him, articulating in a deliberate manner, "Run, do not look back." Lucas would forever remember the anguished expression of his upperclassman, a visage that seemed too vivid for one who had already departed from life. Yet, everything then was still so tender and youthful. Lucas's future mentor, adorned with a sapphire ring, approached, resting a hand upon Lucas's shoulder. In a tone that was stern yet veiled with warmth, he advised Lucas not to heed his brother's jest, for he was perpetually anxious about further casualties within his laboratory. During his initial month within the tower, Lucas encountered the ghostly upperclassman scarcely at all. He began to perceive the peculiar atmosphere of the tower, where a stark hierarchy pervaded the research environment. It was said that his upperclassman resided in the highest echelon of the laboratories. Bound to the tower, the specter's profound love for academia must have been so intense that he could not bear to depart even in death. Half a year into his tenure at the tower, Lucas pushed open the door to the most confidential of chambers. There, he beheld the ghostly upperclassman, floating in an ethereal void, yet it was not a laboratory. Rather, it resembled a series of dark magical prisons. His upperclassman led Lucas to a testing station, where a barely conscious muggle was bound. "Let us begin with the simplest of spells, the Severing Charm, which is taught in the introductory curse course. You may give it a try," he instructed. The Severing Charm could be mended. To attain deeper knowledge, one must pledge loyalty. Here, every individual was a genius. Only loyalty could propel one further. Unbeknownst to him, Lucas unwittingly wandered deeper into darkness. Gradually, he discerned that the advice he received was flawed. Were these individuals truly geniuses? No, they were merely sycophants, consumed by fear, trading their allegiance to avoid being ground into paste. The tomes that would take others months to comprehend, Lucas deciphered in mere days. Initially, he believed they were concealing their talents, but time revealed their impotence. Was it necessary to surrender one's loyalty to acquire profound knowledge? Lucas began to question whether truth truly existed within the tower. They merely conducted experiments steeped in dread, and if their research was misguided, the results would surely be scant. The damage inflicted by curses could be healed, yet the scars on the mind and soul would endure. Lucas would forever remember the first muggle to perish upon the testing table. From that moment, he contemplated the possibility of escape. His plan was betrayed by an upperclassman. One could not escape the confines of the tower alone. After 3 days and nights confined in a darkened cell, Lucas began to seek allies among the ineffectual scholars. His ghostly upperclassmen received his subtle hints, and they established a plan for flight through coded language. On a fateful afternoon, at precisely 3:50, an incident erupted within the tower's laboratory. A werewolf, augmented by dark magic, rampaged in a bid for freedom, igniting fires on both the second and third floors. The plan was tantalizingly close to fruition. Lucas was on the verge of escape. Yet, at a critical moment, that hand adorned with a sapphire ring seized his shoulder. Lucas turned to find his upperclassmen imprisoned within a constricted sphere. Wizards possessed a unique yet effective incantation for confining ghosts. Thus, the escape attempt met with failure once more. Lucas tasted the bitter pangs of despair. His ghostly upperclassmen, confined in the room adjacent, sighed softly, refraining from mentioning his own punishment, only urging Lucas to abandon hope. Then came the third failure of escape. Lucas found himself bound to a testing table. They proclaimed that his mentor had granted him a second chance due to his extraordinary talent, yet those who lacked gratitude would not survive a third. Lucas was ensnared within a magical array designed for experimentation. The enchantment transported him back to his childhood. He had grown up in a perilous household, adept at evading its dangers, able to read the expressions of his elders, yet he had never encountered anyone who treated him kindly. In that illusion, Lucas experienced a tender mother and a steadfast father, until the vision abruptly twisted, revealing loved ones with fangs, adding countless elements of terror to an already foreboding abode. They populated Lucas's dreams with various characters. Love and hate, emotions that could endure for long durations, could also be quantified. The wizard conducting the experiment sometimes failed to set appropriate variables, causing the vivid details of dreams to blur, as a voice brimming with affection melded with a visage of cold derision. However, the collapse of dreams was inconsequential. Those figures could be reconstructed anew. The ceaseless cycle of dreams had no end, and love and hate became indistinct. The most harrowing instance occurred when Lucas's mentor, after reviewing the progress of the experiment, inadvertently left a tome of dark magic in the laboratory. He had simply forgotten its existence. Consequently, the dark magic contained within that book escaped, tainting Lucas's memories with teachings of murder. Ultimately, Lucas was released. He harbored a profound dread of the theories surrounding dark magic. His ghostly upperclassman floated beside him, bearing a melancholic expression as he inquired, "Do you still wish to escape?" Had he endured a similar fate in life? Would Lucas too become a specter unable to depart the tower? Was there truly a fourth chance at survival? The gaunt youth, Lucas, gritted his teeth, each bone in his body aflame with pain. Curses from various tomes of dark magic had infected him. His ribs repeatedly decayed and darkened, necessitating the extraction of his rib bones and the application of healing potions to alleviate the suffering. Yet the agony of skeletal growth paled in comparison to the horror of his own slow decay. Lucas, through gritted teeth, inscribed the word Phoenix upon the stone bricks. The Phoenix symbolizes immortality. They could traverse realms, and even in the face of inevitable death, Lucas hoped he would not perish within the confines of this tower. The ghostly upperclassmen gazed at Lucas with profound sorrow. Their fourth escape plan was meticulously devised over several months, culminating in half the tower ablaze. Lucas stumbled forth from his cage, and even though he found himself in the wilderness, he genuinely felt the vastness of the world around him. On that star-studded night, Lucas extended his hand toward the upperclassmen within the tower. The upperclassmen unveiled the first smile Lucas had witnessed since their meeting, gazing at him with a tenderness akin to witnessing another version of himself. "I believe I can finally move forward," he said with a smile. The pearlescent essence of his spirit began to fade. Glimmering stars drifted slowly from his form, passing through the pain-ridden Lucas, ascending ever higher until they amalgamated with the celestial expanse. "Please, continue onward," echoed the voice that dissipated into the ether. Chapter 122, The Betrayal of the Ghost. The ghost gazed at Cartwright, ensnared in confusion. Amidst the chaos of spells flying across the battlefield, he calmly inquired, "Have we met before?" Lucas cast a deep gaze at the ghostly senior, realizing that this individual had been following their mentor for an extensive period, yet he had perished 2 decades prior. "I can take you away," Lucas stated succinctly. Through Argos's perspective, he surveyed the distribution of the ongoing battle. In their vicinity, a massive rune resembling an hourglass had been conjured to prevent apparition. The Aurors opted to blast through several walls to cut corners. A few expendable wizards had already self-detonated. But having learned from the previous incident of Thunderbird Night, the Aurors swiftly regrouped, employing combined spells to withstand the shockwaves of the explosions. His task was complete. Lucas unleashed a potent dark curse upon the wizard who was shielded by werewolves, the pitch-black magic compelling both werewolves to instinctively retreat, the spell precisely severing the wizard's arm. Subsequently, Lucas levitated the crystal orb from the fallen wizard's side. During the planning phase, Lucas had not anticipated that the old man would dispatch the ghostly senior to the heart of the war. Ghosts are generally bound to structures. They cannot roam freely in the wizarding world. Thus, the young wizard leading the charge must have carried with him an edifice folded by spatial magic. Lucas seized the orb. The ghost pressed as closely to Lucas's protective magic as possible, reaching out to him as if attempting to grasp at a past escape plan. Aware that it was futile, the ghost still reached out in vain. The moment Lucas made contact with the orb, he caught a glimpse of the ghost's gentle, melancholic visage twisted in a chilling expression of hatred. Lucas managed to don a protective armor, hoping that the amulet he wore that day would shield him from some of the impending attacks. In the next instant, the key attached to the crystal orb activated. Following a jarring spatial transportation that felt as though it would shatter his bones, Lucas collapsed onto a heavy carpet. He spat blood, discovering with dismay that one of his ribs had fractured. A ghostly blue spell struck the carpet beneath him. In a moment of peril, Lucas rolled aside, barely evading the onslaught of the curse. He scrutinized the room's details, tentatively concluding that he was inside the crystal orb. The crystal orbs used in the tower auction merely served as vessels for space. The young man previously guarded by werewolves was presumably the old man's youthful apprentice. There are always those willing to serve the unscrupulous. However, when Lucas entered the tower, that apprentice had vanished. It was uncertain whether he was assisting the old man in expanding his dominion or had succumbed in some clandestine experiment. Lucas wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, acutely aware that the old man possessed numerous trump cards, though not as boundless as the Dark Lordess. Shortly after departing the tower, Lucas discovered that the world outside was vast. The old man was undeniably wicked, yet not an insurmountable mountain. Regrettably, he had not been able to slay the villain with his own hands back then. The opportunity now lay before him. Yet the reason for his injuries was his unwavering faith in the bygone ghost. Lucas could not comprehend why the ghostly senior, who had once cooperated so fully with him, would serve the old man. Bound to a chair, ensnared by thorny vines, Lucas felt the urgency of time. We must soon depart from England. There is no one else here. Please cooperate with my inquiries to avoid suffering, Mr. Cartwright. Have we encountered one another in the future? The old wizard, adorned with a sapphire ring, finally revealed his full visage. He exuded no trace of the malevolent dark wizard. His silver hair and composed attire led one to assume he was an esteemed scholar. Typically, he stood alongside other masters from the Alchemist Association, holding a position in the Wisingamot as well. Who could have imagined that such a wizard bore the stains of blood? Lucas cast his eyes downward, sensing the soul-draining inquiry infiltrating his memories, casually pushing some of Cartwright's recollections to the forefront. I am merely an auror wrongfully accused, seeking justice for my fallen comrades. Cartwright wore a righteous smile within the memory. The alchemist master Bruno Windlin, visibly repulsed, maliciously sifted through Cartwright's memories, exposing the life of this honorable Gryffindor in its entirety. From where did you learn of the back door to the auction? You showed no surprise upon seeing me? Mind-blocking spells? Let us test this. Exquisite torment. The unforgivable dark magic struck Lucas's heart. At that moment, he was grateful for the vines restraining his body, as he had no room to struggle. Otherwise, he could not be certain whether the broken rib would pierce another organ. Cartwright strained against the chair, his blue eyes opening beneath disheveled hair, gazing at the impassive ghost. It was not yet a moment of utter despair. However, Lucas could not reconcile the betrayal of the ghost. Professor Lucas, he heard the ghost's voice, akin to awakening from a dream, pleading on his behalf. The excruciating pain and the senior's voice transported Lucas back to memories of the past. The thorns that ensnared him absorbed his blood. Do not place too much trust in ghosts. After all, they are but remnants of the deceased. This was advice from a certain Slytherin senior that Lucas had never heeded over the years. Now, the truth began to dawn upon him. Lucas raised his head amidst the agony, witnessing the old man approaching with a vial of powder. Tooth fairy powder? You intend to deceive me with this half-finished concoction for reanimating corpses? Lucas struggled to form a complete sentence, the contract on his wrist burning almost to the point of searing through his bone. I realize that direct inquiries will yield no results. However, fear not. There are other means to compel you to speak. The mentor slowly opened the vial containing the powder, magically sealing his own mouth and nose to prevent inhalation. The ghost, seeing the futility of persuasion, lowered his gaze in confusion, standing still as if he were a statue of ancient Greek contemplation. A wand pressed against Lucas's temple, a familiar incantation seeping into his mind. The dreadful dark magic that fabricated false memories had already been fully cast long before. Lucas shut his eyes, summoning every ounce of strength to resist the invasion of his psyche. Drawing from past experiences, he understood how to fend off this spell and delay its onset. At that moment, Lucas inhaled something light and warm. The pain within his chest dissipated, the dizziness from the mental intrusion vanished, and his doubts and fury were submerged beneath the weighty depths of his heart. A powerful force surged within him. This strength quickly invigorated his magic. Breaking through to level 9, the thorns binding Cartwright instantly burst and sprouted, new shoots climbing up Bruno Windland's wand to reach his fingers. Bruno Windland looked on in astonishment as the wizard, now barely clinging to life, appeared lucid under the influence of the tooth powder. The alchemist attempted to dispel the seedlings clinging to his wand with magic, but the spell failed. Even his attempts to pull them off with bare hands were in vain. He stumbled back in fear, watching Cartwright rise from the chair and approach him. This wizard's magical reserves are abnormal. How could an auror of such formidable power have been wrongfully accused to this extent? Bruno Windland began to call out the name of his deceased apprentice, invoking soul magic to summon the deceased student to shield him from calamity. However, this time, the summoning yielded no response. Chapter 123, A Single Tear. Lucas stepped cautiously in the direction of Bruno Windland's retreat. He had come to comprehend the reasons behind his senior's betrayal. A ghost is a soul left to wander the mortal realm after death. Only those with sufficiently similar experiences can touch them, igniting the remnants of their humanity. What once compelled the ghost to assist Lucas was his relentless yearning for freedom. This time, however, everything commenced too abruptly and concluded too effortlessly. The negative emotions of fear, anger, and jealousy from the undead prevailed. It was not until Lucas began to endure suffering that the tide began to shift. Lucas was not devoid of alternative means to escape the powder, yet this time, he also wished to usher the ghost into its next adventure. No one can save you. The formidable power bestowed by the ninth magic allowed Lucas to effortlessly tear open a fissure in the crystal ball. He stepped out of the prison that had confined countless souls, shoving the old man into the snow. They were no longer in their original location. But from the aerial view of Argos, they were not far from the battlefield, still within Upside Down Alley. A wild dog was urinating against the wall, suddenly. It was startled by the scent of blood. It had intended to approach, but was quickly driven away by the ghost. The snow continued to fall. Lucas's magic left beautiful patterns on the snowy ground, manifesting as traces reminiscent of the wind, even though it was on the verge of spiraling out of control. The sky was on the cusp of dawn, and the eerie street was enveloped in a translucent, bluish-white haze. Several figures emerged, becoming increasingly distinct. The ghost gazed vacantly at the gap in the crystal ball, where his mentor knelt in the snow, immobilized by the oppressive force of magic. I can divulge many secrets if you surrender me to the Ministry of Magic. I can reveal the antidote to the fairy powder. You need not perish with me, my treasures. My research. Lucas cast his gaze downward upon him. The once elegant white robe became heavy when soaked. I have no need for these. He smiled. Having imagined countless times in his dreams the demise of his mentor, yet until today, he had not contemplated what form of exquisite torture to inflict upon Bruno Windland. The fairy powder was a byproduct of the zombie experiments, devoid of an antidote. His correspondence with the ministry officials was contained within the crystal ball. The ghost spoke in a haunting tone, realizing that this enigmatic Carter White was not as they had speculated, entangled in various conspiracies and affiliations. He had indeed come alone, compelling this murderous old man to weep profusely. And now, the old man continued to sink further. The heavy snow resembled a soft mattress. Soon, a layer of snow carried by the wind had risen to Bruno Windland's waist. He spoke of many enticing treasures and secrets, but in this realm of converging magic, both man and ghost were mere listeners. They watched as he gradually disappeared beneath the snow, entombed in the earth of Upside Down Alley. Someone will discover his corpse, the ghost said melancholically. Not this time. Carter White waved at the sky, and a dark shadow descended from above, coalescing into a raven that perched upon his shoulder. Argos. Lucas's command had distilled into a simple name. The raven's obsidian eyes fixated upon the alchemist's burial site, where it beheld the name Bruno Windland. It gently alighted upon the pristine white snow, pecking at the ground, then lifting its head to swallow the invisible name. Names possess magic. Thus, the spells attempting to trace individuals through the remnants of their ancestral belongings would lose their efficacy. For Bruno Windland's name had ceased to exist. Who are you truly? As dawn broke, gilding all in a golden hue, the ghost's pearlescent form became increasingly translucent. He furrowed his brow, observing the volatile Carter White. Perhaps Windland was correct. The person before him was indeed not Carter White. His figure flickered in and out, casting shadows in the dawn that resembled the flickering flame of a candle. Yet the surging magic had not dissipated. Guided by the ghost's revelations, Lucas extracted the letters from the crystal ball, those containing his communications with the Ministry of Magic officials. He retrieved from his pocket the potion Snape had given him to counteract the effects of the fairy powder and drank it in one swift motion. I am a scholar who has been persecuted by him. I found my freedom through my own means. Lucas glanced at his wrist, noting that the magical markings had ceased to glow red, now appearing as a charred black. You look unwell, the ghost remarked, concern etched across his features. He warned Carter White, Winland's curse will lead you into your most terrifying memories. You best find a safe place to conceal yourself. The ghost felt a profound uncertainty as he watched the sun ascend into the sky. The one who had long bound him was now dead. Where was he to go? Do not fret. Proceed with confidence. I have already ventured forth on your behalf. Beyond lies a world devoid of pain, a brand new journey. Lucas leaned against the wall, clutching his arm as Snape's potion began to mitigate the effects of the fairy powder. The pain blurred his vision, and the magical fluctuations became increasingly chaotic. Yet this was precisely the critical moment for the ghost to embark on his next path. Should he fail to seize this opportunity, his mentor would remain bound to the mortal realm, much like the other specters within the castle. So you have died and returned to the mortal realm? The ghost's eyes widened, yet he ultimately refrained from voicing the questions that lingered on the tip of his tongue. It seemed that nothing held him captive any longer. He also perceived a figure emerging from the shadows of terror, extending a hand toward him. Thank you for saving me. The pearlescent hue began to fade as the sunlight spread across the earth. Perhaps death did indeed possess a wondrous power. Sparkles emanated from Lucas, merging into the ghost's form. He seemed to glimpse events from long ago, those pains and struggles yet to transpire. And so, explanations became unnecessary. Understanding had already taken root. The pearl-white ghost shed a single tear. He gazed at the indistinct figure before him, murmuring, "You have done it twice. It is truly painful. Will you endure yet again? Perhaps this time it will be different." That tear mingled with the agonizing wound that pierced Lucas, as if some fissures in the soul had been mended. Lucas mustered the strength to watch the ghost fade away. He commanded Argos to deliver proof of Carter White's innocence before he clutched his ribs and forced the key to the door to activate. Chapter 124, Return to Summer. Severus. There has been another incident in Upside Down Alley. Hearing from Malfoy about the recurring troubles, Snape was far from surprised. He glanced at the cauldron, still simmering with potion. Knowing that finding time to study the Wolfsbane potion over the weekend was no simple task, according to his plan, this brew would require supervision for the next 8 hours. However, Malfoy brought news of the ore crackdown on the remnants of the auction, mentioning that Eddie Carter White was a central figure in this affair. Of course. The illustrious Eddie Carter White, the wizard hidden behind the names of others, forever the eye of the storm. Snape, feeling increasingly unsettled as he tended to the cauldron, thought to himself that if that damned alchemist had already constructed the operating table, he would not need to waste this potion. With a swift motion, Snape cleared the deteriorating liquid. He donned his coat and made his way to the nearest secret passage out of the school. Along the way, he sent the disheveled students, who were frolicking and running around in the corridors, to filch. I hope these spirited individuals can channel their energy towards a worthy cause. The potion's master discreetly departed the school through a hidden passage, and half an hour later, he found himself at the residence in Nocturne Alley. This marked Severus Snape's first visit, yet Cartwright was absent. The potion's master settled into an armchair, awaiting the return of Cartwright, pondering whether he had been apprehended by the Ministry of Magic when a sound of keys being magically transported echoed through the room. Cartwright tumbled heavily onto the carpet, having returned to the property in Nocturne Alley. As soon as he landed, he extinguished all the light within the room. Snape vaguely sensed another presence in the house. Severus Snape. His arrival was indeed ill-timed, Lucas mused. A figure descended onto the carpet, and Snape caught only a fleeting glimpse before the surroundings plunged into complete darkness. All the windows of the house were sealed, and protective enchantments were activated. Snape attempted to illuminate the space with his wand, but he soon discovered that his magical powers were suppressed. The situation with Edic Cartwright seemed dire. Snape's last sight was of large bloodstains on his purple robe. "Cartwright?" Snape called out tentatively. There was no response. Yet, Snape felt a peculiar connection. His vision darkened, and he too lost consciousness. The scorching sun, the incessant chirping of cicadas, and the bothersome flight of flies filled the air. It was a burdensome day in Severus Snape's life, yet the sun shone brightly. He had been summoned from the classroom of a charms lesson by his house head, enduring the whispers of his classmates. At the end of the corridor, his headmaster delivered a grave message. His parents had perished at home. Matters concerning family awaited Snape's attention upon his return, including the property on Spinner's End and an account belonging to Eileen Snape at Gringotts. Slughorn cast a sympathetic glance at Snape, whose countenance had turned pale upon hearing the dreadful news. Yet, as he listened to the details, a dazed expression of acceptance crossed the boy's face. According to subsequent inquiries by ministry officials, his parents had not succumbed to foul play. Tobias Snape had died from alcohol poisoning, having simply choked on his own vomit, while Eileen Snape had passed away from natural causes. Natural causes, however, suggested a tragic end. The school could grant Snape a week's leave. Slughorn comfortingly patted Snape's shoulder, informing him that he could gather his personal belongings, as the fireplace in his office would be made available to him. Everything about that day left Snape feeling disoriented. He certainly understood that his father, a man fond of drink, and his mother, who could not survive without him, would eventually meet such an end. Yet, the arrival of that day was too swift, and Snape was utterly unprepared. The flu powder transported Snape to the nearest wizarding shop to his home. He was required to take a bus and then walk for several minutes to reach his dwelling. Typically, it was only during the summer and winter holidays that Snape needed to don Muggle clothing and return to that dreary, dilapidated Muggle abode. The place he had never truly called home now seemed a distant dream. Snape imagined discovering the bodies of his parents laid side by side within the house. Yet the reality was far different. An elderly woman from a Muggle institution expressionlessly handed him countless forms to fill out. Once he had completed the repetitive information and returned the forms through the window, he received only a handful of printed certificates. A few flimsy sheets of paper confirmed the deaths of Tobias Snape and Eileen Snape, their remains claimed by relatives after cremation. Given that neither had held any religious beliefs in life, and considering Eileen Snape was a witch, the suggestion of burial in a church became rather ironic. Snape transitioned from one place to another, and by the third day of his holiday, the endless paperwork was finally complete. He returned to the familiar house. Exhausted, he curled up on the sofa, feeling a mix of hunger and cold, though more than anything, he was overwhelmingly weary. "I'm sorry, could you wake up?" A male voice resonated above Snape's head. He jolted awake, instinctively grasping his wand and pointing it towards the source of the sound. Snape's wand was aimed at a ghost floating in the air. The apparition, who appeared to have died at around his age, was clad in the robes of a Slytherin head. He was rather handsome. "Who are you?" Snape demanded, directing his wand at the specter. "I might be a ghost. I've forgotten many things. All I remember is that my name is Edic." The ghost twirled in the air, glancing down at the emblem on his robe before adding, "I am a Slytherin." Snape was not convinced of the ghost's innocence. Having been at Hogwarts for 5 years, he had never encountered a student or ghost of such a name. This was a Muggle property, and ghosts typically could not leave the confines of the castle. "What is your purpose for appearing in my home?" Snape retreated slightly, attempting to rise from the sofa, but his undernourished body was unwilling to cooperate. "I don't know. I woke up here." Edic had indeed forgotten many things, but there were some aspects he withheld. He had been trailing this wizard for several days, and when he began to regain consciousness, he was in the corridors of Hogwarts, hearing a strange professor discussing a student's family troubles. The Slytherin student hastily returned to his dormitory to gather his belongings, and Edic observed him, using his wand to shove a few meager possessions into a worn-out trunk as he silently traversed the corridor, borrowing the fireplace from the headmaster's office. Edic realized he could not stray too far from this wizard named Severus Snape. Thus, he followed him through various Muggle institutions, and in the past 3 days, aside from essential communication for paperwork, Snape had scarcely spoken. He had consumed only a few pieces of bread and drunk some water from the kitchen tap. Edic had glimpsed the current year, 1975, during Snape's form filling. The issue was that Edic could not recall when he had enrolled. Many details of his identity had been erased by an invisible hand, leaving only a familiar sensation in connection with the boy before him. After confirming that no further information would be forthcoming and recognizing this boy's current state of vulnerability, Edic formally introduced himself. Chapter 125, Unfulfilled Wishes. Snape scoffed, abruptly seizing an empty canister from beside the sofa and hurling it at the ghost. The canister passed through the ghost's form, clattering to the corner. Edic recoiled slightly, reiterating, "I assure you, I am truly a ghost." The wizard before him appeared alarmingly gaunt. The Muggle clothing hung on him like mere fabric draped over a skeletal frame. Snape had neglected his appearance for days. His hair fell in disarray over his face, and coupled with his pale complexion, he appeared to be on the brink of death. "How long have you been following me?" Snape reiterated the crucial question. Edic tentatively inquired, "Are you certain you have not summoned me here through any magic?" Snape chuckled coldly, gesturing to the emblem on Edic's chest. "That emblem you wear is the latest custom design for Slytherin upperclassmen from last year. If you did not follow me from Hogwarts to this place, then you must have recently departed from life." The two fifth-year wizards locked eyes. Edic maintained an innocent demeanor, claiming he had been in a daze at first and had only recently regained clarity. Yet, Edic was grateful that the wizard before him was sufficiently intelligent. His intellect would prove immensely helpful in unraveling the current enigma. Edic did not believe he had truly passed away, rather than an untimely demise. He leaned towards the notion of a magical accident as the cause. Snape posed further inquiries to Eddie, yet he could not uncover any additional inconsistencies. Magic was prohibited outside the school, and even if it could be wielded, spells would likely pass through a ghost. Moreover, the wizard claiming to be Eddie stated that other wizards could not perceive him. In the realm of magic, seeing what others cannot is seldom a harbinger of good fortune. Snape remarked dryly. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the ancient house was enveloped in darkness, save for the small area illuminated by the pearlescent ghost before him. Ghosts are the souls of the deceased, and a creeping sense of fear began to envelop Snape. Why did this apparition insist on following him? Do you possess any unfulfilled desires? He asked tentatively. I feel as if I am not truly dead, Eddie confessed, struggling to recall anything. Yet he noted a hint of trepidation in the formidable wizard's demeanor that almost made him want to laugh. He countered with a question for Snape. Do you harbor any unfulfilled wishes? The inquiry seemed to imply that once Snape's desires were fulfilled, Eddie would whisk him away. Snape's already pallid complexion grew even more ashen at this notion. He fought to conceal his fear and, after a moment, murmured, I wish to become a master of potions. I do not wish to perish in this house. Regardless of the cause of my demise, not now, do not take me away. Eddie fell silent for a moment before solemnly assuring him, I am not here to take you. Although he could not recall much, he sensed that Snape was significant to him. This sentiment struck Snape as peculiar, and he gritted his teeth. His desolate abode offered little else to cast away. The Slytherin wizard, feeling exasperated, hurled a bundle of items. Eddie recoiled in terror, diving up into the ceiling to evade the dark object. Had he not been pearlescent white, his face would surely have turned green. How dare you assail me with your socks? Following the initial shock, he noticed a small, mischievous smile on Snape's face. A rare sight that momentarily alleviated the weight of their predicament. When the realization returned, he found that a ghost fearful of dirty socks was hardly menacing. The young wizard curled up on the sofa, gradually succumbing to slumber. Eddie circled around Snape, for ghosts do not require sleep. He discovered that pipes seemed to exert a natural attraction on his ghostly form. He confirmed that he could traverse through them to any location. Yet the thought of the dilapidated plumbing of the old house rendered this ability devoid of joy. The ghost also sensed a faint influence over the electrical system. When he stealthily infiltrated the neighboring house, the dusty string of lights hanging on the wall suddenly flickered to life. The neighbor's scruffy dog barked in fright at the lights. But by the time the neighbor glanced back from the television, Eddie had already returned to Snape's abode. Eddie endeavored to ascend the stairs slowly, attempting to mimic human behavior, thereby avoiding face-to-face encounters with the ceiling spiders or the tattered shoes strewn across the floor. The Muggle house's layout was straightforward. Eddie observed dusty wedding photographs in one room, scattered wine bottles in the bedroom, and an empty vanity belonging to the lady of the house. The surroundings exuded an air of the homeowner's struggle to make ends meet, coupled with an evident lack of life management skills. Subconsciously, Eddie understood the living standards of ordinary Muggles. It felt peculiar, as he believed he was not merely a common wizard. After a brief adventure, Eddie returned to the slumbering Snape, discovering him curled into a tight ball, huddled beside the soul-patched cushion of the sofa, attempting to conceal himself beneath the pillow. Meanwhile, the surrounding mosquitoes seized the opportunity to siphon more blood from the already unfortunate half-blood wizard. A swollen mosquito bite marked Snape's thin calf. As Eddie circled around Snape, his unique aura dispelled the mosquitoes, and the bothersome buzzing gradually ceased. Snape's tightly furrowed brow relaxed somewhat. On the fourth day since Snape had left school, all the mundane Muggle formalities had been completed. The wizard awoke from slumber near noon, momentarily dazed as he stared blankly at the air, the apparition of his deceased parents seeming like an ill-fated dream. Then, the pearlescent ghost, who identified himself as Eddie, tirelessly reappeared in his line of sight. Emerging from an undefined corner, Snape clutched his stomach and sat up from the sofa. He rummaged through his bag. The bread he had brought from school had already been consumed. He stared vacantly into space, straining to ignore Eddie's ethereal presence that flitted about. There remained a loaf of bread in the kitchen cabinet. Eddie felt compelled to speak, seeking to assert his existence. He had an instinctive sense that something dire would occur if Snape were to perish. Snape rose from the sofa, clutching his abdomen as he made his way to the kitchen door, pushed it open, and retrieved a piece of unwrapped dry bread from the cupboard. He poured himself a sip of water from a filthy cup in the kitchen, tore off a chunk of bread, soaked it in water, and swallowed it tastelessly. Chapter 126, Family Portrait. Snape glanced up to see Eddie watching him with a look of reverence. He began to accept the entirety of his reality. Thus he inquired of the ghost, "Are you pure blood, half-blood, or Muggle-born?" Eddie felt he was the first, yet his familiarity with the Muggle world led him to question whether he might be the second, though he did not discount the possibility of the third. With sincerity and conviction, Eddie declared to Snape, "I am undoubtedly a pure-blood wizard." Snape waited for a moment, but the ghost offered no commentary on his family situation. On that front, Eddie did not resemble a pureblood at all. He picked up the bag from the living room sofa and made his way to his room. Eddie floated behind him, observing as Snape ascended the stairs, entered his room, and emptied the contents of his bag onto the wooden bed. Soon, the bed was strewn with an assortment of second-hand textbooks, notebooks, quills, and a cauldron. Among the items lay a somewhat faded wizard's robe, and Eddie suspected he glimpsed a hint of green fabric alongside it. Not a scarf, but socks. Snape, expressionless, began to categorize and organize these belongings. He extracted the clothing from the cauldron, meticulously cleaned it, and surprisingly prepared to brew a potion. Eddie finally confirmed that Snape's cauldron contained an unwashed pair of socks. Do you have something left undone? Eddie could no longer contain himself. Snape, who was already in the midst of cutting ingredients, looked up at the ghost with irritation. I do not require your reminders for things I ought to do. As a deceased individual, kindly remain silent. Snape resumed his task, but after a while, he noticed Eddie had not retorted. Stealthily, he cast a sidelong glance while reaching for more materials, finding the ghost floating above him with arms crossed, looking rather displeased. Snape began to add potion ingredients to the cauldron. For a time, the only sound in the room was the bubbling of the potion in the cauldron. Yet Snape had no intention of speaking. He had resolved not to be the first to yield. If this ghost were to remain by his side, establishing boundaries was paramount. Chopping, grinding, and brewing, the cauldron simmered and cooled until the afternoon arrived. After 4 hours of potion making, Snape bottled the concoction with care, meticulously labeling each vial. With all of this completed, his attention returned to the matter of the ghost. The ghost was entirely engrossed in observing the potion that had simmered for 4 hours. Snape, feeling a sense of discomfort, hastily concealed the finished potion. Suddenly, he recalled his last directive to the ghost, to remain silent. Thus, he pondered whether it was indeed necessary to heed your commands. Eddie, perceptively, discerned Snape's trepidation. Snape pressed his cracked lips together. Eddie, noticing the change in Snape's demeanor, added, "It's not a soul-sucking specter." At last, Snape's attention shifted from the unfortunate cauldron to Eddie himself. "Aren't you hungry?" Eddie inquired, his tone somewhat irritable. "I am not hungry." Snape was on the verge of retorting with remarks such as, "Do ghosts even remember the sensation of hunger? Or should I prepare some rotting rats to entertain you?" But his stomach betrayed him with a loud growl. Eddie remarked, a smirk playing on his lips. Snape turned away, resolute in his desire to avoid conversation. "Let us make a deal." Eddie floated closer, poking Snape. Over the past 4 hours, he had observed the 5th-year Slytherin brewing potions, and from Snape's innovative steps and techniques, Eddie had confirmed 2 things. First, Snape's potion grades must be commendable, as he could accurately deduce that Snape was concocting a hair growth potion and was aware of the modifications Snape had made to the textbook instructions, which were undoubtedly ingenious. Second, Snape would one day emerge as an exceptional potion master. "What could you possibly offer me, being a ghost?" Snape regarded Eddie with suspicion. "You Haven-T secured dinner for tomorrow, have you?" "I know where to find some funds," Eddie asserted confidently, gesturing towards the stiff socks on Snape's bed. "In exchange, you must wash the socks on your bed and those strewn about the first floor, immediately." The 2 5th-year wizards locked gazes, transcending life and death, yet unwilling to yield. Snape cast his most frigid glare at the floating Eddie. Damned ghost, taking advantage of his ability to float. Snape had to look up to meet his gaze. Very well. A ghost with an obsession for cleanliness. Perhaps he died a tidy death. Snape weighed his options. If Eddie could indeed procure money, washing socks was a tolerable trade-off. 3 minutes later, Snape stood grimly at the faucet, scrubbing the socks. "Use more soap." Eddie observed Snape's actions. Initially, he was vexed by the scattered old socks, but he soon found Snape's grim visage while washing them rather amusing. Money? Snape hung the socks in the restroom. The house lacked a drying area. Previously, Eileen would hang clothes in sunny communal spaces, and on rainy days, they would mostly be left to dry in the restroom. Eddie appeared dissatisfied at the sight of the socks deprived of sunlight, yet under Snape's threatening gaze, the ghost refrained from making further demands. "Money," Snape stated succinctly. Eddie led Snape to the junction between the 1st and 2nd floors, pointing to an old carpet. Snape knelt and lifted the carpet. Discovering that the floor screws could be unscrewed, he twisted the screws and uncovered 2 5-pound notes. "I found these when I went upstairs." Beneath the 2 5-pound notes lay a family portrait featuring 2 adults and an infant in a swaddling blanket. This might have been the only family photo of the Snapes. Eddie remarked quietly, retreating to allow space. He observed Snape staring at the hollow beneath the floorboard for an extended time, his black hair obscuring his expression. It was the 4th day since his parents' death. He should have wept. But who mourned your death? Eddie attempted to ask himself, yet he remembered nothing. Chapter 127, A Cave. A week swiftly passed, and upon returning to school, Snape seized the opportunity to ascertain that no one could see Eddie, and indeed, Eddie could not stray too far from him. Thus, Snape posed a question. "Is your name merely Eddie? What is your surname?" "With a complete name." They could at least consult the library for records of past students or inquire with the professors. I do not remember, Eddie replied as the two traversed the dark corridors of Hogwarts. Snape was out for a nocturnal stroll. Eddie floated ahead, his pearlescent form emitting a natural glow. Visible only to Snape, a pure and natural safeguard against the night. As they neared the hall, they heard footsteps echoing. It was not uncommon to encounter other students wandering about during the night. Unless particularly familiar, they merely passed each other, treating one another as if in a state of somnambulism. As they rounded a corner in the first-floor corridor, a voice rang out, "Come catch me." The shout was so thunderous that even in the absence of light, the portraits along the dark corridor were roused. The sounds of coughing and curses reverberating from the peculiar scenery within the frames, extending into the depths of darkness. Eddie, slightly ahead of Snape, felt a part of himself overlap with another realm. It seemed as if several wizards were huddled beneath a blanket. This is an invisibility cloak. Eddie even caught sight of one disheveled-haired wizard yelling in a high-pitched voice, followed by several boys hastily retreating in the opposite direction. Snape immediately grasped what was transpiring. The corridor they occupied had become unsafe. His first instinct was to follow the fleeing young wizards. However, Eddie was aware of other secret passages within the castle. The pearlescent ghost obstructed Snape, gesturing towards the direction from whence Filch's voice had emanated, effectively leading them toward Filch. Snape cursed inwardly. This was not a direction a rational person would choose, yet he found himself following the path Eddie indicated. Eddie halted before a medieval oil painting that featured no figures, merely a pear tree. "Pull that pear tree up," the ghost uttered a peculiar command. Snape looked incredulously at Eddie, who had suddenly faltered. The ghost helplessly pointed at the pear tree, clarifying the instruction, "Press your hand against the pear tree and pull it up." Snape raised his hand to comply. In the next moment, the painting, which should not interact with reality, moved. The pear tree was uprooted by Snape's finger. A tunnel appeared beneath the painting. Filch's footsteps grew closer, and Snape swiftly dove into the tunnel. He sensed the light from Filch's lantern flickering behind him, and then everything darkened again as the tunnel closed. Eddie's pearlescent glow became the sole illumination within the cave. Snape awaited an explanation from the ghost. Eddie then stated, "This is a secret passage." Snape shot Eddie a skeptical glance, cautiously employing a silencing charm around them before inquiring, "I am curious under what circumstances this secret passage was discovered." Snape recognized the familiar expression on Eddie's face, one of readiness to deceive. He had witnessed that expression numerous times over the past week, resulting in outcomes that included, but were not limited to, him spending over half an hour in the restroom, hanging his clothes in the sunlight. Though as a trade-off, this ghost had provided a unique method for maintaining cauldrons and a spell to sharpen a knife. "You see, I am a ghost. So sometimes, when I find myself in certain places, discoveries occur," Eddie replied with reasoned logic. "For instance, did you know to press your hand against the pear tree to uproot it?" Eddie quickly amended, "Actually, I did not. I merely remembered there was a hiding passage." Most of their recent conversations had been abruptly halted by the issue of amnesia. Eddie cautioned Snape, "This is not a secret passage. It merely serves as a temporary refuge from patrols." To substantiate his claim, Eddie demonstrated a fleeting flight around Snape. The cavern they occupied resembled a den dug by bears hibernating, modest in size, only capable of accommodating a few young wizards. "Why does the school possess such a place?" Snape inquired, tracing the walls of the cave, the soil loose, yet imbued with traces of magical energy. "There are many such locations within the school," Eddie replied nonchalantly. "This institution has existed for over 1,000 years. Do you truly believe there are only a couple of secret passages?" Naturally, generations of students have left behind their hidden sanctuaries within the castle. It is entirely normal, is it not? You mean to say this was excavated by students? Snape's eyes widened in disbelief. Indeed, to evade the patrolling professors. Night patrols and nocturnal excursions are long-standing traditions at Hogwarts, Eddie remarked, falling silent for a moment. The peculiarity of the situation causing him to question his own past. Snape, oblivious to Eddie's self-reflection, instinctively retorted, "The defensive enchantments of Hogwarts are remarkably robust. Do you genuinely believe the castle would permit just anyone to dig caverns here? If anyone could simply excavate a hole, this castle would have collapsed long ago. Yet, creating such a cave is no trivial task," Eddie mused, attempting to touch the cavern's edge, only for his hand to pass through it. Intermediate-level alchemical modifications. Advanced alchemy gaining the castle's recognition, and certain plants capable of rapid excavation, all while ensuring structural integrity and discretion, were essential. He concluded, "I believe this must have been the work of a group of students. Most importantly, they have kept this secret, allowing it to become a hidden gem within the castle. Alas, after all these years, they are the only ones to have sought refuge here." Snape also recognized the effort behind this hollow. After a moment of contemplation, he asked Eddie, "How do we exit?" Eddie glanced around. Snape gritted his teeth. This specter always seemed to recall things he could not, compelling him to compromise. However, tonight marked the time for him to harvest the moonlight grass he had discovered, and he had made a promise. I have obliged, Snape muttered with resentment. What did you promise? Eddie feigned surprise as he regarded him. I will speak with Slughorn, Snape whispered in response. This ghost had been nagging him for 3 days since Eddie learned of Slughorn's potion orders, urging Snape to pursue it, as Eddie believed it would bring quick profits. Snape was perplexed as to why Eddie assumed it would be easy to extract money from Slughorn, as though it were merely a matter of social awkwardness on his part. This perhaps indicated that Eddie was indeed a noble pure blood, accustomed to receiving assistance wherever he roamed. For reasons he could not articulate, Snape did not wish to disclose to Eddie that the outcomes for various students seeking Slughorn's attention often varied. He also dreaded the prospect of being dismissed with a chuckle by that old walrus or receiving pitying charity. But now Snape had acquiesced. Why not let this ghost see that they were indeed different? With Snape's assurance, Eddie eagerly indicated a particular stone within the cavern, instructing Snape to tap it in a specific rhythm. Snape, disinterested in how this pattern had been discovered, considered the possibility that Eddie might have been one of the students involved in excavating the cave, or perhaps a descendant of theirs. Purebloods often passed down their legacies across generations. Filch had wandered far away, and the portraits along the corridor had once again succumbed to slumber. They traversed the great hall on the first floor, nearing the castle's entrance, where Snape expertly cast a silencing charm on the heavy wooden door, which then creaked open quietly. Chapter 128, Potion Orders. Snape dashed out of the castle, now free from the threat of being discovered by professors, and they began to recollect their prior observations in the corridor. I saw a few wizards cloaked in invisibility. Eddie accurately described the characteristics of the young wizards he had encountered, noting Snape's displeased grunt. Do you have a grudge against them? The wizards were clad in pajamas, one adorned with a roaring lion emblem, coupled with that exceedingly rare invisibility cloak. Well off, Gryffindor. Move ahead, I can't see the path. Snape suddenly vented his frustration at Eddie. Eddie glided forward slightly, lowering himself closer to the ground to illuminate the path. They were cloaked in invisibility and seemed to possess a map as well. Reflecting on the details, Eddie noted that this invisibility cloak surpassed any he had previously encountered. A map? Snape's keen nose detected a hint of a rival-less weakness. Are you certain? They roam the castle all day, they wouldn't get lost. Eddie was confident it was indeed a map of the castle. He was intimately familiar with Hogwarts, but if Snape was correct, they wouldn't be lost. After pondering the details, he added, the map even contains names. Eddie realized what it was, a map recording the movements of individuals within the castle. Snape quickly grasped the same notion. He appeared to have harbored suspicions about the matter long before, yet now he had tangible evidence. The man and the ghost exchanged a glance. Snape stated, there is no need to report this to the professors. Eddie understood immediately. You can resolve this on your own. Utilizing such a map to monitor others' movements was an egregious breach of privacy, unless the map was in one's own possession. In their conversation, they had already reached the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Snape's destination was clear as they navigated through the dense undergrowth, encountering only a solitary wandering wolf along the way. Snape adeptly employed a repelling charm, halting before a thicket. He uttered an incantation, causing the bushes to part, revealing a narrow passage. They traversed a thorn-laden path, and suddenly the scene opened up before them. Eddie beheld a herb garden spanning 5 or 6 meters, cultivated with 2 or 3 different magical plants. Among them, 2 were still in seedling form, while the last had matured, emitting a gentle glow in the darkness. Moonlight grass? Eddie recognized the plant. Initially, he had presumed this was a private nursery belonging to a professor, but as he witnessed Snape produce pre-prepared tools to begin harvesting, he gasped. Did you create this yourself? Eddie observed the weather charms and bird-repelling spells. The nursery had been meticulously cultivated and planned, and Snape was merely in his 5th year. A 5th-year wizard had established a herb garden in the Forbidden Forest. Eddie floated around, noting the clever positioning of the plot near a stream. As he soared higher, he spotted the outlines of white creatures and fresh footprints, realizing Snape had chosen a location amidst the territory of unicorns, centaurs, and other ordinary animals. He calculated the current lunar phase. Moonlight grass was a plant with a lengthy growth cycle and was notoriously difficult to cultivate. It could be utilized in the creation of potions. Eddie drifted back to Snape's side. Are you planning to use this to brew pain-relieving potions? He was aware of Snape's ongoing potion orders. Yet the prices for Snape's orders were consistently undervalued. Eddie had witnessed firsthand how a 6th-year Slytherin had taken the hair-growth potion Snape brewed during the holidays, leaving Snape with barely a single galleon in labor fees for such quality. Snape nodded, confirming Eddie's speculation. Eddie, however, conceived a superior formula. I am aware of a protective potion brewed from this herb, which can alert wizards to danger and withstand a single lethal attack. He endeavored to advocate for this suddenly recalled recipe, but Snape appeared rather disinterested. That evening, they returned to their dormitory with a bountiful harvest. The following day, Snape honored his commitment and knocked on Slughorn's office door. Slughorn, with his thick mane of golden hair, would have raised suspicions of a wig if not for the bald patch atop his head. He seemed to be awaiting someone, and when he saw Snape enter, he displayed a hint of surprise, quickly making way for his ample belly that blocked the entrance. Snape stood attentively in his office. Slughorn was the first to speak. Observing the sorrowful return of Snape, suspecting he required assistance, "Severus, I am your head of house. You may speak to me about anything. I am aware that this month has been particularly challenging for you." Eddie detected an ominous atmosphere from this opening. Snape's difficulties did not commence this month. Having witnessed the houses on Spinner's End, one could argue that Snape had always endured hardship. "I have heard that you have some brewing orders. I would like to offer my services," Snape said in a dry tone, already regretting his words as he stood at the door, but Eddie hovered nearby, compelled to fulfill his promise. The office fell silent for a moment. Slughorn quickly responded, "Your information is quite astute, Severus. I indeed received an order for a hair potion, and I believe I can entrust you with its preparation." Eddie's brow furrowed. They were vying for a long-term order for the hospital wing, and this seemingly private hair potion request, whose origins were dubious, would not alleviate Snape's financial burdens. "That is truly appreciated," Snape expressed stiffly. "I will have the potion ingredients sent to you separately." "Ah, yes. Though this is a one-time order, should the execution be exceptional, there will be further opportunities." Slughorn glanced at the clock on the wall. The compensation for the brewing would amount to approximately 5 galleons, which Snape could collect from him next week. Eddie silently accompanied Snape out of the headmaster's office. Some aspects were not as he had anticipated, particularly concerning Snape's circumstances. Eddie had observed Slughorn's classroom dynamics. Snape was the most proficient potion brewer in Slytherin, and Slughorn was not stingy with his praise for him. However, the assistance he offered was limited to mere compliments. They had not ventured far from the office when 2 seventh-year Slytherins approached, making their way to the headmaster's office. "Can you smell any potion on me? Brewing those orders is such a hassle. After all, you need to gain experience, so when you enter St. Mungo's, you can skip the internship, as your uncle mentioned." One of them exclaimed with excessive enthusiasm, colliding heavily with Snape. Snape stumbled back. They were likely acquainted, yet the others held him in low esteem. As Snape bowed his head, the other scoffed and muttered an insult about being in the way before proceeding to knock on the office door. Snape clutched his shoulder, having been jostled by the senior student, the corner of the book having struck him painfully. Nevertheless, Snape said nothing, continuing to walk ahead with his head down. Eddie floated silently beside him. Eddie now understood where the hospital wing orders were headed. Slughorn had a network built on student relationships, and among those with vested interests, there were hierarchies. The 7th-year student was of high importance, while the 5th-year Snape was deemed lesser. This was indeed dismal. "If it were you, would you attempt to negotiate further?" Snape trudged through several corridors in silence. Finally, in a place devoid of portraits, he kicked the armor standing against the wall with considerable force. "Certainly not." Seeing that Snape was still willing to engage, Eddie breathed a sigh of relief. His meaning was unmistakable. Further negotiation would be seen as lacking awareness of the situation. "I apologize, I did not foresee his short-sightedness." Snape lifted his gaze. His anger mingled with surprise. "I can comprehend that the hospital wing orders do not require exquisite craftsmanship, merely serving as a practice for well-connected students. Yet, with your prodigious talent, you should have received more resources." Eddie carefully chose his words. Snape lacked such reservations. He shouted in fury. "He believes I do not meet the standard criteria, and I am a half-blood. He thinks I have no future. He probably imagines I will only find a position as a shop assistant in a potion store, weighing ingredients and such. Your future will certainly not be constrained to that." Eddie spoke with conviction. Chapter 129, The Truth of the World. In Slughorn's 5th-year potions class, a minor explosion occurred. A Gryffindor boy's cauldron began to smoke. He continued stirring according to the next step in the book, and moments later, his cauldron erupted with splattering potion, sending droplets onto nearby cauldrons. Slughorn, rising from his seat at the edge of the podium, knew that such incidents were commonplace in potion class. He waved his wand from a safe distance, clearing the problematic cauldron. "Mr. DeWitt, adding too much belladonna leads to this outcome. If you are willing to forfeit some of your lunch break, I believe you still have time to brew another assignment to submit to my office." The Gryffindor student expressed gratitude at the reminder. However, mere minutes later, the cauldrons of 2 of his classmates began to exhibit the same explosive reaction, causing the chaos to expand once more. One Gryffindor student was attempting to increase the number of stirring motions to salvage the potion. The cooking progress of different cauldrons varied, and with impurities splattering into his potion, an explosion ensued. Several students were scalded by the boiling potion, clutching their injuries and crying out in pain. Do not panic, do not rush. Lupin, take them to the hospital wing. Slughorn's wand was in constant motion, and with his actions, 4 or 5 nearby Gryffindor cauldrons were cleared. The Slytherins mostly watched the spectacle with glee, as they beheld the misfortune of Gryffindor. They reveled in their plight, while cautiously protecting their own cauldrons to avoid being swept into the tragedy. Snape extinguished his cauldron. His position in the classroom was at the boundary between Gryffindor and Slytherin. Amidst the chaos, no one noticed a piece of parchment fall to the ground. Not to mention that as Gryffindor's cluttered desks shifted and students concerned for one another, the kicked parchment floated against reason to settle beneath Snape's desk. The young wizard swiftly bent down to retrieve it. Eddie, floating above, witnessed the entire occurrence. Dried belladonna bears a resemblance to lily of the valley. Should a few strands be mixed in, it could easily be attributed to the potion material supplier's lack of diligence in sorting. The raw materials were easily obtainable, and no traces could be traced back afterward. The potion brewed in this class, with incorrect materials, yielded unexpectedly favorable results. Lupin anxiously escorted the injured students toward the hospital wing, entirely unaware that he had lost a folded piece of parchment. After class, Snape sought a quiet, empty classroom to unfold the paper. He attempted the spells for revealing traces and immobilization, but after much effort, the parchment reluctantly displayed the message: stealing someone else's belongings is morally corrupt. Please return the item to its rightful place. Slytherin loses 50 points. Snape was infuriated by this statement. Now that he understood the utility of this map, he would not abandon it due to mere words. Snape noted that the ghost remained silent. This unfortunate specter had fallen silent since Slughorn had rejected him, appearing significantly dejected. Now is precisely the moment when you might suddenly recall some useful magic. Initially, Snape was reluctant to acknowledge Eddie's despondency. After all, it was he who had been rejected. It was he who could not earn any money, and it seemed beneath him to let a mere ghost dampen his spirits. I might have a way to break this curse, Eddie said slowly, but you must answer me one question. Very well, this ghost showed no pity. He merely wished to negotiate terms. Snape glared at Eddie, his indignation rising. There were no explicit rules governing their interactions. Yet the companionship they had shared over the past few weeks had gradually forged a strange understanding, so much so that Snape did not scrutinize its rationale too closely. According to their previous exchange model, the matter concerning Slughorn was initiated by Eddie, and after the failed negotiation, Eddie owed him one. What right did he have to propose new demands? Are you still contemplating that moonlight grass? Snape frowned. Then you must provide me with a compelling reason to do so. Do you not feel that someone is missing from the castle? Eddie suddenly inquired. The calmness of academic life had become too predictable once routines were established. One tended to overlook certain things. At first, Snape assumed Eddie was referring to himself. But Eddie continued, when I first became a ghost, Slughorn told you in the corridor that something had happened at home, and you were, if I recall correctly, in flying class at the time? Snape was taken aback by Eddie's sudden return to the past. Your flying class was with Gryffindor. Do you remember a red-haired witch? Eddie's voice was somewhat distant, as if transporting Snape back a few weeks. I do not recall such a person. Snape was about to respond confidently, asserting that there was no red-haired witch in this year's Gryffindor. However, as he rejected the notion, a memory inexplicably surfaced. Beneath the tree by the Black Lake. With whom had he been discussing the content of the charms class? Are you suggesting that my memory has been tampered with? Snape temporarily closed the unmarked map, as Eddie's silence clearly indicated other reasons. I have been observing the surroundings. Eddie sought the right words. I feel that the world has become somewhat hazy. Eddie had been clinging to the habits of his former human life. When he followed Snape through the castle, he would make an effort to avoid passing through the walls. In class, he would float as high as possible to prevent being inadvertently crossed by wandering students. Today, as he observed the students in the classroom from above, their facial details appeared somewhat blurred. Previously, Eddie's attention had been solely on Snape. It was only during today's potions class that he particularly noted the reactions of all the students during the incident. But as Eddie made a conscious effort to observe their movements, the expressions of the injured Gryffindors exhibited an astonishing homogeneity. Several faces bore identical expressions, and Eddie found it increasingly difficult to articulate the details of such utterly replicated visages. The more he looked, the less they resembled real people. A realization that sent a chill down his spine. Amidst so many unexamined details, Snape alone remained genuine. Eddie resolved to discuss this matter with Snape. Chapter 130. The Rising and Setting of the Sun. A gust of wind swept through the empty classroom as Eddie spoke, the doors and windows tightly shut. Snape, ever vigilant, drew his wand towards the direction of the wind. When he turned back, he found Eddie, who had been facing away, had descended to the ground. The fifth-year wizard, clad in black Slytherin robes, was no longer transparent. A living, breathing person stood before him, Eddie Carter White. The moment Eddie touched the ground, repressed memories surged back. The two wizards exchanged glances, each recalling their identities. It turned out that many years had passed since their graduation. The memories of fifth year were merely a magical fabrication. Snape recalled the last image he had seen before his memories fractured, Carter White bleeding on the carpet. He rubbed his brow, awaiting Eddie's response. Lucas surveyed the surroundings, confirming that they were in a room primarily constructed from Snape's memories. Do you remember when we organized the study, and I had you attempt a linking spell? The one where I entered your fabricated memory and pretended to be the werewolf? The connection produced by that spell was exceedingly weak. I had thought it was a one-time occurrence. However, the reality was that the magical connection had unexpectedly solidified. When Lucas was subjected to his mentor's dream curse, Snape, who was nearby, was drawn into the dreamscape, sharing the burden of the curse with Lucas. Has the matter of the tooth fairy powder been resolved? Snape inquired skeptically. The Aurors have apprehended most of the masterminds, so yes, the issue will soon be resolved, Lucas replied swiftly. He felt fortunate that when he entered the dream, he still bore Eddie Carter White's name. Thus his visage within the dream was also that of Carter White. I sincerely apologize. I did not anticipate that the linking spell would be so stubborn. I shall exercise greater caution when employing such spells in the future. Noticing Snape's displeasure, Lucas offered a heartfelt apology. Snape sat with his arms crossed in the empty classroom, the face of the fifth-year Slytherin bearing the serious expression of a 20-something Snape. Without the embellishment of his potions professor's robes, he appeared somewhat less imposing. How do we terminate this dream? We currently have no means to conclude it. Eddie glanced at Snape uneasily before continuing. The dream we inhabit is rooted in your memories from fifth year for a reason. It compels one to confront their darkest recollections. To escape, we must shatter it utterly. Snape leapt from his seat, seizing Eddie by the collar, nearly lifting the newly corporeal Eddie off the ground. With deliberate emphasis, Snape articulated, "Relive the darkest memories?" Lucas fell silent. He had no intention of prying into Snape's past, yet they had no other recourse. Pain and humiliation often coexisted. He had already witnessed Snape's parents' demise and his unfulfilled life at school, and what was about to transpire could be even more brutal. Do you wish to spectate as well? Snape's tone was deceptively light, yet fraught with danger. He could already envision Eddie Carter White prying into his memories. While he harbored a deep-seated loathing for marauders, defeating them within a dream felt even more humiliating. Eddie gasped for breath, not daring to resist in the face of Snape's fury. He obediently informed him, "I suspect it won't just be your memories that emerge. Some of my unpleasant recollections may surface as well. I fear the school could transform into a hellscape. Please believe me, this is not some form of mental victory. We both wish to avoid reenacting our past misfortunes as much as possible." Severus Snape was an exceptionally skilled master of occlumency. When Lucas reclaimed his memories, he realized that in Snape's dream, there had never been a girl named Lily Evans. In all of his troubling dreams, Snape had successfully concealed Lily. This was a feat achieved only through the rigorous discipline of countless subconscious trainings. Just as Lucas had not brought some malevolent memories into this place, the two adept practitioners of occlumency had done their utmost to maintain the peace of the past few weeks. However, the serene dreamscape was soon to reveal its fangs. Eddie intermittently urged Snape to prepare himself. They needed to utilize every resource within the dream, arming themselves before all logic crumbled. The juice from the moonlight grass you've harvested can be combined with incantations to craft protective runes. The Marauder's map can indicate safe locations within the castle. Perhaps your insights regarding the time and place of the impending events could provide some hints? Snape despondently released Eddie's collar. Witnessing Eddie's complete commitment to devising an escape from their predicament, during the Thunderbird storm, he had still managed to jest and make harmless quips, but now, there was not a trace of frivolity. Severus Snape sensed Eddie's urgent desire to depart from this place. Reluctantly, he uttered, "The werewolf will arrive on the next full moon." The two wizards exited the empty classroom. As Eddie Carter White suddenly materialized, the dreamscape seemed to defy explanation, presenting students that appeared out of thin air, with time itself beginning to falter. As Snape and Eddie traversed the corridor, the portraits within their frames moved in peculiar ways, prompting Eddie to remind Snape that the flow of time had altered. Outside, the light flickered erratically, with the sun rising and the moon setting in rapid succession. They had little time left to prepare. They found a secluded spot in the room of requirement, which contained various tools for Eddie's wishes. Eddie urged Snape to take a seat on the sofa, and he crushed freshly picked moonlight grass, placing it into a distiller within the room. In the actual unfolding of events, Snape had exchanged this moonlight grass for living expenses over the following months. Now, this substance revealed uses beyond potion making. A soft brush left a delicate floral scent flowing across his wrist, unmarred by the dark mark. The process of the moonlight juice tracing runes upon his skin was far less complex than Snape had envisioned. Eddie's hand, steady as it was, must have employed some special technique to draw those precise geometric shapes by hand. Snape felt a gentle magic seeping into his wrist, the flow of power seemingly amplified, accompanied by a cool sensation. Snape proactively inquired of Eddie, "What is it that you fear?" "Some dark magic experiments," Eddie replied. He had to prepare Snape mentally. His fears would inevitably manifest before the dream's collapse. Confronting such unsavory matters abruptly could jeopardize Snape's mental landscape. However, Eddie found it challenging to articulate a clear answer in a short span. He vaguely remarked, "Just some failures, nightmares, and the like." His words, though abstract, did not prompt further inquiry from Snape. Both wizards were acutely aware that such occurrences were destined to transpire, yet before their actualization, neither wished to delve deeply into the past. At last, Eddie completed the final stroke, the essence of the floral juice rapidly absorbed into the skin. Fifth-year Snape's wrist was slender, and Lucas could feel as if he were almost brushing against bone as he drew. Swiftly, Snape unfastened his cuff, and, using the same method, inscribed runes onto his own wrist. Chapter 131, A Tale of Grace. As time progressed, the absurd nature of this dream began to unfold. Snape and Eddie found themselves randomly appearing throughout the castle, their connection ensuring they always manifested in the same location: the windswept observatory, the Slytherin common room, the library of the school. Ultimately, they appeared in Snape's dormitory, where Slytherin maintained the fine tradition of double occupancy. The two of them seated side by side on a single bed. Upon realizing he was in the dormitory, Snape's first action was to cast a stunning spell on the figure turning over behind the bed curtains. Lucas raised an eyebrow but offered no comment. The full moon's night was drawing near, and Lucas bypassed the incantation for the Marauder's map to examine this alchemical work. The map marked numerous hidden passages within the school. Snape scrutinized it carefully. Lucas, observing his expression, knew he had noted several secret routes. They began to discuss an escape plan. The most favorable outcome was for Eddie to point at the map with his finger, where the marked names of the moving dots, due to the accelerated flow of time, nearly trailed shadows on the parchment. "Let us speak of the worst-case scenario." Snape interrupted Eddie, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. "Your luck leads me to anticipate no favorable outcome." The Master of Potions bore a significant grudge. Eddie decisively indicated the map, stating, "If the threat arises from within the castle, we can ascend and use our brooms for a swift retreat. If the danger comes from outside." As the discussion deepened, Eddie shifted from sitting sideways at the edge of the bed to sitting cross-legged at its foot. He selectively shared with Snape a few small caves not marked on the map, when a sudden chill swept through the windowless underground dormitory. The walls around them vanished. On the vast grassy expanse outside the castle, a Slytherin single bed appeared abruptly. The night sky was studded with stars, creating an ideal setting for astronomy lessons, as a low-hanging full moon gently illuminated the surroundings. Eddie waved his wand to dispel the bothersome mosquitoes buzzing near him. Observing Snape's tight-lipped demeanor, he leaped off the bed. Just as he was about to inquire which direction they should take, he spotted two figures approaching in the distance. Eddie swiftly transfigured the single bed into stone and cast a disillusionment charm upon himself. When Eddie turned back, he found himself alone. The connection between him and Snape indicated their relative positions. Snape had also cast the disillusionment charm. Several wizards were making their way toward the Whomping Willow. Snape's voice reached Eddie from nearby. "There's a passage beneath the Whomping Willow that leads to the Shrieking Shack." Lucas was no stranger to this tale. He had heard the Savior recount it. The haunted shack was meant to conceal the secret of werewolf Remus Lupin, who had been graciously afforded the opportunity to study by the headmaster. And indeed, Lupin became the finest defense against the dark arts teacher during the Savior's tenure at Hogwarts. A Tale of Grace. By pressing down on the knot of the Whomping Willow, one could access a passageway. Snape's voice sounded somewhat distant. He had previously asked Eddie whether, knowing events would transpire, it was necessary to actively confront fate. But Eddie informed him that this was a curse, not created for the fulfillment of dreams. The mechanism of the spell compelled one to face pain if the initial confrontation was evaded. The curse would perceive these matters as weaknesses, leading to a prolonged cycle. The grass beneath their feet was trampled by the unseen pair, silently following the distant wizards. In the night, the Whomping Willow resembled a monstrous creature, claws outstretched. Eddie picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it, striking the knot with precision. A passageway opened before them. Eddie intended to enter first, but Snape grasped his shoulder. "Whose memory do you think this is?" Under the effect of the disillusionment charm, Eddie could not discern Snape's expression, yet he sensed the hand on his shoulder releasing as Snape stepped into the passage ahead of him, cautioning Eddie not to follow, lest he become trapped inside. This indicated that, in the true unfolding of events, the werewolf awaited at the passage's end. Eddie stood quietly at the entrance. feeling an unsettling sense of unreality. This night, he beheld a forgotten chapter of history. Harry Potter never mentioned in his hearthside conversations that Snape had once nearly been bitten by Lupin. Within half a minute, a terrifying howl emerged from the passage, and Snape retreated swiftly. Eddie noticed a wizard approaching their direction, who then lunged forward to grasp Snape, who was on the verge of escape. Eddie recognized the disheveled hair. This individual bore an uncanny resemblance to the savior up close, as if programmed to rush from afar to save the precarious Snape, rescued by his own nemesis. Lucas could easily surmise why Snape would be reluctant to revisit this experience. Exiting the tunnel, Snape waved his wand to seal the tree hole. Amidst a flurry of urgent spells, he did not forget to cast a spell on the approaching James Potter. Stupefy. Hang him up in the tree. Let us go. Snape succinctly commanded. Eddie's transfiguration spell was somewhat more adept between the two, as he swiftly transformed Potter into a cat and levitated the young wizard to the highest branch of a tree. The sound of the werewolf's claws scraping against the branches grew ever closer, and some wood chips had already flown out from the hole. Snape reinforced the spell once more, sealing the entrance at the base of the Whomping Willow, making it appear as a larger tree knot. Lucas had completed his incantation, summoning a flying broomstick. According to their previous escape plan, should the danger arise from outside the castle, they would retreat within its walls. Eddie straddled the broom, meticulously repairing the brooms in the school's broom cupboard to prevent any significant mishaps during flight. Snape did not linger on the matter of sharing the broom. As Eddie's broom dipped slightly, with a push of his legs, it soared into the sky. The werewolf's ferocity was abnormal, although Lupin was merely an underage werewolf. His capabilities resembled those who had consumed a potion of frenzy. Thanks to Eddie's warning, Snape had employed the highest level of protection as he traversed the tunnel. The familiar scene transported him back to distant memories. As the broom flew over the Black Lake, the view below caused Snape's recollections of the past to vanish in an instant. The previously tranquil surface of the Black Lake rippled, and in some shallower areas, creatures with limbs were emerging from the depths. Chapter 132, Fate's Mockery. Snape inhaled sharply. At that moment, their broom was subjected to a disconcerting tremor, descending as if to mock them. This was not merely a technical issue, as Eddie had earlier described, when the terrifying spectacle re-emerged. The curse would compel them to confront it directly. Apologies, we must land, Eddie declared, his hair tousled by the wind, revealing his calm blue eyes. They were forced to land not far from the Black Lake. Eddie waved his wand, conjuring a line of fire along the shore. The creatures climbing ashore recoiled from the light, momentarily slowing their advance. Yet more monsters continued to emerge from the depths of the Black Lake. In addition to the initial batch of limb-bearing creatures, another type with slender limbs or stiff movements began to materialize. Eddie calmly dispatched the monsters, those felled by his spells being trampled by their successors. The corpses pressed against the red line of fire, prompting Eddie to erect a second barrier. Snape had no inclination to spectate. He strode purposefully to Eddie's side, casting a stunning spell to eliminate the nearest creature, his spell merging seamlessly with Eddie's. Snape gazed incredulously at Eddie Carter-White, having drawn close enough to discern precisely what was emerging from the Black Lake. Eddie Carter-White. The familiarity of the full name struck him. Eddie whispered spells without uttering a word, executing his actions with swift precision, as if entrapped in some nightmarish trance. The monsters from the Black Lake flowed forth unceasingly. Their sizes varied greatly, yet they shared a common trait. All those waterlogged creatures bore strikingly similar blue eyes, reminiscent of Carter-White's visage. Countless Eddie Carter-Whites had perished in various dark magic experiments, now cursed to converge together. Can you not restrain your mind? Snape exclaimed, astonished by the abominable dark magical failures manifesting before him. The root of the issue lay in Carter-White's reckless abandon. I'm afraid I cannot control the images that remain etched in my mental landscape, Eddie interjected amid his spellcasting, merely shadows left by the curse. Following the initial stunning spell, Snape shifted to a more mana-efficient stunning incantation. He silently counted the spells he cast, if each represented a fallen Carter-White. How had he appeared so nonchalantly before him? Beside him, Lucas sighed. He had lingered too long at his mentor's experimental table. Had it not been for this night at the Black Lake, he might not have witnessed so many methods of demise. This was untenable. He sensed his magical energy waning. The after-effects of the tooth fairy powder and his rib injuries were hindering him. Snape's condition was no better. They fought and retreated, the fire line drawing ever closer. Tell me, Severus, how was the werewolf situation ultimately resolved in your memory? Eddie suddenly inquired. It was an easy conclusion to draw. It was known that Snape had never revealed Lupin's condition until graduation. Someone must have silenced him. The potential candidates were few, perhaps a few elders of the Marauders. Regardless of who it was, they now needed to harness that power. Dumbledore, Snape replied numbly. He dispatched an approaching monster with a severing charm, then dealt with another using a stunning spell. Eddie quickly grasped the implication of the information he had just received, inhaling sharply. Does that surprise you? I had no idea you were still a staunch supporter of the headmaster, Snape retorted with a hint of derision, as if to validate his words. A great flame erupted behind them. An extraordinary fire spell ignited the creatures on the land bordering the Black Lake, magical energy enveloping them before they swiftly submerged, the searing red still visible upon the surface of the water. The monsters were reduced to ash beneath the flames, the source of the inferno swiftly contained, the flickering light casting shadows bright enough for distant onlookers to mistake it for a bonfire. The dancing flames transformed Eddie's blue eyes into a vivid orange. Magic eradicated all malevolence. Exhausted, Snape and Eddie rested at the edge of the Black Lake, the crisis having been averted. Yet, they had not yet awakened from the dream. Eddie beheld Dumbledore, the vanquisher of evil, approaching them, the logic of the dream causing the headmaster to bypass inquiries about the immediate situation. His priority was that Snape had witnessed a werewolf. Everyone deserves a second chance. James saved you in a moment of peril. I hope you can keep this secret. It was a gag order, a decree from the greatest wizard of the century. As the hazy figure of the headmaster concluded his statement, the wind began to stir, and they finally commenced their departure from the dream. Lucas gazed at Snape, now fully understanding the reason for Snape's entry into the 5th year. He had been harmed 3 times that night, by the rescue from the uncontrollable werewolf adversary and the headmaster's silencing. This is wrong, Eddie suddenly declared to the indistinct visage of the headmaster, implying not this matter, but fate itself. History informed Lucas that after graduation, the Marauders had gone their separate ways. Pettigrew betrayed them, Lupin fell into despair, Sirius was imprisoned, and Potter perished at the hands of Voldemort. Yet, that Slytherin sacrificed by Dumbledore tonight had become a dagger piercing Voldemort's weakness. Eddie should not have been murmuring. Yet he had no time to voice his grievances to a phantasm in a dream. The dream began to unravel. He heard Dumbledore's final words, "You promised." Lucas awoke in darkness, finding himself face down on the carpet. The sharp pain of reality jolted him into full consciousness. The name Eddie Carter White fell silent, as if snuffed out. In the darkened house, only first-year Lucas Graham and Snape remained in the hall. Lucas said nothing. He could only muster the scant magic he had left to, as he had done before, render the potion's master unconscious. Chapter 133, Changing the Light Bulb. Snape awakened in his bedroom on Spinner's End. A few weeks into the new semester, the unkempt bedding remained soft and inviting, while the bedside table in the bedroom was dust-free. His robe lay draped at the foot of the bed, and he wore a sleep shirt that had become misshapen. This marked the second occasion that Carter White had engaged in such behavior. The wizard possessed a peculiar penchant for looking after others. Severus Snape quickly recalled events that transpired before the loss of his memory, suspecting that he had entered yet another dream. Eddie Carter White. The house was enveloped in silence, save for the sound of rain outside, and no one answered Snape. He felt for his wand beneath the pillow. Slipping into his slippers, he treaded lightly down the stairs. Although rain fell outside, the damp air was effectively kept at bay, and the living room's electric light cast a soft glow. Yet, the lights in his own home had been broken for 4 or 5 years. Snape searched each room, discovering a packaged breakfast on the dining table, complete with hot tea and a sandwich. Underneath the plate lay a note. "I have set an alarm for 7 o'clock. You will have ample time to return to Hogwarts. Should you awaken early, fret not. The curse has been lifted." The note was signed with a capital letter A, the familiar handwriting of Eddie Carter White. It seemed that Carter White had gleaned his whereabouts from Snape's memories, but he was no longer the helpless wizard of 5th year. Snape crumpled the paper in his fist, glancing at the wall clock, which read 6:50. He approached a dresser in the living room and retrieved a memory ball from behind an Egyptian-style ornament. Snape intoned the incantation, memory playback, and the transparent orb began to swirl with colors, revealing images. Adjusting the timestamp on the base, he initiated the playback from 1 o'clock in the morning. A wizard appeared, seemingly materializing in his home. In the footage, Snape floated unconsciously beside Carter White. He had cast protective charms at the staircase, above the fireplace, and along the east wall. However, upon entering the house, Carter White deftly disabled the protective magic within the rooms. Carter White was practically a born thief, intimately familiar with the protective spells employed by wizards. He levitated Snape upstairs, the act lacking any sense of offense. 10 minutes later, Eddie descended the stairs. Snape noted the boy occasionally clutching his left chest as he passed beneath the light. He hesitated, scrutinizing the damaged circuitry, and retrieved a replacement bulb from his pocket, repairing it with his wand. Before departing, Carter White adjusted the slightly misaligned memory ball and then exited. There were no particularly obvious clues, aside from an unidentified individual who, despite having sustained an injury, continued to replace light bulbs in his home. Snape spent a good 15 minutes meticulously examining every place Carter White had occupied. He focused particularly on the replaced bulb, finding nothing amiss. With no more time to spare for detail, he left with a multitude of unanswered questions, his expression dark as he hurried back to school. On Monday morning, the students, still adjusting to the return to classes, regained some clarity upon encountering Professor Snape in the corridor. The series of greetings from professors helped Snape re-establish his identity as a staff member. He deducted points from 2 clearly late Hufflepuff students before making his way to the dungeons. He intended to return to his office to change into a different set of robes and collect his lesson plans. Instead, he encountered a familiar figure at his office door, Marcus Flint, Lucas's roommate. The young wizard paced anxiously outside the office, and upon seeing Snape, he exclaimed with excitement, "Headmaster! Something has happened to Lucas again." The urgency in his tone was palpable. Snape attempted to gauge the gravity of the situation from Marcus's voice, startled by the heavy nasal quality it carried. "Well, you see, Lucas went to assist Professor Sprout this morning, shortly after he left the castle. He was attacked by a rogue bludger. It seems someone neglected to collect the balls after Quidditch practice. Lucas was knocked down, but fortunately, Professor Sprout happened to be coming out and found him. Now, Lucas is in the hospital wing. I went to ask Madame Pomfrey for a dose of cold medicine, and she told me to come find you." After hearing Marcus's explanation, Snape approached the hospital wing, which was not particularly bustling on a Monday morning. From a distance, he saw Professor Sprout speaking with Madame Pomfrey at the entrance. Upon noticing Snape, Professor Sprout sighed in relief. "Severus, my first class is about to begin. I have briefed Madame Pomfrey on the situation. That poor boy is no longer in danger." Snape furrowed his brow as he listened to Madame Pomfrey describe Lucas's condition. Lucas Graham had entered the hospital wing for the 4th time this academic year, yet again suffering from blood loss and unconsciousness. Madame Pomfrey had conducted a thorough examination, additionally checking for any curse-related injuries, as certain curses could indeed lead to significant misfortune. However, Lucas bore no signs of having been cursed. Snape was led to Lucas's bedside, where he learned that the bludger had broken a rib. Fortunately, the location was close to the greenhouse, and Professor Sprout had just emerged from it, providing timely assistance. The boy experienced a surge of uncontrolled magic in the snow, though it wasn't severe. "I managed to stabilize him with a magical stabilizing potion," Madame Pomfrey explained. "But this matter must be thoroughly investigated." Madame Pomfrey added anxiously, "Quidditch is already a dangerous sport. How could anyone irresponsibly allow a bludger to fly about unchecked? Under normal circumstances, bludgers should not stray from the Quidditch pitch, as there were containment charms in place." Snape frowned. "Unless they failed to close the pitch gate in a timely manner after practice." Madame Pomfrey exclaimed, "You have no idea how careless those Quidditch players can be." It was reported that this year, during Professor McGonagall's night patrol, she discovered a group of Gryffindors sneaking out of bed to play late-night Quidditch. Snape observed the unconscious Lucas on the bed. After a moment, he inquired, "Does he require any additional potions?" Madame Pomfrey replied that a more effective magical stabilizing potion was necessary, as the magical fluctuations of a developing wizard could lead to habitual surges. This was Lucas's 3rd such incident, and the standard potions in the school's infirmary were insufficient to manage his condition. "Understood," Snape responded succinctly, asking Madame Pomfrey if the injury was to the left rib. Receiving confirmation, he stated, "I need to go to Diagon Alley to procure some ingredients. I will deliver the potions by noon. Additionally, I will have a prefect investigate which student released that bludger." Snape calmly and methodically arranged the necessary steps. As for Lucas, given that this injury was not caused by his own actions, he may remain hospitalized until he recovers. "I shall write him a note granting leave," Snape quickly concluded, the dark cloak billowing behind him as he vanished from the hospital wing. He, too, needed to request leave from the headmaster. However, Snape harbored some doubts regarding Lucas's injury and felt compelled to verify the details. As Snape entered the headmaster's office, he found Dumbledore absent. A portrait of a former headmaster within the office grumbled in annoyance. "Just leave your leave request on the desk. Haven't you seen the newspaper? Aurors captured a batch of dark wizards smuggling in from Germany. Dumbledore has gone to attend the trial." The portrait's remarks were laced with dissatisfaction regarding the headmaster's absence. Snape had no desire to linger and listen to the painted figure's opinions, so he proceeded directly to the fireplace in the office. Clearly announcing the address under the scrutiny of numerous portraits, the Leaky Cauldron, Diagon Alley. Chapter 134, A Visit During Class. Snape activated the door key in a secluded corner of Diagon Alley, and with a loud pop, he found himself once more standing on the carpeted floor of the overturned residence. The house lay in eerie silence, yet the bloodstains upon the carpet had been meticulously cleaned. Severus Snape, wand in hand, ascended cautiously, layer by layer. As he passed the study, the previously whispering tomes fell abruptly into silence. He continued until he reached the attic. pushing open the wooden door. The once verdant grass had transformed into a golden hue, the attic space mimicking the passage of the seasons. A chubby little bird dove from the heights, circling above Snape's head. The incessant chirping of the small thunderbird filled the air. For a brief moment, the clouds above, nursing the thunderbird's mother, stirred, and a flash of lightning struck the little creature. Though it emerged unscathed, its calls diminished significantly. Feeling aggrieved, the small thunderbird perched upon Snape's shoulder. Its progress in learning had been remarkable, as it now tucked its wings safely, gradually shifting to nestling against the side of Snape's face, its soft plumage brushing against him. Shouldn't you be attending class at school? Came the voice of Edric Carter-White from nearby, the young wizard approaching Snape with an air of normalcy. Upon spotting Carter-White, the little thunderbird tilted its head and chirped, favoring Snape over the man before it, maintaining its close position. Snape scrutinized Carter-White as he approached, noting that he appeared well, incongruous with the grievous injuries he had sustained mere hours prior. Who asked you to change the light bulb in my house? Snape should have delivered the retort with more gravitas. It was indeed astonishing how swiftly some individuals recovered from their wounds. Carter-White paused momentarily, chuckling softly. You could easily express your concern for me. In response, Snape unleashed a spell, which grazed past Carter-White, whose dodging seemed sluggish, as though he were struggling against his own limitations. Carter-White winced slightly, clutching his left chest and gesturing for a truce. The potion's master frowned, his words unyielding. It appears that resurrection does not equate to invulnerability. Even if one is untroubled by the means of another's body, does that render pain non-existent? Edric coughed twice. It's merely a broken rib. It will heal and regrow in time. He touched his chest, adding, it just requires a bit of time. Snape inquired, has the issue with the tooth fairy powder been resolved? Edric waved his hand, and 2 comfortable chairs materialized in the Thunderbird's domain. He seated himself, revealing that his earlier, flamboyant entrance had drained him considerably. Once settled, Edric relaxed slightly, answering Snape's question. Most matters will be covered in today's Daily Prophet. Edric Carter-White should be vindicated. Edric gazed steadily at Snape for a moment, his blue eyes hinting at emotions Snape could not decipher. To be honest, I didn't expect you to skip class to seek me out. I'm truly touched. Snape felt discomfort at his flippant remark, letting out a cold laugh. Perhaps I merely wished to ascertain whether you were still alive. Should you continue with your fabrications, I wouldn't mind inheriting this place. The small Thunderbird found a cozy spot, undeterred by the slight greasiness of Snape's hair, snuggling against the first person it had seen with fervor. The little creature had learned to control the currents coursing through it, and Snape felt its fluffy presence strongly. Yet, the moment he attempted to grasp the bird, his resolve faltered. He had never been adept at managing such small beings. Edric chuckled. If I were to choose an heir, your name would undoubtedly top the list. This quintessential Carter-White retort made Snape's heart race. Are you implying that you are on the brink of death? As you know, I struck a deal with Edric Carter-White today. I avenge him, and he grants me a body. Edric paused before continuing. This spell is always difficult to articulate, yet all is fair. Snape's heart sank. What do you mean? Do not be alarmed, Severus, Edric said soothingly. It is merely an exchange. I restore Edric Carter-White's reputation, and in the process, I can utilize his name. Once the transaction concludes, Edric will return to the embrace of death. Some truths need not be fully articulated. The 2 wizards lapsed into silence. Snape moving beside Edric, extending his hand. What are you doing? Edric feigned ignorance, retreating slightly, his blue eyes filled with gentle mirth. He appeared remarkably vibrant, but only Snape recognized the resilience of this master alchemist. Your hand. The potion's master was succinct. Under Snape's intimidating gaze, Edric extended his hand marked with the sigil of magic, and Snape unfastened his cuff. The rune representing their transaction was black, resembling a page printed with insufficient ink. The connecting points fragmented. The names on either side lacked the clarity of their initial encounter. How much longer? Snape pressed. I require an exact time frame. Edric withdrew his hand, slowly fastening his buttons. Perhaps 1 to 2 months. This is my first time using this spell. Is there a possibility of utilizing it again? Snape inquired. What are the conditions for the spell to take effect? Is it voluntary sacrifice by the wronged party? Something along those lines, Edric replied dismissively. I do not desire to roam about in someone else's body. Sometimes, a person should transition to the next journey. Snape fell silent, suddenly raising his wand, pointing it at Edric. Spell halt. As the potent incantation struck Edric, nothing transpired. The wizard's features remained unchanged. A flush appeared on his face, and he coughed into his hand. At such close proximity, Snape suspected he glimpsed a hint of red in Edric's palm, but as Edric clenched and then released his fist, the trace of blood vanished without a sound. Snape opened his mouth to explain. Chapter 135, The Unraveling of Doubt. The blue-eyed wizard waved his hand in understanding. I completely comprehend. His tolerant tone only deepened Snape's guilt. They both recognized that Snape's return from class was driven by suspicion, while Edric Carter-White's circumstances were explicable. They could very well be a ruse crafted by magic beyond the polyjuice potion. Snape needed to validate his doubts. His voice was somewhat hoarse. If you require assistance with potions, that antidote you provided for the tooth fairy powder was immensely helpful. I surmise you had no time for clinical trials when you gave it to me. Personally, I found it quite effective. You might consider collaborating with Street Mungo S. Perhaps approach Malfoy. You could earn the Order of Merlin. Carter-White was not one to wallow in self-pity, observing Snape's despondent demeanor post-failure. He shifted to a more pragmatic matter. Given the current progress at the potions workstation, it should be ready in a week. I will be taking a week off to recuperate. The ministry will soon require Edric Carter-White to testify. In my situation, I also need to take action, otherwise. If I am identified as an imposter in the courtroom, it would be disastrous. Edric's tone was light, while Snape suppressed his fury. You speak of your affairs with such nonchalance. Edric regarded Snape with a puzzled expression. The potions master could almost see his own reflection in those blue eyes. He stepped back, plucking the Thunderbird from his shoulder. You are too heavy. This was an entirely unreasonable outburst. The small Thunderbird, oblivious to human language, felt no malice. In its diminutive world, it knew nothing of misplaced ire, merely perceiving it as a playful game. Edric saw through the pretense, but chose not to expose it. He chuckled softly, clutching his ribs, then pointed at Snape's shoulder where the Thunderbird had perched. You ought to take care of that. Snape glanced at his shoulder, noticing the flakes of white powder resembling dandruff speckled across his black attire. His health had not yet deteriorated to such an extent. The potions master glanced at the little Thunderbird in his hand. It was thus that Eddie spread his palm, attracting the creature's attention with a handful of owl feed he had procured from an unknown source. The little one alighted upon his palm, and Eddie gently rubbed the base of the Thunderbird's wings with his fingers, causing a flurry of down to cascade like delicate snowflakes. This was feather dust, a natural occurrence during the bird's growth. Had I suitable materials on hand, I could have increased humidity to mitigate such a phenomenon. He parted the Thunderbird's wings, and the creature offered its belly to Eddie without a hint of trepidation. Its molting was rapid, and extracting some of the quills would be beneficial, as they constituted valuable potion ingredients. Eddie paused momentarily, realizing that his words bore an ominous resemblance to a farewell. Severus's mood had not lifted with the mention of the small creature. Do you have other matters to attend to here? Eddie inquired, tilting his head to observe Severus, who was distractedly brushing the powder from his shoulder. Collecting the Thunderbird's feather dust is not something you can prevent, Eddie noted, unable to halt Severus's meticulous cleaning. If you find yourself without other tasks, it would be prudent to return to your bed. Severus glared at Eddie before uncertainly asking, how do you manage your meals? In the morning, Eddie had procured a substantial supply of food while packing breakfast for Severus, all of which could be frozen for later consumption. The potions master retrieved several vials of potions from the cabinet he had brought and handed them to Eddie. I will endeavor to research your ritual, he declared, as if proclaiming his ability to save Eddie's life, though lacking conviction. Eddie's initial appearance as a specter in the dream curse seemed to serve as a foreboding omen. I did not imply that I am generously embracing death, sir. Eddie blinked and clarified. I shall arrange for a portrait of myself. Severus instinctively countered, a portrait lacks life. Yet the portrait I create can temporarily harbor a soul. You see, while I have no desire to serve justice for others, I am not prepared to depart from this world, Eddie stated calmly. Perhaps I might discover gentler forms of magic. They both understood that such magic may not even exist. Transcending life and death is often associated with deceit and dark murder. Yet, at the very least, it offered a glimmer of hope. The potions master's mood brightened slightly as he explained. I am here to procure materials for treating a student with some talent in alchemy who is experiencing a magical surge. Do not presume that I am available at your beck and call during my other working days. What about on non-working days? Eddie maintained a smile, perceptively acknowledging the unspoken. I possess some commendable materials in my stock. Perhaps you could find them useful. He graciously summoned an exquisitely crafted folding potion cabinet, presenting the palm-sized, ornate container to Severus. The realm of alchemy is never devoid of prodigies, yet you have witnessed how poorly I have navigated this path. Take good care of him, Severus. Severus hesitated before accepting Eddie's offering. He nodded. I shall exit through the front door. There are additional supplies I must procure, he stated tersely, hastily departing the premises. Once he sensed the guest's departure, the attic fell silent for a brief moment before Carter-White, seated on the sofa, suddenly dispersed into a swirl of black mist. The dark haze, displeased, rearranged itself several times before transforming back into a pitch-black raven. The Thunderbird tilted its head, observing its familiar companion, who was almost like another guardian in the attic. It happily hopped over to Nuzzle Argus. This marked the 12th hour since Argus had ingested Bruno Wingerland's name. Argus had evolved a new ability, enabling it to assume the form of the deceased alchemist. The value of that mysterious ritual continued to escalate. Eddie Carter White's name signified a compensated gift, while Bruno Wingerland represented a merciless plunder. The distinction lay in the fact that a voluntarily given name is far more authentic. Lucas, who had been forcibly administered fairy dust, originally faced a dire situation. However, he was merely on the verge of losing Carter White's name. In contrast, Wingerland's name seemed somewhat ethereal. Should he disguise himself as Wingerland, a curse of comparable intensity to Severus's earlier incantation would suffice to unmask Lucas's identity. Voluntary offering was a crucial element of the ritual. Lucas maintained communication with Argus through their link. Lucas himself lay in a hospital bed at the school, his consciousness steering the dark mist. For the first time, the Raven leader played the role of a human. Argus had begun to grasp the patterns of human society. Yet Eddie's actions remained overly convoluted. He doubts you, while you deceive him. The Raven leader could only strive to simplify its assessment. It felt that this statement inadequately encapsulated the recent events, yet it could find no more precise phrasing. Lucas corrected him, distinguishing between benevolent deception and compelled suspicion. Humans are exceedingly complex beings. Lucas found it impossible to explain to Argus, who existed beyond time, that such an alchemist would not be accepted in the magical world. The severity of this situation was not comparable to that of life and death. Lucas had no desire to test anyone's loyalty. Yet you are not pleased, Argus calmly pointed out. This time, Lucas refrained from responding. Today, he had successfully deceived the most accomplished double agent of the century. Yet, with ulterior motives at play, he did not genuinely feel joy. Perhaps it would be prudent for Eddie Carter White's identity to fade from this narrative. He had already amassed some wealth, and Severus was a reliable master. Perhaps he ought to tread more carefully, managing his original identity with integrity rather than straying into dubious paths, lest he feel he had squandered his potential. Chapter 136, The Progress of Judgment. The Ministry of Magic's resounding victory. Aurors apprehend dark wizards in Nocturne Alley. Urgent interrogations at Weisengamot. During the first week of Lucas's hospitalization, the Daily Prophet fervently reported on the follow-up investigation of the auction. The renowned Rita Skeeter interviewed senior ministry official Algerhant, flanked by his loyal deputy, Rust Vorn. This deputy was poised for promotion. In the glare of flashbulbs, he eschewed the allure of power, sharing the glory with his subordinates. The newspaper's headlines featured several impeccably dressed senior officials, smiling with measured delight. Letters of gratitude from the public flooded the Auror department, and for a moment, everyone basked in honor. Eric Grant waved his wand, halting the paper airplanes that flew towards him. He was among the few who had not accepted an interview or any accolades. Following a significant victory, everyone tended to prefer a period of rest, relishing the moments of being recognized and treated to drinks at the pub. As Grant passed a group of Aurors engaged in casual conversation with a female staff member, he encountered Rust Vorn in the elevator. This wizard was an old classmate of Eddie Carter White, having entered the ministry in an administrative capacity, persistently submitting applications to transfer to the Auror division for 3 consecutive years. He had become a topic of conversation throughout the ministry. Eventually, Vorn came to recognize his true talents and dedicated himself to harmless administrative work, allowing him to begin to shine. As Grant walked past Vorn, the latter straightened from his position against the wall and called out to him, "Were you specifically waiting for me?" Grant frowned. He had little interaction with the popular figure in the Department of Law Enforcement. Although Vorn appeared to be flourishing, until the Weisengamot trial concluded, everything remained uncertain. "I wish to inquire about the status of one Eddie Carter White. Have you heard any news of him recently?" "I'm afraid not. We have not seen him since he left the team," Grant replied without hesitation. Vaughn discerned nothing from his expression. Anxiously, he clenched his teeth. He had recently heard his name mentioned by the deputy director. Could it be that he is innocent? Is he the mastermind? The two spoke simultaneously, each offering a contrasting answer. "Innocent," Grant asserted. Vaughn's complexion paled. "How could you believe him to be innocent?" His lips quivered as he took a step back. "I thought you were friends?" Grant replied, hands tucked in his pockets. Carter White possesses poor judgment in friendships. During his misfortunes, he had no one to confide in. It seems that he is on the verge of exoneration, yet his friends are only now belatedly preparing to offer apologies. But there is still no conclusion, is there? I heard that during the Weisengamot trial, those desperate individuals revealed certain names. Vaughn whispered, seemingly seeking affirmation. Grant cast a sympathetic glance at him, echoing Vaughn's words. Yes. There is still no conclusion. In the second week, the Daily Prophet unveiled further details regarding the Weisengamot trial. Following the administration of truth serum, the Wolfman, bound in chains, vociferated that there were members of the ministry among them, resulting in a sudden twist of events. The journalist's camera nearly overheated, almost becoming inoperative, as the enchanted quill inscribed notes longer than toilet paper. The Wolfman, compelled to disclose the truth, encountered a Dementor's kiss on the way back to Azkaban. This was deemed an unfortunate accident, attributed to unstable magic from the guards, which resulted in a diminished protective range of the Patronus charm. Discussions regarding the identities of the higher-ups intensified. A name emerged into the public eye: Eddie Carter White. The Wisengamot decided to summon Eddie Carter White to the courtroom. Snape was informed unilaterally by the ring that the residence in Nocturne Alley was to be temporarily sealed. Eddie Carter White justified this with the need for an absolutely stable environment for time magic. Snape found this utterly implausible. Fortunately, that troublesome wizard did not disable the communication function of the ring, allowing Snape to share updates on the research regarding the unbreakable charm with Eddie. Most of Eddie's responses were dismissals of the proposals or reports of failed attempts. That night, Snape inquired through the ring, "Will you attend the trial?" "Let us see how things unfold," Snape muttered under his breath, cursing that damned alchemist who, rather than contemplate delaying, was diligently pushing the progress forward like a saint. "Have you submitted the Tooth Fairy antidote formula to St. Mungo's?" Eddie questioned from the other end of the ring. Snape, amid organizing materials on the unbreakable charm, had been persistently urged by Eddie to compile experimental records. Eddie, not receiving a reply, chided, "Come on, Severus, think of the Order of Merlin." He sketched a rough draft of the Order of Merlin medal. Snape recalled Eddie mentioning his intention to produce a portrait. Now, gazing at this sketch, he began to fret over the potential quality of the finished piece. Snape emphasized with a heavier stroke, "St. Carter White." In the hospital room, Lucas nibbled on a sandwich while conversing with Snape. He placed the ring's chat function atop his notebook, ensuring no one would notice he was not actually reviewing his notes. His condition was far from optimistic. Following the incident, he had the presence of mind to tidy up on Monday, but by Tuesday, his magic began to spiral out of control. Initially, he thought Eddie Carter White's name bore the brunt of all the Tooth Fairy powder's side effects. Yet the reality was that Lucas himself was also significantly impacted. Once his magic stabilized, he discovered that its growth rate had slowed. Previously, a mere effort to uplift his spirits would bring him close to 8, but now it felt as though he were encountering some obstruction. This outcome left Lucas deeply disheartened. He presently lacked any viable solutions. The continuous overexertion since enrollment was clearly unsustainable, leaving him reliant on recovery. However, if regret were to arise, Lucas would harbor none. The opportunity to personally eliminate Bruno Windlin lay before him, and he was satisfied with seizing it. Chapter 137, House Elf. At this moment, Argus also squawked a couple of times through the link, lacking any clear semantics, merely expressing sympathy. Lucas had to remind him not to make noise in front of the Thunderbird, fearing that the little Thunderbird might one day fly out and squawk indiscriminately. Argus's abilities proved immensely useful. Lucas had recently depended on him to track the trial's progress and connect with relevant individuals. The German wizards who participated in the auction gradually began to confess, and evidence of Bruno Windlin's crimes was accumulating. The Department of Mysteries dispatched a silencer, substantiating evidence of the Alchemist's illegal human experiments, and signed a declaration to revoke Bruno Windlin's Alchemist certification on behalf of the Alchemist Association. The Ministry of Magic issued a wanted notice. During the trial, it was mentioned that Karkaroff was also involved, yet no one could ascertain his whereabouts. No one would have anticipated that Karkaroff was residing in an attic of a dwelling in Nocturne Alley. He found himself imprisoned in a darkened cave, instructing a newly born house elf. As a pure blood, Karkaroff had never endured such treatment. He was now entirely convinced that the mysterious wizard who had kidnapped him was not a Death Eater, but he wielded magic with equal ruthlessness, aside from the Dementor's kiss. He was adept in other spells as well. After all, Karkaroff was no hardened warrior. He lamented the decline of pure bloods while reluctantly beginning to teach the house elf how to serve its master. That mysterious figure promised him that once the storm had passed, he would return him to Germany. As long as he remained here, the British ministry could not interrogate him. Karkaroff could continue his position at Durmstrang Institute, with his captor painting a bright future for him. "What can I do for you?" Karkaroff asked cautiously, having already taught the house elf 2 complete alphabets that week. What sort of lunatic would demand bilingual education for a house elf? The wizard's exact words were, "Master both German and English. You can commence your educational venture from here." Loyalty, the mysterious figure informed him, or death. He was requesting something Karkaroff did not possess, to which Karkaroff readily acquiesced. That person had cast a spell on him. For a time, he forgot something, striving to recall what important thing he had lost. Until the magic was lifted, the dazed Karkaroff realized he had forgotten his own name. Thus, Karkaroff was temporarily very loyal. Only death could cease his allegiance to that dreadful wizard. In Lucas's 3rd week of hospitalization, the auction matter remained stagnant. as the insider within the ministry had yet to be interrogated. The focus on Eddie Carter White, however, became increasingly clear. The wronged hero, falsely accused, persisted in uncovering the truth behind the auction. With the Daily Prophet's thematic reports following suit, Eddie Carter White, a Gryffindor, transformed into a figure akin to William Tell. Some members of the public piled up apples before the ministry's statue in protest against the ministry. The ministry's stance was ambiguous, promoting Carter White, at least as a distraction from the investigation into the insider. In such fervent times, those who stepped forward were easily besieged. At this juncture, an unexpected individual submitted information to the Wisengamot. Mr. Lucius Malfoy, a Hogwarts governor, appeared in court to accuse Algernon of unlawfully dispatching Aurors to conduct excessive searches of Malfoy Manor, inflicting significant psychological trauma on his family. The Daily Prophet ambiguously expressed its desire for the public to refrain from contemplating Mr. Lucius Malfoy's questionable past as a Death Eater, urging focus instead on the accusations he leveled against the most distinguished deputy director of the last 30 years. Regardless of any attempts at redirection, a significant number of individuals began to report allegations of abuse of power against Algehant. By the end of the third week, a memory from Eddie Carter White was transmitted to the Ministry of Magic, detailing his accidental overhearing of Algehant's conspiracies in the corridors, followed by a series of subsequent betrayals. However, this memory was declared invalid by the ministry, which called for Eddie Carter White to appear in person. Meanwhile, the pile of apples by the ministry's fountain grew ever higher. Auror Squad leader Eric Grant relayed a message to Carter White, who expressed that his time was short and hinted that the true culprit had yet to face justice. Fearing for his own life, the Aurors were taken aback by Grant's sudden stance, leading to a division within their ranks, intensifying the conflict between the first and second groups. Under mounting pressure, Algehant was summoned in the fourth week and subjected to a truth serum, during which he confessed to all allegations against him. The Daily Prophet captured the moment he proclaimed his innocence as the headline story, breaking the subscription record for the year. The Ministry of Magic initiated an internal investigation, and a month after the incident, innocent parties were released while those guilty were sentenced to Azkaban. Rostavorn returned to his office in a daze, only to find a younger wizard seated at his desk, engrossed in paperwork. "I'm sorry, but this is my office," Rostavorn frowned as he approached. The young man looked up from his burdensome tasks. "Mr. Rostavorn, did you not receive the transfer notice?" "What? I have no idea what you're talking about. Please, get out of my seat. Where have you put my belongings? There's no seat for you here anymore," the young man muttered under his breath. A traitor to his friends, before displaying a rehearsed smile. "The deputy director's position has been reassigned, and I have been appointed as his special assistant. Here's my commission." Then Rostavorn did not bother to examine the document. "It seems you've been transferred to the Muggle Artifacts Department. I didn't pay close attention to the name of that department. I apologize." As public interest waned, aside from the headlines, other pages reported that St. Mungo's Hospital, with the assistance of Professor Severus Snape, the head of Slytherin House at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, had developed a potion to suppress the effects of tooth fairy dust, which could save some wizards from the dangers of magical surges. For this achievement, Snape was awarded a third-class Order of Merlin. That evening, Eddie Carter White congratulated him on his honor. "Saving a bunch of reckless potion users hardly seems worthy of congratulations." Snape replied, "Those powders are exorbitantly priced, and their clientele is quite affluent. Saving their lives is undoubtedly valuable," Eddie countered, to which Snape conceded the truth of Eddie's words. Though Eddie did not appear at the trial, he deftly participated in every aspect, in case Mr. Eddie Carter White becomes reclusive and misses the outside commentary. "Are you aware of how the public refers to you?" A line of text quickly appeared. "I know, don't say it," Eddie replied. Since the public began to liken him to William Tell, he acquired a new moniker, Mr. Apple. Snape teasingly mocked his behavior by drawing an apple. Lucas, waiting for a moment, was surprised that Snape did not press his advantage. However, he had celebrated too soon. After a while, the potion's master sketched an apple for him. Snape never missed an opportunity to capitalize on a moment. Lucas was astonished when he saw the doodle in the hospital room. Snape erased the apple mere seconds after it was drawn, so swiftly that Lucas thought it must have been a figment of his imagination. Yet, the communication records from his ring could be reviewed with a pensive. Snape did not need to know this. "I shall attend the awards ceremony as well," Eddie stated. After a long silence, he received a nonchalant reply, "As you wish." Chapter 138, Mastery in Healing. The investigation into the bludger injury incident quickly revealed that it was the result of an unsanctioned Quidditch match between Slytherin and Gryffindor. Students from both houses had played without the professor's approval, as the sun was setting and visibility was inadequate. Following the match, consumed by guilt and fearing discovery, they hastily gathered their brooms and scattered. The chaotic division of responsibilities led to the equipment custodian discovering the missing bludger the next day. Several students were caught lurking near the pitch while searching for the lost equipment, apprehended by a prefect. After the matter was reported to the headmaster, all participants in the match were sentenced to community service. When Lucas's health permitted, parents from both houses came to visit him. As the head of the house, Snape accompanied Dumbledore. The students' parents brought a variety of candies and gifts. Due to the number of students involved, the gifts piled up at Lucas's bedside, creating the illusion of a second Christmas. Weakly leaning against his bed, Lucas was surrounded by visitors. The headmaster explained the investigation's findings. The parents would compensate Lucas with a sum sufficient for several years of living expenses. And should he require medical attention for any aftereffects, they would cover those costs as well. The students who had participated in the unauthorized match would be disqualified from future Quidditch competitions and would serve community service until the end of the term. Lucas expressed no objections to the handling of the situation. The parents, under the headmaster's watchful eye, displayed a degree of adult composure, expressing their concern for Lucas. When Madame Pomfrey entered to remind them that visiting hours were over, the adults departed the ward in an orderly fashion. Dumbledore and Professor Snape, however, remained. Lucas's gaze fell upon the two awkward Gryffindor parents as they exited, dressed in Muggle clothing. Noticing Lucas's attention, the headmaster explained. Professor Snape reached out to your parents after the incident, but as he received no response, he personally visited your home. Initially, Snape had knocked on the door, but there was no answer. Understanding Lucas's family situation, with only a father reliant on welfare, he had resorted to using the unlocking charm to gain entry. Snape's first encounter with Lucas's father, John Graham, revealed a quiet, numb, and despondent man. Snape recounted the unfortunate accident involving his son at school. The man responded with a pair of bewildered eyes, then slowly remarked, "He'll be fine." A definitive statement. Snape realized he did not know enough about Lucas Graham as a student. He was aware of Lucas's mother's passing and that his father was a Muggle in dire financial straits, necessitating school assistance. Yet, upon truly engaging with Lucas's father, he discovered not only alcoholism and violence, but also this peculiar kind of adult. Observing Snape's reluctance to clarify, Dumbledore continued, "Your father may not be able to travel far. He entrusted Professor Snape with your care." Snape snorted in response. Lucas could only express his gratitude to the professor, appearing unsurprised and not overly sorrowful. After a moment of contemplation, Lucas suddenly asked, "Was there a Slytherin beater among the students who played in the match? If I were willing to forgive him, could he continue to participate in Quidditch?" Both adult wizards displayed expressions of surprise. Snape could not help but gently rap Lucas on the head, remarking, "Madame Pomfrey's healing skills are indeed remarkable. You've only just managed to sit up. And you're already contemplating such matters?" Lucas winced, clutching his head, his gaze filled with anticipation as he looked at the headmaster. Dumbledore paused, stroking his beard, as he noted that the Gryffindor keeper was among those participating. Observing Lucas's eager expression for further elaboration, Dumbledore recognized that a first-year student who had been injured certainly had the right to indulge in a bit of mischief. However, he could not ascertain whether Lucas would also be willing to forgive the Gryffindor student. Snape found a modicum of amusement in Dumbledore's awkwardness. The two Slytherin wizards awaited the headmaster's pronouncement for the academy with earnestness, yet Dumbledore merely stated, "The punishment of these students serves to instill the school's regulations within them. Otherwise, the same situation may recur. However, since you, as the victim, are willing to forgive certain students, I believe this should be taken into consideration." Snape stared incredulously at Dumbledore. The headmaster then shifted his tone, continuing, "But as I mentioned earlier, I must weigh the severity of the punishment for each student. While I can authorize this student to participate in the Quidditch match, as a form of punishment, I must deduct 50 points from Slytherin." Snape's incredulity dissipated. Lucas tugged at Snape's sleeve and, disregarding the surroundings, said, "As long as our house can win the Quidditch match, we can earn back the deducted points." Snape scoffed softly. Such simplistic point arithmetic hardly required the expertise of the accounting genius, Graham. He cast a particularly pointed glance at the headmaster, the foremost authority on numerical divination. Dumbledore merely smiled benevolently, as if he genuinely relished the uncomplicated interaction between Slytherin's faculty and students. The two adults, following Lucas's line of thought, deftly sidestepped his familial issues. Half-blood wizards often carry various emotional burdens. Lucas Graham's redeeming quality was his ability to find the right balance amidst his struggles. In the subsequent days, Alice visited Lucas, bringing him the latest campus rumors. It was said that Lucas Graham had sacrificed 50 points from Slytherin to topple the Gryffindor keeper. Gringotts lamented. Had he known that Lucas's injury would prove so advantageous, he should have suggested that the entire Gryffindor team participate when they were deliberating in the common room. Their house cup would have been within easy reach. Lucas responded to his enthusiastic musings with a polite smile. Lucas's roommate, Nod, presented him with a bag of galleons. The upperclassmen were quite pleased with the protective charm, while Nod, melancholic, unwrapped a piece of candy from beside Lucas's hospital bed and popped it into his mouth. Did Madame Pomfrey mention when you might be discharged? I've had my eye on a model of a Nimbus broom for quite some time. The two statements bore no direct connection, and Nod, fearing Lucas might not comprehend, elaborated. If you can't take orders this month, I stand to lose at least 30 galleons. Our orders are already backed up for 3 months. Nod swore he was the most eager in the entire school for Lucas's swift recovery. Lucas glanced into the bag, finding it heavy with galleons. The amount proposed by those students' parents for compensation was roughly equivalent. Shall I count them? Lucas inquired gently. Nod's gaze flickered. Slytherins simply could not be seen counting money in a hospital room. Lucas, perceptive yet discreet, remarked, I know a spell that can assist with counting. There's no need to tally them one by one. At that moment, his roommate suddenly recalled that he had taken 2 galleons during the Hogwarts betting pool earlier that day. He promptly added 2 coins to Lucas's bag, his expression of distress nearly eliciting a sigh from bystanders. Chapter 139, The Medal of Merlin. Surely no betting pool could involve stakes as high as 2 galleons, yet Lucas still inquired, what were you betting on? Who was Professor Walther's favorite student? Not replied. Professor Walther had taught at Hogwarts for only a year, yet his charming demeanor and mysterious background made him a frequent topic among students. With the academic year drawing to a close, eager individuals began placing bets to ascertain Professor Walther's preferred student, reportedly intending to confirm their guesses with the professor at the term's end. However, since Professor Walther had praised numerous students, I would not advise placing a bet just yet. Nott recounted the gossip with great familiarity. As he spoke, he selected the most expensive candies from the box, leaving a layer of wrappers strewn at his feet. Lucas furrowed his brow. We don't even have his class. How could you participate in such a betting pool? But the professor has praised me in the hallway. Nott proclaimed proudly, puffing out his chest. He said I'm a very talented wizard. Professor Walther had said as much about Lucas too. Lucas glanced at Nott, whose mouth was smeared with chocolate, suddenly feeling a touch of self-importance. It seemed the professor spoke highly of everyone. He even taught me a spell, Nott boasted, demonstrating a harmless minor curse, which was not of the divinatory sort. Lucas contemplated thoughtfully. It was still the same row of shelves filled with the books of past graduates. Counting back several dozen volumes, there was one named Hurok, a pure-blood wizard of half-German descent who had graduated around 30 years prior with an intention to research alchemy. Tracing this individual's information further, it was revealed that Hurok's mentor was Bruno Wendell, who had been expelled from the Alchemical Society. This aligned with Carter White's background. And from the Academy's perspective, Hurok was indeed a Slytherin. After leaving England, this individual never returned, and Snape had instructed Lucius to investigate him, with findings supporting his suspicions that Hurok had not published new work in many years. Some claim to have seen Hurok's ghost in Bruno Wendell's laboratory, a well-known specter who could not let go of academic pursuits even in death. The only inconsistency was that this individual was only certified as a master alchemist by the Alchemical Society, suggesting that if he were indeed Carter White, he had never attained the status of a true master in his lifetime. Snape had initially been merely curious about what Eddie Carter White was like while alive. Upon receiving Lucius's reply, he had burned the letter. This was not something that could be verified directly with the individual. Recently, Malfoy's thoughts had turned towards the Ministry of Magic, and his own decision to expose the misconduct of Ministry officials was a risky maneuver. The Daily Prophet unearthed his unsavory past. However, with Algehin's downfall, coupled with Malfoy's expenditure of galleons on the Daily Prophet, the family's reputation began to show signs of a rebound. There were indeed those who started to believe that Lucius Malfoy had been controlled by the Imperius Curse, subservient to the Dark Lord, and subsequently extorted by the Ministry of Magic. Malfoy's current alignment was remarkably astute, as if guided by a higher power. He acknowledged only correspondence with Carter White, stating, if all Gryffindors were like Carter White, many matters would be considerably easier. Snape could not fathom Malfoy's alarming optimism. If everyone were like Carter White, the Malfoy family would have to change its name. Subsequently, Lucius began to recount the division of benefits post-incident. He spoke of fierce struggles within the Ministry of Magic, revealing how Hunter had initially arranged for the Interrogation Veritaserum to be swapped out, but at a crucial moment, an Auror had sent someone to replace the potion, administering a potent version of the Truth Serum to Hunter. Having ingested an excessive amount of the potion, he was dragged away at the end of the interrogation while still confessing to his misdeeds. The internal rift within the Ministry of Magic presented an opportune moment. Severus Snape harbored hopes of exchanging his research paper on the counter curse for tooth fairy powder for a third-class Merlin medal. All he needed to do was to identify the right individuals within the scholarly community, visit a few hospitalized patients, and sow seeds of hope among them, thus earning the accolades he so rightly deserved. Lucius Malfoy orchestrated his schemes, declaiming ostentatious proclamations in a melodious tone. But who had instilled in him the notion of the Merlin medal? Snape retracted his earlier thoughts. At this moment, Malfoy was no match for Catterweight. Snape expressed his gratitude to Mr. Malfoy for his maneuverings on his behalf. Shortly thereafter, Eddie Catterweight, true to form, approached Snape to inquire if he possessed an appropriate formal attire. He subtly recommended himself, claiming to be a rather skilled tailor. Snape responded with a scornful laugh, firmly declining the offer. Consequently, he found himself compelled by Narcissa Malfoy, his former senior, to a tailor shop to have a suitable suit custom-made. The shopping experience was excruciating, particularly with the haughty Mrs. Malfoy engaging in idle chatter with the shop staff, emphasizing that Snape, the youngest potions master and a close friend of the Malfoy family, was soon to be awarded his first Merlin medal. Mrs. Malfoy further highlighted that Mr. Snape was not yet 30, and numerous honors awaited him in the future. As the designated tailor for Mrs. Malfoy, the proprietor of the elegant wizarding clothing store, while taking measurements, expressed profound envy and sympathy for the Malfoy family's discerning eye for friends and their unbreakable bond. Snape, unable to contain himself, vehemently countered the exaggerated remarks of the two ladies, yet his disheveled appearance upon leaving proved to be his downfall. The day of the ministry's award ceremony arrived as scheduled. Snape took an afternoon off, donning the specially prepared suit. After the attendees' invitations were verified, they were escorted to their designated front row seats. Minister Risenbagno delivered an extensive speech on revitalizing the wizarding world, eliciting fervent applause from his supporters below. Snape discovered he was seated among the minister's close confidants, where he offered a token applause, only to be met with a disdainful glare from a young ministry employee who found his gesture overly perfunctory. Snape returned the look with a cold smile until the employee eventually faltered. Among the crowd, Snape spotted the ever-present Lucius and Narcissa Malfoy. Headmaster Dumbledore was also in attendance, yet Catterweight was nowhere to be seen. Eddie Catterweight was not to make a public appearance. Instead, he was relegated to the backstage waiting room, poised to make a grand entrance for the ministry's publicity. Upon his arrival, he was handed a card of thanks for the minister's leadership, advised to read it thoroughly, implying a fresh start for his career, yet no one had thought to provide him with a chair. Leaning against a pillar, Eddie idly perused the script, and through the curtain seam, he caught sight of Snape seated below. As applause erupted, everyone surrounding Snape joined in, all clad in light-colored attire, with Snape singularly dressed in black, resembling a neatly arranged row of teeth with one missing. Lucas suppressed this whimsical metaphor. The minister on stage would not remain in power much longer, yet the next in line would be of similar ilk. Lucas himself was still occupied with his history of magic class, distractedly utilizing Argus's abilities to finalize the concluding act. This month-long trial had consumed considerable effort from Lucas, the level of difficulty nearly on par with managing a mentor. Chapter 140, I disagree. At long last, the minister announced the recipient of the third-class Merlin medal, Mr. Severus Snape. With a grave expression, Snape rose from his seat, and a fellow ministry employee cleared the way for him. He ascended the podium step by step. Through the curtain's gap, he glimpsed Eddie Catterweight, who waved innocently from backstage. "Look here, sir." A newspaper reporter beckoned to Snape, who turned to glance back. A puff of steam erupted from an old-fashioned camera, capturing the moment, yet no provision had been made for Snape to deliver a gratitude speech. A ministry staff member politely guided Snape off the stage from the side. The reason for omitting this segment was stated to be time constraints. The actual reason, however, was Snape's lingering status as a questionable former Death Eater, raising concerns over the potential unpredictability of his remarks. The minister on stage was already introducing the final honoree. Today, we invite a tenacious hero, who, amidst darkness, still aspires towards the light. The ministry awards Mr. Catterweight a second-class Merlin medal for his unwavering investigation into the auction's clues and for his tangible contributions, along with a monetary reward of 1,000 galleons. This surprise element was intended for dramatic effect. Unaware attendees erupted into a cacophony as Eddie Catterweight made his way to the stage amidst the din. A few aurors stood to applaud, their clapping gradually suppressing the noise, resonating throughout the venue. Dressed in an ordinary formal suit, Catterweight's auror leather jacket had been confiscated and destroyed during his wrongful imprisonment, yet he wore a faded auror badge on his chest. For countless nights, this wizard had pursued the reasons behind his incarceration. Now he no longer did. Argus observed the crowd, unable to comprehend the complex emotions wafting through the air. From a purely magical perspective, the vibrant desires intertwined, indistinguishable. Lucas chuckled softly within the link. In full view of all, he produced the script prepared by the ministry officials for him. Before everyone, he tore the script apart. The sound of the tearing echoed through the amplification charm, silencing the room in an instant. I may not have long to live, perhaps today, perhaps tomorrow. We have finally unearthed the long overdue justice, but sometimes a delay renders it meaningless. The wizard's voice was measured and unhurried as he stood there, the focal point of the gathering. They say I lack the discernment to choose friends, that in times of adversity, I found none by my side. Yet, in my darkest hour, I was fortunate to meet some new friends, who made great efforts to keep me. Eddie Catterweight gazed out at the audience, lacking a definitive focus. They compensate me with 1,000 galleons, which I shall donate to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, hoping to assist some impoverished children. If any among them tread the path I once walked, that would bring me great joy. They stifled the voices of some, preparing a script for me, urging me to take an easier path, to utter preordained words, but I shall say I refuse. In full view of the crowd, Eddie Catterweight cast aside the torn scraps of paper, which fluttered down like snowflakes. The male wizard exited, vanishing from the public eye. The minister lingered for a moment before swiftly regaining her composure, concluding the event with some unrelated remarks. Snape harbored a foreboding sense regarding Eddie's statement of perhaps today or tomorrow. However, he remained at the venue, with Dumbledore also present, and after the ceremony, a banquet awaited. The potions master watched as the robed wizard departed the hall. Perhaps today or tomorrow felt like a declaration of a precise deadline. Snape attended the banquet with an insipid appetite, realizing that this Merlin medal had incited a sense of unease within him. Severus? Dumbledore's voice beckoned him back to reality. Snape turned to find the headmaster gazing at him with eager anticipation. Could you please pass me the salt shaker? Dumbledore inquired, glancing at the bottle beside Snape. With an impassive expression, Snape handed it over, retorting, I had assumed we were wizards. A simple levitation charm would suffice. I merely sensed you were somewhat preoccupied today and wished to ascertain whether you still desired to remain here. The headmaster gently probed. Your previous departures from the school, were they concerning that Mr. Carter-White? The question caused Snape to tense. Dumbledore, not waiting for a reply, lamented. I shall not impede your association with friends like Carter-White. He is also my student, yet he has encountered such misfortune. Feeling a surge of agitation, Snape countered. What exactly are you implying? The flow of magic cannot deceive. As Mr. Carter-White remarked, his magic appears akin to ashes after a fire. Severus, do you wish to convey anything to him in the end? I see no necessity for that, Snape replied under Dumbledore's wistful gaze. If you have any inquiries regarding my outings, you are welcome to ask me directly. At the dinner, amidst the company of many other wizards, their exchange remained casual. Dumbledore chose not to press the matter further, but had clearly stated his position. The death of Eddie Carter-White had cast a finality over the entire affair. Regardless of the depth of Snape's fleeting friendship, Carter-White would not influence his decisions. Snape shared this sentiment. Should Carter-White's identity still hold value, he must report this enigmatic wizard to Dumbledore, who would judge the individual's potential danger. This would be Snape's way of fulfilling his promise to the headmaster, albeit at the cost of betraying Eddie, if such an act could indeed be termed betrayal. At least now, he was spared from facing such a moral quandary. Yet, it served as a reminder that when the time came, he would sacrifice everything to vanquish Voldemort. Eddie Carter-White would not hinder his path. After dinner, Lucius detained Snape, inviting the potions master to meet his future student. Draco had been eagerly anticipating having a potions master as his instructor. Lucius stood beside Snape with familiarity, appraising the professor's attire and exclaiming, Sissy's taste remains impeccable. However, Snape's reaction was subdued. He consented to accompany Lucius to see Draco, a decision tacitly approved by Dumbledore. Lucius, somewhat taken aback by Snape's indifferent demeanor, found it hard to reconcile such steadiness with someone who had received the Order of Merlin. Yet he quickly attributed it to Snape's character, knowing it was difficult to imagine him radiating joy or laughter. Once outside Malfoy Manor, Snape paused thoughtfully at the iron gates. He ought to return to the school immediately, yet inexplicably, he turned the key. Moments later, he found himself at the residence on Knockturn Alley. The room was hauntingly silent. A sense of foreboding washed over Snape as he refrained from calling out Eddie's name, instead searching through each room in silence. Chapter 141, The Four Seasons. The first floor was devoid of inhabitants. The second floor was likewise empty. Upon reaching the attic, a thunderbird spotted Snape and flew out from the clouds. It had grown significantly, and its mother, while cared for, accompanied it, their wings stirring the damp winds of winter. Snape pondered, had the seasons truly passed so swiftly? The wizard felt an unusual sense of melancholy. He located the hatchling cave for the house elf Eddie had mentioned. The cave exhibited considerable advancement in civilization. The totems had vanished, replaced by a small bed and table, along with a set of modest furniture. A timid young house elf, dressed in clean black attire, approached Snape. It initially spoke to him in German, but upon noticing the wizard's impassive gaze, it nervously switched to English. Esteemed sir, are you the Master Severus Snape? Snape nodded. My master awaits you in the study on the second floor. He mentioned you departed too hastily and could not call you back." Before the elf could elaborate, it noticed the dark-robed wizard striding purposefully toward the exit. The door to the study on the second floor was forcefully pushed open. Snape initially assumed this was one of Eddie's pranks, hiding and pretending to have vanished, only to suddenly appear and claim he could survive for another 30 or 50 years. Yet the room was eerily quiet. The silence of the books was disconcerting. "Eddie?" Snape called softly, receiving no response. He entered the study, where every inch of space was visible, and there was nowhere for a living person to conceal themselves. Cursing softly, he muttered, "Damn it, Eddie Carter White. I am here." A familiar voice emerged from behind a curtain. Snape waved his wand, drawing back the drapery. Before him stood a frame taller than a person, containing a rough depiction of a man whose features were indistinct. It resembled an unfinished draft, albeit one capable of speech. "Time is somewhat pressing. I could only manage to conceive a rough sketch," the portrait explained. Despite its hasty rendering, it could move within the scene, in stark contrast to the crude image. The room exuded a refined, courtly style with Baroque furnishings. Even the texture of the tablecloth was meticulously illustrated. Snape smirked slightly. This was undeniably Eddie's style. Yet he suspected it was no longer appropriate to refer to the portrait as Eddie. "A remarkable masterpiece of the alchemical arts," Snape emphasized with notable inflection. He took a step back to observe the image as a whole. Though composed of color blocks, the figure appeared suspended, gazing downwards. Snape scoffed. "How far must I stand to perceive you as a completed portrait? And how do I ascertain that this image harbors a wizard's soul?" Eddie, ever astute, replied promptly, "As I mentioned, a fragment of my soul resides within. Thus I believe it more prudent to ensure this unique state than to meticulously delineate my appearance." Snape remained skeptical about the existence of the magic Eddie Carter White described. "Prove it to me," he demanded. The portrait pondered briefly before suggesting, "To the family activity room." The potion's master hesitated, narrowing his eyes. He had just inspected that room, finding it merely dusted and rather Spartan. He wished to inquire further, but the portrait had already adeptly exited the frame. Snape approached the door to the family activity room once more, opening it without expectation. What greeted him was an entirely different scene. A massive circular work table anchored in the center of the room. The floor was crafted from sleek marble, with serpent-shaped mosaics woven between the tiles, each snake exhibiting slight variations in form. Snape approached the workstation. The closed circular table yielded a passage for him to enter. At the center, the tile pattern formed an hourglass. The walls of the room were adorned with frames, allowing the portrait to traverse different frames and observe the laboratory without obstruction. Standing in the center, the portrait materialized in the frame directly opposite Snape. "Rest assured, there are no perilous rituals. I will not resurrect you," the portrait added sympathetically. "The basic principles of creation are to your left." As he spoke, a manual was pushed beneath Snape's nose. Snape stood immobile, his brow furrowed and eyes cast down, his dark hair obscuring his expression, while the overhead light cast a solitary gloom over his black robes. The enchanted manual fluttered in front of Snape, asserting its presence. Thud! He slapped it to the ground with force. "Can you enlighten me on your thoughts? Are you expecting me to laud your exquisite craftsmanship in creating a splendid potion station? Or are you merely seeking a confidant in the tangible world?" Snape's tone was sharp. He found it perplexing that the portrait spent an inordinate amount of time designing this intricate space during its final month of corporeal existence, yet treated its own likeness with such negligence. This was likely something upon which its very survival depended. The portrait visibly recoiled, appropriately feigning weakness. "Calm yourself, Severus. These are the only frames I have left. Put down your wand." Snape awaited an explanation. "I wish to see you accomplish something of significance with these. I am in no rush to seek a corporeal form. Life is neither easy nor fair for those like us. I yearn to witness the world that lies ahead, so I may linger here until such a day arrives when the outside world improves." Snape was unyielding. "What relevance does that have to me? The resurrection ritual is no trifling matter. I must choose a trustworthy ally." Snape opened his mouth to respond. The portrait interjected, "Do not burden yourself. Apart from the time magic, which is my core expertise, the rest is merely salvage from auctions." He patiently urged Snape. "I find it difficult to imagine anyone in this era deserving of such a creation. Allow me to see my work, Severus." Snape found himself rendered speechless. The portrait had grown far more persuasive than during the era of Edric Carter White. Reason whispered to Snape that the portrait was exploiting his guilt. Yet he could neither articulate the source of this guilt nor fathom how he could repay the portrait's generous offerings. Choosing him felt like a losing proposition. When that day arrived, he had promised Dumbledore to return to the Dark Lord's side. He might not last longer than this portrait. However, these thoughts were not to be shared with anyone, not even with the portrait. Chapter 142. Competition for the position. Snape, almost by instinct, stepped into the operations station, where faint orbs of light floated nearby, varying in size and scattered unevenly around. The portrait provided further clarification. Directly in front of you are 3 sets of magical runes, controlling the flow of time, reversal, and archiving. I believe time magic is a 3-dimensional concept. The time turner is not simply a set of runes or a single incantation. It is an hourglass that rotates within a circular structure, fixed at both ends. These orbs of light are variants of the grains in the converter. You may look up. Snape raised his gaze, perceiving a layer of reflection beyond the light. The ceiling appeared as a blurred mirror, akin to another realm. No, it would be more accurate to say this room constituted half of an hourglass. Snape wondered if any wizard had ever designed a time operations station in such a manner. I conducted a risk assessment in accordance with the standards of the alchemical industry. It is quite safe. Even if you were to explode a cauldron, there would be no repercussions. Snape instinctively retorted, I would not explode a cauldron. He met the gaze of the portrait, which lacked distinct facial features, yet unmistakably conveyed a smile. After hearing his design philosophy, Snape posed a question, what is the reason for placing so many frames here? The portrait answered, I must witness my design come to fruition. Since Lucas conceived this manuscript, I have yet to find a suitable user, until today. Let us conclude for now. I imagine you have classes tomorrow? The portrait, sensing a good moment to withdraw, added, according to the prior arrangement with Newt. The Thunderbird in the attic will be relocated next week. You have seen the house elf in the attic. He is named 11 and will be responsible for returning the Thunderbird. Snape felt he had little to add. He cast a deep glance at the frame in the family lounge, noting that, unlike the one in his study, the background here was pure white. The next time, the key would lead directly to this room. The portrait's voice echoed behind Snape as he yawned widely, his fingers rough, resembling rectangular prisms, and he waved goodbye to Snape before vanishing from the frame. Lucas, during his 4th discharge from the hospital, was inundated with numerous assignments in each class. Even after missing so many lessons, he was the first to respond to questions in his joint classes with Slytherin. At the end of the day's lessons, he dutifully went to Professor Snape's office for labor service. His encounters with Professor Snape during his convalescence had been infrequent. In the 3rd week of his hospitalization, Snape confirmed that Lucas could begin catching up on assignments and returned the ledger to him. In the tranquility of his hospital stay, Lucas successfully reconciled all accounts. Upon arriving, he nearly collided with a senior student exiting the office. The other hurriedly sidestepped Lucas and disappeared down the corridor. Inside the room, Snape's impatient voice rang out. What are you doing standing at the door? Come in. Lucas entered and glanced at his designated seat. Snape was not grading assignments. He was perusing a collection of letters of varying formats. Lucas immediately recalled that the holiday was approaching, and it was the time when all students felt the anxiety of impending employment. For some families entrenched in the Ministry of Magic, graduation merely signified a transition to another venue for a continued, illustrious future. Yet, for those who received acceptance letters at the age of 11 and were just discovering the wizarding world, they were about to leave school and face the unknown. Even Snape had felt anxious at the prospect of becoming a mere clerk in a potion shop during his 5th year, let alone the unfortunate half-blood students. Snape sought to find opportunities for his house students as much as possible, though it was not an obligation. However, over the past year, Lucas had discerned that Snape did not harbor disdain for diligent individuals. Good evening, Professor. Lucas politely presented the stack of assignments he had completed during his hospitalization. The thick pile of work added to Snape's workload. The potions master glanced up from his letters, meeting Lucas's gaze, and gestured toward a corner piled with materials. Upon entering, Lucas had noticed that his tasks were already completed. The potion materials had been sorted, and the cauldrons were cleaned. Dust had been wiped away from the various jars and bottles adorning Snape's office, firstly ruling out a house elf's thorough cleaning. The only remaining possibility was that students seeking good jobs during graduation season had done the work. Lucas arrived not too late, but these individuals should have come immediately after finishing their meals. Lucas's gaze swept across Snape's office. What are you looking for? Snape inquired. The newspaper mentioned that you received the Order of Merlin. Lucas assumed Snape would display it prominently. It is merely a research award, Snape replied, his expression sour. Lucas was not the first to inquire about this. His colleagues had already broached the subject. Oh, Severus, let us see your medal. Professor Flitwick was particularly keen on the matter, recounting how several of his former students had received such honors. Had Snape not become his colleague, Flitwick would never have considered showcasing his students in such a manner. Yet the fervent discussion in the staff lounge left him feeling rather out of place. At the time, he had merely stated it was just a research award. The medal conceals the sinister legacies of false accusations, death, and dark magic, alongside the sacrifices made by Edric White and the social maneuvers of Lucius Malfoy, while others remain oblivious to these truths. Severus Snape has refrained from publicly displaying the medal since acquiring it. He intends to place it in the operational chamber of Nocturne Alley, the very site where events commenced, rendering it a fitting repository. Lucas, perceptive as he is, refrains from further inquiries, fully comprehending the torment inflicted upon Snape by the graduating students. Those who had encircled him throughout the year now timidly extend their greetings, not to mention the younger pupils who, eager to ingratiate themselves with the professor, resort to exaggerated flattery despite their lack of skill. Lucas bows his head, preparing to gather his emotions. Snape, visibly agitated, rubs the bridge of his nose. If I wish to witness performances, I have already endured enough rough acting over the past month. Should you choose to perform again, I suggest you exit this room immediately. He regards the seemingly obedient yet rebellious student, issuing a direct command. Take the sorted materials to the storeroom, and fetch me another set of ingredients for the burnt salve. Brew it over there and deliver it to me before curfew. Yes, Professor, Lucas responds promptly, swiftly reverting to his role of servitude. The burned salve represents a topic he missed in class, thus constituting Snape's form of remedial instruction. As for the somewhat crude products of his labor, Lucas levitates the basket beside him and exits the office. Upon Lucas's return from the storeroom, a senior student storms into Snape's office. This student, brimming with aggression, stands opposite Snape and angrily threatens him. My father has strong connections with officials at the Ministry of Magic. You would do well to heed my advice. Lucas, carrying materials, overhears this remark. Chapter 143, Summer Plans. Lucas stands at the doorway, peering inside. Snape's gaze shifts towards the entrance, prompting the student to glance back upon sensing Snape's attention. With a third party present, he hesitates to continue, merely remarking, I hope you will give my suggestion due consideration. As he approaches the exit, he shoots Lucas a fierce glare, colliding forcefully in Lucas's direction. Lucas, clutching precariously stacked materials, recoils instinctively to the side. The student seems to trip over something, losing his balance and crashing against the wall outside the office with a significant thud, though he stifles any sound of protest. Lucas gasps in alarm. Come in. Snape raps his desk. Lucas refrains from casting another glance at the incensed student and slowly returns to the office. The door to the potions office swings shut, sealing the troublesome student outside. Do not entertain any notions of mischief from individuals like him, Snape cautions Lucas, unless you can ensure your own safety. Lucas responds thoughtfully, offering a cautious smile to the headmaster while standing at a safe distance from Snape. Deliver the potion before curfew. Your time is running out. Snape retakes his seat, entangled once more with the letters of recommendation. During his inaugural year of teaching, numerous students sought his assistance in writing such letters. It appears that his former association with the Death Eaters has not hindered his willingness to compose these endorsements. Among them are the scions of wealthy families, like the one who just exited, seeking to embellish their resumes with recommendations from every professor. Snape refuses to squander ink on such foolishness. The only sound in the dungeon soon becomes the scratch of Snape's quill as it glides across parchment. After composing a lengthy passage, he irritably crosses out a substantial portion, repeatedly revising until dissatisfaction prevails, leading Snape to erase the ink entirely from the parchment. Rising from his seat, he approaches Lucas, who has completed his tasks. The cauldron is preheated, and Lucas is now adding the first batch of ingredients. After more than a month in the hospital, Lucas's performance remains steady. However, according to Madame Pomfrey's observations, Lucas's magical prowess has stabilized following the recent upheaval, and barring unforeseen circumstances, he is unlikely to experience further outbursts akin to those witnessed previously. Madame Pomfrey, from a healer's perspective, regards this as a positive development. Yet Snape, having witnessed the raw power of Lucas's magical surges, is uncertain how Lucas himself perceives the slowing of his magical maturation. Furthermore, the impending summer looms. This exceptionally gifted student is set to return to his Muggle father. Snape observes Lucas placing daisy roots into the cauldron, recalling an excellent opportunity presented by Professor Flitwick. Last Friday, Professor Flitwick returned intoxicated from the Three Broomsticks, clutching a bottle, his hair styled absurdly as if the result of a botched spell, standing on end like a rock star. He eagerly regaled Snape with tales of his past as a champion in dueling contests, then mysteriously produced a flyer from his pocket. I intend to recommend my student for selection to a magical summer camp, a program many duelists have attended prior to competitions. It is an exceptional opportunity. Snape had initially been prepared to slip away, but upon seeing the flyer depicting a dueling long table, he halted, assisting his inebriated colleague to the sofa, ready to listen intently to this proposal. Each of the four house heads possesses expertise in distinct areas. Professor Sprout recommends herbology students for the Herbology Society. Professor McGonagall has her niche in transfiguration, while Snape offers opportunities for potion seminars. However, he has yet to encounter a student worthy of his recommendation. thus relegating him to endorsing merely passable candidates to studios in need of assistance. Only Flitwick, enigmatic as ever, piqued Snape's interest. Carefully examining the enrollment criteria on the flyer, Snape resolved that upon Flitwick's sobriety, he must persuade him to endorse a few Slytherins for this event. After all, having seen the opportunity, it would spare him the task of drafting a disingenuous letter of recommendation and prevent the embarrassment of having to endorse mediocre students to intern at studios. The summer camp is fee-based, providing a month of camping life, with a personal cost of 30 galleons. The duration of the camp leans more towards survival training. Yet the price is reasonable. The ministry's subsidies, combined with the allowance for students to use magic during the holidays, are sufficient to attract many applicants, provided they are aware of the event. The camp is divided into age groups, one for 1st to 3rd years and another for 4th to 6th years. 7th-year students, having reached adulthood, may participate in dueling training camps or directly enter competitions. As for enrollment requirements, recommendations from school faculty, along with additional screening. Flitwick mentioned the camp's intensity, which demands a high level of overall student competency. The last event was held in the tropics, leaving many students sunburned upon their return. Nevertheless, the benefits are substantial. Attendees encounter outstanding peers from around the world, including Beauxbatons, Durmstrang, and Castello Bruxo. I must be meticulous in my selection. I cannot allow Hogwarts to suffer disgrace. Flitwick's voice dwindled as alcohol took hold, leading him to doze off on the sofa. Snape summoned a house elf to escort his colleague back to his quarters. He had already identified a 5th-year Slytherin with notable magical talent. Upon Flitwick's awakening from his stupor, Snape intended to inquire about the camp's hidden stipulations. The head of Ravenclaw wore a visage of regret for having inadvertently revealed a clandestine training program. However, now that Snape was aware of it, participation in the activities would be contingent upon each individual's prowess. Typically, students from the 3rd and 5th years were involved. As you may know, the age gap of a year among wizards can sometimes lead to significant disparities in magical ability, and 1st and 2nd-year students often lack sufficient self-management skills. The educators at the magical school would certainly prefer not to witness their charges lagging behind. Thus, it was imperative to select the most exceptional candidates, as leading representatives from other schools would bring considerable prestige. "Professor, my potion is ready," Lucas announced. As Snape observed Lucas brewing the potion, his thoughts drifted back to the summer camp. Lucas was quite young. Watching the young wizard methodically clean his workspace, Snape acknowledged that Lucas's mental acuity was remarkably suitable. In Chapter 144, Nighttime Stroll in the Forbidden Forest, Snape inquired, "Before your hospitalization, did you manage to sell the protective charms?" Lucas, taken aback by Snape's inquiry, responded vaguely, "I sold 7 of them." Snape appeared to have asked merely out of casual interest. He collected the potion Lucas had brewed and retrieved a hefty booklet from his office drawer. The sheer thickness of the booklet was impressive, and when Lucas took it, he felt its weight. As he perused the title, Magical Summer Camp, he realized he had never heard of such a program before. Snape elaborated on the general content, explaining that the 1st-year curriculum would be quite easy for Lucas. At that age, young wizards often found themselves diverting their energy into mischief if they lacked other engagements. "Discuss it with your parents. I have my doubts that your father would decline any opportunity," Snape remarked, harboring dissatisfaction towards Lucas's parents. However, considering they had permitted Lucas to remain at school during Christmas, it was unlikely they were overly eager for a familial reunion. Lucas flipped through the initial pages detailing the participation criteria and pointed to one, asking Snape, "Professor, it states here that a recommendation letter from a professor is required?" Snape recalled the meticulously crafted letter and retorted, "Your professor is still in the process of writing it. This is not a concern for you. However, I must remind you to exert your utmost effort, for should you fail to pass the selection." Lucas interjected, "I'd have to return to the Muggle world for the summer." Snape had intended to articulate a more intimidating consequence, but fell silent for a moment, conceding to Lucas's interpretation. "You need not worry about the participation fees," Snape reassured him, being aware of Lucas's financial situation. The expenses of a boarding school were minimal, and Lucas likely still had some scholarships remaining, along with funds from selling acromantula materials and compensation from parents. Lucas would also receive a steady stipend for brewing potions under Snape's supervision, and although he had only sold 7 protective charms, it was a promising start. However, the financing for Lucas's summer camp would come from another source. Eddie Cartwright had publicly declared his intention to donate funds to Hogwarts, specifically earmarked for assisting underprivileged students. Such an emotive provision, paired with Eddie's contentious relationship with the Ministry of Magic, typically would lack legal efficacy. Ministry officials could easily argue that Cartwright had not outlined specifics, making the allocation of funds ambiguous, and they would await his presence for further clarification. Initially, the ministry did voice such objections. This sum was neither too large nor too small, As long as Cartwright himself did not appear, over time, it would likely be forgotten. Should Cartwright indeed show up, discussions on the etiquette of public speaking could ensue. Money was not easily obtained. Yet, Eddie was not so easily intimidated either. Snape remained uncertain of how Eddie had managed to involve Malfoy in this affair. The day after the award ceremony, Malfoy eagerly approached to claim the funds as a representative of the school board. He even brought along a document that was evidently not of his own composition, which bore Cartwright's signature at the end. The ministry attempted to refuse the funds on the grounds that Cartwright himself needed to be present. This sum had already been disbursed 3 days prior to the 4 heads of houses, when divided among the colleges. The number of Slytherin students receiving financial aid was the smallest, amounting to approximately 40 to 50 galleons per underprivileged student. The selection process would take place the following week, assessing students' proficiency in spells, with the ministry dispatching evaluators to the school for testing. Lucas listened attentively and asked, "Professor, did you recommend only me? There is another 5th-year student. You will not be in the same summer camp," Snape replied. Professor Sprout's research had now been formally completed, and Lucas made a special visit to her office after his discharge. Had it not been for the professor's timely intervention in discovering him lying in the snow, Lucas might have had to endure a prolonged ordeal with a fractured rib before receiving aid. Professor Sprout was visibly moved by Lucas's account, her eyes glistening with emotion. She expressed concern that had Lucas not appeared at their agreed time, a typical day could have led to far more unfortunate circumstances. The herbology professor embraced Lucas tightly, and he could smell the earthy aroma of honey and herbal roots. The gentle magical aura from the witch was exceedingly comforting. However, the embrace felt overly intimate, prompting Lucas to stammer, "Professor." Only then did Professor Sprout release the young wizard, her brow furrowed with worry as she inquired, "Haven't you grown taller this semester?" Lucas had already posed this question to Madame Pomfrey, the healer in the hospital wing, who had explained, "Your physical energy was entirely devoted to your magical development. Thus, this unfortunate circumstance may soon yield benefits, and I believe you will grow taller shortly." Lucas did not perceive this as a fortunate turn of events. Why must height and magical prowess be mutually exclusive? Were all the great wizards of history merely short? Nevertheless, the development of magical ability was an unresolved challenge for wizards. Otherwise, there would not be so many unfulfilled potentials. After some pleasantries, Lucas expressed his intention to procure some cordyceps seeds as a memento. "Of course, you participated in the entire study," she replied, rummaging through her vast drawers until she unearthed the seeds. As she handed them over, she cautioned Lucas, "Our experiments have reduced its invasive parasitism towards humans and insects, but do not forget to employ isolation spells during cultivation." Lucas was already well versed in the specific operational details. That evening, Lucas stealthily slipped out of the Slytherin common room, utilizing the 3-dimensional map of the castle to ascertain the locations of several patrolling professors. He exited the castle, stepping into the spring night that had transitioned from cold to mild, though still tinged with a chill. Lucas chose the path he had traversed in his dreams with Snape. Cautiously, he employed all the spells to erase his traces, and as he circumvented the final thicket, he felt akin to a thief entering another's secret garden. Before him unfolded a breathtaking sight. Bathed in the ethereal glow of the moonlight lay a meticulously cultivated herb garden. The overall area had not expanded significantly since Snape's 5th year, yet the value and danger of the cultivated plants had markedly increased. Snape's achievements in herbology were undoubtedly commendable, but had Professor Sprout witnessed the methods employed in this garden, she would certainly have deducted points from Slytherin. Every inch of the herb garden was utilized to its fullest potential. The night is precisely when these potion ingredients come alive. With the outer moonlight, thorns assuming the role of guardians, shifting and turning to bask in the moon's glow. Nearby, a leguminous plant with slender stems and leaves presents a deep green hue out of season, showcasing both butterfly-shaped flowers and pods on a single stem. Chapter 145, Curly Sea Urchin. The cultivation of these 2 crops occurs in close proximity. Amidst the competition for root space, the pods audibly release their seeds towards the thorns, white seeds cascading down into the thorny heap, where they are ground into pulp. Deeper within lies the expansive patch of moonlight grass that Lucas had previously encountered, swaying gently in the breeze, starkly contrasting with the 2 plants that are entangled outside. A selection of conventional materials is planted with great abundance. Moreover, Lucas spots a plant resembling a green onion. Upon closer inspection, he suspects it to be forget-me-not. The onion leaves appear somewhat yellowed, indicating they are still in the cultivation phase. Lucas silently notes the materials cultivated by Snape as he circumvents this area, venturing deeper into the forbidden forest. As spring unfolds, the once bare tree trunks are adorned with branches and green leaves. Under the cloak of night, vast shadows stretch across the ground, accompanied by the eerie cries of owls amidst the rising fog. It takes him a full half-hour to reach the territory of the spiders. Argos. A wisp of black mist escapes from Lucas's robe. The Forbidden Forest no longer harbors a population of crows. Hagrid had mentioned that the crows likely did not secure territory within the forest, and in search of winter refuge, birds would seek new domains. Given Hagrid's understanding, the sudden appearance of a solitary large black crow would surely raise suspicions. The black mist of Argos swirls among the branches, having long been absent from this sorrowful place. The locations where the original colony nested have long been erased by heavy snowfall. Despite Lucas having dispersed numerous glass stones, he now finds himself unable to locate a single one. After lingering for a moment, Argos does not keep Lucas waiting long, transforming the black mist into a large, eight-eyed giant spider. The enormous spider calmly halts before Lucas, awkwardly attempting to speak. Lucas? Argos's voice is deep, and upon its first utterance, it hesitates before calling again, Lucas? After a moment of contemplation, Lucas replies, "This colony of spiders has likely chosen a new leader. You must prepare to seize power." Argos responds, "I contemplate this daily. Ever since becoming a ritual creation, the distinction between day and night has ceased to exist. Aside from running errands for you and caring for the Thunderbird, whenever I find a moment, the flames of vengeance burn relentlessly. Previously, you instructed me to wait, promising an equal measure of retribution." Argos trusts in his master's methods. He retrieves a handful of seeds from his pocket, remnants of a prior cultivation phase that Lucas had deemed overly aggressive and subsequently discarded. Lucas's actual research focus is far less benign than that of the herbology professor. The reproduction rate of the eight-eyed giant spider is rapid, necessitating a means to control the population to prevent expansion. Furthermore, should spider venom appear in large quantities in the market, its rarity would diminish, adversely affecting its price. The parasitic properties of cordyceps offer a solution to this dilemma. Lucas plans to harvest some fully grown giant spider cordyceps for experimentation, while also attempting to cultivate seeds with stronger parasitic effects. Should the cordyceps filaments integrate more effectively with the spiders, Lucas could procure a novel material for alchemical purposes. He silently reflects on Sprout and Snape's potion gardens. Sensing a growing distance from those exemplary creations, Lucas moistens the seeds, and under the influence of a growth potion, fine hairs sprout delicate roots, seeking anchorage in the direction of the wind. The nascent sprouts are so minuscule that they cannot pierce through Lucas's fingers. He waves his wand, enveloping the seeds in translucent membranes. He instructs Argos to disperse these seeds among the food of the adult spiders, ensuring they will be parasitized. "I need you to help me collect corpses. I will return to retrieve them after the term begins." He hands Argos a small metallic pendant box, which adheres to Argos's claw and gradually becomes invisible. Not far away, the terrifying domain of the giant spiders will soon become Lucas's private enclave within the Forbidden Forest. He leaves Argos to oversee the territory of the eight-eyed giant spiders, both as a guard and as a means of vengeance. Lucas continues deeper into the forest, where the fields struck by the Thunderbird burst forth with a profusion of lush crops. Here, only a few scattered animals nibble at the leaves, prompting Lucas to collect a portion of them. The Thunderbird storm has introduced some rare African crops. Some creatures in the Forbidden Forest maintain a cautious stance towards the areas affected by the Thunderbird, while the smaller animals frolic carefreely among the greenery. Out of the corner of his eye, Lucas notices a dark, fist-sized object approaching. Instinctively, he conjures a protective armor. The light object collides gently and bounces back with a soft sound. Lucas restrains the object, placing it at a safe distance for careful observation. To his astonishment, he discovers it to be a fluffball. Unlike the common pink and white varieties, this one resembles a soft, plump sea urchin. In the depths of the Forbidden Forest, the presence of a non-aggressive XX-level magical creature feels absurd. Lucas does not dispel his protective armor, as it offers an additional layer of defense that has persisted since entering the forest. However, at this moment, the protective magic proves excessive against the 5 to 6 colorful, varying-sized creatures that leap from the plants. The largest of these fluffballs measures 18 centimeters in diameter, with 2 pink ones appearing to be a pair. Lucas speculates that they are peculiar remnants from the Thunderbird storm. Besides being out of place in the Forbidden Forest, both the pink ones and the collective fluffballs appear entirely normal. After observing for a while, Lucas notices some ordinary berry crops among the flora, leading him to deduce that the fluffballs likely feast on overripe, decaying berries. He loses interest in these harmless little creatures. With a wave of his wand, a gentle breeze sends the colorful little beings back towards the berries. Their soft hairs drift away in the wind, resembling a cluster of dandelions from a distance. Only the earliest black fluffball remains unaffected by the breeze, clinging inexplicably to the spell of his protective armor. Lucas dispels the armor, and the fluffball seems to lose its support, plummeting to the ground. Compared to the other typical fluffballs, which emit soft sounds, this one produces a sharp chirping noise. Lucas does not pay it much mind. These magical creatures are not naturally occurring, and many wizards' artificial breeding has introduced diversity to their forms. The black one may simply be a mutation. The black fluffball's plaintive sounds receive no response, and in the next moment, it suddenly enlarges slightly, its fluffy black fur bristling. And a spark of electricity emanates from it, making it resemble a sea urchin even more. Lucas retracts his foot momentarily, intrigued by this magical creature. The electrical discharge poses little threat, but the fluffball, having unleashed its electricity, transforms into a rarer curly sea urchin. It seems to have absorbed the Thunderbird's lightning. This marks a completely new direction of mutation. Chapter 146, Camp Examination. Lucas sets the fluffball down, yet it persistently clings to his protective aura. It then discharges electricity once more. Sensing danger, Lucas swiftly severs his protective magic. The sounds of crackling spells echo as the enchantment dissipates. This little creature poses little harm when discharging alone, but its ability to parasitize a wizard's protective spell renders it exceedingly perilous. Envision a sorcerer embarking on an adventure in the wilderness, having cast several conventional protective spells. Suddenly, a magical creature materializes, pressing against the protective enchantment and discharging electricity. Unfamiliar with its attributes, the sorcerer, Lucas, might instinctively amplify his magical output, resulting in a self-inflicted double electrical assault. However, Lucas employs an insulation charm, thwarting the creature's attempt to unleash its electric charge this time. This encounter piques Lucas's curiosity. He lifts the creature, affectionately known as Puffball, and tosses it a berry he found on the ground. Puffball chirps contentedly in response. Unfazed by heights, it turns to beckon its colorful companions from earlier. A sense of foreboding washes over Lucas. He cannot take them all with him. He recalls that this miraculous creature is exceedingly sociable, and merchants who breed them can find them in small glass jars, leading to incessant reproduction. It seems these creatures lack any concept of nurturing offspring or familial bonds. This particular mutated puffball is quite rare. Perhaps it is not just one that poses a dilemma, but rather the entire group. Ultimately, Lucas decides to take them all. Lucas's roommate, Nod, is the first to discover his new companions. Curiosity piqued, he inquires, "Which store did you procure this new product from? Why is it black?" Lucas lifts the puffball from his shoulder and places it inside a glass cup. "I found it in a package when I was acquiring materials. Perhaps the shopkeeper was inattentive while packing." Lucas offers a plausible excuse, overwhelmed by the multitude of packages he received, including school supplies and protective charms. As the volume of deliveries increases, it is easy for items to become mixed up. Nod accepts this explanation readily. He taps the glass, eagerly watching Lucas, wishing to touch the creature. "I had one at home when I was young, but it died quickly. Do you know what they like to eat? You can keep it in the dormitory. It will find flying insects on its own, and if that's insufficient, we can gather some berries." Lucas refrains from correcting Nod's conflation of ownership. What belongs to him is solely his. He simply informs Nod that with the vacation approaching, he intends to take Puffball with him. "What is its name?" Nod persistently queries, wondering if Lucas will bring it back next semester. Lucas does not directly answer the question. The officials from the Ministry of Magic arrive at the castle precisely at the appointed hour. Lucas, currently in class, is summoned from the room and joins another Slytherin girl in Professor Snape's office. Under the headmaster's guidance, they proceed to Professor Flitwick's office, where 3 or 4 Ravenclaws are already gathered. Upon seeing Lucas, Professor Flitwick expresses astonishment, glancing at Snape with a hint of anger as he remarks, "How could you recommend a first-year student?" Snape feigns a smile, uncertain of who suggested that Graham possessed exceptional talent. He casts a pointed look at Lucas, a clear warning not to take pride in such praise. Professor Flitwick, flabbergasted, puffs his beard. He did not anticipate Snape would publicly disclose his commendation of a student before others. This project entails certain dangers. "Did you thoroughly review the manual?" Flitwick regains focus, nearly leaping in frustration at Snape. Anyone who had read the guidelines would never include a first year in the list. Yet, the list has already been submitted. Snape feels a twinge of guilt. He had meticulously read the initial eligibility criteria, but the latter part of the manual contained only guidelines. With the end of the school year bustling with activities, he had handed the booklet to Lucas. This event is organized by the Ministry of Magic. While Snape does not respond directly, he notes that Flitwick recommended only 6th-year students, stirring a sense of foreboding within him. Flitwick anxiously paces, recalling that the Triwizard Tournament is also hosted by the Ministry, yet carries a high mortality rate. Snape glances back at Lucas, noting the young sorcerer's character. He must have read the manual, as he shows no signs of concern. Or perhaps he believes he is being deliberately sent into the fray. Sensing the tension in the air, Lucas steps forward to address the most pressing issue. "Professor, although this summer camp carries some risk, There have been no incidents for the past 7 or 8 years. The ministry has also intensified its oversight. I believe it is safe. Flitwick, who previously thought Lucas had not perused the manual, now sees the young wizardess' alarming lack of crisis awareness and retorts angrily. No incidents have occurred because only upperclassmen attend. Since you have read it, why did you not inform your professors? Snape remains silent for a moment, recognizing the need to resolve the matter. This project is not for you, Lucas. Flitwick shakes his head. Once the recommendation letter is written, the magical contract is established. This is an ancient training program. They cannot withdraw from the competition automatically. Lucas, speaking slowly, states, I researched the historical records of this event in the library. Overall, the likelihood of issues arising is minimal, and it appears quite intriguing. I will take responsibility for my safety. Another fifth-year Slytherin competitor echoes the same assurance. Their recommendation signifies that they are among the top students in their year, and they genuinely require opportunities for personal enhancement. A girl interjects, Professor, this summer camp invites a master each week to give lectures to the victorious team. The opportunity is exceedingly rare. I have thoroughly read the manual, and I wish to participate. Meanwhile, the Ravenclaw students, intimidated by Professor Snape's authority, merely listen in with curiosity. At that moment, the fireplace, previously lit, bursts into flames. An individual clad in a striped top hat emerges from the hearth. His appearance, from complexion to accent, exudes an exotic flair, and upon spotting this year's students, his gaze fixates on Lucas. The official, speaking in halting English, inquires if this is indeed the first-year student who has enrolled this year, remarking that they have not received such fresh blood in a long while. He then shifts his tone, striving for humor as he adds, But I shall not go easy on you. Professor Flitwick, well acquainted with this official, approaches to greet him, simultaneously revealing a prepared partition in his office. In the center of the room stands a long table, conforming to international duel specifications, adorned with a short carpet featuring a celestial pattern depicting the lunar phases from new moon to full moon. Surrounding the table are intricate protective charms. Several young sorcerers enter the room behind the professor. The official removes his flamboyant hat, retrieving a named list from his briefcase, cheerfully asking, Who will go first? A Ravenclaw steps forward. Chapter 147, The Rising Star of Duels. He and the official ascend to the dueling platform from opposite sides. After confirming that there is no need to reiterate the rules, both parties position themselves at the center line, bowing with their wands raised, before turning their backs to each other and taking several steps apart. 3, 2, 1. Both participants pivot simultaneously, spells shooting forth from either end, intersecting in the center of the dueling platform. The sixth-year Ravenclaw employs a combination of incantations and nonverbal spells, frequently shifting positions to evade spell attacks, thereby conserving magical energy. Lucas observes that the examiner remains steadfastly in place, countering each spell within the gaps of the opposing incantations. The duel ensues for approximately 3 minutes, during which Lucas is struck by a silent stunning spell, leaving him standing but shattering his protective armor. Ravenclaw's inability to maintain composure became increasingly evident, and panic began to set in. The examiner swiftly cast a disarming spell, ejecting Ravenclaw from the platform. This was a brief yet efficient duel. Snape approached Lucas and reminded him that he could concede with just 2 spells. He would find a way to arrange Lucas's summer issues later. Lucas shook his head. The matters concerning his summer were not Snape's responsibility, and the opportunity before him was too precious to overlook. According to the manual, students could receive instruction from masters upon completing their tasks, and this year, the esteemed Nicolaim was among them. For various reasons, Lucas was determined not to let this chance slip away. Snape furrowed his brow, wishing to persuade Lucas further, even threatening him with an automatic concession if necessary. However, the duelists on stage had already descended after their handshake. The examiner noted several statistics on the scoring board, commending Ravenclaw for their awareness of conserving magical energy, while also mentioning, I observed you anticipating my movements by watching my wrist, which is commendable. However, be wary, as some wizards may employ feints. The examiner then turned to the remaining students, enthusiastically asking, Who shall come next? Under Snape's piercing gaze, Lucas stepped forward, asking, May I give it a try? The examiner, surprised by the scruffy young wizard, turned to Professor Flitwick, inquiring, Is this your relative? Hogwarts' secret weapon? Both Lucas and Professor Flitwick exhibited offended expressions. Flitwick shook his head, stating, I merely wish to provide the student with an opportunity to learn. He also reminded Lucas, dueling is highly adaptable, as long as you adhere to the rules. Feel free to experiment as much as you can. Lucas pondered this as he approached the dueling platform, the plush carpet beneath his feet feeling agreeable. He bowed to the examiner across from him and began to walk forward. Once again, the familiar countdown commenced. 3, 2, 1. Lucas remained motionless, The first spell from his opponent grazed his neck, prompting Lucas to lower his wand and quietly incant a spell. The carpet beneath the examiner's feet subtly shifted under the enchantment, oozing a viscous liquid. Immediately after, a second spell, glowing red, surged toward Lucas's position. He retreated, casting a protective armor charm upon himself. For the next 2 to 3 minutes, the duel unfolded similarly to the previous students. Lucas scrambled around the dueling platform, awkwardly evading attacks. Below, Professor Flitwick could only soothe the increasingly tense Snape. Ulraka won't go easy. Lucas's endurance thus far indicates he has learned well from us. Snape scoffed, noting that they had all observed Lucas's first spell, a somewhat clever transfiguration charm, unfortunately interrupted due to his lack of speed. The seasoned adult opposite him would not afford Lucas the opportunity to execute a combination of spells. On the platform, Lucas loudly pronounced a spell for a flock of birds. The examiner calmly waved his wand, and as the 3-minute mark approached, he conjured a fiery blaze to incinerate the birds. The birds ignited in flames, and moments later, a disarming spell sent Lucas hurtling toward the edge of the dueling platform. When the burning embers fell to the ground, they erupted with a loud bang, igniting a fire at the spot of impact, which rapidly spread to the examiner's feet. The chief examiner exclaimed, "Clever," as he effortlessly conjured a stream of water. Lucas steadied himself at the edge of the platform, maintaining a half-kneeling position to lower his center of gravity, while his wand pointed once more at the dueling stage beneath him. "No, no, no, I shall not grant you a second chance." The examiner's words were abruptly interrupted by the sickening crack of splintering wood. With a louder commotion, dust rose as the examiner's standing position succumbed to the aftermath of the flames, water, and Lucas's explosive spell, collapsing into a small pit. Lucas refrained from immediately retaliating against the pit. Instead, he resorted to a summoning spell. Several armored soldiers materialized, brandishing their gleaming swords as they advanced toward the pit's location. Simultaneously, a rustling emerged beneath Lucas's feet. A section of the carpet suddenly bulged, and a large snake burst forth, lunging at Lucas's face. The spell halted. Lucas's incantation struck the snake precisely at its vulnerable point, causing the magical conjuration to vanish instantly. The armored figures summoned by Lucas were similarly dismantled by the examiner, their components clattering down to the feet of the onlookers. Snape kicked aside an errant armor arm that attempted to flail. Time had reached the 5-minute mark. As the dueling platform crumbled, Flitwick began to cheer loudly for Lucas. In his excitement, he slapped Snape's thigh, exclaiming, "Severus, Lucas is incredible." The remaining carpet on stage transformed into rolling waves, causing Lucas, in a crouched position, to uncontrollably slide toward the pit. A hazy mist began to emanate from the dueling platform, enveloping it just before Lucas slipped into the pit. Thunderous explosions erupted, scattering debris. Fiery spells relentlessly rained into the pit as the examiner shifted to a defensive stance, merely waiting for Lucas's final struggle to conclude with his plummet into the abyss. However, after 3 offensive spells, a clear voice emerged from the mist, levitation charm. The examiner felt an unexpected lightness beneath him and began to ascend slowly. "Disarm your weapons," both sides declared simultaneously. The crisp sound of a wand clattering to the ground resonated in the ears of every spectator. As the mist dissipated, Lucas crouched at the edge of the pit, gazing innocently at the disheveled examiner. "Sir, I apologize. It was unintentional," he offered, remaining cautious not to lower his wand. The examiner's wand had slipped from his grasp, landing below the viewing platform. The spectators maintained a momentary silence before erupting into thunderous applause. "Could someone lend me a hand?" The examiner's voice, tinged with a hint of grievance, echoed from the pit, though he soon mustered the strength to climb out. His vibrant attire bore scorch marks, yet his complexion remained rosy. Chapter 148, All That Has Passed. He excitedly grasped Lucas's hand, exclaiming, "You are precisely the candidate we have been seeking for the summer camp. You are accepted unconditionally," he announced loudly to Flitwick and Snape. Durmstrang School of Magic has maintained overwhelming superiority in recent years, with no other school able to rival them in the lower grades. With a child as cunning as yours, success is assured. Lucas's previously bright smile faded once more. This foreigner's phrasing lacked precision. It was somewhat forgivable. After sufficiently holding Lucas's hand, the examiner turned to clasp Flitwick's hand as well. "I have long maintained that short stature confers a significant advantage in dueling. After all these years, my theory has been validated once again." This marked the second time he had mentioned Lucas's height. Lucas wrinkled his nose in displeasure. Snape's hand rested upon Lucas's head. He did not strike him, but the coolness of his hand over Lucas's head sent a shiver down Lucas's spine. He timidly looked up, cautiously studying Professor Snape's expression. The professor's demeanor remained inscrutable, revealing neither anger nor pride. Lucas obediently retreated to Snape's side. After the dueling platform was repaired, the third group of Ravenclaw students stepped forward to commence their duel. Snape inquired of Lucas. You intend to transfigure the surface of the wooden floor into some form of accelerant, subsequently guiding the duel to ignite your opponent. But what if he discovers your ploy at the outset? This is merely a clever stratagem meant for your instructor, a gamble that the adversary will not harm you, thus granting you a modicum of advantage. Once Lucas enters the summer camp and interacts with wizards from other schools, will his cunning still prove useful? Lucas looked up innocently. Appearing carefree, Snape followed his gaze and beheld the fluttering banners above the dueling platform, vibrant colors adorned with illustrations capturing various moments of duels, the origins of which remained a mystery to him. Lucas explained to Snape, these banners can also be transfigured. He gestured towards a senior which standing nearby. Elucidating his thought process, we could transform high objects into scattered, sharp projectiles. Such a descent would be difficult to evade. The Slytherin senior pondered for a moment, grasping Lucas's intent. Transforming an object into an animal or altering its properties could easily be undone by a counter curse. However, if one were to transfigure it into small blades or sharp shards of glass, varying the forms and letting them fall from above would render ordinary protective armor ineffective. Should the opponent attempt to revert the transformation, completing such a task in haste would prove challenging. This would afford Lucas more time and opportunities. The senior which silently edged away, yet began to scrutinize the suspended banners, contemplating from which angle the transfiguration spell would yield the most favorable results. Snape had always regarded Lucas as that unfortunate soul, endowed with talent, yet perpetually overlooked, often finding himself in the hospital wing. Witnessing Lucas in action revealed that he was not merely adept at trifles. Snape particularly instructed Lucas, you are to deliver that manual to my office tonight. Lucas felt it unnecessary to trouble Snape over this matter. I can manage. I did not recommend you alone. Snape interrupted Lucas, since you have passed the examination, I shall not impede your endeavors. However, you must take responsibility for your own safety. Lucas nodded vigorously. When Lucas achieved the distinction of being the top of his year in the final examinations, Headmaster Dumbledore announced at the long table that Slytherin had secured the house cup for the year. The hall was once again adorned with the familiar green banners of Slytherin. His fellow students around him applauded fervently, each face illuminated with joy. Amidst them, Lucas felt a sense of unreality. He realized that the once fading Slytherin, which had languished in the applause for other houses, seemed a distant memory. All that has transpired is but a prologue. Volume 1 concludes. Chapter 149 serves as a prologue. On the final day of vacation, Professor Flitwick activated the International Flu Network from his office. Among the Ravenclaw students who had previously faced trials in his office, only 4 ultimately succeeded. Professor Flitwick distributed small bags to each of them, offering his final travel advisories. The Ministry of Magic will announce the final location of the forest venue this afternoon, Albanian Forest. The school's Flu Network connects directly there, where our diplomats will receive you. You will stay for one night before entering the forest. Professor Flitwick gestured to his desk, where Professor Snape had prepared some emergency potions for potential forest-related contingencies. Each of you should carry a bag with you. This is merely a summer camp. Should you encounter unsolvable issues, promptly call for assistance. Maintain unity as a school while abroad. Professor Flitwick advised the older students to uphold solidarity. Casting a worried glance at the solitary Lucas, he added, if you find yourself alone, exercise discretion and remain vigilant towards unfamiliar wizards. Like his peers, Lucas received a small cloth bag. In preparation for the forest environment, he had specifically ordered 2 sets of interchangeable windproof wizarding attire and a selection of magical containers, though he was yet unaware of how deeply the camp would venture into the forest. However, the forests of the wizarding world are always bountiful with nature's gifts. So, are you all prepared? Professor Flitwick, akin to a concerned mother bird, surveyed the sprightly young wizards, sincerely wishing them a successful journey. Each young wizard held a pinch of flu powder, calling out the name of the Albanian hotel. Green flames erupted, and they vanished from the office. The comfort of long-distance flu travel surpassed that of a portkey by only a slight margin. Several wizards emerged from the fireplace, their expressions grim. They found themselves in a dimly lit medieval-style tavern, where the passing wizards paid little heed to the sudden appearance of underage sorcerers. The tavern's entertainment differed slightly from the Leaky Cauldron, featuring 2 enormous magical billiards tables, where fiery and icy spheres traced peculiar arcs upon impact. A throng of wizards gathered to watch the billiards matches, erupting in cheers or groans with each successful shot or blunder. In a corner, a group of knitters was surrounded by a massive blanket that nearly engulfed their feet. At the bar, a mysterious witch, crystal ball in hand, was divining for patrons. Her orb contained vague hues, and by the seriousness of her client's demeanor, it was evident that one would need to spend a considerable sum to glimpse the future. Welcome. Welcome, students of Hogwarts. Gather here. The familiar striped hat and slightly unconventional accent instantly provided the young wizards with a sense of comfort in this foreign land. The four Hogwarts students approached Mr. Alaka. Long journeys can sometimes feel akin to being thrust into a meat grinder. Do you not agree? Mr. Alaka sympathetically patted the most pallid Ravenclaw. The Hogwarts students speculated that Mr. Alaka had meant to liken it to a washing machine. They had taken a Muggle Studies course, yet had grown accustomed to Mr. Alaka's peculiar metaphors during the selection process and refrained from correcting him. Sometimes, it is essential to respect the vocabulary of foreign friends. I shall distribute the room keys to you. You will be staying here for one night, as some students will not arrive until tomorrow morning. You may explore the vicinity, but exercise caution and avoid purchasing unfamiliar items. Mr. Alaka produced a sizable bunch of keys, seemingly having pilfered them all from the bar. Lucas, amidst the bustling chaos of the tavern, relished the anonymity afforded by such a place in a foreign land, where people came and went without paying him any particular attention. After receiving the keys, the students exchanged a few pleasantries with Mr. Alaka before dispersing. Lucas ascended the stairs to deposit his belongings. The upstairs rooms mirrored the layout of British pubs. Lucas quickly changed his attire and descended, purchasing himself dinner at the bar. Graham, are you planning to venture out alone? The Slytherin senior descended the stairs, immediately spotting Lucas sitting solitary with his meal. The young wizard felt no awkwardness in dining alone as the Slytherin senior took a seat across from him with her plate. I haven't had the chance to speak with you properly. Thank you for your advice that day. It helped me pass the selection. She smiled politely at Lucas, extending her hand. Catherine Selwyn. Lucas shook her hand. Hello, Catherine. You may call me Lucas. Your success in the selection was due to your own merit. Not everyone can transfigure flags into a flurry of flying daggers. Lucas recalled the examiner's assessment of Alaka, noting that he had exerted considerable effort to evade all the transformed knives. For Slytherin, an institution that had previously participated little in the summer camp, Mr. Alaka had aptly described them as genuinely cunning. The senior student observed the disparity in the food on their plates and curiously inquired, "Why is your meal so ordinary?" Lucas's plate featured a steak, a fried egg, and beans, accompanied by a glass of milk. Catherine glanced at her own plate, which contained a pile of unidentifiable mush that emitted an odd odor. She had specifically employed a translation spell to request a local delicacy, yet she received this ambiguous concoction. The burly bartender insisted that this was indeed what she had ordered. Lucas looked down at Catherine's plate and asked her what she wished to eat. The young wizard leapt down from his seat, levitated the mush with a floating charm, and approached the bar. He left Catherine with a brief note. Please wait here for a moment. Catherine watched as Lucas carried the item to the bar, climbed onto a high stool, and engaged in a brief discussion with the bartender, who grumbled a string of foreign phrases in response. Moments later, Lucas returned with a proper meal. How did you manage that? Catherine was astounded. Lucas had arrived half an hour earlier than Catherine, and when he had first come in, the bartender had attempted to serve him the same unsavory dish. Spotting the dice on the long table, Lucas proposed a wager, 1 golden galleon. He even spoke in English, ensuring that everyone understood the value of gold. He subsequently won the bartender's wages for the day, opting for a suitable dinner instead of cash. Just 10 minutes prior, the patrons at the pool table had gathered to witness the bartender lose to a child, and the crowd had only just dispersed. The senior student only observed the aftermath of the incident. Lucas did not respond to her query directly. Instead, he mused, there may be snakes in the room. You might want to call room service. He warned her that the local venomous snakes could be quite dangerous. If you happen to see any Ravenclaw students, feel free to inform them of this. Just relay my room number. Catherine silently dined with Lucas. She had initially wished to discern the remarkable qualities of the half-blood student rumored to be Professor Snape's favorite, and it now seemed entirely reasonable that Professor Snape would favor such a well-rounded student. As they ate, 2 Ravenclaw students descended. Upon witnessing them using translation spells to order, the bartender sighed heavily. He angrily shouted several commands to the kitchen, and without waiting for the Ravenclaws to place their orders, 2 identical plates of food were already set on the counter. The senior students attempted to speak further, but the bartender merely pointed to Lucas's table and completely disregarded them. The bewildered students watched as the patrons at the bar laughed heartily and engaged in discussions with those around them. They approached Lucas's table, commencing a dialogue. Why does your food look so peculiar compared to ours? Catherine speared the last bean on her plate and mumbled, perhaps we arrived early. If you come later, there may be little left to eat. The Ravenclaws remained skeptical. As Lucas neared the end of his meal, a large, hunter-like figure who had just lost at pool approached him, gesturing toward the table. Lucas shook his head in refusal. However, the towering man did not leave. Instead, he animatedly spoke a lengthy string of foreign words. A Ravenclaw student cast a spell, unsure whether to share what he had overheard with his companions. He stated that the hunter wanted Lucas to replace him in a game of pool, with the understanding that if he lost, it would be on his behalf. The group turned their gaze toward Lucas, who continued to shake his head. Refusing a robust foreign wizard required a measure of courage, particularly as the man bore a deep scar running from his brow to his chin, rendering his appearance quite intimidating. Seeing Lucas's steadfastness, the hunter pulled a dragon's tooth from a necklace around his neck. He seemed to imply that regardless of the outcome, should Lucas agree to play, the dragon's tooth would be his. The Ravenclaw student questioned the validity of the translation. He cautioned Lucas, "We are only staying here for a day. It would be wise to avoid engaging in games with strangers." Lucas had already jumped down from his seat. The following day, when Mr. Alaka arrived at the hotel to collect them, he discovered the Hogwarts quartet invigorated and enjoying breakfast at a sunlit table by the window. Chapter 150, The God of the Tavern. Alaka glanced at the food on their plates: meat, eggs, milk, and bread artfully arranged, observing that the young wizards appeared to have rested well. The Ministry of Magic had chosen Albania as the site for the summer camp, and this tavern was designated as their accommodation. Alaka had visited numerous times during the assessment period, thus he was somewhat familiar with the bartender. The bartender, preparing to end his shift, greeted Alaka with a yawn as he readied to depart from the hearth. Curious, Alaka stopped him. "When did your establishment start serving such breakfasts? I have yet to eat. Please prepare one for me as well." The bartender brusquely shrugged off Alaka's arm, finding his colorful attire rather bothersome. "I'm off to sleep. You can't expect to be treated the same way they are." "What happened?" Alaka found the situation rather peculiar. The bartender fixed him with a steady gaze, countering with a question, "Are they students from Hogwarts? It seems you all got along quite well yesterday." Alaka instinctively replied, "Typically. The accommodations we choose tend to give prideful young wizards a little wake-up call." "We got along splendidly," he added, with the bartender offering a forced smile. Flashback to the previous day when the hunter lost at pool. He had insisted that the young wizard take his place. Others had gathered to observe, assuming that the diminutive wizard, comparable in height to the legs of the pool table, was bound to lose. They believed the hunter merely wished to avoid losing the final round. The young wizard, upon seeing the dragon's tooth offered by the hunter, readily agreed. In the wizarding world, pool cues were meant to be used in conjunction with wands. The hunter extracted his wand from the cue, while the young wizard awkwardly assembled his own wand into the cue. The rules were rather straightforward. The ice and fireballs on the table belonged to opposing sides. And unlike Muggle pool, the trajectory of the balls would deviate based on the intensity of the magic involved at the moment of impact. Wizards needed to skillfully control their magic to propel the cue, while also possessing a general understanding of the magic strength within the balls. This element of uncertainty rendered the competition exhilarating. The collision of ice and fire could sometimes transfer energy along the cue, potentially freezing or igniting the wizard in severe cases, making the activity quite perilous. The young wizard, somewhat bewildered, procured a wheeled chair, managing to kneel just enough to reach the pool table, and commence the game. As he struck the cue ball, the ice and fireballs exploded apart. After a brief series of collisions, the first ice ball sank into a pocket. From that point on, the hunter's opponent could not touch the cue again. The young wizard methodically targeted each fireball, executing a shot that precisely controlled the melting magic, striking the fireball without leaving any watermarks on the table. The spectators, who typically erupted in cheers with each successful shot, grew increasingly boisterous. And when the final ball was pocketed, the crowd erupted into a fervor. The hunter, in a moment of exuberance, decided to ring a bell, inviting every wizard in the tavern to join him for a drink. However, the underage little wizards were deprived of this privilege, prompting the hunter to upgrade their quarters. This seemingly rugged hunter possessed remarkable skills in the magic of hunting creatures, yet his true passion lay in the arcane game of magical billiards. Lucas's style of play perfectly embodied the type he aspired to achieve. Subsequently, Lucas accepted the hunter's challenge to a game at the adjacent table, wagering 3 dragon teeth. Both parties insisted on placing bets, spurred on by the inebriated spectators, leading to some rather ludicrous stakes. Ultimately, the bet was settled on a complete dragon hide. The hunter readily agreed, promising that should he lose, it would be his loss, but if he won, he would share half with Lucas. Such generosity was rarely seen in his past travels. He pondered how he had never realized the simplicity of Albanian wizards. Lucas understood that the hunter's agreement stemmed from his possession of an actual dragon hide. Unlike his opponents, a gaggle of wizards who might not possess such a treasure. They jeered, calling the young wizard unreliable, suggesting the hunter refrain from placing his hopes on such children. Yet, without a shadow of a doubt, Lucas emerged victorious once again. His ball control was frighteningly precise, and amidst the applause of the drunken spectators, the hunter seized his opponent, demanding fulfillment of the bet. With tears in their eyes, the defeated begged for mercy, claiming they were unable to meet the terms, and were tasked with cleaning the bar to make amends. Thus began the unfortunate saga of this establishment. This group of drunken fools wreaked havoc, leaving a trail of destruction in their wake. Some ancient wooden fixtures in the bar were splintered beyond recognition. Ultimately, those wizards, unable to maintain their dignity, took it upon themselves to wipe the windows, while the bartender, having witnessed 2 thrilling matches, found it utterly exhausting to supervise a horde of inebriates cleaning up the mess. He knew these children were students from a British magical school attending a summer camp in the forest, but were all underage individuals so fearsome? No. Compared to the other 3 students who were rather anxious and returned to sleep right after midnight, this little one seemed distinctly peculiar. Lucas did not receive even half a dragon hide, yet the hunter generously gifted him a complete python skin and a magical map. Through a combination of guesswork and a chat enhanced with translation magic, Lucas found himself bonding with the group of hunters like brothers. By dawn, the little wizard had managed to utter a few local words, leaving the bartender in disbelief. Thankfully, there was only this one little wizard. The patrons of the bar marveled at the joys of youth, pulling all-nighters with boundless energy. These were matters he had no intention of relaying to the Ministry of Magic officials. Alaka was not truly his friend. Let him discover the surprises brought forth by the little wizard on his own. The bartender, as if having resolved some inner conflict, boldly strode towards the fireplace. Uninformed of the situation, Alaka shrugged and approached the group of little wizards, extending his finger to scoop a portion of mashed potatoes from a Ravenclaw plate. A few students greeted Mr. Alaka. The Ravenclaw students set down their cutlery, suddenly devoid of appetite. I am here to escort you to the forest, where professional instructors will guide you. Alaka pointed out the window, indicating that students from Durmstrang had also arrived, providing an opportunity for introductions along the way. The Hogwarts students peered through the clean glass, locking eyes with a few predatory-looking students from the other school. May I inquire why they are not allowed to join us? Lucas asked politely. It is because we did not set a designated meeting time. I feared you might still be asleep. Alaka seemingly answered the question, yet entirely missed the point. The Hogwarts students exchanged glances, and after the revelry of the previous night, their focus ultimately fell upon Lucas, awaiting his response. Shall we invite them in to sit for a while? Lucas continued his inquiry, oblivious to the tension. Alaka scrutinized Lucas closely and cheerfully replied, of course. It is a pity the bartender has finished for the day. Otherwise, they could order some food. Sir, I believe that is not an issue, Catherine interjected, raising her hand and pointing towards the kitchen. Ajum informed the house elf to prepare food for us before he left. The bar is still serving meals. Oh, Alaka exclaimed in surprise, pondering Catherine's words. Then I shall go fetch them now. Why did your academy rarely participate in summer camps before? I find you adapting remarkably well. Catherine maintained a polite smile, perfectly composed. Even before the summer camp had commenced, the organizers had already ignited tensions among the different houses. Catherine glanced at 2 Ravenclaw students, one of whom immediately stated, "We will not have internal conflicts." His performance was utterly lacking. Lucas glanced at the Ravenclaw plate, nodding thoughtfully. Chapter 151, Student Exchange. The Durmstrang students were soon ushered in. They unapologetically scrutinized Lucas and his companions, with one of them whistling at Catherine before brazenly seeking the house elf to place an order. As Alaka had previously indicated, several lower-year students were among this group of German students. From the moment they entered, a few children deliberately directed their gazes towards Lucas. Lucas responded with a courteous smile. Catherine suddenly noticed a furry tuft perched on Lucas's black wizarding robe, certain that this little creature had not been there before. She discreetly drew her wand. Lucas restrained her hand, and with a gentle kick, dislodged the fluff from his shoulder, offering it a few fish bones. The Ravenclaw students curiously observed the little creature, exclaiming its undeniable cuteness, yet one inquired, "Would you not consider leaving it at the bar for safekeeping? The place we are heading to is rather perilous." Catherine sensed something amiss. "I have never seen a black fluffball before. Does it possess any special attributes?" Lucas shook his head. "It is merely dyed. The handbook states that wizards are allowed to bring pets." As if to corroborate Lucas's words, a German student emerged from the kitchen carrying a plate, accompanied by a wild wolf clutching raw meat. The wolf's owner, upon noticing the fluffball feasting from the plate, exclaimed loudly in German, prompting laughter from those around. It was clear from their expressions that their remarks were far from kind. The wolf began sniffing around, gradually approaching the tables, with Lucas's seat being the closest to the entrance. He watched calmly as the fluffball enjoyed its meal, until the wolf was nearly upon them. Crouching low as if preparing to pounce, Lucas slowly retrieved a dragon tooth from his pocket. The freshly acquired dragon tooth from the hunter, having been specially treated, emitted no scent to human noses but retained a significant deterrent effect on ordinary animals. The wolf's tail instantly tucked between its legs, and with a whimper, it bolted back towards its owner. Oblivious, Lucas produced a few more of the hunter's gifts and shared them with his classmates. With the beast's departure, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. How long will this effect last? A Ravenclaw inquired. I have some camping gear prepared. I would trade this tooth for it. Lucas, being a half-blood from a less fortunate background, was already known to them. He nodded in agreement. Soon, 2 other classmates also proposed exchanges, while Catherine, observing the fluffball still licking the plate, remained unconvinced that it was merely a harmless dyed pet. She, too, offered a trade, presenting a small pouch imbued with the spell for imperceptible expansion. Lucas glanced at Catherine, realizing that the value of the dragon fangs transcended mere monetary worth. While Ravenclaw assumed they were merely accessories from a routine dragon slaughter, Catherine, fully aware they were wild dragon fangs, still only produced a meager offering. I shall return to the school to procure more for you, she whispered to Lucas, having heard tales of the exorbitant prices his talisman fetched among the upperclassmen. These artificially bred fluffballs lack discernment when it comes to danger, Lucas gently explained, meeting Catherine's gaze. Startled, she withdrew her scrutinizing eyes, momentarily sensing an edge of danger emanating from him. After all, what sort of dim-witted pet protests when reprimanded? It's truly adorable. What is its name? A Ravenclaw student inquired, accepting Lucas's version with enthusiasm, demonstrating their civility by refraining from touching the creature. I haven't decided yet, Lucas replied, tapping the table, prompting the fluffball to chase after his fingers. The German wizards, having suffered an unexpected setback, refrained from exploiting the situation. They occupied opposite ends of the dining hall, with a wolf lying at the feet of a younger wizard. Lucas concealed the fluffball within his hood, having performed some simple rituals to confirm that the magical creature posed minimal threat, and its peculiar abilities held potential for further development. At that moment, Ulrich stood up, glancing at his watch before cheerfully announcing that the carriages to transport the students had arrived. As he spoke, 2 carriages came to a halt outside the tavern, one drawn by a thestral, the other by a majestic white horse with long wings. The carriage before us is that of the thestral, a Ravenclaw student quietly explained. Catherine had already spotted the grotesque creature and instinctively looked to Lucas. The younger student patiently engaged a senior in discussion about the thestral's appearance as described in their texts. But Catherine noticed that his initial gaze towards the approaching carriage clearly indicated he could see the thestral. Ulrich positioned himself at the entrance, counting the students emerging behind him before declaring, "Some of you will be separated here. Please board the carriages according to your year. The younger students will take the winged horse carriage, while the older students will follow me to ride the thestral." A young German wizard approached Lucas from behind, intent on shoving him. However, upon contact, he was struck by a sudden, intense itch in his shoulder. Before he could utter a word, the small wizard had already hopped onto the carriage. "What is wrong with you?" his companion grumbled. The wizard left behind rubbed his shoulder, the electric sensation fading as swiftly as it had come. He suspected something round was concealed within Lucas's hood. "Hurry up," he urged, giving a light kick to the white wolf, which recoiled in apparent fear of the dragon fang pendant the British wizard wore, whimpering as it crouched, ultimately being forcibly levitated into the carriage by its owner. The interior of the carriage had been enhanced with a spatial extension charm, providing ample room for several adults to stretch comfortably, and even the trio of third-year wizards had more than enough space. As soon as the wolf boarded, it retreated to the farthest corner from Lucas. "Little one, no matter what you use to scare off beasts, that thing now frightens my pet." Chapter 152, Farewell Gift. "Why are you still talking to him? Just take it from him." Another German student scolded his companion in German. Lucas curled deeper into his seat, silently observing the interaction among the Durmstrang students, their pet wolf merely gnawing on its tail in tremors. After a brief altercation, a German student pointed his wand at Lucas. Lucas met his gaze and said in English, "It is customary to maintain respect upon first encounters." A scoff came in response. A cloud of black mist erupted from the floor, quickly filling the carriage. "What on earth is this? Capture that little creature. He's the one causing mischief." Initially, chaos reigned, but the students, well-trained, soon steadied themselves back to back, ensuring they could respond to attacks from any direction. Lucas chuckled from beyond the black mist. These students were not from Hogwarts, and their manners were quite lacking. Who among them could rescue a group of impolite youngsters? The discussions within the mist escalated, and as they realized their inability to dispel it, one student anxiously queried, "Could it be dark magic?" Silence. "I refuse to believe this mist will linger indefinitely." This line of thought was indeed correct. Lucas retrieved a second sphere from his pocket, smashing it to the ground, causing new black mist to continuously merge with the old. He informed Filch that he would be attending a summer camp organized by a wizarding group, and the caretaker, eyeing Lucas, instructed, "After you assist Professor Snape, come see me." Lucas arrived at the designated time, led into Filch's office, where the stooped caretaker illuminated a wooden cabinet reaching the ceiling with a lantern, awkwardly stating, "I have nothing of value for you. Take a few items with you," as some of the students' pranks occasionally yield something worthwhile. Mrs. Norris swirled around Lucas's feet, her fluffy tail brushing against him as she regarded him with restrained curiosity. Lucas expressed his gratitude to Filch, sensing peculiar fluctuations among the confiscated items housed in the cabinets. Ultimately, he selected a set of candles designed to evoke fear, mimicking the principles of a boggart, along with a few trinkets. Searching through Filch's extensive collection proved challenging, as many students seemed oblivious to their actions, with only a handful doing anything sensible. Lucas stumbled upon two unexpected treasures, a blank map and a second-hand book. The former had appeared in Snape's dreams, and he was surprised to find that, with the passage of time, the Marauder's map had been confiscated by Filch. Perhaps the students of your had indeed enjoyed their time so thoroughly that they dismissed such a clever creation, failing to devise any means to reclaim it. People often harbor false hopes, believing that future circumstances will improve, yet fate has a way of swiftly turning the tables, transforming this map into yet another Easter egg of the ancient castle. The second-hand book contained no peculiar content, focusing on spells that straddled the line between jinxes and dark magic. Lucas recognized familiar handwriting in the annotations, remnants of a youthful Snape's contemplations, far livelier than his comments on potion corrections. Lucas initially concluded that the book belonged to Snape, only to discover the same handwriting inscribed on the title page. This book belongs to the Half-Blood Prince. Snape referred to himself as the Half-Blood Prince? Lucas felt a pang of regret. Had Eddie Carter White discovered this artifact, he would surely have witnessed many amusing reactions from Snape. Nevertheless, Lucas was a diligent student. He tucked the book away, once more thanking Filch and promising Mrs. Norris that he would bring her something interesting from Albania. Returning to the carriage. Managing a few foreign wizards merely required these whimsical toys. The pervasive black mist continued to linger, soon imposing a psychological weight upon the wizards. Lucas leisurely lit one of the fear candles, the feeble flame casting a flickering light through the murky haze. The students nearest the mist perceived a glimmer of illumination. But soon enough, they forgot about the candle altogether. "Is that Professor Ludwig behind you?" "Professor, I acknowledge my mistakes, and I am confident that I can vanquish my adversary. Please grant me another chance. I will capture that Englishman." The other students were unable to perceive the illusions experienced by their classmate. All they saw was a vast expanse of black mist. Some attempted to cast spells beyond the fog, their incantations piercing through the black haze and Lucas's preset silencing charm, shattering the glass of the carriage. Yet, outside, there was an eerie silence. Lucas overheard a few younger students debating whether to explore a direction or not, while another expressed concern that Lucas might open the carriage door, given their precarious height. "But there are ministry officials watching, aren't there? Or perhaps not. Did you see any adults when we boarded?" Lucas pondered the same question, moving toward the junction of the carriage to sneak a glance at the driving area. He then withdrew, reigniting the candle of fear for the second time. Another student began to ramble nonsensically, gesticulating wildly as he claimed to see frozen corpses beneath the ice. The students, having transitioned from mutual encouragement to harsh reprimands, were in disarray. At that moment, a white wolf crawled up to Lucas's feet, assuming a posture of submission typical of animals. "Go away. I'm not in the mood for charity." Lucas shifted his toes, but the adult-sized white wolf, startled, retreated several steps. After confirming that no attack was forthcoming, it returned to its position, tentatively sniffing at Lucas's robe. Only this once. Lucas grumbled as he retrieved a small piece of jerky from another pocket, a remnant from the owls he had sent with messages. Those 3 owls were utterly exhausted by the schedule Lucas had imposed, eventually returning to the Ollery to complain to their master. During that time, Lucas's dormitory was graced with several owls that seemed to have wandered in, but were actually there to observe. The Ollery's proprietor discreetly inquired if Lucas required additional staff. To maintain his reputation among the owls, Lucas prepared these treats. The jerky was now a boon for the white wolf, which quickly devoured it after sniffing the scent. It resumed its position beside Lucas, no longer begging for food, but still reluctant to leave. Lucas felt a twinge of annoyance, but did not shoo the wolf away. Time was running short. Lucas refrained from adding to the black mist, casting a disillusionment charm upon himself while restraining the eager fluffball within his hood. Chapter 153, Brewing Potions. As the thick fog dissipated, a few young wizards, having survived the ordeal, began to survey their surroundings, searching for the mastermind behind it all. Yet, within the carriage, everything was laid bare. Lucas had vanished. Perhaps he had employed an invisibility charm. Search thoroughly, leave no hiding spots. Among the group of wizards, a leader emerged. And in the aftermath of the crisis, Lucas increasingly suspected that the leader was not the owner of the White Wolf, but rather an unassuming freckled boy wizard. The German wizards commenced casting detection spells in every corner of the carriage. They were well trained, yet not one of them looked up at the sky. Lucas, concealed in a corner at the top of the carriage, had temporarily fixed himself in place with a binding spell, which aided him in observing everything that transpired below. No, we haven't found him. That Englishman is no longer here. After repeated searches, the young wizards reached a conclusion. The chilling reality of a young wizard disappearing into thin air was indeed unsettling. Perhaps he jumped out. Don't frighten yourselves. The carriage door is closed. And if it had been opened, the black mist would have dissipated long ago. I suspect he has hidden himself in the driver's cabin, the freckled boy wizard stated grimly. The wizards decided to investigate the driver's cabin together. Although it was merely a few steps away, the freckled boy still prudently advised his companions not to separate. Lucas had always admired cautious individuals. The lighting within the carriage began to flicker ominously. The system, which accommodated both the wall-mounted candles and the overhead crystal lights, was experiencing disruptions in both lighting systems simultaneously. This typically indicated severe magical interference. The young wizards huddled closer, edging toward the junction with the driver's cabin. The door was locked tight. Stand back. Alohomora. The incantation was pronounced correctly, yet the door remained obstinately shut. This door has been secured with a binding spell. Let us see if we can part this curtain. The freckled wizard pointed to the translucent window on the door, which obstructed the view between the carriage and the driver's cabin. The young wizards joined forces, and this time their spell bore fruit. The curtain was drawn back. A cacophony of screams erupted from the young wizards as they discovered that the driver's cabin was also devoid of any presence. The team of winged horses lacked a handler. As they converged, peering through the transparent window of the driver's cabin, they beheld the herd of winged horses ahead, one of which had slipped its reins and was soaring off into the distance. The carriage tilted to the right with the loss of a winged horse, the chandelier producing a crisp clattering sound. Fortunately, the shift was not severe, and they managed to steady themselves in time. Yet this was not the end of their troubles. Another winged horse soon followed suit, breaking free from its restraints. Their carriage was drawn by a total of 6 winged horses, and the number of horses left for them was dwindling. At the English residence in Turnover Alley, on the first day of the holiday, Snape intended to visit the potion laboratory to experiment with brewing potions. He activated the door key to access the laboratory, only to find the frame on the wall completely blank. 11. Snape called out. Instantly, a house elf appeared, clutching a vocabulary book, and upon catching sight of Snape, it instinctively recoiled. Where is your master depicted now? The house elf, with its large eyes fixed upon Snape, took a moment to respond. Master is still in slumber. Snape furrowed his brow. The portrait was reluctant to divulge the specifics of the magic employed. Snape understood, as such magic could easily invite imitation or expose vulnerabilities. He scrutinized the little elf before him. The house elf cultivated from the portrait was more composed than those from typical pureblood families. As the head of Slytherin, Snape had been invited to several pureblood households for visits over the past few months. Composed house elves were a rare resource in the wizarding world. What book are you reading? Snape casually inquired. This question inadvertently activated a distressing trigger, as tears welled up in the house elf's eyes. 11 was a rather lackadaisical elf, struggling with memorizing words. House elves did not punish themselves, yet this one appeared utterly heartbroken. Speak properly and answer my question. Snape felt a headache coming on, but the conversation he initiated could only be concluded by him. 11 was reciting German vocabulary, some of which were indeed lengthy, and distinguishing between masculine and feminine forms was quite challenging. 11 sobbed, finally revealing the vocabulary book hidden behind its back, a German dictionary. Has your master not had you learn English spelling first? Snape's expression turned peculiar. There's an equally thick book for English. 11 finally broke down in tears. Snape cursed under his breath. This elf, having only been born a few days prior, already possessed a level of education surpassing that of the average Hogwarts student. What exactly was the portrait expecting of its elf? Should it be teaching at Hogwarts? Master examines 11's learning progress every day. 11 wept, gazing at Snape as if seeking the approval of the potion's master. At that moment, the portrait on the wall began to display color. It donned an exquisitely embroidered robe, the vibrant hues and realistic fabric details forming a stark contrast with the crude color blocks of the character's portrait. What is the story behind this garment? In an instant, the portrait vanished before Severus Snape, who directed his ire towards it. Good afternoon, Severus. I presume you wish to greet me, the portrait remarked, its conversational rhythm distinctly its own. It anticipated a pause, waiting until Snape reluctantly filled the void of silence. Good afternoon, Mr. Portrait. In response to Snape's inquiry, the portrait spun gracefully within its frame, showcasing its new attire before contentedly declaring, "These are merely the embellishments that accompany finished portraits. You see, the Alchemical Society has scholars who earn their livelihood by selling portraits. They can provide architectural styles from various eras, Baroque, Rococo, and even transformations suitable for a return to the dark medieval times. They also offer garments for sale. I discovered a few pieces in the auction collection. Do you fancy my new attire? Snape furrowed his brow once more. It seemed that Mr. Portrait had come exceptionally well prepared. The portrait paused momentarily in its self-adulation, glancing up and down at Snape before hastily amending its statement. No, no, no. Severus, you know I managed to find only a handful of garments at the auction. So, what use is it for you to converse with me about this? Am I to procure new decorative portraits for you? Snape interrupted in irritation. Even as a portrait, this individual remained astoundingly shrewd, always capable of discerning subtleties from the faintest of clues. The last time Snape departed, he indeed felt that the decorations of the portrait were rather sparse. If it were merely an ordinary portrait, it would pose no issue. However, this portrait possessed a soul within it, and even a touch more vibrant color should enhance its condition. Moreover, the portrait provided such a potion operation station. Hence, Snape specifically wrote to his senior alchemist, with whom he had dealings regarding potions, asking him to procure a portrait for his residence. The prices for such portraits were astonishingly high. Initially, Snape thought he was being deceived by an acquaintance, yet the explanation provided held some merit. The majority of the wizarding world deemed portraits dispensable. It was only those who harbored profound nostalgia for the deceased, unable to part with their likeness, who sought to commission such portraits from me. The elevated cost was due to the limited audience and the fact that they willingly paid for it. The candor of this alchemist was shockingly refreshing.